Jiang Chen arrived in a world where humans coexist with beast companions, inheriting a nurturing base from his grandfather. Just as the base was on the brink of collapse, the Beast Compendium awakened. By cataloging beasts, one could obtain corresponding evolutionary paths. Thus, the Qingshan nurturing base officially set sail. Fire Sparrow, Blazing Fire Eagle, and the savage 10,000 Flame Sculpture. Raging River Crocodile, Overturning Sea Crocodile Dragon, and the Azure, Songhai Flood Dragon. One by one, beasts that had never before been seen were cultivated by him. Years later, Jiang Chen emerged from the nurturing base accompanied by a group of formidable beast companions. All beast masters could not help but exclaim, "These beasts were all nurtured by you?" Chapter 1. The Beast Base on the Brink of Bankruptcy. Ding ding ding. On a hillside in the outskirts of Jiang City, Jiang Chen shook the bell as he stepped out of his room, placing food in the feeding apparatus. Before long, several sparrows adorned with crimson feathers descended upon the feeding bowl at the sound of the bell. Watching the fire sparrows feast, Jiang Chen could not help but sigh. It has already been a week. A week prior, he had opened his eyes and found himself in this world. This world bore some differences from his original one, having veered off course entirely after the Tang Emperor instigated the Xuanwu Gate incident. As the secret realm descended upon Blue Star, spiritual energy surged forth. The flora and fauna of Blue Star, influenced by this spiritual energy, gained the power of evolution. Through generations of evolution, these organisms awakened greater intelligence and extraordinary abilities, possessing enough might to raise cities. In this context, human habitats continually shrank. Just as the Tang dynasty faced annihilation, the rogue leader Yuan Tiangang, through years of exploration and with the assistance of various gifted individuals, developed a method of meditation. With this meditation technique, humanity successfully awakened a unique transcendent power known as beast mastery. From that moment, humans began attempting to capture weaker extraordinary beings, compelling them to work and fight on their behalf. As time passed, human research on companion beasts deepened, resulting in the emergence of increasingly powerful beasts, and thus humanity once more ascended the stage of history. A millennium later, beasts had integrated into human life, their presence observable in various professions. From a young age, humans are required to cultivate the meditation technique. Upon reaching 18, they can awaken as beast masters if their mental prowess meets the requisite standards. After awakening the talent for beast mastery, the beast space hidden within the sea of consciousness would open, granting the ability to form contracts with beasts. Reflecting on this, Jiang Chen casually waved his hand, causing a golden compendium, visible only to him, to materialize. This was the manifestation of his awakened talent. Beast Compendium, capable of cataloging all beasts in the world. By recording a beast, one can deduce its evolutionary methods. Upgrading the compendium will yield special rewards. Note: to acquire evolutionary schemes, one must possess the corresponding knowledge. Note: within the book exists beauty and wealth. Upon unlocking 40% of the evolutionary scheme, one may choose to invest or utilize deduction points. The higher the quality of the beast, the greater the monetary requirement. With a thought, Jiang Chen opened the golden compendium, and the first page displayed the information of the Fire Sparrow. Name: Fire Sparrow. Attribute: Fire Wind. Qualification: Bronze level. Skills: Spark Strike, Gale, Flame Shield. Exclusive trait: Flame Resonance. Each time an attack strikes an enemy, the Fire Sparrow accumulates a layer of flame mark. Evolution path: Flame Sparrow 30, Gale Sparrow 19, Blazing Eagle King 10. Available deduction points 50. I only received 50 deduction points after registering all the Fire Sparrows in Qingshan into the Pokédex, and 10 points only add 1% to the progress. If there are no new Fire Sparrow data, I would still require over 600 beasts to unlock the evolution scheme for the Flame Sparrow. Where am I supposed to find over 600 beasts? With this thought, Jiang Chen could not help but sigh, casually stowing away the beast Pokédex and turning to a picture frame, murmuring, "Old man, you've truly left me a great dilemma. Why didn't you write down the breeding secrets back then?" The Qingshan breeding base, established by Jiang Chen's grandfather, spans a vast area, encompassing various terrains such as forests, lakes, plains, and rocky landscapes, housing dozens of different beasts. There was even a unique golden tier beast, the Azure Sea Dragon, which had once elevated the Qingshan breeding base to the 8th position among all breeding bases in Jiangnan province. However, that was in the past. During a terrifying incident of a secret realm uprising, a massive beast tide surged forth from the realm, passing through Qingshan. To protect the breeding base, Jiang Chen's grandfather fought valiantly to slay a 9th-tier Lord Beast, but sustained grave injuries himself, and shortly thereafter, he departed this world, taking with him a lifetime of breeding knowledge. Since then, no new Azure sea dragons have been nurtured. Moreover, as Jiang Chen was not yet 18 at that time, and his parents were stationed in an S-tier secret realm in the northern borders, they could not leave their post, leading to the temporary custody of the Qingshan breeding base by the Beast Breeders Guild. It was not until a month ago, when Jiang Chen awakened his talent, that he returned from the Magical City Breeding Academy to inherit the Qingshan breeding base. However, he also inherited a sorrowful piece of news. The Qingshan breeding base was to be shut down. The breeding base requires a minimum annual output of 50 beasts suitable for novice beast masters, or at least one evolution method with a 100 success rate. Yet Jiang Chen could fulfill neither of these requirements. The breeding base had languished for 3 years, with the once thriving beasts either perished or departed, leaving behind only over 50 bronze-quality fire sparrows, most of which were aged and unsuitable for novice beast masters. As for the evolution methods, he was unfamiliar with any. Each evolution method represents the painstaking efforts of a breeder, and they earn substantial royalties from these each year. Such knowledge is not imparted freely at the breeding academy. Only the basics, such as the properties of various spiritual materials, are taught. However, Jiang Chen was not inclined to simply relinquish his qualification for the breeding base. The qualification for a breeding base is not something that just anyone can register for. Every city has its own quotas, and if you were to cancel it, re-establishing a breeding base would be arduous. Moreover, in this world, the most valuable items are undoubtedly those related to beasts. Jiang Chen, having traversed into this realm, does not wish to merely exchange his surroundings for labor, as the aspirations of his former self are deeply intertwined with the breeding base as a stepping stone. Just then, a sudden, urgent ringtone interrupted his thoughts, prompting Jiang Chen to retrieve his phone from his pocket. Why was Huang Tianming calling? He belonged to Jiang Chen's parents' generation and had looked after him quite a bit since his grandfather's passing. Upon answering the call, he said, "Hello, Uncle Huang. You're quite the elusive star in the breeding world, coming back from the magical city and not even giving me a call. Have you forgotten about me?" Listening to his familiar tone, Jiang Chen could only shake his head helplessly. "How could I? I just inherited Qingshan and have been busy. Only you would come up with excuses." Huang Tianming chuckled, then continued. "Jiang Chen, you haven't yet contracted a beast, have you?" Contracting a beast? He would need the time for that. He had already spent an inordinate amount of time merely acquiring the fire sparrows in the breeding base. "Not yet. That's good. Come to the Azure Sea Army soon. The beasts for the new recruits have arrived, and due to your parents' connections, you can select one from them." Did you hear that? An authoritative voice emanated from the phone. Jiang Chen instinctively replied, "I heard. I'll be there." "All right then. I'll be waiting for you at the military camp. Goodbye." With that, the other party hung up the call. Chapter 2. The Songhai Army. Without revealing the specifics of the contracted beast, Jiang Chen couldn't help but scoff at the already disconnected phone. However, he did not dwell on it for long. After tidying up briefly, he descended the mountain. The quality of the beast specifically supplied to the military could hardly be subpar. After all, the military is tasked with guarding the secret realms. If the contracted beasts were of inferior quality compared to their wild counterparts, what purpose would the contract serve? Qingshan is located at the easternmost edge of Jiang City, near the ocean. Although it is not part of the main urban area, transportation is relatively convenient, and many fishermen come daily to challenge the sea. An elderly man, carrying a fishing rod over his shoulder and a bucket of fish in hand, walked past Jiang Chen. Smiling, "Jiang Chen, you busy fellow. It's the first time I've seen you since you returned." This man was an old neighbor, a teacher at Jiang City Middle School before retirement. In his youth, Jiang Chen often visited his home for extra tutoring. "Don't tease me, Qingyi. I've just taken over this breeding base and have been busy moving," Jiang Chen replied. "What about you? Caught any big ones?" "Indeed. I caught an awakened-level ice-shelled blue crab," Qingyi chuckled, handing the bucket to Jiang Chen. "Lately, I don't know what is going on. The beasts from the deep sea have started coming closer to shore." "That is indeed quite strange," Jiang Chen frowned upon hearing this. In order to advance his bestiary, he had been reading extensively these days. The ice-shelled blue crab is a cold-loving beast that usually resides on the ocean floor, only approaching the shore to spawn. Yet it wasn't the breeding season. Could it be that its habitat had been encroached upon by other beasts? Stop overthinking it. Now that you are back, focus on the task at hand. After all, this is your grandfather's lifelong endeavor. Before Jiang Chen could respond, Qingyi continued, Look at me. I'm falling into my old habits again. My apologies, Xiao Cheng. It's nothing, Jiang Chen smiled, shaking his hand dismissively. At that moment, a large elk adorned with green fur came to a halt before Jiang Chen. It was a great horned elk, the most common riding beast in Jiang City. Possessing bronze-level racial potential, they are gentle creatures and easy to nurture. Previously, there had been a herd of great horned elks at the Qingshan base. Unfortunately, that herd was too weak and had no ability to resist during the beast tide, becoming prey. Seeing Jiang Chen standing there in a daze, the great horned elk let out a disgruntled bellow. What are you staring at? We're about to be late. Its owner, noticing, gave it a light tap on the head and then apologized to Jiang Chen. Sorry, my great horned elk is a bit impatient. It's all right. Jiang Chen waved his hand and swiftly mounted the elk. They sped along, and 30 minutes later, the great horned elk halted at the entrance of the Songhai army camp. Jiang Chen dismounted, feeling slightly dizzy. Despite the pleasant sensation of the elk's fur akin to a high-quality blanket, its galloping was rather jarring. Although Jiang Chen had awakened his talent, he had yet to contract a beast, so he was not much better off than an ordinary person. After regaining his composure, Jiang Chen stood across the road, gazing at the military camp. At the entrance stood a tiger crafted from blue crystal, its posture seemingly roaring towards the ocean. This was the contracted beast of the first commander of the Songhai army, the Kanglan Water Sovereign. A diamond-level beast that had single-handedly held off an A-level beast tide for an hour. It had now become a symbol of the Songhai army. Unfortunately, after the first commander, no one had ever possessed such a formidable beast again. What are you standing there for? Hurry over here. Suddenly, a robust man in a blue military uniform emerged from the entrance, sporting a neat crew cut, accompanied by a menacing Moro hound. The sudden appearance startled Jiang Chen, but upon recognizing him, he quickly approached. Uncle Huang, why did you come to pick me up? It's too much trouble. Don't be silly. I genuinely wanted to ensure you took over the Qingshan base this time. Huang Tianming inquired, looking at Jiang Chen. I've made up my mind, after all. I can't let the Qingshan base just fall apart because my parents are unreliable, Jiang Chen sighed. Huang Tianming fell silent for a moment. Your parents not returning is due to certain difficulties. Difficulties? Uncle Huang, do you know something? Please, share a hint, Jiang Chen urged. Discipline, you know? Jiang Chen laughed lightly at this, having asked the question countless times before, always receiving the same answer. Your parents truly love you, Huang Tianming added, moved by Jiang Chen's demeanor. As a soldier, he understood the pain, especially since Jiang Chen hadn't seen them in 16 years. Let us not dwell on that. Uncle Huang, since they cannot come out, I'll just go find them later, Jiang Chen waved his hand. Let us discuss the matter at hand. What beast have you prepared for me? Let us talk while walking. Huang Tianming led Jiang Chen into the military camp. You know the military is not a family, and the beasts we can provide are not rare. This time, a total of 4 types of beasts have been allocated to the Songhai army for new recruits to choose from. The water attribute by Shui Swordfish, the fire attribute Little Fire Turtle, the wood attribute Yi Qing Snake, and the earth attribute Lei Lei Rock. These beasts are all purchased from the Ziyun breeding base. After generations of selective breeding, these 4 types are particularly suitable for novice beastmasters. Moreover, the most crucial point is that the methods for evolving these 4 beasts have been authorized to the Songhai army by the Ziyun breeding base. If you need to evolve a beast later, the breeders of the Songhai army can assist you for free. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled, and he immediately asked, can I learn the evolution methods? With only a month left, if he couldn't learn how to evolve a single beast, the Qingshan breeding base would have to shut down. What are you thinking? You're studying breeding, aren't you? Haven't you heard that laws should not be lightly transmitted? Huang Tianming responded, somewhat irritated. If you teach others without the original creator's authorization, you could end up in prison. Is that so? Jiang Chen forced a wry smile, realizing he would have to rely on himself. Forget about that. Focus on choosing a beast. That's what's important, Huang Tianming advised. Each of these 4 beasts has its strengths. The Bai Shui Swordfish and Yi Qing Snake are stronger in combat, while the Little Fire Turtle and Lei Lei Rock excel in defense. However, considering you will also be managing the breeding base, I recommend you choose the Yi Qing Snake and Lei Lei Rock. They are more suitable for agricultural endeavors. As they spoke, they arrived at a large greenhouse encased in glass. A person clad in protective gear exited. A wooden monkey perched atop his head, playfully tugging at his hair. Captain, is this the newcomer who gets to select a beast ahead of time? Yes, I'll leave him in your hands. Please take him inside to choose a beast. Huang Tianming nodded at Luo Wei. Chapter 3. Traits, Child of the Jungle. Following Luo Wei into the base, Jiang Chen was startled by the vastness of the scene before him, unable to suppress his exclamation. It's so large in here. The area appears to have expanded at least 2 or 3 times its original size from an external perspective, and it seems to possess its own unique ecosystem. Surprised? Are you? Ro chuckled and continued. When I first arrived here, I was just like you. This base was transformed using a heart of the secret realm. This is an artificial secret realm. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. The birth of every secret realm begins with a heart of the secret realm. Once the realm is fully formed, the heart transforms into the guardian beast of that realm. Defeating or capturing it may yield the heart of the secret realm. An artificial secret realm is a space artificially created based on a heart of the secret realm, but it does not produce guardian beasts. One must introduce them manually. This concept is something every breeding base yearns for, and its value is extraordinarily high. Even the former Qingshan base had never possessed such a thing. You have quite the insight, Ro remarked with a smile. I heard from the captain that you aspire to pursue the path of a beast master. Indeed. I just graduated from the Magic City Academy some time ago and haven't even received my certificate yet. Please don't refuse when I come to seek your guidance in the future, Jiang Chen replied. You graduated from the Magic City Academy as well? Ro gazed at Jiang Chen in surprise. Wait, aren't you only 18? How could you have already graduated from university? The Magic City Academy is notoriously difficult to enter, especially its breeding department, which admits only 2 candidates from a city each year. Those who gain admission are undoubtedly the cream of the crop, and once they graduate, they are highly sought after by various enterprises. Suddenly, Ro seemed to recall something. You are the Jiang Chen who entered the Magic City Academy at the age of 14. That was a major event back then. A 14-year-old boy enrolling in the breeding department of the Magic City University made headlines across the entire alliance. I didn't expect you to be from Jiang City as well. This must be fate for us. With this newfound connection, Ro's attitude towards Jiang Chen noticeably improved. Have you decided which guardian beast you would like to choose? Every beast here has been personally cared for by me, and I know them intimately. I guarantee I'll help you select the finest one. Yes, I've made up my mind. I plan to contract a leaf green snake, Jiang Chen stated directly, without hesitation. He had long considered which guardian beast he wished to contract. The guardian beasts provided by the Navy of the Sea are all of bronze rank, with little difference in strength and potential. His primary task is still managing the Qingshan base, and compared to other attribute beasts, those of wood and earth attributes, which can assist in farming, are evidently more suitable for him. As for why he chose the leaf green snake, it was simply because its appearance did not align with his aesthetic preferences. Leaf green snake, you say? Ro pondered, stroking his chin. Is there something wrong with the leaf green snake? Jiang Chen inquired, sensing Ro's hesitation. There's no significant issue. It's just that the leaf green snake is the least numerous among this batch of beasts, and their temperaments can be a bit peculiar. Peculiar? Jiang Chen was curious, but decided to follow Ro's lead. All right, I'll take a look for myself. After all, I don't have to make a decision immediately. If it doesn't work out, you can show me other beasts. Thank you, senior brother, Jiang Chen replied, ready to observe the temperament of the leaf green snake. Deep within the artificial secret realm, Jiang Chen, under Ro's guidance, arrived at a jungle near a water source. This was the rainforest area of the secret realm, where the leaf green snakes resided. Before Ro could finish his introduction, a tree monkey spotted the two and immediately leaped down, climbing onto Ro and playfully ruffling his hair. Wearing a look of sheer delight akin to a cat experiencing catnip, Jiang Chen was taken aback by the sight of Ro covered in monkeys. Senior brother Ro, are you all right? I'm fine, Ro replied while attempting to gently dislodge the monkeys from his person. It's just that my talent attracts wood-type guardian beasts. The leaf green snake is inside. You can go in by yourself. I want to accompany you. Jiang Chen nodded and ventured into the jungle alone, feeling hesitant to bring Ro along given the current situation. As he entered the mangrove, he noticed an even greater variety of guardian beasts inhabiting the area. Close to the water source, Jiang Chen finally spotted the leaf green snake he had long anticipated. They possessed vibrant green scales, with 2 crimson eyes resembling rubies positioned on either side of their heads. Sunlight filtered through the jungle, enhancing the brilliance of their colors. At that moment, they were suspended from a tree by their tails, performing a sort of sit-up with their bodies. This scene momentarily left Jiang Chen in awe. He had never seen such a display from a leaf green snake before. Upon noticing the sudden presence of a human, the leaf green snakes paused their activities, hissing softly as they propped themselves up, locking eyes with Jiang Chen. As guardian beasts deployed by the Navy of the Sea, they were aware that they ultimately had to form a contract with a human. Their crimson eyes scrutinized Jiang Chen from top to bottom, while he, in turn, appraised them. Unbeknownst to them, the Beast Encyclopedia had begun documenting their presence. Soon, the image of the leaf green snake was imprinted on the second page. Name, leaf green snake. Attribute, wood. Quality, bronze level. Skills, tail whip, vine whip, leaf blade, constrict. Exclusive traits, forest walker. Speed increased by 10 in forest terrain. Child of the jungle. A favored creature of the jungle, would attribute skill damage increased by 10. Evolution path, Emerald Giant Python, 10. Jungle Viper, 35. Available deduction points, 62. Encyclopedia level LV1 can be upgraded after successfully researching a silver level evolution scheme. Description, a unique group of leaf green snakes with a strong obsession for physical training. Upon seeing the encyclopedia entry, Jiang Chen was somewhat taken aback. The trait, Child of the Jungle, appeared when documenting the leaf green snake. He had encountered leaf green snakes before. His first paper at the Magic City Academy was on the potential evolution of their venomous traits. During that time, he had conducted extensive research on leaf green snakes, which led him to understand the rarity of the trait, Child of the Jungle. This hidden trait occurs in only 1 out of 10,000 leaf green snakes. Without specialized study, an ordinary beast master would find it challenging to discover such a trait. Leaf green snakes possessing this characteristic are exceedingly precious, with remarkable talent in agricultural endeavors. A professor from the Agricultural Science Institute had a spirit snake evolved from a leaf green snake, which enabled him to develop a novel strain of spirit rice. Garnering media attention, Jiang Chen never expected to encounter a leaf green snake endowed with the talent of Child of the Jungle here. At that moment, he resolved that this would be his first guardian beast. Chapter 4. Contracting a guardian beast. The guardian beasts of the Navy of the Sea are organized, and to form a contract, one must first complete the registration. After determining his choice of guardian beast, Jiang Chen returned to Ro's side. At that moment, Ro was still engaged in a playful tussle with the tree monkeys. Upon seeing Jiang Chen return, he laboriously removed a monkey from his head. "You're back. Did you find one you like?" Jiang Chen nodded. "I wish to select that leaf green snake, senior brother. I knew it, as my junior. Your taste couldn't be too far off." Ro displayed a look of contentment upon his face. "However, I must remind you of one crucial detail. The leaf green snake you have taken a liking to possesses a slight flaw. During its time at the Ziyun breeding base, it witnessed a master breeder transform a koi into a dragon, which instilled within it an immense fixation on dragon transformation. While the other leaf green snakes were diligently learning wood-based skills, it was persistently shadowing that water-covered dragon, seeking counsel on how to achieve its own transformation, and inadvertently led astray a few other leaf green snakes in the process. This was precisely why the Ziyun breeding base decided to send it to the Songhai army. Otherwise, with its innate talent, it could have been cultivated as a breeding male. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's lips twitched slightly. So, it was a leaf green snake that harbored a disdain for wood-based skills. No wonder it possessed the Child of the Jungle talent, yet could only execute the 2 simplest wood-type techniques. In summary, if you wish to form a contract with it, you must be prepared to take the risk of it remaining unevolved. Given its obsession, there is a strong possibility it may refuse to evolve in the future. In most cases, beastmasters eagerly anticipate evolution, as it signifies a leap in life, granting them greater strength. However, this leaf green snake, having witnessed the might of the dragon, has grown disillusioned with its current evolutionary forms. It aspires to become a dragon. Just moments ago, Jiang Chen observed its sit-ups as a means to strengthen its muscles. This was knowledge gleaned from the water-covered dragon. To evolve into a dragon, one must possess a robust physique. Consider this carefully. While serpent-type beasts can potentially evolve into dragons, there has never been a precedent of a leaf green snake evolving into a dragon in the market. Ro spoke earnestly. To facilitate its evolution, you will likely need to develop your own method for dragon transformation. Even if he were not Jiang Chen Sr., he felt compelled to share this insight. The first beast of a beastmaster is paramount. A misstep in choice can significantly hinder their growth trajectory. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Chen ultimately decided on this unique leaf green snake. "I choose it." Although selecting this creature may result in its inability to evolve, Jiang Chen felt it posed little issue. The population of leaf green snakes is vast. If he couldn't devise a method, he could always rely on iterations of deduction. Success would eventually follow. Moreover, Jiang Chen had no desire to see it evolve into a jade forest python, as that would squander the potential of its Child of the Jungle talent. Most importantly, a python could never compare to the elegance of a dragon. Strength aside, elegance is a lifelong pursuit. "You've made your decision so swiftly?" Ro gazed at Jiang Chen with surprise. Typically, beastmasters are quite concerned about the inability of their beasts to evolve. Otherwise, so many would not be abandoned. It seems this junior is quite confident. "It's settled. This fellow suits my taste." Jiang Chen nodded and continued. "What is the process for signing the contract?" "We simply need to register with the army. Someone will retrieve it for you," Ro replied, guiding Jiang Chen away from the realm of wood-type beasts. After a brief wait at the registration area, a staff member clad in a blue uniform approached, wielding a snake-catching clamp, bringing the leaf green snake before Jiang Chen. "Here is the leaf green snake you requested. Be cautious, Though it is not highly venomous, a bite can still be quite painful. Jiang Chen nodded, accepting the clamp and placing it on the ground. We meet again, he greeted with a smile. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiang Chen, a breeder. Forming a contract with a beast requires mutual affection. And while Jiang Chen possessed commendable talent in breeding, his skills in meditation were merely average. If the leaf-green snake was not willing, a forced contract could lead to complications. Thus, Jiang Chen resolved to gently persuade it first. I have heard of your desire to evolve towards dragonhood. I operate a breeding base, and should you agree to contract with me, I will gather funds to procure a dragon attribute crystal core for you. Furthermore, my teacher is a master breeder. Should I falter in assisting your evolution, I can seek his aid. This opportunity was far superior to merely performing sit-ups in this place. As a freshly emerged snake from the base, it had likely never encountered such enticing prospects. The leaf-green snake's crimson eyes sparkled with intrigue. Even Ro, with years of experience, was taken aback, witnessing such an expression on the face of a beast for the first time. He silently gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up. Indeed, fresh graduates are quite resourceful. Seeing Ro's reaction, Jiang Chen discreetly gestured for him to keep it low-key. Moreover, he was not lying. His instructor at Magic City Academy was indeed a master breeder. However, Jiang Chen had chosen to return and inherit the Qingshan breeding base, foregoing the opportunity to become his graduate student, which had greatly displeased the master, who often lamented about expelling Jiang Chen from his tutelage. Now, can I proceed to sign the contract? Jiang Chen inquired of Ro, who nodded in affirmation. Yes, but even though this leaf-green snake has agreed, you still need to exercise caution. Jiang Chen approached the leaf-green snake, squatting down to gently stroke its chin. I look forward to our journey together. We shall be family from this moment on. The leaf-green snake nuzzled against his hand in response, having already recognized him. Who knows how significant a single affirmation can be when all others deem one insane. Let us commence. A smile adorned Jiang Chen's face. The next moment, he closed his eyes and summoned the Beastmaster's power from within. A surge of Azure energy radiated from him. Moments later, two blue six-pointed star arrays materialized beneath Jiang Chen and the leaf-green snake. So swift, the leaf-green snake exhibited such trust in Jiang Chen. Nearby, Ro watched in astonishment at the bond forming between them. Hiss! Jiang Chen and the leaf-green snake locked eyes. Their connection grew increasingly profound, with Jiang Chen even sensing the heartbeat of the leaf-green snake. Before long, the six-pointed star array erupted in a brilliant display, enveloping the leaf-green snake in resplendent azure light. With a swish, the leaf-green snake's form disintegrated into particles, scattering across the heavens. The contract was successful. Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes, his expression somewhat peculiar. It seemed he had awakened a second Beastmaster talent. Chapter 5, Second Talent. What on earth is happening? Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had never heard of anyone forming a contract with a beast that would lead to the awakening of a new talent for the Beastmaster. Could it be due to his transmigration? What's wrong? Ro noted Jiang Chen's odd demeanor and inquired. It's nothing. I simply didn't expect forming a contract with a beast would feel like this, Jiang Chen replied, shaking his head. Ro chuckled, patting Jiang Chen on the shoulder. The first contract with a beast often feels this way for many. Breeding the leaf-green snake is relatively straightforward. There's nothing particularly demanding. Just ensure it is fed bamboo rats once every week. Of course, if you have the funds. You could opt to replace the bamboo rats with bronze-tier spirit mice. I happen to have a batch that have awakened this spirit-gathering trait. Would you like to give them a try? Spirit mice? An image of a white mouse suddenly flashed in Jiang Chen's mind. Spirit mice are akin to laboratory mice in the world of Beastmasters. Due to their unstable evolutionary genes, they often evolve into different beasts when guided by various spiritual materials. They are quite popular among novice breeders. However, their qualifications are generally lacking, with the highest existing ones merely of rare quality. In Jiang Chen's plans, the next step for the Qingshan breeding base is to introduce the Lingling mouse. This little creature, akin to the mice on Earth, is remarkably prolific, capable of producing a litter in a single day, perfectly suited for the Beastmaster's Compendium. Senior brother, I want them all, Jiang Chen exclaimed eagerly. Why do you need so many? Luo Wei replied, momentarily taken aback. Senior brother, have you forgotten that I am also a breeder? Oh, right, Luo Wei chuckled, continuing. I currently have over 40 Lingling mice. Aside from those I need for myself, I can spare you half. That would be splendid. Jiang Chen nodded, then added, however, Senior brother, I have one small request. What is it? Could I select the Lingling mice myself? I thought it was something serious. Of course you can. Come. I'll take you to see my laboratory. Jiang Chen followed Luo Wei through the door. The space inside was modest, yet sufficiently modernized. Various high-tech instruments adorned the sides of the lab, while a massive experimental table cluttered with instant noodles occupied the center. You know how busy we breeders can get, Luo Wei said with an awkward smile, pulling Jiang Chen further inside. At the innermost part of the laboratory, an entire wall had been transformed into a series of small compartments, each filled with hay and different spiritual beings. This was likely part of Luo Wei's comparative experiments. Upon seeing Jiang Chen and his companion, the pairs of lingling mice visibly tensed, their tiny bodies trembling uncontrollably. Are they frightened? Jiang Chen glanced quizzically at Luo Wei, wondering what his senior brother had done to instill such fear in the lingling mice. Luo Wei, seemingly accustomed to their behavior, spoke. Junior brother, all the lingling mice are here. Feel free to choose. Then I must apologize, senior. Jiang Chen silently offered his regrets, and then activated his newly acquired ability. Omni-Eye activate. His originally amber-colored pupils shifted to a soft blue hue as they swept over one of the mice. Name Lingling Mouse. Level, Awakening Phase 1. Qualification Bronze. Quality, Ordinary. Traits, Spirit Gathering. Skills, Spirit Concentration. Copyable enhances one's own aura at intervals, increasing the chance of a critical hit. Incisor Bite. Copyable launches an attack with its incisors, with a chance of inducing poisoning. It was an exceedingly ordinary lingling mouse, suitable only as exorbitantly priced feed for the yetching snake. Jiang Chen grimaced and continued his search. The second mouse, Bronze Quality, Ordinary. The third, Bronze Quality, Ordinary. The fourth, Bronze Quality, Rare. This one was promising. The fifth, astonishingly, had learned the Wood Attributes Growth skill, showing potential. After surveying all the lingling mice, he selected those of decent quality and addressed Luo Wei. Senior brother, I'll take these. Could you calculate the total? Luo Wei, examining Jiang Chen's selections, displayed a hint of astonishment. You can discern their qualities? As their breeder, it's not unusual to know their quality, but how could you? He had expected to help Jiang Chen pick a few decent ones, but instead, he had taken all the best ones without any instruments. It was a feat even he could not achieve merely with the naked eye. That was a skill reserved for master-level individuals. Could it be that this junior brother possessed such prowess? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He swiftly dismissed the notion. If Jiang Chen were indeed a breeding master, why would he need to come here to select beasts? Understanding Luo Wei's thoughts from his expression, Jiang Chen spoke. I possess no such ability. I merely grew up observing my grandfather cultivate spiritual beasts and happened to be familiar with the lingling mouse. Don't be so modest. Comprehending a single spiritual beast is no trivial task, Luo Wei replied with a wry smile. You've taken all my best stock this time. Should I not select a few less? What are you saying? Since I've allowed you to choose, I shall not retract my offer, Luo Wei said incredulously. The name Luo Wei still held some renown in the breeding community of Jiang City. He could not afford to offend a direct descendant of a talented breeder over a group of lingling mice. With that, he retrieved a confinement box from behind the cabinet. This was equipment crafted by some forge masters to simulate beast spaces, intended for the convenient transportation of beasts during transactions, albeit with limited space. I'll charge you 2,000 for each lingling mouse. How does that sound? That sounds entirely acceptable. The market price for a lingling mouse hovered around that amount. But given the quality of those he selected, he was undoubtedly getting the better end of the deal. The transaction was executed smoothly, with Jiang Chen completing the payment as the lingling mice were loaded onto the vehicle. At the entrance of the Shanghai military port, Luo Wei handed Jiang Chen a notebook, saying, I presume you didn't acquire all these lingling mice solely for sustenance. This is my record of their breeding process, although it lacks success. It may serve as a reference. Before Jiang Chen could respond, Luo Wei continued, don't rush to decline. I merely wish to invest in you. After all, we are brothers. When you soar in the future, you wouldn't forget to bring me along, would you? Jiang Chen smiled and accepted the notebook. Thank you, senior brother. I truly need this. This notebook would save him considerable time. After bidding Luo Wei farewell, Jiang Chen boarded the cargo truck, a smile gracing his face as he glanced at the confinement box behind him. At last, he could commence his research. Chapter 6. D-Class Spiritual Food, The Path of Evolution. Jiang Chen returned to the Qingshan breeding base with a truckload of lingling mice. Fortunately, no dramatic robbery incidents occurred during the journey. During this time, he clarified the differences between his two abilities. The Beast Master's Compendium pertains to a species, while the Omni-Eye focuses on individual pets. He had also experimented with its copying function on the yetching snake during the ride. Little Qing, now at Awakening Phase 3, had achieved rare quality as the Snake King, possessing 3 basic skills, Tail Whip, Vine Whip, and Leaf Blade. Jiang Chen attempted to copy Leaf Blade, discovering that each attempt consumed approximately 1/3 of his mental energy. He had spent his talent points at Magic City University predominantly on breeding, and after 4 years, he had barely cultivated his mental energy to that of a trainee beast master. The potential of his beast master talent was becoming evident. Moving forward, he would likely need to rely on the evolutionary feedback from the Yeching snake. Breeder Jiang, all the confinement boxes have been placed in the designated area. Please verify the count. Jiang Chen examined the quantity, confirming that nothing was amiss, and replied, "The count is accurate. Thank you, master. I will transfer the payment." The transport worker waved his hand dismissively. "You need not worry. Master Luo has already settled the payment. If there are no further inquiries, we shall take our leave. Here is our business card. Feel free to reach out at any time. I shall extend you a 10% discount." Jiang Chen replied with a smile. And after bidding farewell to the other party, he shook his head. Master Luo truly is a commendable individual, generously gifting such a considerable number of high-quality lingling mice, and even offering free shipping. Yet, he also understood that this was Master Luo's intent to forge a benevolent connection. Otherwise, he would not have bestowed upon him his research journal. Though it pertained solely to the lingling mice, it was still sufficiently valuable. Jiang Chen closed the door and subsequently summoned Shaoqing. As soon as Shaoqing appeared, it promptly climbed onto Jiang Chen's shoulder and nuzzled against his face. Its coolness quite pleasant. Jiang Chen affectionately stroked its head and remarked, "All right, this shall be your home from now on. You may roam freely amongst the mountains, but do not provoke the fire sparrow. Do you understand?" The leaf-green snake tilted its head, regarding Jiang Chen with a hint of confusion in its crimson eyes. "I am destined to become a dragon. The fire sparrow? Merely a bird. Why should I shy away from its brilliance? As its beast master." Jiang Chen naturally comprehended its sentiments, and a twitch of his lips betrayed his amusement. What precisely had that dragon taught Shaoqing to instill such a disposition? However, he refrained from elaborating further and simply led it to the location where the confined spirit boxes were stored. The fire sparrows had resided at the Qingshan base for quite some time, and given the rapport he had cultivated with them in recent days, they would undoubtedly exercise discretion upon recognizing that the leaf-green snake was his contracted beast. Jiang Chen retrieved a pair of rare-quality lingling mice from the confined spirit boxes. Upon seeing this, Shaoqing assumed that its master intended to feed it and immediately opened its mouth wide, revealing two glimmering purple fangs. The two lingling mice, upon sighting the snake, huddled together, one of them even fainting from fright. "Oh no, I am going to perish." After a moment of waiting without any food being offered, Shaoqing opened its eyes in confusion. "What is the matter, master? Why do you hold the food without consuming it? Are you planning to play first?" Jiang Chen chuckled softly. "This is not for you to eat. If you are hungry, you may have this instead." With that, he fished out a deep green energy cube from his pocket. This was a D-grade wood attribute spirit food crafted by Jiang Chen, originally intended for when he contracted a beast, yet unexpectedly left unused. As a beast raised in the nurturing base, Shaoqing recognized what it was and immediately widened its mouth. Such a delicacy was rare even for a serpent king like itself, only available for consumption every other day at the Ziyun base. The moment the spirit food touched its tongue, Shaoqing's eyes instantly narrowed with delight. Delicious. Observing Shaoqing's enjoyment, a gentle smile graced Jiang Chen's face. His passion for researching contracted beasts stemmed from the joy of witnessing their happiness upon evolution. "You may go and play. I must begin my work." He gently placed Shaoqing down from his shoulder and turned to sit at the experimental table. This table had been inherited from his grandfather, and though it bore the marks of time, it sufficed for Jiang Chen's current needs. He placed the two spirit foods before the lingling mice and spoke, "You too should consume this." The lingling mice immediately turned their heads away. "Do not think we are unaware. Once we are satiated, you will send us on our way, and we shall not eat." However, upon catching a whiff of the D-grade spirit food, they found it increasingly difficult to resist swallowing. So fragrant. Amused by their antics, Jiang Chen chuckled. "Worry not. I do not intend to cull you. Rather, I wish to experiment with your evolution." Jiang Chen, having been accepted as a student by a breeding master at the age of 14, was indeed well-versed. Beyond studying the various traits and skills of contracted beasts, his primary research focus was on utilizing the energy within spirit food to guide the evolutionary factors within beasts, thereby inducing their evolution. Spirit food is categorized from S to F across 6 levels, and Jiang Chen had already devised 2 unique D-grade spirit foods not found on the market. However, there had yet to be any instances of these spirit foods successfully prompting evolution. They had only facilitated the comprehension of skills. Today, he aimed to ascertain whether the vivacious evolutionary factors inherent in the lingling mice could indeed lead to successful evolution. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's intention, the lingling mice cautiously glanced at him, and upon confirming that he truly did not plan to use them as sustenance for the snake, they grew bolder. One mouse seized a piece and stuffed its mouth full. Jiang Chen, seizing the moment, activated the Beast Encyclopedia. Name: Lingling Mouse. Attribute: Ordinary. Quality, bronze level. Skills, chi gathering. Teeth grinding, sharp claws. Exclusive trait, spirit gathering. Absorbs surrounding spiritual energy into itself, enhancing the attributes of nearby spiritual energy. Evolution path, spirit gathering mouse, 60. Vine spirit raccoon, 80. Tidal capybara, 70. Deduction points, 102. Gazing at the race panel of the lingling mice, Jiang Chen's heart leapt with joy. His hypothesis was indeed correct. As long as one possessed a profound understanding of a beast, the deduction points required for charting its evolutionary path would diminish. It appeared he must not cease his pursuit of knowledge. He was also aware that aside from the relatively rare spirit-gathering mouse, the other two species were quite common, with many beast masters having contracted them. Their quality was on par with that of the leaf-green snake, both being of the bronze level's upper echelon. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen resolved to guide them towards evolving into vine spirit raccoons. He had firmly decided to manage his breeding base diligently. These would attribute beasts were the ideal choice, as their presence would eliminate the need for additional manpower to cultivate spirit materials for feeding. However, Jiang Chen refrained from immediately investing deduction points, instead opting to peruse the research journal provided by Luo Wei. With limited deduction points, it was prudent to conserve them. Skimming through what he already comprehended, Jiang Chen meticulously examined Luo Wei's notes. Control Group 1. Fed toxic orchid leaves, herbal juice. After 3 hours, perished. Control Group 2. Fed fire dates, gold juice, fiery stone powder. After 3 minutes, exploded. Control Group 10. Fed earth concealing bamboo leaves, celestial dried flowers. After 3 days. 1 awakened growth skill. After reading through Luo Wei's research journal from beginning to end, Jiang Chen could not help but let out a sigh. What on earth is this? This is less of a research journal and more akin to a record of 100 ways lingling mice can meet their demise. No wonder, despite his age, he remained merely an intern. Nevertheless, he did glean some useful information. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen prepared to call the lingling mice over to initiate his own attempt. Suddenly, a piece of information was relayed back to him from the Beast Encyclopedia. Discovered the key to the evolution of lingling mice. Evolution path. Vine spirit raccoon. Current progress of the scheme, 98. Do you wish to expend 20 deduction points to complete the evolution scheme for the vine spirit raccoon? With 20 deduction points at his disposal, Jiang Chen readily agreed. With a decisive gesture, he committed the points. Deductions of 20 deduction points. Evolution scheme for vine spirit raccoon is now generating. As time flowed slowly, even with Jiang Chen's extensive experience, he felt a tinge of apprehension during his first use of the Beast Encyclopedia. However, as the evolution scheme for the vine spirit raccoon materialized in his mind, he found himself at ease. This truly was an evolution scheme. A smile blossomed on Jiang Chen's face. With the Beast Encyclopedia at his disposal, he could undoubtedly transform the Qingshan breeding base into a renowned sanctuary for beasts within the Great Xia Alliance, and even on a global scale. However, the prerequisite for all of this is that he must acquire a sufficient number of beasts, and this hinges on both financial resources and knowledge, both of which he possesses, albeit in limited quantities. Nevertheless, this is of little consequence. Jiang Chen's pursuit of the breeding discipline is driven not only by passion, but also by a significant motivation to cultivate a monarch-level beast capable of restraining all wild beasts in the Northern Territory, thus enabling his parents to escape from the secret realm. Previously, this was merely a wish. And creating a beast that could ascend to the rank of monarch from nothingness is exceedingly challenging. Even the original master, a breeding expert, only grasped the singular platinum-level evolution pathway. However, with the advent of the Beast Evolution Compendium, the difficulty has been somewhat alleviated, granting him a glimmer of hope. Jiang Chen took a moment to calm his excited heart. The goal of studying monarch-level beasts felt rather distant, so he decided to focus on the present. The previously enigmatic evolution schemes now presented him with information he could access. Evolution scheme for the vine spirit lynx. Beast subject, awakening level spirit mouse. Evolution materials, earthbound bamboo shoots, several celestial flowers, and a single celestial cardamom. Evolution conditions, proficient growth skill. Evolution scheme. Utilize awakening level earthbound bamboo shoots as the primary ingredient, supplemented by celestial cardamom. Consume and then soak in celestial flower liquid, with the evolution power activated by the energy of a breeder to complete the evolution. Gazing at the evolution scheme for the vine spirit lynx, Jiang Chen exhaled a long breath and slumped back in his seat, staring at the spiderweb-like patterns on the ceiling. It dawned on him that beast evolution could not only be guided by spiritual materials, but also promoted through skills, a fact his teacher had never imparted. Were it not for Brother Luo's experimental diary, which serendipitously shattered this knowledge barrier, He could hardly fathom how much time it would have taken him to comprehend the evolution scheme from Spirit Mouse to Vine Spirit Lynx. However, this scheme posed a dilemma for Jiang Chen. The other requirements were manageable, but the earthbound bamboo shoots presented quite the challenge. It wasn't that they were prohibitively expensive. While Jiang Chen was not wealthy, he was certainly a scion of a prominent family. Although his parents could not emerge from the secret realm, they deposited a portion of money into his account each year. Otherwise, a minor, despite receiving scholarships, would struggle to subsist in the breeding academy of Magic City. Especially since the spiritual food he crafted was quite popular there, with many seniors seeking him out for purchases. Thus, as long as the materials were not exceedingly rare, Jiang Chen could afford them. His furrowed brow, however, stemmed from the fact that the earthbound bamboo was a unique beast food native to the Shu region, specifically cultivated for the iron-eating beasts. The bamboo shoots produced enhanced the constitution of herbivorous beasts when consumed over time, making it a highly valuable resource. Such bamboo was seldom seen in Jiang City. Though he could arrange for air transport to procure the shoots, the quantity would be far from sufficient. Jiang Chen aspired for the Vine Spirit Lynx to be the first beast produced by the Qingshan breeding base, and ideally, he wished to possess a mature earthbound bamboo of his own. Acquiring an adult specimen, however, seemed daunting, as the beast masters from Shu would likely be reluctant to part with it. Just as Jiang Chen was grappling with this predicament, a thought suddenly struck him. She might have a solution. With that in mind, he scrolled through his chat application and clicked on the avatar of an iron-eating beast, prompting a call to connect. The phone rang 3 times before a sultry voice, imbued with an air of authority, came through. Hello. Hello, senior sister. Are you free at the moment? What's the matter? That familiar tone. Every time he spoke with her, she exuded a cool, regal demeanor. Senior sister, I've recently graduated and returned to take over my family's breeding base. By chance, I stumbled upon an evolution scheme for a beast that requires earthbound bamboo shoots, and I recalled that your family has a bamboo grove. Would it be possible for you to sell me some? This senior sister, Sun Jinxian, was from the Combat Academy of Magic City. Jiang Chen still vividly remembered the day he met her when a panda had raided his food cart. It had been quite a fierce encounter. Yet, it was precisely that incident that forged their acquaintance, and she had since made numerous purchases of spiritual food from him, becoming one of his major clients. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's request, there was a flicker of change in Sun Jinxuan's expression. As the youngest junior in the academy, she was well aware of the rumors surrounding him, his remarkable talent in the breeding discipline, his creation of various spiritual foods, and the numerous papers he had written on beast characteristics, some of which had sparked heated debates among beast masters. However, during his time at the academy, he seemed disinterested in studying beast evolution, having never produced a single evolution scheme. She had always thought Jiang Chen was merely a theoretical scholar, not realizing he had devised an evolution scheme merely days after graduation. Was it possible he had concealed his abilities at school to avoid having his ideas plagiarized by his teachers? With this thought, she unconsciously crossed her legs, her long fingers lightly tapping on the table. You want earthbound bamboo, which is not impossible, but Jiang Chen felt a rush of excitement at the prospect of her willingness to sell the bamboo. But what? Senior sister, please name your price. Prices are negotiable, but I need you to do me a favor in return. If you agree, I will gladly give you one. What? You'd give me one? Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. It could only be said that she truly was a wealthy benefactor, as even the lowest quality earthbound bamboo would cost around 30,000. Are you currently in Jiang City? I am. My breeding base is situated at the junction of Jiang City and Magic City. That's great. Please provide me with an address, and I'll bring the earthbound bamboo to you. There are some matters I need to discuss in person. Is there a problem? No, I'll send it right away. Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment before sending the address of the Qingshan breeding base. After their conversation concluded, he remained in a daze. What on earth was happening? However, he did not dwell on it for long and proceeded to place the 2 spirit mice back into their containment box, lest they become a snack for Xiao Qing, who was eyeing them hungrily. Seeing Jiang Chen put the food away, Xiao Qing climbed up to his shoulder, looking somewhat aggrieved. Jiang Chen, feeling somewhat helpless, said, "All right. The spirit mice really can't be eaten. I'll meditate for a bit, and once I'm done, I'll help you prepare some food." With that, he sat cross-legged and began to practice the meditation technique passed down in his family. After all, it would take some time for Sun Jinxian to arrive. It was the perfect opportunity to restore some mental energy for replicating the growth skill of the spirit mouse. Growth was unlike the leaf cutter technique. It was an intermediate skill, and replicating it would likely consume a considerable amount of mental energy. To prevent himself from becoming faint, it was best to restore his mental energy to full capacity. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the moon gradually ascended the sky. A gentle drizzle began to fall, a reminder that summer weather, much like a woman's mood, can change in an instant. Jiang Chen opened his eyes from meditation, feeling an unprecedented clarity in his mind. Glancing out at the night sky, he murmured, "It's so late. Surely senior sister Sun won't be coming." He decided to prepare spiritual food for the fire sparrows instead. They were raised at the Qingshan breeding center, and when hungry, they typically hunted the insect-type beasts in the mountains. However, the scarcity of these beasts meant the fire sparrows were somewhat malnourished. Since I have returned, it is imperative that I do not allow matters to continue as they have. These resources belong to the Qingshan base, and prolonged malnutrition will adversely affect the evolutionary potential of the summoned beasts. Jiang Chen slowly rose to his feet and approached the spirit food preparation station, which had gathered a thick layer of dust due to disuse. After tidying up a bit, he retrieved fire dates and fire spirit flour from the refrigerator, placing them into the spirit food blender and thoroughly pulverizing them, subsequently adding several other ingredients. Moments later, a series of red energy cubes rolled out from the serving outlet, filling the room with a distinctive aroma that instantly stirred the surrounding summoned beasts into a frenzy. Xiaoqing, in particular, climbed directly onto the preparation table. Seeing this, Jiang Chen lightly tapped it, exclaiming, "How did I not realize you were such a glutton? This fire-type spirit food is spicy and certainly not to your taste." Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing immediately shook its head. No, Xiaoqing is not picky. Reluctantly, Jiang Chen selected a smaller piece from the plate and tossed it into its mouth, then prepared a cup of water to have at the ready. Upon tasting the spirit food, Xiaoqing first felt a surge of searing fire energy. It was rather pleasant, but the next moment, a wave of spiciness overwhelmed its mouth, causing its body to tremble uncontrollably. Jiang Chen, exasperated, set the cup of water before it, saying, "I told you it was spicy, yet you did not believe me." Once it had settled, Jiang Chen cradled a bowl of food and made his way to the nest of the fire sparrows. The stench of accumulated bird droppings hit him like a wall, nearly overwhelming him. This was his first visit since returning, and while he anticipated a rather pungent aroma, he had not expected it to be so intense. Gritting his teeth against the foul smell, he placed the food into the feeding trough. Several nearby fire sparrows immediately flocked over, perching in front of Jiang Chen, tilting their heads in curiosity. "What's different today?" Jiang Chen nodded and explained, "Initially, your bodies were too weak. Feeding you spirit food would only cause discomfort. After a few days of my care, your previously depleted bodies have been replenished. From now on, your sustenance will consist of these volcanic cubes, and as for the insect-type summoned beasts in the back mountain, you may catch them and bring them to me for a food exchange." The Qingshan breeding base is expansive, and after the beast tide broke through, many summoned beasts fled. But some remained in the back mountain. Over the years, they have become wild summoned beasts. Jiang Chen, with limited resources, aims to maximize even the smallest gains. These fire sparrows, with their usual idleness, will be of assistance in his endeavors. The leader of the fire sparrows nodded repeatedly, affirming its commitment to the task. Jiang Chen smiled in response. Just then, the phone in his pocket rang. Brushing off the dust from his hands, he pulled out the phone. "Hello, senior sister. Have you arrived? I'm at the door now. You can open it." "All right, I'm coming." With a client arriving, he could not afford to be negligent. The fate of the Qingshan breeding base hinged on how tender the earth bamboo would be. Jiang Chen quickly tidied up and dashed to the door, flinging it open. Before him stood a tall woman clad in a black suit, her long hair cascading down her back. Though she wore sunglasses, she could not conceal her exquisite features. And her fair, elegant legs adorned in black high heels added to her allure. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. His senior sister had become even more beautiful in the years since they last met, and she now carried an air of authority. Clearly, she was faring well. However, he quickly collected himself, his face breaking into his characteristic smile. "Senior sister, it has been a year. You seem somewhat different. Please, come in." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Sun Jinxian nodded, summoning her iron-eating beast to carry in the confinement box. She then followed Jiang Chen into the interior. Sun Jinxian scrutinized him closely. She was well known at Moda University, a key player on the school's team, and her striking beauty attracted many suitors. Since her graduation, this attention had only increased. The men she encountered either pursued her relentlessly or stumbled over their words in her presence. Yet, this junior fellow, who had always appeared indifferent and solely focused on his summoned beasts, never made the effort to reach out, even if he had her number. Initially, she thought it was merely due to his youth and inexperience. However, upon seeing his slightly dazed expression at their first encounter and his swift return to his nonchalant demeanor, she found herself questioning her own charm for the first time, and her curiosity about this junior who was 5 years her junior grew. As they walked, she observed her surroundings. Although the place was spacious, it lacked any rare summoned beasts. Such breeding bases were commonplace in every suburb of Jiang City, devoid of anything special. Had it not been for Jiang Chen, she might never have visited such a facility. Come, senior sister, let's have some tea. Jiang Chen poured her a cup, then sat down across from her. The iron-eating beast, seeing this, immediately approached and affectionately licked his face. The sudden appearance of the large creature caused Xiaoqing to enter a defensive stance, its scales bristling. Jiang Chen was startled. Battles between summoned beasts were no trifling matter. He quickly said, Xiaoqing, it's all right. Dexiong is a friend. As he spoke, he ruffled its head, feeling the plush fur. He then retrieved a piece of wood-type spirit food from his pocket and handed it to Dexiong, also giving a piece to Xiaoqing. It's been a year. Try my latest creation of spirit food and see if there's any difference from before. Dexiong, come here. Upon seeing the iron-eating beast's behavior, Sun Jinxian immediately issued a sharp command. The iron-eating beast promptly swallowed the food and lowered its head, obediently lying down beside her. Jiang Chen felt a bit embarrassed, explaining, Dexiong usually doesn't behave this way. In truth, he was just as perplexed. Could Jiang Chen's food truly be that delicious? It's all right, senior sister. I quite like Dexiong as well. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. You mentioned on the phone needing my assistance. What do you require? Transitioning back to the matter at hand, Sun Jinxian resumed her icy demeanor. You know I became a teacher after graduation, right? Jiang Chen nodded, aware of this fact. Her transition from the university's goddess to a teacher had indeed stirred quite a commotion. Actually, I went to Zhonghai Beast Academy to become the principal. Jiang Chen was momentarily speechless. The difference between a teacher and a principal was quite significant. And he was astonished that Sun Jinxian possessed the capability to lead an entire institution. Zhonghai Beast Academy was a prestigious institution in Jiang City. While it may not have been among the top 4 or 12 schools, it was far from being an insignificant one. That school was founded by my mother. And after her passing, I took over, Sun Jinxian explained, seemingly reading Jiang Chen's thoughts. I see. Senior sister, please continue. What do you need me to do? Sun Jinxian paused for a moment before speaking again. The situation is that Zhonghai Academy was managed by someone my father hired before I graduated. But that principal did not administer it well during their tenure, resulting in a significant decline in the quality of faculty and student enrollment. Although I have been in charge for over a year and have improved the combat department's strength considerably, without a breeding master to cultivate the students, it remains challenging to elevate our ranking. If you desire the earth bamboo, I can provide you with a pair, but you must join Zhonghai Academy. Chapter 9. Joining the Academy, the gifted earth bamboo. Join the Academy? Jiang Chen, somewhat taken aback, pointed to himself and continued, Senior sister. Are you suggesting that I become a teacher at your academy? Sun Jinxian nodded. As long as you agree, these 2 Zhizong bamboos shall belong to you. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chen fell into contemplation. Although Zhonghai Academy is a private institution, it holds a certain renown in Jiang City. Logically, even if it has fallen into decline, it shouldn't be devoid of nurturing masters. Senior sister, I have a question. Given your position at Magic Capital Academy, it shouldn't be difficult for you to find a senior from a graduated nurturing academy, so why seek me? To be frank, I am merely a trainee nurturing master without a certification. Instead of answering directly, Sun Jinxian countered, if you were to choose a job after graduation, would you opt for one of the 4 great academies or a private institution? In that instant, Jiang Chen comprehended her implication. After all, Magic Capital University is part of the 4 greats. Even the least accomplished graduates would not find themselves in dire straits. For instance, Senior Luo joined a city's garrison as a nurturing master, which signifies that Zhonghai Academy is not even on their radar. Moreover, since Senior Sun has little regard for average nurturing masters, she has turned to him instead. I could also seek out some intermediate or even advanced nurturing masters. But after trying, it simply didn't work out. They are adequate at nurturing beasts for students, yet lack in teaching. Hence, I wish to invite you to join us. Jiang Chen picked up a cup of tea, gently blowing on it. Indeed, becoming a teacher is a commendable choice, with a sufficient number of students. He could cultivate them and register them in the Beast Pictorial, thereby earning deduction points. Furthermore, a crucial advantage is that Zhonghai Academy has been established long enough to possess numerous nurturing resources that are often unseen in the outside world. The only downside is that he would still need to manage the nurturing base, which might lead to some scheduling conflicts. Senior sister, if I join, are there any requirements for teaching? In fact, Zhonghai Academy has yet to establish a nurturing academy. My plan is to transform it into a specialized combat beast academy. Jiang Chen, you're telling me not to establish a nurturing academy and expect me to take you seriously? I invited you to include a few basic nurturing classes in the student's curriculum. You only need to fulfill your teaching hours each month, and the rest of your time is yours to manage. You are aware that the promotion assessments between beast academies require outdoor combat, and at that time, there won't be nurturing masters to assist. If they know nothing about nurturing, it will be quite challenging for Zhonghai Academy to elevate itself. Jiang Chen, upon hearing this, began to tap his slender fingers against the cup's wall. Sun Jinchuan's words were indeed accurate. For a department to advance, assessments are required. Back when he was at Magic Capital Academy, he participated in the Nurturing Academy's assessment as a team member. Although he was uncertain about the Combat Academy's evaluation, it likely wouldn't differ too greatly. I can join, but I hope to have unrestricted access to Jiang Hai Academy's books. That is not an issue, Sun Jinxian promptly agreed. In recent months, Jiang Hai Academy has lost numerous nurturing instructors, and at last, I have found a genius. Jiang Chen extended his hand and said, "Senior sister, may our collaboration be fruitful." "Indeed, may it be fruitful," Sun Jinxian replied, shaking his hand before continuing. "However, before you enter the academy, you should first register for a Nurturing Master certification. Although you have quite the reputation, without a certificate, the students' parents may not place their trust in you." "I will do so as soon as possible," Jiang Chen replied, wiping his nose. Once he evolves the Vine Spirit Rat, he will be able to obtain the certification from the Nurturing Association. "Junior brother, now that our collaboration is established, I shall not linger any longer. Consider these 2 Zhizong bamboos as a deposit for hiring you." With that, she stood up, taking her iron eater with her as she prepared to leave. Jiang Chen sent her off, shaking his head in disbelief at how swiftly she arrived and departed. Upon returning to the nurturing room, Jiang Chen prepared to commence the evolution of the spirit mouse. Its evolutionary materials, aside from the Zhizong bamboo shoots, are not particularly rare and can be found at the Qingshan nurturing base. Jiang Chen first processed these materials. Then, he retrieved a Zhizong bamboo from the confinement box. It was a deep green, with its branches appearing somewhat wilted due to transport. Name, Zhizong bamboo. Level, Awakening Stage 1. Attribute, Wood qualification, Bronze. Quality, Rare. Characteristic, Steady growth, possessing exceptional vitality, capable of continual growth. Skills, Rooting, Fertility. A Zhizong bamboo with hidden characteristics. Jiang Chen was astounded by Sun Jinchuan's generosity. Typically, the characteristic of a Zhizong bamboo is flourishing, which enhances grass-type skill damage by 10%. However, a Zhizong bamboo with the steady growth characteristic can continuously differentiate from the underground, ultimately capable of becoming a forest with a single beast. This is indeed a significant gift. A Zhizong bamboo with the steady growth characteristic could easily fetch over 100,000 in the secondary market. Zhizong bamboo, kindly provide me with a bamboo shoot, and I will help you settle in once I am finished. The Zhizong bamboo, having heard Sun Jinxian mention its new owner's requests, shook its branches, and a surge of wood attribute energy immediately emanated from it. 2 emerald green bamboo shoots burst forth from the ground. My goodness, Jiang Chen chuckled wryly. How could I forget this? Bamboo shoots are capable of piercing through rock. The Zhizong bamboo, realizing it had caused a ruckus, instantly conveyed a sense of guilt. There is no need for such concern. This is my oversight, and I shall find someone to handle it later. He then retrieved the spirit mouse with the growth skill from the confinement box. Jiang Chen observed it. As a creature at the lower end of the food chain in the Beast Master realm, they are predominantly timid, yet this one was evidently different. It was at least twice the size of other spirit mice. Generally, even in the wild, such creatures could potentially evolve independently. Consider yourself fortunate, little one, remain quiet, and I shall grant you an opportunity to grow stronger. Upon hearing this, the spirit mouse ceased its actions immediately. Grow stronger? It stared at Jiang Chen with wide eyes, confusion evident on its face. Jiang Chen smiled and activated his all-seeing eye, transforming his pupils into a brilliant blue. Copy. Skill. Growth skill level. Intermediate description. A wood attribute skill that promotes the growth of oneself and surrounding plants. A commendable skill. As Jiang Chen copied the skill from the spirit mouse, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and he nearly stumbled to the ground. Damn it. Is my mental strength insufficient to replicate an intermediate skill as a trainee beast master? At that moment, Shaoqing, noticing Jiang Chen's condition, swiftly swam to his side. Looking worried, Jiang Chen forced a smile. I am fine. I just need a moment to rest. After half an hour, Jiang Chen gradually recovered from the debilitating sensation. He then commenced his teachings. This is the second capability of the all-seeing eye. Skill proficiency is divided into 5 levels: beginner, proficient, mastery, perfection, and transcendence. The strength of a beast is assessed not only by its inherent breed, but also by its skills, which serve as a crucial standard. Typically, for a beast to elevate a basic skill from beginner to perfection requires several months or even a year. However, Jiang Chen discovered that his beast mastery talent could significantly shorten this duration, though he remained uncertain by how much. In contemporary times, the evolution of the Lingling mouse necessitates a level of proficiency in growth, making it an ideal candidate to experiment with the nuances of salinity. Instruction. Chapter 10. Evolution of the Vining Spirit Raccoon. Instruction. Under the bewildered gaze of the lingling mouse, Jiang Chen silently invoked the all-seeing eye within his mind. This marked his inaugural use of the ability, leaving him uncertain of the mental energy required for a single lesson, which sowed a seed of trepidation in his heart. As he harnessed his innate talent, Jiang Chen's pupils transformed into a mesmerizing shade of blue. The hand gripping the lingling mouse began to emanate a gradual blue luminescence. The light flowed, and the lingling mouse succumbed to a deep slumber. As an abundance of energy surged into its body, a faint glow enveloped it. Upon completion of the process, Jiang Chen felt as though his mental energy had been utterly depleted, and his eyelids grew heavy, difficult to control. He collapsed into the chair he had prepared earlier. A night passed in silence, and Jiang Chen slowly awakened, his head throbbing as if he had indulged in counterfeit liquor the previous evening. Supporting his head, his gaze fell upon the lingling mouse on the experimental table, and a flicker of astonishment surged within him. This talent was indeed formidable. At that moment, aided by the all-seeing eye, the lingling mouse had undergone a secondary development, its size now comparable to that of a football. The lingling mouse on the table wore a perplexed expression, for after the influx of energy the night prior, it had been plunged into dreams. In its slumber, it was compelled by a larger lingling mouse to train its growth skills, practicing tirelessly throughout the night. Upon awakening, it felt lethargic yet discovered an enhanced mastery of its growth abilities. Moreover, its physical attributes and level had also seen improvement. Though oblivious to the events of the previous night, it recognized that the boy before it was undoubtedly connected to these changes. Its eyes darted mischievously, and with a sudden leap, it bounded onto Jiang Chen's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his face, much to the discontent of the yetching snake. The diminutive creature dared to usurp its position. However, the lingling mouse remained undeterred, even making a face at it. This thigh, it resolved, was one it would cling to tenaciously. Not even Jesus could intervene. Since acquiring the growth skill, it had relentlessly practiced, driven by the desire to grow stronger. Now, with someone to assist its evolution, there was no way it would allow itself to be ousted. Jiang Chen, observing this scene, could only manage a wry smile as he spoke. Little Qing, do not be vexed. Once my mental energy is restored, I shall also teach you the growth skill. I sense a certain affinity between it and you. The essence of nurturing spirit beasts lies in maintaining balance and equity. The thoughts of spirit beasts are akin to those of children. If not guided promptly, issues may easily arise, including the potential severance of contracts. An outcome Jiang Chen was keen to avoid. Furthermore, since growth could become a pivotal factor in the evolution of the lingling mouse, could it not also present an opportunity for the yetching snake, a creature of the wood attribute, to evolve in a similar fashion? Jiang Chen resolved to impart the skill to the yetching snake for gradual practice. In truth, he believed that the training imparted by the overseer Jiao to Little Qing was not entirely erroneous. One significant advantage of dragon attribute spirit beasts is their robust physical endowment. The breeders at Ziyun Base likely trained the physical strength of the overseer Jiao prior to its evolution, although he remained unaware of its precursor spirit beast. Nonetheless, the initial physique could not possibly rival that of the overseer Jiao, given that the growth skill is of the wood attribute and possesses the capacity to refine the body. It may very well serve as a crucial point for the evolution of the yetching snake. Upon hearing the mention of transformation into a dragon, Little Qing's irritation dissipated instantly. Jiang Chen then addressed the lingling mouse. Lingling mouse, demonstrate the growth skill for me. The lingling mouse nodded in response, leaping onto the experimental table to stretch its limbs. With a sudden burst of energy, it was enveloped in a radiant green light. Nearby, the Dizong bamboo sensed this and felt a wave of rejuvenation, its previously wilted leaves regaining vitality. Observing this, Jiang Chen took out paper and pen to record his findings. The range of the growth skill had expanded, its effects significantly enhanced, now capable of influencing surrounding spirit beasts. The proficiency of the skill had also reached an advanced level. Remarkably, the level of the spirit beast had risen as well. Could a single lesson elevate a mid-level skill from novice to adept? No, that could not be right. Luo Wei had mentioned that this lingling mouse often trained alone, suggesting it was already on the verge of a breakthrough. The proficiency attained in the growth skill must be unique among lingling mice, considering that few would invest substantial resources in raising a common mouse. Such a level of growth skill could already be applied in agricultural production. If it were to be auctioned, its price would undoubtedly surpass that of the Dizong bamboo. The enhancement of skill proficiency was anticipated by Jiang Chen, yet the elevation of the spirit beast level was unexpected. Did the growth skill truly elevate the level of spirit beasts? Or was it the result of that blue energy? It appeared that to thoroughly investigate this growth skill, additional experimental samples would be necessary. However, that was a matter for another day. The immediate priority was to facilitate the evolution of the Lingling mouse. Having slept through the night, the day of the Nurturing Association's inspection drew nearer. Jiang Chen brought it to the sunniest spot within the entire Qing mountain base, a location he had fortuitously discovered during his time at the Magic City Academy. Ample sunlight plays a crucial role in the evolution of what attribute spirit beasts. Yet he had not managed to document this observation before graduating. Producing the prepared spiritual materials, Jiang Chen instructed the Lingling mouse, consume this, then leap into the wooden barrel. During this process, the growth skill must not cease. Halting it will interrupt the evolution. This you must remember. The Lingling mouse nodded solemnly, swallowing the spiritual material before jumping into the heavenly flower liquid. The light of evolution ignited instantaneously. It began. Little Qing vigilantly surveyed the surroundings, ensuring that nothing would disturb the Lingling mouse. Sunlight bathed the diminutive creature, while a vibrant green energy of the wood attribute swirled around it. The wild grasses, previously only finger length, began to grow wildly. This was the growth skill in action. As the minutes ticked by, Jiang Chen, drenched in sweat under the sun's glare, dared not let his guard down. Evolution held paramount importance for spirit beasts, second only to life itself. No errors could be tolerated. Suddenly, the evolution factor within the Lingling mouse was fully ignited. The energy within the barrel was completely absorbed, transforming into a cocoon of light that enveloped it entirely. At that moment, Jiang Chen swiftly summoned the power of spirit beasts within him to reach out towards the Lingling mouse. Instantly, a brilliant light erupted. The light of evolution enveloped it entirely. Vines surged frantically around the barrel. With a resounding squeak, the Lingling mouse's cry startled the resting fire sparrows in their nests, inciting their curiosity. The most challenging phase had been surmounted. Observing the Lingling mouse in the throes of evolution, a smile finally graced Jiang Chen's face. At long last, it was accomplished. Congratulations to you, Vining Spirit Raccoon. Chapter 11, Vining Spirit Raccoon, Nurturing Master Assessment Advanced. At the Qing Mountain Nurturing Base, all the spirit beasts gathered atop the mountain. This was their first encounter with the process of spirit beast evolution, and each one displayed a hint of envy in their eyes. Upon completing its evolution, the Vining Spirit Raccoon leaped from the barrel, and only then did everyone fully comprehend its form. It was approximately the size of an adult teddy, its entire body round and plump, with limbs entwined in deep green vines, resembling bracelets adorning its limbs. A magnificent tail, adorned with concentric bands of green and white fur, gracefully extends behind it, exuding an undeniable charm. Given the current appearance of the vine spirit ferret, it would undoubtedly be a popular choice as a tamed beast. Jiang Chen carefully stored the camera used for capturing its evolution, his pupils transforming into a vibrant blue. Name, Vine Spirit Ferret. Level, Awakening Tier 3. Talent, High Bronze. Quality, Rare. Ability, Everlasting. Recovery speed increased by 50% after sustaining injury, with a chance to cure poison effects. Skills, Qi Gathering, Beginner. Leaf Claw, Beginner. Growth, Proficient. Vine Entanglement, Beginner. Jiang Chen observed the evolutionary panel with satisfaction, nodding appreciatively. Its talent had surged from low-tier bronze to high-tier bronze, a remarkable leap of 2 levels indicative of perfect nurturing. The original spirit gathering trait had transformed into everlasting, a valuable ability that many beast tamers would be fortunate to possess in their teams, serving as a formidable obstacle in battles. In certain teams, it could even be utilized as a core component. In terms of skills, the previously learned Claw had evolved into Leaf Claw, while it had also acquired Vine Entanglement. Though both were beginner skills, they were quite impressive among novice tamed beasts, marking a significant qualitative advancement from its former abilities. Overall, this evolution was nothing short of flawless. The Vine Spirit Ferret was scarcely nurtured at the breeding base in Jiang City, a coastal locale. However, as its population increased, it could undoubtedly become a hallmark of the Qingshan breeding base. Meow. After acclimating to its new form, the Vine Spirit Ferret bounded over to Jiang Chen's feet, leaping playfully. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt a gentle weight settle on his shoulder. Congratulations on your successful evolution. From now on, I entrust you with those spirit mice, Jiang Chen remarked with a smile. The Vine Spirit Ferret had been the strongest among the group of spirit mice, making it perfectly suited for the role. Moreover, the key to the spirit mice's evolution lay in the growth skill, and given Jiang Chen's limited mental energy, he could not personally instruct each one. The Vine Spirit Ferret had already mastered the growth skill, and with the spirit food Jiang Chen had prepared, as long as the spirit mice exerted themselves, mastering this skill would not be a daunting task. Upon hearing this, the Vine Spirit Ferret playfully saluted Jiang Chen, signaling its unwavering commitment to fulfill the task. Jiang Chen chuckled, releasing all the spirit mice from the confinement box, allowing the vine spirit ferret to lead them in search of territory. The Qingshan breeding base was vast and spacious, making it easy to find a suitable location. However, Jiang Chen faced challenges in locating a habitat for the bamboo spirit, which, despite being a wood-type beast, preferred shady, damp environments that were not readily available within the breeding base. Consequently, he temporarily settled them at the junction of two valleys, where remnants of his grandfather's ghost-type spirit materials still lingered, adequately satisfying the bamboo spirit's needs for the time being. Once everything was taken care of, Jiang Chen flopped onto the sofa, exhaling a sigh of relief. Finally, the busy period had come to an end. Turning to the green snake, he cheerfully said, "Now that we have some time, let's work on your growth skill." To his surprise, it shook its head. "You should rest first. You've been busy for 2 days and must be exhausted." Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, then smiled as he gently tapped the little snake's head. He understood that its desire to grow stronger was no less than that of any tamed beast, especially after witnessing the evolution of the spirit mice. The ability to restrain its ambition to grow stronger spoke volumes. Indeed, Jiang Chen had been worn out over the past couple of days, and before long, both he and the snake succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, Jiang Chen envisioned himself leading a divine dragon through the northern border's secret realm, triumphantly entering and exiting 3 times. Ultimately, this provoked the realm's guardian to intervene, yet Jiang Chen showed no fear, waving his hand to summon countless divine beasts, completely liberating the northern border's secret realm. The following day, as dawn broke, Jiang Chen felt a dampness at the tip of his nose. Frowning, he opened his eyes to find the vine spirit ferret perched on him, tilting its head curiously. "Good morning." Habitually, he reached for his phone, only to discover it had remained powered off since yesterday due to the evolution of the tamed beast. Groggily sitting up, he turned on the phone. Ding ding ding. Messages flooded in relentlessly. "Jiang Chen, are you there? Jiang Chen, what are you doing? Why haven't you replied? Jiang Chen, you haven't run away because you know you can't pass the breeding assessment, have you? Jiang Chen, please respond quickly. It's urgent." Feeling a headache coming on, Jiang Chen anticipated the scolding he would receive once he called back. The sender was Wang Kiki, a fellow student from his college entrance examination year, the only other student to enroll in the breeding department at Magic Capital Academy apart from him. Though she was 4 years his senior, she insisted he call her sister. Unlike Jiang Chen, she had developed 3 evolution plans for bronze-level beasts during her university years and immediately joined the Jiang City Breeding Association upon graduation. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen dialed her number. "Hello, Sister Wang, what's the matter?" "Oh, our genius Jiang is still alive." Jiang Chen's lips twitched at her response. "Sorry, Sister Wang. I've been busy evolving my beast these past few days. You know it's crucial not to be disturbed during such times. Is something wrong? Can't you use your phone while evolving beasts?" I was about to continue my rant when she quickly collected her thoughts. "Evolving beasts? Have you developed an evolution plan?" "Yes." Jiang Chen nodded. "I have successfully evolved the vine spirit ferret." Though Wang Kiki had a somewhat hasty temperament, she genuinely cared for him. Upon learning that the Qingshan breeding base might be shut down due to the lack of breeders, she even offered to join the base. "I knew you could do it. How could someone who got into Magic Capital Academy at 14 be stumped by the novice breeder assessment? Are you still at Qingshan base? I'll come pick you up to celebrate." "The celebration can wait. Please tell me what urgent matter you have so I can prepare myself." "There's nothing urgent now." Wang Kiki sighed in relief. "I initially wanted to inform you that provincial leaders are coming to Jiang City for an inspection, and the breeder assessment has been moved up. I wanted to provide you with some of my research insights, but since you've succeeded, it seems there's no longer any need." Jiang Chen paused for a moment before responding. "Actually, I would still like to see your research materials." "Get lost. You're still the same as ever. Unable to resist when it comes to research materials. Stay home. I'll drive over right away." Chapter 12. Breeder Assessment Encounter with the Shrew. At the Qingshan breeding base. It had been 7 days since Jiang Chen last saw Wang Kiki. Under his guidance, only 3 of the spirit mice had grasped the growth skill, while the others had yet to make progress, which infuriated the leader of the mice, who resorted to enforcing rigorous training daily. However, the green snake had made significant strides. After Jiang Chen taught it growth, it had been developing remarkably, now measuring nearly 1.5 meters in length, with its proficiency in the tail whipping skill reaching the proficient level. Each day, the sound of its tail cracking echoed through the base, damaging numerous training dummies intended for novice-tamed beasts. Yet, it relished every moment of this progress. During this time, Jiang Chen had been diligently studying the materials provided by Wang Kiki. These documents detailed a type of tamed beast known as the chameleon silkworm, which, like the spirit mice, possessed an incredibly diverse range of evolutionary paths. Unlike the languid disposition of the lingling mouse, these creatures possess a remarkably brief lifespan of merely 3 months, dedicating their existence to the relentless pursuit of evolution. It is through evolution that they may secure a chance at survival. During an experiment, Wang Kiki inadvertently evolved a lightning attribute butterfly. However, due to the excessive volatility of its internal energy, it survived for a mere 3 hours. This discovery garnered significant attention from the breeding association, for a lightning attribute beast is never weak. The cultivation of an unprecedented lightning attribute beast would hold profound implications for the entire Jiang city. Should this evolutionary path prove sufficiently stable, Wang Kiki might even augment the Wang family's name with lightning butterfly, elevating them to the status of a prominent clan. Regrettably, following this incident, the breeding base expended vast amounts of lightning attribute resources, yielding only 2 lightning attribute variants of the metamorphic silkworm, both of which ultimately perished due to energy surges. After evaluation, this evolutionary scheme was deemed unfeasible, and the breeding association ceased to provide any resources to Wang Kiki. Nevertheless, she believed in the potential of this path and entrusted it to her classmate Jiang Chen, who was 4 years her junior. Hoping that this prodigy could unravel the intricacies of the evolutionary plan, Jiang Chen closed his laptop, a look of clarity washing over his brow. After perusing the materials, a notion began to take shape in his mind. Given that all 3 lightning butterflies had succumbed to energy surges, it was highly plausible that the body of the metamorphic silkworm post-evolution was ill-equipped to handle the abrupt influx of energy. What if, prior to the lightning butterfly's evolution, a preparatory phase for acclimatization to lightning was introduced? Might this prevent the energy surges? The more Jiang Chen contemplated this, the more feasible it appeared. However, time was of the essence, and experimentation would have to wait. Today marked the day of the breeder assessment. Jiang Chen prepared himself, placing a lingling mouse that had mastered the growth skill into a containment box. The assessment required a live demonstration. The breeder association would not supply a trained lingling mouse. With everything in order, Jiang Chen ordered a black-winged pelican, a large avian beast primarily utilized by Dada Express as a mode of transportation, monopolizing the market and generating billions in revenue annually. At the Jiang City Breeder Association, located on Wujiang Road, Jiang Chen entered the main hall where a uniformed receptionist greeted him with a warm smile. "Good day. What type of beast are you looking to cultivate?" It was the summer vacation, and most second-year students had just contracted their beasts. Many parents seized this opportunity to enhance their children's beast capabilities, for failure to do so could result in a significant drop in rankings. The receptionist, noticing Jiang Chen's youthful appearance, mistakenly assumed he too was a newly contracted beastmaster preparing for the impending senior examinations. Jiang Chen shook his head and replied, "I am not here to cultivate a beast. I would like to inquire about the procedures for the breeder assessment." "What? You are here to participate in the breeder assessment?" The receptionist, taken aback, momentarily lost her composure. Her voice, though not loud, was audible enough for those nearby to turn and stare. Upon seeing Jiang Chen's somewhat youthful visage, a hint of derision flickered in their expressions. Another young pup seeking to show off. At such a tender age, does he even comprehend the rigor of the materials required to participate in the breeder assessment? I wonder how his parents have raised him. Is this not a waste of examination resources? Realizing her lapse in decorum, the receptionist quickly regained her professionalism. "Young student, may I ask if you have registered already? I need to verify your registration information." "I have registered online. My name is Jiang Chen," he replied. The receptionist promptly began to search for his details on the nearby terminal. While they waited, a woman dressed in somewhat ostentatious attire approached with her child. "Excuse me, could we cut in? Our scheduled time is approaching." Jiang Chen frowned at this interruption, his heightened senses revealing that this woman was the same one who had just whispered behind him. "I'm sorry, but I am also in a bit of a rush. Perhaps you could kindly wait your turn?" The moment Jiang Chen spoke, the woman's expression soured. "What urgency could you possibly have? Are you truly prepared to partake in the breeder assessment? I don't have time to waste here. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to book an appointment with Breeder Wang? My son is from the first high school, and if you delay his chance at entering the 4 Great 12 institutes, can you bear the consequences?" Jiang Chen found her statement puzzling. He had not heard Wang Kiki mention any relatives within the Breeder Association. Had Wang Kiki been thriving post-graduation? Or was the Jiang City Breeder Association simply so inadequate that even her cultivation required an appointment? First high school? Has the admission standard truly dropped so significantly over the years? If your son cannot secure a place in the 4 grades, his chances at the 12 institutes are slim. Perhaps he may manage a decent school. Jiang Chen's words were devoid of malice. They merely reflected the truth. He had encountered prodigies from the 4 Great 12 institutes, who awakened their talents years earlier than the average person, thus possessing a distinct advantage. While the Breeder Academy assessment did not evaluate beast combat, the difficulty was considerably higher, requiring an extensive knowledge of beasts. The child in question was clearly not equipped for such demands. This stark honesty, however, incensed the woman. You little brat. Are you cursing my son? Today, I will teach you some manners on behalf of your parents. She exclaimed, raising her hand. Stop. What are you doing? The Breeder Association is not a place for your quarrels. A voice emerged from within the association. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Jiang Chen instantly recognized it belonged to Wang Kiki. Chapter 13. The rewards of the assessment. Jiang Chen turned towards the source of the voice, spotting a woman clad in a deep blue dress emerging from the Breeder Association. She was tall and striking, her hair casually pinned back with a chopstick. What is the matter? I told you to come earlier. Why are you still lingering at the entrance? Wang Kiki said, a hint of irritation in her tone. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Jiang Chen rubbed his nose. I got engrossed in the materials you provided. My apologies. What have you discovered? Wang Kiki inquired, her excitement palpable. The lightning butterfly was a discovery of hers, and although the Breeder Association had denied her further research, she still longed for this exquisite beast to grace the world of beastmasters. I have some ideas, but the specific experiments will have to wait until the assessment concludes. I knew you could do it. If you need any materials, just let me know, and I will personally provide them to you. Nearby parents observed Jiang Chen conversing with Wang Kiki, their pupils dilating in disbelief. He was acquainted with Breeder Wang. They began to reflect on their previous words, particularly the woman with her child, whose previously arrogant demeanor had dimmed considerably. Trembling slightly, she asked, Breeder Wang, do you know this young student? Breeder Wang was not one to be trifled with. In pursuit of nurturing her mystical beasts, considerable sacrifices were made. Upon hearing this, Wang Kiki merely cast a glance back at Jiang Chen and inquired, what transpired? Jiang Chen smiled and replied, it's nothing. This lady wishes to impart some life lessons on me from my parents. Upon hearing this, Wang Kiki's expression instantly hardened. She was well aware of Jiang Chen's family circumstances. It was rather audacious for the wife of a small company owner to attempt to discipline him. Madam Chen, I regret to inform you that I can no longer fulfill your appointment for beast nurturing. Please select another individual. The payment you made will be refunded through the association. So kindly keep an eye out for that. Upon hearing this, Madam Chen stood frozen, about to say something when Wang Kiki ushered Jiang Chen into the inner sanctum of the Breeders Association. Once the two had vanished, everyone present exhaled a collective sigh of relief. The reputation of the four great breeders was formidable, and over the years, Jiang City had produced only 4 individuals closely associated with these prestigious breeding academies, while the rest were merely admitted to the Beast Mastery Department. Offending even one of the 4 great breeders could mean the end of one's aspirations in high-end beast nurturing. The number of students from these elite academies was limited. Thus their mentors were fiercely protective. Even if they chose not to intervene, countless others would eagerly step in to resolve matters, all for the sake of a beneficial connection. Consequently, a saying has long circulated within the beast mastery community: never offend a breeder. Should you do so, pray that they are not a graduate of the 4 great academies, for you can never fathom the vastness of their backing. Now, no one dared to underestimate Jiang Chen, and speculations about his identity began to swirl. Who exactly is this young man? Uncertain, but given his familiarity with Wang the breeder, he might indeed be a breeder himself. Unlikely. He is so young that he is probably just a relative of hers. Just then, Madam Chen snapped back to reality, forcefully pushing past the reception staff. Her gaze fixed on the information displayed on the computer, her mind exploding with shock. She struggled to breathe and fainted. The onlookers, intrigued by Jiang Chen's identity, approached and glimpsed the information on the screen, their pupils dilating in disbelief. There were only a few lines of text. Name, Jiang Chen, age, 18. Alma mater, Magic City University, Breeding Academy. Resume, distinguished graduate of Magic City University. Champion of the Freshman Cup Breeder Competition. Everyone was taken aback, glancing at the unconscious woman with a hint of sympathy. Yet, none were inclined to assist her, instinctively distancing themselves as if she were a plague. They had not anticipated that an 18-year-old youth was also a graduate of one of the 4 great academies. Offending one breeder from the 4 greats was troublesome enough. This woman had managed to offend 2, one of whom was an outstanding graduate. The prestige of this accolade surpassed that of many competitions. Each year, only one top graduate emerges from each academy at Magic City University, denoting them as the strongest of their cohort. This woman was doomed. Within the Breeders Association, Jiang Chen sat in Wang Kiki's office, surveying his surroundings. Sister Wang, your treatment here is quite impressive. You've secured such a spacious office right after graduation, and people are willing to pay handsomely for your nurturing services. Wang Kiki presented him with a cup of tea, saying, this is your misty tea. You may be underestimating the reputation of the 4 great breeders. If you were willing to join us, I believe our elder would be inclined to grant you a research base outright. Jiang Chen gently blew on the tea leaves in his cup and remarked, that seems a bit exaggerated. I Haven T developed a single evolutionary scheme during my time at school. Wang Kiki scoffed. Are you pretending with me? Is there anyone from our cohort who possesses more breeding knowledge than you? If you had awakened your spiritual power sooner to access the beast space, I reckon you could have already evolved a gold-quality beast. Jiang Chen merely smiled noncommittally. Sister Wang, when does the examination commence? It starts shortly. This time, the examiner is our association's fourth elder, who is rather difficult to deal with. You'd best take the exam seriously and avoid sleeping for 2 hours after 10 minutes. Jiang Chen felt a bit embarrassed at this, as it was indeed a frequent occurrence during his school days. Can I submit my paper early? What do you think? Wang Kiki replied with a hint of irritation. You just took over the Qingshan breeding base, so you likely Haven T had much experience with beast nurturing. The top scorer in the breeder assessment can request a low-tier bronze beast from the Breeders' Association for research purposes. If you desire this, it would be prudent to aim for first place. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you serious? He had indeed not paid attention to this policy before. Having taken over the breeding base for several days, he had yet to earn a single coin. Although the Lingling mouse and the Earthzong bamboo were effectively free, daily expenses still incurred costs. Given the depth of his pockets, he could only last another 2 to 3 months at most without acquiring additional beasts, which was hardly feasible considering he possessed the Beast Compendium. With an opportunity to obtain something for free, he certainly would not let it slip away. Of course it's true. Are you still not a breeder? The value of a genius breeder far surpasses that of a genius beast master. The creation of a powerful beast by a breeder can benefit the entire alliance. Thus, the alliance offers substantial rewards to breeders to nurture more talented individuals. However, success in breeding ultimately relies on innate talent. One breeder emerges for every 70,000 individuals, and among 10,000 breeders, only one may be a genius. The benefits for breeders are plentiful, and this is but one aspect. As she spoke, Wang Kiki suddenly had a mischievous thought and looked at Jiang Chen with a sly grin. Do you think that if your status as an 18-year-old novice breeder were to become public, a multitude of enchanting ladies would be drawn to you? Jiang Chen, sipping his tea, was startled by the heat. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Kiki, what on earth are you thinking? Chapter 14. The breeder assessment begins, an exaggerated pace. Jiang City, Breeders Association. Guided by Wang Kiki, Jiang Chen stepped into the examination hall. The number of candidates was sparse, totaling less than 10, most of whom were in their 20s or 30s, rendering Jiang Chen's 18 years of age conspicuously out of place among them. All eyes were cast upon him with varying degrees of scrutiny. On the elevated platform, the fourth elder addressed the assembly. Wang, is this the brother you mentioned who surpasses you in talent? Wang Kiki obediently stood beside her, nodding her head. Her demeanor markedly different from how she acted around Jiang Chen. Yes, elder, he is my brother who entered Magic City University alongside me. The fourth elder narrowed her eyes. As a local breeder in Jiang City, she was certainly aware of the news from 4 years prior. After a decade, Jiang City had once again produced students admitted to the Magic City University Breeding Academy, 2, no less. At the time, this news had caused quite a stir within Jiang City. Every breeder in the area had kept a keen eye on their progress. Wang Kiki had exceeded expectations during her studies, achieving significant milestones. But that young prodigy had vanished without a trace after entering the university. Many considered him to be yet another tragic case of lost potential. An interest in him gradually waned. Now, 4 years later, to her surprise, he had reappeared in the breeding assessment. The Association of Talented Breeders has already witnessed Wang Kiki's exceptional abilities, yet she claims that Jiang Chen's talent surpasses her own. This piqued the interest of the fourth elder, raising questions about possible hidden truths. I shall observe his prowess closely. Should he fail to meet my standards, I will not grant him leniency, simply due to your connections. However, if he succeeds, I may bestow upon him a reward. Upon hearing this, Wang Kiki smiled softly. Fourth elder, it seems you may have to part with a considerable sum this time. She held unwavering confidence in Jiang Chen's capabilities. Below the stands, a young man in his 20s approached Jiang Chen, a smile gracing his features. Young brother, which family do you hail from in Jiang City? Do you have any information regarding the assessment? Share it with me, and I shall offer you this. He extended 5 fingers. Jiang Chen, taken aback, didn't grasp his meaning but replied, my surname is Jiang. Surname Jiang? It seems Jiang City lacks a breeding family by that name, he pondered, recalling the prominent families in Jiang City. I am Jin Baoshan, a member of the Jin family. Leaning closer to Jiang Chen, he whispered, brother, I understand. It's common for young masters from breeding families to participate in the breeder assessment to experience the atmosphere in preparation for future endeavors. Do tell me who brought you here. I assure you, I will keep it discreet. Jiang Chen began to comprehend the implications. The Jin family was a third-tier family in Jiang City, known for their combat beasts, particularly a golden toad. Previously, he had sought his grandfather's guidance on breeding. However, he had recently heard that the Gene family's mid-level breeder had passed away, leaving them with only a few veteran junior breeders, significantly reducing their breeding resources. This individual before him was likely a candidate being groomed as the next generation of breeders. I am not from a breeding family. My household merely operates a small breeding base. Currently, we have no breeders, so I am here to undergo the junior breeder assessment. Upon hearing this, Jean Baoshan's attitude remained unchanged, yet his eyes sparkled with a sense of camaraderie. He threw an arm around Jiang Chen's shoulder. Brother, I understand the pressure of being compelled by family to pursue breeding. From now on, you are my brother, Jean Baoshan. If anyone dares to bully you, just invoke my name. Jiang Chen felt his lips twitch at the familiarity. Just as he was about to explain, a voice resonated from the high platform. Silence. The 89th breeder assessment of Jiang City officially commences. We will now announce the examination content. The first round will be a written test, and only the top 50% will advance to the second round of practical assessments. You have 2 hours to complete the exam. With a plethora of beast types, there are always individuals who stumble upon a viable evolution scheme for a particular beast, but such individuals cannot be considered true breeders. A genuine breeder must possess a comprehensive understanding of various beasts, and the written assessment aims to filter out the less knowledgeable. Jiang Chen settled into his seat, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the questions projected before him, not due to their complexity, but rather their simplicity. Question 1. What type of venom does the phantom shadow hunter spider possess? A. Neurotoxin. B. Biological toxin. C. Mixed toxin. D. Cytotoxin. Isn't it obvious that it is a neurotoxin? If bitten by the phantom shadow hunter spider and not treated promptly, it could lead to a disruption of neuronal transmission, resulting in a vegetative state. Question 2. What must be done for the Azure Phoenix to learn fire attribute skills? Please elaborate. Question 3. Jiang Chen swiftly scanned the entire paper and began to write. The sound of his pen gliding across the page contrasted sharply with the frantic scribbles of his peers. 10 minutes later, a loud noise erupted from the back, startling the surrounding examinees. Show off. Has he even finished reading the questions? The disdainful murmurs of his fellow candidates fell on deaf ears. Jiang Chen was entirely absorbed in the assessment. As time passed, he set down his pen, stretched, and glanced at the clock. Only 23 minutes had elapsed. He then rested his head on the desk and fell asleep. He had not had a proper rest in days, tirelessly studying various materials. Though he had practiced meditation, it was not a substitute for genuine sleep and had taken a toll on his body. Thus, he seized this opportunity to rest. Jean Baoshan observed Jiang Chen's state and sighed. Little Jiang, your family is being too demanding. Forcing you to participate in the assessment during your senior year is no laughing matter. Rest assured, I won't let you finish at the bottom. He organized his own paper and began to rest as well, for he had little interest in breeding. On the stand, Wang Kiki tightened her fist as she gazed at Jiang Chen, now deep in slumber. I warned you against sleeping for 20 minutes, yet you sleep for 23 instead. She glanced at the fourth elder beside her, whose expression had turned grim. She detested individuals who squandered their potential, a sentiment rooted in her own youthful experiences. Wang girl, did you not inform him that I am the invigilator today? Wang Kiki offered an awkward smile. Fourth elder, he has been busy aiding me with research lately. He must be quite fatigued. The fourth elder snorted in response. Is that so? I shall see just how well your brother performs. As seconds turned into minutes, the examination clock chimed. The rapid ringing signified the end of the test. All candidates cease writing and exit the examination hall in an orderly manner. The sound of the bell roused Jiang Chen from his slumber, and he stretched languidly. Indeed, sleeping during an exam was the most comfortable choice. He felt revitalized. He joined the flow of students exiting the examination hall. Once everyone had departed, the fourth elder, accompanied by Wang Kiki, descended from the high platform to begin grading the papers. They were the first to reach Jiang Chen's desk. After scanning the answers, the fourth elder's brow furrowed slightly. Question 1, correct. Question 2, correct. Question 3, also correct. Her expression shifted to one of astonishment as she continued grading. Upon completion, she could not help but exclaim, Wang girl, does your brother have any aspirations of joining the Breeder Association? Chapter 15. Unbelievable. Full marks. Outside the examination hall, candidates clustered in pairs, discussing the questions. Brother, was the answer to the first question C? C. I thought it was A. Ah, it's over for me. This is my 3rd year taking the exam. If I fail again, I won't know how to face my family. Don't worry, I've been taking exams for nearly 10 years, and I'm still far from passing. The invigilator just said that only the top 50% in the written test will advance to the second round. There are only 8 of us here today, and 2 of them fell asleep during the exam. The chances of advancing are still quite high. Jiang Chen, unfamiliar with these individuals, sat alone in a corner. rummaging through his pocket to retrieve a spirit food for his spirit mouse to adjust its condition. The evolution of a beast must be executed without error. Just then, Jean Baoshan approached, patting Jiang Chen on the shoulder. Little Jiang, don't be disheartened. Successfully registering for the breeder assessment at 18 is commendable. Your older brother here has been attempting for 5 years since graduating. You are far more talented than I. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Jean Baoshan would come to offer him solace. I am fine, he began, but before he could finish, Jean Baoshan continued, Xiao Jiang. This time you have me as your safety net, but next time, luck may not be on your side. You are still young, so there is no need to rush. By the time you reach my age, you will undoubtedly pass. Perhaps by then, I might even require your assistance in nurturing my beasts. At this moment, Jean Baoshan had firmly concluded that Jiang Chen was a youth with similar experiences, and his words were sincerely meant to encourage him. Jiang Chen recognized the good intentions behind Jean Baoshan's words and was about to explain when a plump young man approached with a mocking grin, his eyes brimming with derision. So, Jean Baoshan has found himself a kindred spirit to huddle with? Jiang Chen hesitated, glancing up at him. Where had this person emerged from? Why were there so many complications surrounding a simple examination? Zhao Yu, what does it matter who I associate with? Hasn't your Zhao family warned you not to be a gossip? Jiang Chen retorted. Frog, who are you calling a gossip? Zhao Yu shot back, casting a cold gaze at Jean Baoshan. You can act arrogant now, but once the materials your family possesses fall into the hands of the Zhao family, I'll be waiting for you to beg me. He then turned to Jiang Chen and remarked, Kid, being able to participate in the Beast Nurturer examination at your age shows you possess considerable talent. Don't be deceived by this man. The Jean family is like a grasshopper after autumn. It won't leap much longer. However, I can offer you an opportunity to join the Zhao family, and I would personally mentor you. Jiang Chen found himself at a loss for words as he regarded Zhao Yu. The young man appeared to be of a similar age to Jean Baoshan, likely around 27. To him, a 27-year-old junior beast nurturer might seem impressive, and his tone was somewhat arrogant, which was understandable. Yet, to Jiang Chen, this was insignificant, for he had encountered true prodigies. Numerous students in university had already obtained their junior beast nurturer qualifications. Moreover, Zhao Yu had yet to pass the examination. Oh, thank you for your kind offer. But I believe I will manage on my own, Jiang Chen replied coolly. Zhao Yu, perceiving the indifference in Jiang Chen's tone, felt belittled and huffed. You really are just a kid. Do you honestly think you can pass this examination? Jiang Chen nodded, firmly believing in his own capabilities. Humph. Let us see how many points you score then. With that, he turned on his heel and departed. Jiang Chen, you acted impulsively. Jean Baoshan sighed. Although Zhao Yu's character is questionable, his nurturing talent is commendable. Offending him may lead to repercussions. He shook his head. This trouble is of my making. I will see if I can assist you. The notion of being blacklisted was new to Jiang Chen, who found the audacity of such claims astonishing. While it was true that there were individuals with such power, Zhao Yu was undoubtedly not one of them. Jiang Chen sensed that Jean Baoshan's reasoning had reached an impasse, and in an effort to steer the conversation away from nonsensical chatter, he was prepared to clarify the situation. At that moment, the fourth elder emerged from the examination hall. Expressionless, holding a stack of test papers. No hint of emotion was evident on his face. Observing this, the crowd fell silent. Even the previously boisterous Zhao Yu dared not speak out. The fourth elder's influence far surpassed that of the Zhao family. We shall now announce the results. 8th place, Jean Baoshan, 60 points. Upon hearing this, Jean Baoshan sighed in relief, as expected. The score, however, surprised Jiang Chen. He had initially thought Jean Baoshan would fail, indicating that he had indeed put in effort. 7th place, Lu Wei, 65 points. 6th place, 5th place, Li Yu, 80 points. The individual named Li Yu turned pale, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. How could I only be 5th? I was so close. Yet no one heard his murmurs, for all attention was captivated by Jean Baoshan. Jiang Chen, you actually passed. What? That kid really passed the examination. How is that possible? He is only 18. I'm 38. Despite the varied reactions of those around him, the disdainful glances directed at Jiang Chen evaporated, even from Zhao Yu. Silence. Let us continue. 4th place, Sun Tian, 85 points. 3rd place, Duan Shasha, 86 points. As each name was announced, everyone's heart raced with anticipation. Could that boy actually secure 1st place? 2nd place, Zhao Yu, 89 points. 1st place, Jiang Chen, 100 points. The announcement of Jiang Chen's score detonated in the minds of all present like a thunderclap. He had achieved a perfect score. Especially for Jean Baoshan, who stood beside Jiang Chen, he was utterly stunned, his mouth agape as if witnessing a ghost. How did you accomplish this? The question echoed in the minds of everyone present. A perfect score? It was unheard of for anyone to achieve such a feat in the Junior Beast Nurturer examination. Even the experienced fourth elder had never encountered such a talent, at least not in Jiang City. Beast Nurturers are, after all, human, with their strengths and weaknesses, much like her own expertise lying in aquatic beasts. As Wang Kiki had asserted, Jiang Chen was indeed a genius, although he had yet to undergo practical training. This perfect score was sufficient to demonstrate his extraordinary aptitude in the field. Now, everyone quiet down. Subsequent examination results will be published on the Beast Nurturer official website. All candidates who did not pass the examination are requested to leave the testing area. The practical examination will commence in 1 hour. Chapter 16, Escalating Challenges. The Mute Blue Water Crocodile. The second examination was about to begin. Jiang Chen and the others followed the fourth elder to the second examination venue. Jiang Chen scrutinized the 3 who had passed, aside from Zhao Yu. The remaining candidates were those 2 who had initially boasted about their prowess. It was not surprising, considering they had been taking the exam for 10 years and likely had encountered every question before. As they walked behind Jiang Chen, the trio observed him, unable to shake off their disbelief. 18 years old, still in high school, had he married early, his child might already be this age. How could he achieve a perfect score on his first attempt? What were they, the older generation, to do now? Would they still have any pride left? As they ventured deeper, Jiang Chen and the others entered a research room, the ambience instantly brightening. The space was significantly larger than the first examination hall. Along the walls, several massive safes were lined up, filled with materials necessary for beast evolution. At the very center of the hall stood 4 enormous square objects draped in black cloth. Young Master Zhao, what is this? Since you have participated in the second examination, could you enlighten us? Sun Tian respectfully inquired, standing beside Zhao Yu. At such a moment, sacrificing a bit of face was trivial. As long as they could pass the examination, all dignity would be restored. Zhao Yu surveyed the surroundings, his brow furrowed in anxiety. It seems the content of this year's examination has changed. In previous years, we nurtured beasts of our own preparation, but the current setup appears somewhat different. He bit his lip, lost in thought. As a scion of a prestigious family in Jiang City, despite being a third-tier family, he had access to certain information channels. The Provincial Breeder Association has sent personnel to Jiang City for evaluation and research. He is well aware of this. The advanced assessment was also brought forward due to their reasons. Could it be that they have altered the second phase of the evaluation? The more he pondered, the more he felt the likelihood of this was substantial. His previously relaxed fists were now tightly clenched, fervently wishing that the assessment content would be something he was familiar with. This year's preliminary breeder examination was crucial, determining a significant matter ahead. If he failed, he would be utterly severed from the position of the Zhao family patriarch. His father has more than just one son. Elder 4 approached the 4 iron boxes. With a tremendous bang, the 4 black cloths were violently lifted by the crane, revealing the beasts within the cages. These creatures were quite common in Jiang City's beast taming circle. All of bronze quality, albeit some displayed fierce aggression while others were somewhat fragile. Each possessed its own flaws, and cultivating them would severely test the breeder's expertise. Jiang Chen gazed at these beasts, feeling a pang of trepidation. No wonder the pass rate for breeder evaluations was lower than that for civil service examinations. Even these 4 beasts could pose challenges even for a bona fide junior breeder. Previously, he had not sensed it. But now he finally understood why the breeder certification was so highly prized. Elder 4 cleared his throat and then announced, "Now, I will declare the examination contents." Within the cages are 4 beasts: a high-tier bronze blue water crocodile, a mid-tier bronze azure grass tortoise, a mid-tier bronze violent monkey, and a high-tier bronze blazing ibis. You 4 shall each select one for cultivation, with a duration of 3 weeks. During this week, you will all reside within the Breeder Association, and you may freely borrow any books available in the library. 3 weeks later, there will be designated personnel to assess the beasts you have cultivated. The strongest beast will earn its breeder the Junior Breeder Certificate for this session. However, due to the heightened difficulty of this assessment, the rewards have also been elevated. In addition to the usual right to receive 1 beast, this year's first-place winner will also be entitled to select a bronze-tier cultivation secret technique from the Breeder Association's repository. At these words, even Jiang Chen gasped in astonishment. Cultivation secret techniques are among the most invaluable assets a breeder can possess, aside from evolution schemes. For instance, a breeder whose beasts exhibit superior resilience is employing a form of cultivation secret technique. Some top-tier breeders, lacking in affiliation, will bequeath their lifetime of knowledge to the Breeder Association upon nearing the end of their lives, thereby enriching the Alliance's foundation. It is precisely because of such invaluable information that the Breeder Association is able to attract prodigious talents. Talents earn points by cultivating local beasts, which they exchange for desired information, while local beast tamers, in turn, enhance their abilities and venture into secret realms to acquire more resources. This virtuous cycle has contributed to the Great Xia Alliance becoming one of the 5 major alliances in Blue Star. Jiang Chen held a deep admiration for these breeders. Though he felt he could not yet embody such selflessness, Jiang Chen, you shall be the first to choose. Elder 4 directed his gaze at Jiang Chen and added, among these beasts, some possess flaws while others do not. This tests the breeder's discernment. Choose wisely. As a prodigy and the brother of Wang Kiki, she still managed to offer some hints within the confines of the rules. Jiang Chen nodded in response and then scanned the boxes. At that moment, he refrained from utilizing his abilities, relying solely on his naked eye. He observed that the blazing ibis appeared somewhat overly agitated, potentially suffering from a form of beast hyperactivity. Yet, this was not the most concerning case. The most alarming was the blue water crocodile. Its body was marred with scars, and the upper half of its jaw was broken, replaced with a metallic prosthetic, glaring ferociously at Jiang Chen. This was rather peculiar. The blue water crocodile is a water attribute beast that exists solely within Jiang City's waterways, characterized by its docile and obedient nature, and is often sought after by students as a beginner beast, colloquially referred to as the piggy dragon. Its only drawback is its exorbitant price. However, this was not its flaw. Frowning, Jiang Chen activated the beast illustration. Name, blue water crocodile, attribute water, quality, bronze skills, hard shell. Water bite, death roll, tail strike. Exclusive trait, deep water ambush. In aquatic environments, sensory perception is heightened, enabling precise detection of underwater movements, with minimal ripples produced during movement. Evolution route, abyssal crocodile, 60. Toxic marsh giant crocodile, 19. Tidal behemoth, 45. Description, this blue water crocodile possesses a distinctly different temperament, reveling in battle unlike its peace-loving kin. It yearns to grow stronger through combat, yet its broken jaw has tempered its ferocity. Inference points, 86. Seeing Jiang Chen standing motionless before the blue water crocodile, Wang Kiki understood that he had developed an attachment to this beast. This blue water crocodile is unlike others. Its potential for evolution has been exhausted due to years of combat, leaving it without the chance to evolve into a diving bay crocodile. If you wish to cultivate it, you must focus on its traits and skills. You must consider this carefully. No need. I feel a strong connection with it, so I will choose it. Jiang Chen smiled, locking eyes with the blue water crocodile through the bars. In its gaze, he discerned a defiance against fate. Such a beast should not be confined within a cage. Moreover, the purpose of a breeder cultivating a beast is to enhance its capabilities, is it not? Its jaw is broken, and only through evolution can it attain rebirth. As a native of Jiang City, how could Jiang Chen not have studied this beast? With 3 weeks, supplemented by the literature from the Breeder Association's library and his own innate talent, he felt confident in guiding it toward evolution. Chapter 17, Progress Amidst Skepticism. Upon witnessing Jiang Chen's choice of the blue water crocodile, the other candidates collectively exhaled in relief. After all, youth often breeds impetuosity. The blue water crocodile's strength lay in its formidable maw, and a crocodile with a severed jaw could only be cultivated to a limited extent. Among the 4 beasts, he had chosen the weakest, indicating a lack of discernment. Zhao Yu, on the other hand, approached the cage of the blazing ibis with confidence. Aware that fire attribute beasts were scarce in Jiang City, and the Zhao family excelled in nurturing the poison fire scorpion. A smug grin crept across his face as he regarded the blazing ibis. Elder 4, observing this, silently shook his head. Once all selections were made, he instructed them to follow the staff to their respective cultivation rooms. The next 3 weeks would see them eating, drinking, and living within the confines of the Breeder Association, unable to leave even a step. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen stepped before Wang Kiki and produced the key to the Qingshan base from his pocket, stating, Sister Wang, the beasts at Qingshan base are entrusted to you. I have already prepared their food. There are a few that require special feeding due to malnutrition in the fire nest. While the lingling mice and vine spirit minks need not be overly worried. They just require energy replenishment after training. Oh, and there are also 2 earthbound bamboos. Wang Kiki, listening to Jiang Chen's instructions, took the key from his hand with an exasperated huff. All right, I understand. I'm a breeder too, you know? Do I really need you to remind me of all this? And you, have you gotten too bold again? Wasn't my earlier reminder clear enough? You had to choose the blue water crocodile. Do you not know that even the high-tier breeders in the association can't fathom a way to evolve it? Why must you show off? Jiang Chen smiled and spoke. It's nothing, Sister Wang. I wish to give it a try. The way it looked at me just now was unmistakably a plea for help. Since it has chosen to trust me, I would rather take on this responsibility myself than leave it to those 3 half-baked individuals. Wang Kuku was momentarily taken aback before she replied. It's been over half a month since we last met. and I had almost forgotten just how arrogant you can be. I can't be bothered to intervene. But you had better succeed. If you fail, I'll show you just how I intend to deal with you." With that, Jiang Chen bid farewell to Wang Kuku and stepped directly into the breeding room. He observed the Qing Shui crocodile in its cage. It was half lying on the ground, completely filling the enclosure, its vertical pupils fixed intently on Jiang Chen as if it had found its last ray of hope. In the Jiang City Breeder Association, it had already been condemned to death. Watching it, Jiang Chen, perhaps influenced by its emotions, felt a pang of sympathy. He slowly spoke. "Since you have chosen to trust me, I will exert my utmost effort to help you recover. Let us wait patiently for a while." As he spoke, a shimmering blue light flickered in his pupils. Name: Qing Shui crocodile, severely injured. Level: Awakening level 6. Attribute: Water. Talent: High-level bronze. Quality: Rare. Characteristic: Deep water ambush. In aquatic environments, perception abilities are enhanced, allowing precise detection of underwater movements, with minimal ripple disturbance during movement. Skills: Hard Shell, Proficient. Water Bite, Novice. Death Roll, Proficient. Tail Strike, Proficient. No wonder its mouth was broken. All the skills it had mastered were close combat techniques, while its innate skill, Water Bite, was merely at the novice level. Jiang Chen replied with a wry smile. However, its innate talent is indeed impressive, even without a contract. It possesses 3 skills at the proficient level. Of course, it must have put in considerable effort. Jiang Chen first prepared a serving of water attribute D-grade spirit food for it, as it had lost a significant amount of water attribute energy and needed to be replenished. However, even with this, the dream of evolving into a purely water attribute diver crocodile was no longer feasible. Alternative paths must be sought. Fortunately, this Qing Shui crocodile had undergone extensive training in combat skills, and its combat attributes could compensate to some extent. Within the Jiangnan water system resides a creature known as the abyssal king crocodile. They are colossal in size, yet belong to the same species as the Qing Shui crocodile. Jiang Chen felt there must be some connection between them. His grandfather had once researched the possibility of the Qing Shui crocodile evolving into the abyssal king crocodile, but ultimately failed. Now, there was an opportunity. The Breeder Association housed a wealth of knowledge, inaccessible to those who were not part of it, providing a perfect chance to leverage its resources. Jiang Chen retrieved the replenishing medicine he had prepared in advance, his pupils flashing with a hint of blue. "Growth. Entrust your development to it," he thought, suddenly feeling dizzy. Without hesitation, he immediately swallowed a pill of replenishing medicine. Indeed, this was prepared for himself. Growth. Although it is a wood attribute skill, its primary function is to refine the physical body, possessing a certain universality. Qing Shui crocodile. Your main task now is to practice the skills I just entrusted to you. The higher your proficiency, the better. At present, its physical form was indeed strong, but it still paled in comparison to the abyssal king crocodile. Upon hearing this, the Qing Shui crocodile let out a deafening roar, a spark of hope igniting in its eyes. It realized that the human before it had not given up on it. The roar reverberated through the walls and reached the ears of several elders sitting in the office of the Breeder Association. "Has that Qing Shui crocodile begun again?" The third elder asked, cradling a cup of tea with a smile. "Has any genius emerged in this assessment, Madam G?" The fourth elder, upon hearing this, set down the materials in her hands and replied, "There is one who scored a perfect 100 in the preliminary test. Interestingly, he seems to have a connection with you. For his second round of testing, he chose the Qing Shui crocodile donated by your family to the association." The third elder's expression darkened at this revelation. "A perfect score of 100? And you gave him a damaged crocodile? Did he offend you?" "Don't put words in my mouth," the fourth elder retorted. "It was the boy's choice. From the look in his eyes, it seems he intends to attempt to save that Qing Shui crocodile. Another impetuous young one. What a shame." The third elder lamented. "What is there to be ashamed of? A pure heart is a good thing. Only those who genuinely care for their beasts can tread further along the path of breeding. You don't truly believe that boy can succeed in evolving the Qing Shui crocodile, do you? I assure you that is utterly impossible." The third elder paused before speaking again. "That damaged crocodile was sent by me. Its condition has lost all possibility of evolution, and it may not even learn new skills. I advise you to let him switch to another." Currently, the president is still in a meeting with Master Gao, discussing the new breeder competition, which is a collaboration between Jiang Province and neighboring Zhejiang Province. If they learn that a genius with a perfect score failed to pass, it could cause quite a stir. That's unnecessary. If he fails, it merely proves his lack of ability. It will serve him better to experience the taste of failure. However, if he indeed succeeds, you want to take that Qing Shui crocodile back, will you? The third elder, upon hearing this, was so amused he nearly laughed. "In your eyes? Am I such a petty person? Let me make this clear today. If he manages to evolve it successfully, not only will I not take back the Qing Shui crocodile, but I will also gift him another 20 Qing Shui crocodiles. The fourth elder chuckled lightly, taking his words with a grain of salt, as she too did not believe Jiang Chen would succeed. Chapter 18. Deduction completed. Abyssal King Crocodile. Time flew by swiftly. In the days that followed, Jiang Chen extracted vast amounts of body-refining spirit materials from those provided by the Breeder Association. Although they were not expensive, the sheer quantity was daunting. If he succeeded, all would be well, but should he fail, the waste would rest squarely upon his shoulders. Yet Jiang Chen harbored no fear. He had discovered a glimmer of inspiration from the association's tomes. Sitting upright, a black pen twirled rapidly in his hand. The Abyssal King Crocodile was referred to in this book as the Lord of Jianghai, with accounts of its ghostly shadows when it struck. Did it harbor a trace of ghostly energy within? As this thought exploded in his mind, he was struck by a revelation. Ming Zhao Yuyi. Ming Zhao Yuyi is a silver-tier spirit material that grows within the Jiangnan water system. It demands exceptionally high water quality while requiring ample yin energy. In places where it thrives, there typically resides a beast known as the ghost-faced man-eating crab. While their strength is not formidable, most are at the extraordinary level, with a rare few reaching the commander level. However, they are gregarious creatures. Each year, numerous beastmasters meet their demise in the depths of the water while attempting to harvest Ming Zhao Yuyi. This has made the spirit material exceedingly precious, with prices soaring past 200,000. This is comparable to a low-tier silver beast. At this moment, the Beastmaster's handbook unexpectedly flipped open in his mind. Discovered the key to the evolution of the Qing Shui crocodile. Evolution path. Abyssal King Crocodile. Current plan progress 95. Would you like to consume 50 deduction points to complete the evolution plan for the Abyssal King Crocodile? Seeing this, Jiang Chen's pupils contracted sharply, and he excitedly leaped to his feet. I knew it. My instincts were indeed correct. Deduction. The sudden movement startled the Qing Shui crocodile, causing it to turn its massive head in confusion, regarding Jiang Chen with curiosity. After living together for so many days, it was the first time it witnessed Jiang Chen exhibit such fervor. Deductions of 50 points from the extrapolation. Evolution scheme for the Abyssal King Crocodile is being generated. The pages of the illustrated compendium turned, and the information regarding the Abyssal King Crocodile gradually began to materialize. Evolution scheme for the Abyssal King Crocodile. Beast Master Entity. Abyssal King Crocodile. Evolution materials. Nethermarsh Jade Leaf, Rainy Prism Pearl, Demon-Faced Man-Eating Crab Spirit Core, and Green Walnut. Evolution conditions. The body of the Azure Water Crocodile must be robust, exceeding 5 meters in size. Evolution scheme. Phase 1. The Azure Water Crocodile's energy level must not be lower than the awakening of the 7th tier, and it must have mastered at least 3 close combat techniques with proficiency not lower than Adept. Phase 2. Cultivate the Azure Water Crocodile's size to over 5 meters, while daily consuming Rainy Prism Pearls. Note: the larger the Azure Water Crocodile's size, the greater its evolutionary potential. Phase 3. The Azure Water Crocodile begins to evolve, requiring a substantial quantity of demon-faced man-eating crab spirit cores to establish a sufficiently charged dual water evolution venue, while being fed nether marsh jade leaves. Note: the evolution period for the Azure Water Crocodile ranges from 3 to 7 days, and must not be interrupted. Energy must be maintained at adequate levels. Jiang Chen gasped in astonishment as he perused the evolution scheme within the Beastmaster Compendium, his eyes filled with awe. Ascending evolution. Moreover, it was an exceedingly costly form of advancement. In the realm of beast mastery, there exist 2 types of evolution, the most common being ordinary evolution. This is akin to the stone-armored rhinoceros evolving into the iron-armored rhinoceros, a methodical progression that is stable and devoid of complications, a pathway suitable for the masses. The second type is ascending evolution. This method is mastered by only a minuscule fraction of trainers. A single instance of ascending evolution can allow a beast to achieve transcendence, akin to a koi turning into a dragon. However, this evolution is fraught with peril. Failure could result in the demise of the beast undergoing the process. To some extent, the evolution of the spirit mouse into the vine spirit lynx can also be considered an ascending evolution, as it transforms from a mouse into a cat. Jiang Chen meticulously examined the evolution scheme for the Abyssal King Crocodile. The spiritual materials required for its evolution were exorbitantly expensive, and he was, after all, not a member of the Breeder Association. Acquiring nethermarsh jade leaves would likely necessitate considerable persuasion, let alone the demon-faced man-eating crab spirit cores. How much would it cost to establish a venue? Jiang Chen turned to gaze at the Azure Water Crocodile. Its size was already considerable. A typical Azure Water Crocodile reaches a maximum of merely 2 meters, yet it had surpassed this limit even before its training commenced. After a week of practice and Jiang Chen's instruction every 2 days, its size had nearly met the foundational requirements for evolution. Observing its diligent efforts, Jiang Chen let out a sigh and declared, "Let us go for it." At this point, it would be a disservice to all the hard work we've put in these days not to continue. He approached the Azure water crocodile. "Overlord, from now on, practice diligently to grow. Strive to elevate your size to 10 meters. We shall prepare for evolution." This was the name he had chosen for the Azure water crocodile, inspired by a legendary figure from Jiang City who once possessed an Azure water crocodile, and together they conquered vast territories. Naming it Overlord was also Jiang Chen's heartfelt aspiration. Upon hearing this, the Azure water crocodile's pupils flickered with disbelief. Evolution? After its jaws had been severed, everyone had claimed it had lost its chance for evolution. Yet now, this human before it was suggesting it could evolve. Roar! A beastly roar erupted from its throat, albeit sounding somewhat unmelodious due to its iron jaws. In truth, it was not entirely convinced of its ability to evolve, but it had grown weary of its current existence. It was the king of crocodiles. It would rather perish than remain ordinary. Without further hesitation, Jiang Chen sought out Wang Kiki, needing to utilize her privileges. "Sister Wang, I require nether marsh jade leaves." Wang Kiki initially paused in surprise before responding. "When do you need them?" She did not inquire about the reason, for such understanding had been cultivated over 4 years in the lab at Magic City Academy. The sooner, the better. Additionally, I need as many demon-faced man-eating crab spirit cores as you can prepare. That might be a challenge, as you know. The value of demon-faced man-eating crabs is not low, and their strength is formidable. The Breeder Association has limited stock. Jiang Chen nodded, saying, "I understand. I will manage it myself." With that, he turned and departed. Wang Kiki gazed at his retreating figure, her beautiful eyes blinking as she softly murmured, "Jiang Chen, will you succeed?" She recalled his talent. When he first entered Magic City University, he stood before the entire academy, proclaiming his intent to transform the world of beast mastery. She still remembered his radiant presence. Although Jiang Chen had been somewhat subdued in recent years, she still wished for him to shine once more before everyone. Upon returning to the laboratory, Jiang Chen inhaled deeply and dialed a number. "Hello? Jiang Chen, what brings you to call me?" "Uncle Huang, I've devised an evolution scheme for beasts, and I require a large quantity of demon-faced man-eating crab spirit cores. Do you have any?" On the other end of the line, Huang Tianming's face broke into a smile as he replied, "Great. I knew you wouldn't let me down. We have those in the Songhai Army warehouse. Where are you? I'll have someone deliver them to you." Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, over the years, Uncle Huang had treated him no differently than his own child, perhaps even better, when he struggled to cultivate his spiritual power and could not rear beasts. It was Uncle Huang who continuously encouraged him. "I'm at the Beast Breeder Association in Jiang City for an assessment." Jiang Chen smiled. "Thank you, Uncle Huang." Huang Tianming paused before playfully scolding, "What else with the thanks? Your parents entrusted you to my care. If I don't take good care of you, they'd surely break my legs upon their return." "The Breeder Association? I'll arrange for someone to send them to you right away. Don't worry about the cost. Consider it a coming-of-age gift from Uncle Huang." Chapter 19. Evolution Complete. Shanghai, Water Monarch. Within the Elders' Office of the Breeder Association, several elders sat in their respective positions, engaging in idle chatter. The third elder held a cup of misty tea, gently blowing on the froth atop the cup before speaking. "Lady G, what has that young fellow Jiang Chen been up to these days? Not only has he utilized a nether marsh jade leaf, but he also has personnel from the Songhai Army delivering spiritual materials to him daily. The momentum of his beast rearing surpasses even mine. Making it known to the president, and if he squanders so many materials without producing results, your disciple might find himself in dire straits. The spiritual materials available for the assessment are limited, and many items were procured thanks to Wang Kiki's guarantees." Observing the third elder's schadenfreude, the fourth elder cast him a sidelong glance and retorted, "Are you not aware that during the assessment period, no beast trainer other than the examinees is permitted to enter? Is that not a rule you should know?" The third elder chuckled, "I'm merely a bit concerned. There are only 7 days left until the breeding examination, and I see that others are already testing their breeding strength, while Jiang Chen has made no discernible progress." "Your concern is unwarranted," the fourth elder replied tersely. "Are you not aware that you are a senior beastmaster? Can you not sense the energy fluctuations emanating from his breeding room? You should be more worried about whether your Meng family can produce 20 Azure water crocodiles." Jiang Chen wore a solemn expression as he gazed upon the colossal beast before him, measuring 8 meters in length, with a glimmer of blue flashing in his pupils. Name: Azure water crocodile. Level: Awakening Stage 7. Attribute: Water. Qualification: High Bronze. Quality: Rare. Characteristic: Deep water camouflage. In aquatic environments, its perception abilities are heightened. allowing it to accurately detect movements beneath the surface while generating minimal ripples during movement. Skills: Sturdy Shell, Proficient; Water Devour, Novice; Death Roll, Proficient; Tail Strike, Proficient; Growth Proficiency. At that moment, its previously noted injuries had vanished, and its level had transcended Awakening Stage 7, nourished by various spiritual entities. Its condition had reached the pinnacle of what it could achieve at present. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen bent down and caressed its massive crocodilian head. Pointing towards the center of the breeding chamber, where a pile of evolution materials crafted from the spirit cores of the demon-faced man-eating crab lay, he urged, "Dominance, step inside. We are about to commence your evolution." The Azure water crocodile nodded resolutely and strode towards the pile of sinister spirit cores, each step echoing with a dull thud. As it entered the evolution altar, a rich surge of water and malevolent energy began to flow into its body. Jiang Chen observed as its pupils instantaneously transformed into a brilliant blue. Although he was aware that he had exerted every effort to the utmost, a lingering unease remained. He continued to observe through the all-seeing eye, wary of any lapse in focus. Throughout the evolution process, the Azure water crocodile occasionally emitted agonizing howls, yet it remained steadfast, unwilling to exit the altar. Days passed, and soon the final day of the assessment arrived. During this time, the cries of the Azure water crocodile had been incessant, leading the uninformed to mistakenly believe that Jiang Chen was subjecting his beast to cruel treatment. Meanwhile, the other three candidates awaited within the examination hall. "Why is Jiang Chen still not finished?" Sun Tian inquired, glancing toward the door. "God knows," Zhao Yu replied with a grin, stroking the red raptor perched on his shoulder. His nurturing efforts had proven fruitful, awakening a secondary attribute of poison in his fiery pelican. What a pity," Sun Tian sighed, though the smirk on his face betrayed his schadenfreude. For this assessment, he had once again failed. While his own failure was regrettable, the presence of a genius companion would have vastly altered his experience. As they conversed, a middle-aged man clad in casual attire stepped through the door. Huang Keek's pupils constricted upon seeing him, and she hurriedly approached. "General Huang, what brings you here?" Huang Tianming gestured to his attire, saying, during non-working hours, "Just call me Uncle Huang. I am here representing the candidate's parents. How could I miss Jiang Chen's first assessment? Am I late?" Huang Kiki shook her head. "There are still 2 hours until the exam concludes. Uncle Huang, let me take you to Elder C. She wishes to discuss the recent nurturing plan with you." Huang Tianming nodded. Being responsible for the defense of Jiang City, he was well acquainted with the Breeder Association, entrusting them with numerous affairs. "General Huang." Elder C expressed mild surprise upon recognizing Huang Tianming standing before her. "A junior is taking the exam, and I came to observe." Jiang Chen. "Indeed," Huang Tianming nodded. Nervously inquiring, "Madam Ji, do you believe Jiang Chen has a good chance of success?" Elder C shook her head. "Not likely." Huang Tianming's expression slightly hardened upon hearing this. It was unclear. For the past 7 days, the energy within the breeding chamber had been steadily increasing, yet the beast he had chosen was a wounded crocodile, and it might not withstand the pressure. Inside the breeding chamber, the evolution had reached a critical juncture. Jiang Chen struggled to rise, approaching the Azure water crocodile. At this moment, its once 8-meter-long body had expanded to 15 meters, resembling 2 buses fused together. It emanated an aura of terror, akin to a primeval behemoth. Its previously broken jaw had now healed, revealing a set of sharp teeth. With its eyes closed, it absorbed the last remnants of the demon-faced man-eating crab's spirit core. As the final core transformed into an ordinary stone, Jiang Chen abruptly tossed the spiritual material into the air, shouting, "Dominance! Now is the time to consume it." Upon hearing this, the Azure water crocodile snapped its eyes open and, like a crocodile emerging from the water, leaped high, devouring the nether marsh jade leaf in one swift motion. Instantly, a powerful surge of water energy erupted within it. The evolution factor was fully activated. A radiant light illuminated the space. Dew began to form on the surrounding walls. Moments later, a terrifying roar reverberated, shaking the entire Breeder Association. Huang Tianming and the others were startled. "What is happening? Has the beast gone berserk?" "It's coming from Jiang Chen's room." Huang Keek's expression turned grave, and she dashed outside immediately. The others quickly followed suit. Upon reaching the entrance of the breeding chamber, a crowd had already gathered. "What is going on?" "I heard from a relative who works at the Breeder Association that a student is taking an exam. It seems they have failed, causing the beast to go wild." A rampaging beast is no trivial matter. This is the Breeder Association, where many personnel are present. Even injuring 1 or 2 would be enough to cause headaches, especially during such a sensitive time. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Huang Tianming hesitated not for a moment. A 6-pointed star glowed in his hand, and a fearsome water tiger materialized out of thin air, its overwhelming presence causing those watching to tremble. "Little tiger, kick the door open for me." With a roar, the alloy door, capable of withstanding a grenade explosion, was torn apart as if it were mere paper. "Is Xiao Chen all right? Uncle Huang is here to rescue you." Suddenly, a horrific beast roar erupted from within the breeding chamber. "What on earth is that?" gasped the onlookers. Through the smoke, they could discern a figure, behind which loomed a gigantic crawling beast, its blood-red eyes fixated on the crowd outside, seemingly guarding something precious. Chapter 20. The Envious Onlookers. As the smoke cleared, the crowd finally beheld the true form of the colossal creature. Measuring 15 meters in length, its body was adorned with scales that shimmered with a metallic sheen. Its massive, robust limbs supported a spine-like ridge extending to its tail, aglow with blue luminescence. The sheer size of the beast delivered a profound visual shock to all present, causing some of the more timid individuals to tremble uncontrollably. Zhao Yu and his companions gasped, their pupils dilating as their mouths fell agape. "Is this monster? Is it competing with us? This is beyond absurd." This creature could easily qualify for the advanced breeder assessment. Despite the surrounding commotion, Jiang Chen remained unfazed, his pupils flashing with a hue of blue. Name: Abyssal King Crocodile. Level: Awakening Stage 9. Attribute: Water, Darkness. Qualification: Mid-Gold. Quality: Uncommon. Characteristic: Abyssal Domain. Unleashes a deep-sea domain with a radius of 50 meters, within which it completely controls the water flow, capable of generating high pressure, darkness, and suffocating effects. Within this domain, the enemy's perception abilities are significantly diminished, while it moves through the water as if in its natural habitat. Skill Scale: Armor Hardening, Proficient. Water Devour, Beginner. Death Roll, Proficient. Tail Strike, Proficient. Growth Mastery, Dark Current Whirlpool, Beginner. Deep Sea Pressure, Beginner. Golden Qualification: Rare Quality. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted sharply. This time, he had truly taken a considerable risk. A beast of such quality had the potential to ascend to the Lord level, or even the ruler level. Moreover, the skill set of the Abyssal King Crocodile was extraordinary. Coupled with its unique traits, there were few beasts capable of defeating it in water, a veritable deep-sea submarine. If such a beast were to be sold, its price would undoubtedly reach astronomical heights, especially considering its rare secondary attribute of darkness. A tumultuous storm of bloodshed was unavoidable. It slowly lowered its head, a single tear cascading from its eye. Jiang Chen chuckled at the sight, crying at such an age, "How embarrassing." In response, the Abyssal King Crocodile gently nudged Jiang Chen's hand with its head. During its evolution, it had already resolved to protect this young boy before it, until the very end of its life. Just then, a trembling voice filtered in from outside the door. "The Abyssal King Crocodile, how could this be?" The third elder burst in like a madman, his gaze fervently locked onto the beast before him. However, the only reply to his fervor was a terrifying roar from the Abyssal King Crocodile, its eyes gleaming with murderous intent, a consequence of his own actions. "Belong. Do not act impulsively." Jiang Chen immediately intervened. If harm were to befall anyone within the breeder association, the repercussions for the Abyssal King Crocodile would be dire. Belong, upon hearing this, exhaled a heavy breath and quieted, though its slitted eyes still radiated menace. To have gained the Abyssal King Crocodile's obedience in such a short span of time, had he truly earned its trust? The third elder paused momentarily, then smiled at Jiang Chen. "Ha ha ha. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. I have long heard from the fourth elder about your remarkable talents. It seems they are not unfounded. At last, our Jiang City breeding community has birthed a genius. You must have expended considerable resources to facilitate the evolution of my Qingshui crocodile. As a token of gratitude, I shall personally replenish your supplies. Feel free to voice any conditions." Jiang Chen's expression darkened upon hearing this. The moment the Abyssal King Crocodile successfully evolved, he had anticipated the arrival of those seeking to claim it. It appeared that shameless individuals were indeed present. With just a few words, they sought to lay claim to Baolang. According to established rules, any successfully evolved beast could be taken by its breeder, serving as a reward for their hard work. At that moment, Huang Tianming stepped forward, his voice cold. "Meng Tong, you old rascal. How brazen you are to attempt to snatch something from my nephew. Is this how your breeder association operates?" The third elder, upon seeing the expression on Huang Tianming's face, was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected Jiang Chen to be connected to Huang Tianming. Yet, he could not relinquish the Abyssal King Crocodile. The Meng family was renowned for their crocodile-type beasts, although they possessed golden tier breeding plans. Their potential could not compare to that of the Abyssal King Crocodile. Numerous beastmasters in the Jiangnan region sought out the Meng family for breeding crocodile-type beasts, providing significant income. If others learned that Jiang Chen could breed the Abyssal King Crocodile, how could the Meng family continue to profit from their monopoly? Apologies, General Huang. But this crocodile was originally meant to be one of the Meng family's beasts. I brought it to the Breeder Association for treatment of its injuries. But it seems my subordinates made an error. I can offer compensation. Upon hearing this, the Abyssal King Crocodile let out a fierce roar. You lie? What if I refuse? Huang Tianming shot a glance at the Abyssal King Crocodile, his voice now laced with a hint of frost. Third Elder, cease your words. Just then, the president of the Breeder Association emerged. He approached Jiang Chen, scrutinizing him with a smile. Jiang Chen, you bear a striking resemblance to your grandfather. Both of you possessing a genuine passion for beast breeding. However, there's one distinction. You are even more of a prodigy than he was. For he could not have devised a path for transcendent evolution at your age. Pure luck. I merely had good fortune. By the way, do you know my grandfather? Jiang Chen paused, finding no recollection of this elder in his mind. Indeed, I held you as a child. Now, let us set aside the pleasantries. The commotion you caused is considerable. As he spoke, he gestured for someone to bring forth a containment box. This was evolved by you, according to the rules. As long as you can cover the costs of the materials used, it belongs to you. However, considering your age, I shall waive the fees on your behalf, hoping you can breed even more formidable beasts. President, the third elder interjected, a hint of reluctance in his tone. Do my words hold no weight? The president coldly retorted. I understand your intentions. The duty of the Breeder Association is to discover and cultivate more talented breeders, not to serve as private assets for certain individuals. I trust you will remember this. Understood, President. With the interprovincial competition approaching, the association desperately needed gifted junior breeders. Regardless of whether Jiang Chen was merely fortunate or had genuinely researched the evolution scheme for the Abyssal King Crocodile, both possibilities attested to his talent. A young prodigy versus an old man solely concerned with his family's interests. One need not think hard to determine the choice. No need. The necessary procedures must still be followed. We shall not take undue advantage. Huang Tianming waved his hand, extracting a credit card from his pocket and handing it to President Liu. President Liu smiled and did not press the matter. It was evident that geniuses were not easily won over. Jiang Chen, you have successfully evolved a golden tier beast this time. According to regulations, I can now grant you a junior breeder's certificate. Once you research 10 silver tier evolution schemes, you may obtain a senior breeder's certificate from the provincial association. However, you might need to wait a few days. Thank you, President Liu. Zhao Yu and the others looked on with envious eyes, their cheeks reddening. They were nearing middle age, yet had yet to acquire even a junior breeder's certificate. Here was a mere child obtaining a mid-level certificate directly. Was that fair? However, upon seeing the terrifying beast behind him, their spirits waned. They realized that Jiang Chen was of an entirely different caliber. He was a genius, a top-tier genius. Meanwhile, others in the vicinity began taking out their phones to capture the moment, sharing it with their social circles. The name Jiang Chen began to spread through Jiang City with remarkable speed. Chapter 21, Rising Fame, Expansion of the Qingshan Breeding Base. With the conclusion of the assessment, the name Jiang Chen and his formidable prowess began to circulate throughout Jiang City, even with Huang Tianming's attempts to suppress the information. The aristocracy of Jiang City soon became aware of Jiang Chen's existence, advising their offspring to afford respect to this young man named Jiang Chen, the Abyssal King Crocodile, a beast of golden quality. Prior to this, no one had ever heard of anyone capable of breeding one, and even those outside of Jiangnan were unaware of such a beast's existence. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The true significance lay in the individual who had bred such a beast. Had it been someone already renowned in the breeding community, it would be understandable. But this breeder was merely 18 years old. At this age, others were still preparing for the Beastmaster entrance examinations, while Jiang Chen had already independently bred a golden tier beast. Individuals like this were a rarity, only appearing once in a century. He was a genius capable of altering the landscape of an entire region. Once, a prodigious talent from Rongqing cultivated a bronze-tier waterfall deer into a golden-tier cloud sea deer, thus completely subjugating a fire attribute secret realm in the city. This remarkable feat lowered the temperature of Rongqing, infamously dubbed a furnace city, by 10 degrees. Consequently, the waterfall deer, once a relatively common beast of burden, became an elusive creature for ordinary individuals to encounter. Similarly, the potential of the Abyssal King Crocodile far surpasses that of the cloud sea deer. It is already foreseeable that the price of the Azure water crocodile will soar to astonishing heights. Influential figures in Jiang City have begun to seek collaborative opportunities, such as the Jin family. The head of the Jin family stormed into Jin Baoshan's room, wielding a ruler, his anger palpable as he surveyed a table strewn with bills. A surge of uncontainable fury ignited within him. Crack! The ruler struck the table with force. What on earth, Dad? What have you taken? Jin Xian retorted, exasperated. While you're here crunching numbers, I sent you to become a beast tamer, and you come back with the worst score. You must truly wish for your grandfather to haunt you in your dreams. Jean Baoshan's lips twitched at this remark. Dad, you can't say that. Grandfather has long declared that I lack the talent for beast taming. Please let it go. You indeed lack talent. You can't even pass the first hurdle. While those with talent obtain their intermediate taming certificates by 18, you, starting today, are grounded. You won't step outside until you've read every book in this house. I refuse to believe you can't pass the beast tamer assessment with such an opportunity. Dad, even if you want me to learn, you needn't fabricate such reasons. An intermediate beast tamer at 18? You must be joking. Jean Baoshan shot a disdainful glance at his father, then suddenly seemed to have recalled something. Dad, how old did you say the beast tamers are? He then pulled up Jiang Chen's WeChat on his phone, opened his moments, and pointed at his graduation photo. Is this the person? Jean Chen leaned in and was momentarily taken aback. How do you have a photo of Master Jiang? Upon hearing this, Jean Baoshan was entirely convinced. I never imagined little Jiang could be a genius to this extent. Little Jiang. Jean Chen suddenly raised the ruler to strike his own head. How dare you call him that? I can address him as such. You, however, are courting disaster. Tell me, how do you know him? Jean Baoshan rubbed his head and recounted how he met Jiang Chen. Jean Chen regarded him with a peculiar expression. Could it be that fools are blessed with good fortune? You stumbled upon something like this. Who are you calling a fool? Apart from you, who else? Jean Chen retorted. Let me tell you, Master Jiang's status is no ordinary matter now. Since you know him, seize this opportunity and don't treat him lightly. Dad, we young people don't think like that. Jean Chen blushed at his father's words. You little rascal, today I truly need to teach you the principles of life. At the Qingshan breeding base, Jiang Chen was oblivious to the happenings outside. After returning, he set his phone to do not disturb mode, allowing only a few acquaintances to contact him. Currently, he stood by the lakeside of the Qingshan breeding base, directing workers to expand the artificial lake. Originally spanning 4 acres, it sufficed for nurturing typical aquatic beasts. However, the abyssal king crocodile's massive size rendered the previous lake inadequate for its growth. Moreover, after Jiang Chen's return, Elder San had sent over 20 Azure water crocodiles, which, albeit of average quality, possessed the potential for evolution. This made the already cramped artificial lake even more constricted. Xiao Chun, the mayor's approval has come through. The natural lake behind Qingshan is yours. Don't forget your Uncle Huang when you breed the new abyssal king crocodile. Of course, you've helped me immensely. How could I possibly forget? I'll give you a discount when the time comes, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Huang Tianming chuckled, but then grew slightly serious. A discount isn't necessary. The Songhai army isn't at the point of taking advantage of you yet. Xiao Chen, after I report your success in breeding the abyssal king crocodile to the Songhai army, several of my longtime brothers have expressed interest in breeding one as well. Feel free to ask them for anything you need. Uncle Huang, rest assured, since they're your subordinates, I will certainly do my utmost in breeding. With a smile, Jiang Chen continued, however, I would like to propose a collaboration. Collaboration? Huang Tianming was taken aback. The Songhai army had breeding bases they collaborated with, such as Ziyun, a close partner of theirs. Many new recruits used beasts bred by them. Indeed, collaboration, Jiang Chen affirmed. You must be aware that the evolution of the Songhai king crocodile requires the spirit cores of the ghost-faced man-eating crab. I can breed beasts for the Songhai army at cost price, but in return, the Songhai army must regularly supply a batch of ghost-faced man-eating crab spirit cores. Huang Tianming's expression turned contemplative. After a moment, he replied, that can be arranged. The Songhai army undertakes river cleaning tasks every year, so this won't be an issue. But will this arrangement not disadvantage you? Not at all. After all, my parents are also military personnel, and as their son, I have some sense of responsibility. Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Moreover, the resources required for breeding the abyssal king crocodile are immense, apart from a few officers. Very few in the Songhai army can afford it. All things considered, I won't be at a loss, and perhaps I'll even profit from it. Huang Tianming's expression softened at this. Your parents would surely be proud of you. By the way, in a few days, I will arrange for 2 individuals to come protect you. You'll need to take charge. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Uncle Huang, is that really necessary? Necessary? Do you have any idea how valuable you are right now? The 5 major alliances appear harmonious on the surface, but there are constant undercurrents of friction. It's likely someone may seek to trouble you. Moreover, the 2 individuals I'm sending you are not free. You will need to pay them. They are both retired from the military and are perfectly suited for this task. Chapter 22. Expansion completed, setting sail. In the following days, the Qingshan breeding base underwent a series of upgrades. Jiang Chen transformed the entire lake at the back of the mountain into an environment suitable for aquatic beasts. Introducing 10 bronze-tier intermediate rainbow clams. These creatures possess the talent to gather spiritual energy, absorbing water attribute abilities, and condensing rainfall rainbow pearls within their bodies. These pearls are essential materials for the evolution of the abyssal king crocodile, and their presence would also subtly nourish the Azure water crocodile's body, improving the water quality of Qinghai Lake. To facilitate the abyssal king crocodile in improving its diet, Jiang Chen even excavated a passage connecting to the ocean. Over the days, the 20 or so Azure water crocodiles gradually adapted to life at the Qingshan breeding base. Meanwhile, the local residents began to engage playfully with these unexpectedly large creatures. Particularly, the vine spirit mongoose and little Qing consistently exchanged growth skills with the abyssal king crocodile. Due to Jiang Chen's influence, the abyssal king crocodile treated these two little ones with utmost generosity and sharing knowledge. "Master, it's time for your meal." A gentle female voice called from outside the breeding room. "Wenjie, didn't you say not to call me master?" Jiang Chen sighed, stepping out of the room to meet a woman clad in a light blue dress. She was Wenwan, one of the bodyguards Huang Tianming had arranged for him, serving in a clerical role within the Songhai army, with a commanding tier Aqua Wave Serpent as her supportive beast, known for its remarkable abilities. "That simply won't do. Since I have taken on this responsibility, I must adhere to the rules," Wenwan stated with a countenance full of righteousness. "By the way, during your seclusion, many individuals sought to pay their respects, and I have politely declined them on your behalf. Here is the list. Please review it and let me know who requires further contact." Jiang Chen accepted the list and glanced over it, noting that Wenwan had already categorized the visitors. "Thank you, Sister Wenwan." It was evident that she was indeed a worthy selection by Huang Tianming, as her execution of tasks was impeccable, and her presence had undeniably alleviated Jiang Chen's burdens. Moreover, her interpersonal skills were quite adept. Jiang Chen, typically engrossed in the study of beast taming, was not particularly skilled at social interactions and preferred not to squander excessive time on those deemed irrelevant. During such moments, she consistently managed affairs exceptionally well, a quality he greatly appreciated. However, their time together had been brief, and should any issues arise with these two bodyguards in the future, Jiang Chen would not hesitate to nurture their beasts. Retrieving the list, he dismissed it, for these individuals were inconsequential and warranted no attention. Ever since Jiang Chen evolved the abyssal king crocodile, various prominent families had inexplicably learned of his whereabouts, clamoring to make his acquaintance. This influx had caused him considerable inconvenience, which was only alleviated by Huang Tianming's intervention. Nevertheless, some individuals still visited the Qingshan base without invitation. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Chen made his way to the banks of Qinghai Lake, where Xiaoqing had already commenced training with the abyssal king crocodile. "Xiaoqing, I need to step out for a while. Would you like to accompany me, or shall you remain at home?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing immediately abandoned the abyssal king crocodile and swiftly ascended to Jiang Chen's shoulder. "I want to go with you." Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, a glimmer of blue flashing in his pupils. Name: Yiqing Snake. Level: Awakening Level 4. Attribute: Wood. Qualification: High Bronze. Quality: Rare. Traits: Child of the Jungle. Skills: Tail Whip, Proficient. Vine Whip, Novice. Flying Leaf Blade, Novice. Growth, Proficient. Binding, Proficient. Though its level had risen by 1, the wood-based skills had seen no improvement, save for the acquisition of a binding technique. Jiang Chen was not particularly concerned. The two wood attribute skills Xiaoqing possessed were too rudimentary to warrant extensive training. Moreover, through these two evolutions, Jiang Chen had discerned that the constitution of the tamed beasts played a significant role in their evolution. Even if it could not directly catalyze their evolution, it would enable them to enhance their strength more swiftly post-evolution. Thus, Jiang Chen increasingly prioritized this aspect of their nurturing. With the growth skill combined with the rapid cultivation secret technique acquired after his examinations, the beasts at the Qingshan nurturing base had experienced substantial improvements in their physique over the past few days. As he exited the gates of the Qingshan nurturing base with Xiaoqing, a young man was already waiting at the entrance, leading a rift horn rhinoceros, which was tethered to a large carriage behind him. This was Jiang Chen's second bodyguard, Xiao Yu, tasked with ensuring his safety during outings. "Young master." Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement and was about to board the vehicle when a voice called out from behind. "Xiao Chen, wait for me." Jiang Chen paused, turning to see Grandfather Qin approaching. "Grandfather Qin, do you need something from me?" Grandfather Qin offered an awkward smile and replied, "Actually, it's nothing of great importance. I hear from Lunai that you've become a beast nurturer. You know my daughter is married to someone in Nan City, and she just returned with her son. Your grandmother asked if you could assist with some nurturing. Of course, we will compensate you for your efforts." "What do you take me for, Grandfather Qin?" "That is certainly no problem. I have something to attend to now. Once I return, you can have him come find me." Jiang Chen responded with a smile. The nurturing base was indeed meant to engage in nurturing business, and the renovations had incurred considerable costs. Although some funding had come from the Beast Nurturers Association as rewards, there remained many purchases to be made. Presently, Jiang Chen had just over 5 million left, all of which was a prepayment for nurturing the Abyssal King Crocodile, equivalent to the price of 2 such creatures. While that sum appeared substantial, it would only last a few months, especially considering the dietary needs of the hatchlings. Additionally, he needed to begin researching the evolution of the Fire Sparrow. At the Beast Nurturers Association, President Liu had already informed him about the upcoming Junior Beast Nurturer competition, for which the qualification requirement was mastering 3 evolution schemes for tamed beasts. Currently, the Vine Spirit Mouse counted as one, and the Abyssal King Crocodile as another, leaving one still needed. Jiang Chen resolved to study the evolution of the metamorphic silkworm. After all, Shaoqing was still young and required more time to mature, and its evolution target was a leap in rank, necessitating thorough preparation. All right, whenever you have the time, I'll have him come over, Grandfather Qin said, a smile spreading across his face. Jiang Chen's current status was markedly different from before, and it would be no surprise if he chose to decline. After bidding farewell to Grandfather Qin, Jiang Chen set off toward the city center for the auction. In this era of flourishing e-commerce, traditional industries had faced significant disruption. Many spiritual materials could be procured online, yet certain precious items only appeared at auctions, freshly brought forth from secret realms by intrepid adventurers. These auctions occurred monthly and often featured an array of extraordinary goods. Moreover, unlike online platforms, items at auctions underwent thorough inspections beforehand, ensuring a higher guarantee of quality. Each auction drew numerous attendees, and while Jiang Chen's funds were limited, his assets were sufficient to meet the entry requirements. It was a perfect opportunity to see if he could stumble upon some rare spiritual materials. Chapter 23, Thunder Soundwood. Upon arriving at the auction venue, a charming 3-story building of antique design greeted him. The exterior was filled with an assortment of beast carriages, making his own vehicle seem somewhat inferior in comparison. However, he paid little mind to this. Jiang Chen disembarked and addressed Xiao Yu. Brother Xiao, let us proceed inside and take a look. The Jiang City auction was not merely an auction house. During the intermission before the auctions commenced, the first and second floors hosted shops rented out to adventurers selling spiritual materials and tamed beasts, colloquially known as the ghost market. These establishments were not subject to the auction staff's inspections, relying solely on the discerning eyes of the beast tamers. As they entered the venue, a staff member obstructed Jiang Chen's path, wearing a characteristic smile. Hello, please present your credentials. To purchase items here, one needed to undergo verification. This was the auction's rule. Access to the first and second floors required only a junior beast tamer certificate for unobstructed entry, while the third floor necessitated a mid-level beast tamer certificate. However, for nurturers, possession of any certificate granted them access, irrespective of rank. Such was the esteemed status of nurturers. Jiang Chen did not wish to inconvenience the staff member. He retrieved a card made of secret silver from his pocket and handed it over. Upon inspection, the staff member's pupils widened in astonishment. A mid-level nurturer certificate. A person so young had attained the status of a mid-level nurturer. Once verification was complete, the staff member respectfully returned the card to Jiang Chen. Brother Xiao, let us explore the area for selling spiritual plants. One of Jiang Chen's purposes for attending the auction was to seek a spiritual plant suitable for cultivation at the Qingshan nurturing base. The breeding base has seen a surge in the number of beasts, making it impractical to procure everything from outside. Achieving self-sufficiency is undoubtedly the most effective path to development. As Jiang Chen entered the spiritual material area, he was instantly enveloped by a refreshing aura of wood element. Little Qing perched contentedly on his arm, her small face radiating delight. Jiang Chen, you truly came. A familiar voice suddenly resonated. Jin Baoshan. Jiang Chen turned, uncertainty etched on his face as he recognized the visitor. The man appeared disheveled, with dark bags under his eyes that seemed to sag to the ground, exuding an air of utter exhaustion. It is indeed I? What happened to you? Jin Baoshan appeared on the verge of tears. It's all because of my father. Upon learning that I failed the beast tamer assessment, he inundated me with a mountain of books, insisting that I cannot leave the house until I've read them all. If it weren't for the auction today, which required me to deliver goods, I would still be confined at home. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Enough of this. Let us head to my stall and see if there is anything you fancy. I assure you, I've brought quite a few treasures this time. Jiang Chen, without hesitation, agreed. After all, it was merely a stroll, and there was no harm in checking out his wares. Upon arriving at the stall, Jiang Chen found an impressive array of items. Not only were there spiritual plants, but also a selection of tamed beasts for sale. Among them was the recently popular Qing Shui crocodile, one of which was astonishingly priced at 300,000, surpassing even some silver-tier beasts. This is all thanks to you. We developed the evolution plan for the Abyssal King Crocodile. We've made quite a profit selling Qing Shui crocodiles these days. However, unfortunately, their numbers are dwindling, as the Meng family has ceased external sales. Rumor has it that the third elder of the Beast Tamer Association intends to study their new evolution. Jiang Chen immediately recalled the elder's grim expression when he had delivered the Qing Shui crocodiles to him. So, where did you acquire these? Shouldn't the Jin family specialize in metal element beasts? How is it that you possess so many Qing Shui crocodiles? A hint of pride flickered across Jin Baoshan's face as he whispered to Jiang Chen, I had someone procure these from other alliances abroad. The news of the Abyssal King Crocodile hasn't yet spread, making these quite a bargain. Would you be interested? I could sell them to you at the original price of 100,000 each. I believe you should not pursue beast taming with your intellect. You are undoubtedly suited for business, where profits are abundant. Jiang Chen couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. Jiang City, being a port city with extensive connections to other alliances, naturally facilitated beast trading. Jin Baoshan's initiative was indeed commendable. You agree, don't you? Jin Baoshan, seeming to find a kindred spirit, continued, I've always believed I'm cut out for business. But my father insists that my emotional intelligence is lacking and that I would easily suffer losses, insisting I take the Beast Tamer exam. Do I seem like someone endowed with that talent? Upon hearing this, even the typically stoic Xiao Yu couldn't suppress a smirk. His emotional intelligence was indeed questionable. Come and see what you desire. I'll sell it all to you at cost, as we are friends. Jiang Chen nodded and activated his all-seeing eye, scanning the stall. Most of the items were rather mundane, until suddenly, Jiang Chen's attention was drawn to a half-dead, withered tree in the far corner. A lightning scar ran from its branches directly through to its roots. Name, Thunderwood, near death. Attribute, lightning. Quality, silver tier. Quality, rare. Level, awakening. Skills. Thunderfruit. Beginner produces fruit imbued with the power of lightning, which can be consumed or thrown as an attack. Thunderous tremor. Beginner vibrates its branches and leaves to emit a thunderous sound, intimidating foes. Lightning strike. Beginner attacks enemies with lightning. Root bind. Beginner uses electrified roots to ensnare enemies. Charging. Beginner absorbs the power of thunder and lightning from the environment to accelerate fruit maturation. Exclusive trait. Gift of heavenly thunder. During thunderstorms, its growth rate and fruit quality significantly increase. The thunder fruit produced contains pure lightning energy, which can enhance the body upon consumption, but may incapacitate ordinary individuals. Evolution path. Description. This is a thunderwood struck by heavenly lightning, with residual electric energy within, possessing formidable lightning attributes, but on the brink of death. How much for that withered tree? Jiang Chen inquired, pointing at the thunderwood. Jin Baoshan glanced in the direction of his finger and casually replied, That's a tree struck by lightning, nearly dead. I bought it from the Great Eagle Alliance, hoping to find someone interested in cultivation. If you want it, I'll gift it to you. Jiang Chen understood the implications. The thunderwood and the lightning thorn tree share a symbiotic relationship, and while both are similar plant-based beasts, their prices differ significantly. Jin Baoshan had indeed struck gold by purchasing it as a lightning thorn tree. That won't do. How could I take advantage of you? Am I not your brother? You're being too polite over such a trivial matter. Jin Baoshan retorted, if you truly feel that way, then buy more items from me to help me make a profit. Jiang Chen nodded, turning his gaze towards the several Qing Shui crocodiles trapped in their enclosure. These crocodiles displayed superior attributes compared to those Meng Tong had provided. How many Qing Shui crocodiles do you currently have? Jin Baoshan chuckled, holding up 5 fingers. 50. Impressive. Jiang Chen couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. How about this? Prepare 30 males and 20 females to be sent to the Qingshan breeding base, preferably adults. As the breeding base was just beginning to take shape, the variety and number of tamed beasts were still sparse, and the existing ones were ill-suited for novice beast tamers. Jiang Chen needed to breed beasts to expand the base's operations. Leave it to me. After signing the contract, Jiang Chen continued to browse the ghost market for a while, purchasing several fire jujube trees before entering the auction venue. Chapter 24. The auction begins. Bloodthirsty Savage Lion. Jiang Chen and Xiao Yu ascended to the 3rd level. Although it was summer, Jiang Chen was immediately greeted by a chill upon entering, prompting an involuntary shiver. He surveyed the crowd. Each person donned attire signifying their individual status. And even Jin Baoshan produced a golden coat from his spatial ring to wear, making Jiang Chen and Xiao Yu feel utterly out of place. Turning to Jin Baoshan, Jiang Chen asked, What's the deal here? Is the air conditioning set so low just to make you all wear coats? Wearing formal attire to the auction is a regulation established by the young master of the Treasure Pavilion. intended to enable participants to assess each other's financial standing and prevent malicious bidding, Jean Baoshan explained. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Isn't that a bit extravagant? Isn't the treasure pavilion losing out? Jean Baoshan shook his head. Not at all. Leaving aside the treasure pavilion's substantial resources, the real profit comes from the lower two levels. Each year, we merchants must pay a 10% stall fee based on our sales revenue. The auction itself is essentially a networking event, serving to draw in participants and establish connections. Jiang Chen nodded in understanding. The young master of the Treasure Pavilion's willingness to forego such significant income for the sake of fostering relationships demonstrated a level of audacity not commonly found. Brother Xiao, we haven't brought any clothes. Can we still enter? There's no need for concern. I have 2 sets here that you can use, he replied, retrieving from his spatial ring 2 formal outfits that signified the Jin family's status. There's no need for me to prepare anything, Xiaoyu interjected, shaking his head as he produced a black brocade robe from his spatial ring. Adorned with a few dark gemstones, the robe exuded an understated yet luxurious aura. Jiang Chen accepted the garment from Xiaoyu, gently caressing the intricate dark embroidery that emanated a faint glow of spiritual energy. This is crafted from spirit silkworm fabric. But not just any ordinary silkworm. It's made from the dark attribute shadow cicada. The silk threads from the shadow cicada are notoriously difficult to collect, as they only emit their silk during evolution. Only a skilled spirit seamstress can create garments from such material, and they are exclusively custom-made, commanding an exorbitant price. Brother Xiao, where did you acquire this robe? Jiang Chen inquired, as he had been preoccupied with researching the evolution plan for the thunder butterfly and expanding the Qingshan breeding base. Leaving no time for clothing preparations, this was prepared by Sister Wanwan earlier. She mentioned that since you are now an intermediate breeder, you might need to attend formal events. Xiaoyu explained, leaving Jiang Chen somewhat astonished. He knew Wanwan was meticulous, but he hadn't anticipated her foresight to such an extent. Jiang Chen took the robe and entered the changing room at the auction venue. Upon emerging, his appearance momentarily captivated Jean Baoshan. With his black hair and eyes, clad in the dark tang suit complemented by gold-rimmed spectacles, the youthful figure radiated an air of distinct elegance, both languid and noble. Such refinement was something he had only seen in the young master of the sect. Jean Baoshan shook his head, sighing, Jiang Chen, do be careful. With your appearance and your identity as a breeder, those young ladies from prominent families attending the auction will surely be drawn to you. Jiang Chen chuckled lightly in response. It's not as exaggerated as you say. With that, he stepped into the auction hall. Jean Baoshan sighed again, trailing behind him, youthful naivety. As the auction was about to commence, many attendees were already seated, mostly in small groups engaged in conversation. Jiang Chen, lacking acquaintances, chose an empty seat nearby. Soon, the auction began. A woman gracefully emerged from the backstage. She was slender, clad in a meticulously crafted black qipao, with a silver spirit silkworm silk embroidery of a bamboo sprig accentuating her alluring and elegant silhouette. Her hair was casually swept back, and her delicate features were complemented by a hint of crimson in her pupils, harmonizing beautifully with the red necklace adorning her neck. Thank you for your patience. We shall now officially commence the auction, she announced, raising her hand gently as 2 attendants struggled to bring forth a spirit-binding box. Lifting the black cloth revealed a fierce red lion, half-crouched on the ground, its eyes gleaming with a menacing intensity, poised to strike. This was a rare silver-grade bloody savage lion, possessing a slight potential to advance to a lordly status, captured by the Adventurers Guild in the Blazing Fire Secret Realm. Intended for exchange for spirit materials or equally splendid combat beasts. The audience gasped, astonished that the first item up for bid was of such high caliber. After all, Jiang City was not a top-tier city. Items of this level typically appeared only at the end of auctions. Jiang Chen's pupils flickered with a shade of light blue as he scrutinized the Bloody Savage Lion. Name, Bloody Savage Lion. Attribute, Fire. Quality, Silver Grade. Rarity, Rare. Level, Extraordinary First Stage. Skills, Blood Flame Bite. Intermediate when biting an enemy. The wound will continue to burn and bleed. Savage Tread. Beginner rampantly tramples the ground, causing an area-wide fiery shockwave. Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Beginner enters a frenzied state upon injury, increasing attack power but decreasing defense. Exclusive trait, Blood Feast. Each attack that inflicts bleeding restores its own health. The more severe the bleeding, the greater the recovery. On the night of a full moon, all skills power increases by 30. As Jiang Chen observed this beast, he couldn't help but glance towards the Adventurers Guild below. It seemed someone among them required a new contract for a beast, otherwise, they wouldn't have presented the Bloody Savage Lion. At that moment, Jean Baoshan nudged Jiang Chen's side with his elbow, inquiring, "What do you think?" Assuming he was intrigued, Jiang Chen began to elaborate. The Bloody Savage Lion's positioning is rather lackluster. Its exclusive talent is robust and synergizes well with its skills, yet if it were me, I wouldn't purchase it. Jean Baoshan paused, taken aback. What are you talking about? I was asking if the auctioneer looks good. Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. She looks good. Their proximity to the auction stage meant Jiang Chen's words were overheard by the Adventurers Guild members. They could not tolerate any criticism of their intended exchange beast. What do you mean by that? Are you implying the Bloody Savage Lion is inadequate? One of them challenged, narrowing his eyes. Jiang Chen frowned, wishing to avoid further entanglement. He simply stated, I was merely expressing my opinion. If you are unwilling to hear it, I shall remain silent. You think you can just brush this off? What about my losses? I offer you two choices. Either explain what's wrong with the Bloody Savage Lion, or forfeit 30,000, and we'll consider this settled. Jiang Chen's expression darkened slightly, his tone growing colder. Are you certain? Indeed. If you cannot substantiate your claims, don't blame us for being impolite. The speaker advanced towards Jiang Chen, in the Blazing Fire's secret realm, to hunt the Bloody Savage Lion. Their leader's primary combat beast had been torn apart by a lion pack, currently recuperating in the hospital. They were acutely aware of the beast's problems, otherwise, it wouldn't have been the first item auctioned. Nevertheless, there are always those eager to seize an opportunity, and their target was precisely such individuals, hoping to acquire a new beast for their leader's contract. This was an opportunity to stir up the auction, potentially elevating the Bloody Savage Lion's value even further. They had never considered that Jiang Chen might see through their scheme. Given his age and attire, it was apparent he was a young scion from a minor family, merely leveraging his family's reputation to gain exposure at the treasure pavilion. Who do you think you're threatening? A C-grade adventurer's guild dares to intimidate a young master? Seeing the situation escalate, Xiao Yu immediately positioned himself in front of Jiang Chen, his eyes sharp as an eagle, fixating on the aggressors. The unfolding conflict caught the attention of other attendees, who exchanged glances filled with intrigue. Although the Adventurers Guild claimed to be valiant, their reputation was far from pristine, often engaging in unsavory activities such as monster theft in the secret realms. The young man before them was unfamiliar, but judging by his attire, his background must be substantial. Even Jean Baoshan, the notorious scion of the Jean family, seemed to hold him in respect. Seeing the situation, Jiang Chen intervened to stop the impulsive Xiao Yu. After all, this was the territory of the esteemed Master Amo. And while he was indeed furious, he was still unaware of the true nature of the stunning woman on the stage. He did not wish to provoke unnecessary trouble. If you insist I speak, then I shall, he declared. This bloodthirsty savage lion holds no value in my eyes. As I previously mentioned, its qualities and characteristics are indeed commendable, yet this particular specimen has aged. In the wild, beasts without the care of a beastmaster inevitably suffer wear and tear on their offensive capabilities during battles, but they are typically replaced at intervals. However, your bloodthirsty savage lion's claws and teeth have been worn down. Such deterioration indicates it has not been replaced for at least a year, a condition typically found in elder lions. Moreover, to speak bluntly, with your skills, do you truly believe you could capture a lion in its prime from a pack of bloodthirsty savage lions? Shut your mouth. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? A member of the Adventurers Guild interrupted Jiang Chen, gritting his teeth. They had not anticipated that Jiang Chen could discern the details of the bloodthirsty savage lion, and allowing him to continue would yield nothing beneficial for them. Yet, those present were all members of various powerful factions in Jiang City, and they were not fools. The expressions on the adventurers' faces revealed that Jiang Chen's assertions were indeed accurate, igniting curiosity about his identity. Jiang Chen, unperturbed, continued, though I do not know how you managed to do it. The state of this bloodthirsty savage lion suggests that it should have long since run out of energy and could not possibly have survived until now. The expression of the Adventurers Guild members darkened at his words. How could he know this? Nevertheless, Jiang Chen did not dwell on their confusion. Instead, he turned to the watching Mo Yueqing on the stage and spoke. Young master, may I request permission to inspect it? Upon hearing this, Mo Yueqing turned her faintly rose-colored eyes toward Jiang Chen, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. How intriguing. Normally, the treasure pavilion does not permit auctioneers on stage. But since the young gentleman is so charming, I shall make an exception just this once. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback by her gaze. His ears flushed crimson as he quickly averted his eyes and ascended the stage. Upon Jiang Chen's arrival, the bloodthirsty savage lion emitted a series of low growls, seemingly showcasing its strength. Xiao Qing, noticing this, cautiously emerged from Jiang Chen's sleeve, eyeing the creature warily. However, Jiang Chen paid little heed. Having observed from below, he realized that the condition of the bloodthirsty savage lion was worse than he had imagined. Its body marred by whip marks, bloodied and mangled. Its eyes were bloodshot, with faint movements of insects visible within. A chilling thought surged in Jiang Chen's mind as he activated his all-knowing eye. Blood shadow insect. Name, shadow insect. Attribute, dark. Quality, bronze level. Grade, awakening skills. Parasitic spore. Beginner releases minuscule spores that attach to the target, with a chance of successful parasitism within 24 hours. Neural disruption. Beginner allows for slight manipulation of already parasitized targets. Shadow escape. Beginner enables movement within shadows, making detection difficult. Exclusive trait. Parasite. Resides within dying beasts, siphoning their life energy to enhance itself. Indeed, it was as he suspected. The blood shadow insect was an exceedingly peculiar beast native to Miaojiang, strictly prohibited from leaving its borders. It had virtually no natural enemies elsewhere, and once it amassed sufficient energy, it evolved into a creature known as the Insect Mother. This entity would endlessly produce blood shadow insects, mercilessly hunting the beasts of the invaded territories. Endure. Jiang Chen forced down his compassion and commanded Shaoqing. Use the flying leaf blade on its brow. Heeding the command, Shaoqing swiftly launched a willow leaf-shaped flying knife, which the exhausted, bloodthirsty savage lion could neither withstand nor resist. The blade swiftly carved a gash in its head. As the control over its body dissipated, the bloodthirsty savage lion's expression shifted to one of relief before it collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The onlookers were taken aback by Jiang Chen's sudden action against the Treasure Pavilion's auction item, their mouths agape in shock. The Adventurers Guild members erupted in outrage. Impudent. You insolent brat, what are you doing? Stop him. Mo Yueqing snorted coldly, then approached Jiang Chen with a smile. Though you are rather handsome, you cannot act so recklessly. I would appreciate an explanation, or else it may not bode well for you. Her gaze became increasingly enchanting. Jiang Chen took a step back. This woman was a siren, and he knew not to entangle himself with her. He bent down, retrieved the flying knife, and offered it to her. Mo Yueqing's eyes darkened as she beheld the repulsive insect upon the blade, a wave of murderous intent washing over her. Blood shadow insect. She waved her right hand, summoning a graceful six-tailed fox with dark red fur to appear behind her, who verified the condition of this bloodthirsty savage lion. She inquired of her attendant. The attendant, trembling, lowered his head and stammered, It was Master Gao. Settle his dues. From this day forth, he is no longer a beast master of the Treasure Pavilion. After issuing her command, she turned her icy gaze upon the adventurers, stating, The issues with the auction item are the responsibility of the Treasure Pavilion, and I do not hold you accountable. However, you dare to privately rear blood shadow insects? You are truly bold. Guards, seize them and take them to the guarding division. At her command, guards from the Treasure Pavilion surged forth from all directions. The adventurers, unwilling to submit, immediately summoned their beasts in defense. Yet, they were no match for the skilled members of the Treasure Pavilion. The four-armed spirit monkeys executed their moves with perfect synergy, swiftly overcoming the adventurers. Once the chaos subsided, Mo Yueqing turned back to the remaining guests with a smile. I apologize, everyone. Due to the emergence of the blood shadow insect during this auction, the Treasure Pavilion must conduct inspections to ensure no other beasts have been infected. Hence, we must conclude here. As a token of our apologies, you may each select a low-tier silver spiritual material from our collection. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately responded with smiles of agreement. Then she turned to Jiang Chen, who was preparing to leave, and said, Young brother, please wait. May I have a word with you? Chapter 26. Bilowoko, Healing the Thunderwood. Jiang Chen was uncertain of Mo Yueqing's intentions, but recognizing her position as the head of the Treasure Pavilion in Jiang City, he understood they would inevitably cross paths again. Thus, he followed her into her office. Upon entering, an attendant from the Treasure Pavilion stepped in, presenting a white jade box. Inside lay a seed exuding a rich aura of life. Bilowoko. It had the potential to awaken life-related skills in beasts that consumed it, enhancing their wood attribute abilities. Among silver-tier spiritual materials, Bilowoko was considered precious, with a mature specimen valued at over 400,000, and that was merely the base price. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted at the sight, and he inquired, Young master, what is the meaning of this? Mo Yueqing waved her hand dismissively, signaling the attendant to leave, and then replied, This is your reward. Had it not been for your discernment in identifying the blood shadow insect residing within the bloodthirsty savage lion, our reputation would have been irrevocably tarnished had it escaped from the Treasure Pavilion. As Jiang Chen listened to her address him, he felt a twinge of discomfort and replied, Young master, you may simply call me Jiang Chen. As for discerning the blood shadow worm, it was merely a stroke of luck. I happen to have studied the Miaojiang Beast Master's Compendium. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's name, Mo Yueqing furrowed her brows slightly, but they quickly relaxed as she responded. You are being modest. Your discernment far surpasses that of the inept individuals at my treasure pavilion. How about considering a part-time position with us? I assure you the remuneration will be satisfactory. I appreciate your kind offer, young master, but I currently have no intentions of seeking employment, Jiang Chen said with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. It was a jest. His breeding base was just beginning, and he had not received a single order yet. So why would he work for someone else? Mo Yueqing, upon hearing this, did not press the matter further, but instead took out her phone and said, in that case, let us exchange contact information. I believe our paths will cross frequently in the future. Jiang Chen did not refuse this and exchanged contact details with her before bidding farewell and leaving the treasure pavilion. Once Jiang Chen departed, Mo Yueqing gazed at the profile of the leaf-green snake on her phone, a faint smile gracing her lips. Miss, Jiang Chen has already left. An elderly gentleman in a Zhongshan suit entered, slightly bowing as he spoke. I never expected to encounter such a genius upon returning from the capital. This is intriguing. Exiting the treasure pavilion, Xiao Yu and another individual awaited him at the entrance. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, they immediately approached him. Jiang Chen, has young Master Mo treated you well? Jin Baoshan teased, a smirk on his face. Not at all. She merely presented me with a gift, Jiang Chen replied. You're finished, Jiang Chen. Jin Baoshan sighed dramatically. Young Master Mo has taken a liking to you. I always said someone with your looks would catch the eye of a wealthy heiress, but I never imagined it would be her. Jiang Chen, feeling somewhat speechless, retorted. What nonsense are you spouting? Nonsense. You've been away from Jiang City for too long to know her reputation. Although young Master Mo possesses formidable strength, she is also quite the socialite. Every time I see her at the bar, she spends the most. I heard not long ago she was quite taken with a beast master who graduated from Beijing Northern University, and now it's you. It seems you are indeed more handsome than that fellow. In any case, be cautious. She is a femme fatale, not easily subdued by the average person. Jiang Chen nodded resignedly, acknowledging he would be careful. He was reluctant to entertain Jin Baoshan as chatter any longer. The pressing matter was to return to the Qingshan breeding base. He had acquired numerous valuable items at the treasure pavilion and needed to arrange everything promptly, especially the Thunderwood, which required immediate care due to its electrified state. Upon returning to the Qingshan breeding base, the transport workers had already arrived ahead of him, waiting at the entrance. Breeder Jiang, how should these goods be planted? One of the transport workers inquired. It is company policy. The materials handled by Beastmasters are precious, and mishandling them can lead to significant issues, so they must be arranged by the Beastmaster personally before unloading. Jiang Chen directed them to unload the fire jujube trees first. He had specifically purchased these to plant outside the fire sparrow nest. Although they were merely low-tier bronze spirit plants, the fiery energy they contained was perfectly suited for the fire sparrow. Their previously depleted vitality had nearly been replenished, and it was time to enhance their internal fire attribute energy. As for the nearly withered Thunderwood, Jiang Chen planted it at the highest point of the Qingshan breeding base. It was a thunder attribute beast that needed to absorb heavenly lightning to evolve. Young Master, this is a Thunderwood, Wenwan exclaimed, astonished as she gazed at the withered tree. Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised by her recognition. The Thunderwood bore a striking resemblance to the electric thornbush, and even some Beastmasters struggled to tell them apart. He had not anticipated she would be able to distinguish them. Have you seen one before? He asked. Wenwan nodded. I encountered one during a mission with the Songhai army. That Thunderwood coexisted with a raging thunder gorilla, boasting immense power, and the Songhai army suffered considerable losses because of them. However, young master, yours seems to be rather lifeless. I purchased it at a bargain, hoping to plant it here and see if I could revive it, Jiang Chen admitted candidly. If it could be revived, that would be ideal. If not, he would not feel regret, as he had already copied the desired skills, lightning and charging, from the Thunderwood. In ancient mythology, the dragon was believed to summon wind and rain. The leaf-green snake's wood and lightning attributes were inherently connected. The evolution of the leaf-green snake into a dragon was still in its nascent stages, and Jiang Chen had managed to deduce 30% of the evolution plan through his own exploration. Thus, he was determined to explore every possibility, confident that with the all-encompassing eye at his disposal, even if evolution did not occur, it would not pose a significant problem. After planting the Thunderwood, Jiang Chen turned to Wenwan and said, Sister Wenwan, please bring the vine spirit links up here. Now that it has been planted, we must quickly enhance its vitality. Understood. As Wenwan departed, Jiang Chen imparted the charging skill to Little Qing, having previously experienced the sensation of receiving teachings. Little Qing squinted its eyes in delight, feeling a peculiar energy surge within, enhancing its strength. The primary issue with the Thunderwood was the excess thunder energy within, which needed to be extracted gradually. Originally, it was intended for a batch of transforming silkworms that Jiang Chen had selected after completing his Beastmaster assessment, totaling 50. However, the current condition of the Thunderwood was so dire that Jiang Chen feared the transforming silkworms might devour it entirely. Therefore, he could only allow little Qing to learn charging and extract the energy incrementally. Moments later, when Wan returned, cradling the vine spirit lynx, followed by a group of lively spirit mice. They had all mastered the growth skill and were now the spirit plant masters of the entire breeding base. Xiaohuan utilized the growth skill on the tree, while the Mouse Emperor, dissatisfied with his name, nonetheless obeyed the command and led his followers in employing the growth skill. The surrounding wood attribute energy coalesced instantly, restoring some vitality to the Thunderwood. Yet, the Thunderwood was gravely injured, and this modicum of life energy was merely a drop in the bucket. With no other options, and observing the exhausted vine spirit lynx, Jiang Chen resolutely retrieved a jade box from his waist, containing the Bailuo grass seeds given to him by Mo Yueqing. Harnessing the surrounding wood attribute energy, he planted them beside the Thunderwood, unleashing a surge of potent life energy. Chapter 27. Combat. After a night of meticulous care from Jiang Chen, the Thunderwood finally survived. However, it still contained excess heavenly thunder, which little Qing would need to extract periodically. Fortunately, it was more than willing to assist with this task. Once all was settled, Jiang Chen suddenly recalled his agreement with old Qin and sent him a message. After all, as a beast master, he needed to rely on his skills for sustenance. This could also serve as an opportunity to acquire some deduction points, for he had discovered that as the grade of the beasts increased, so too did the deduction points required to deduce evolution plans. At the Qin residence, upon learning that Jiang Chen was available, old Qin immediately sought out his grandson, carrying a box of cloud mist tea. Xiaoyu, the beast master I found for you is free now. Take this with you tomorrow. And remember to speak sweetly when you meet him. Do not let that spoiled brat attitude of yours show. Hearing this, Lin Yu replied with some impatience. Do I really have to? Grandfather, I've already said it's unnecessary, and besides, there are no formidable breeders nearby, Qin Iran expressed. Hearing this, Master Qin felt a tinge of dissatisfaction and retorted, how can you say that? Ask your mother. Her contracted beast was acquired from the neighboring Qingshan breeding base. Otherwise, how could she have been admitted to Jingnan University? Qin Iran nodded in acknowledgement. What grandfather said is correct. My shadow demon cat was indeed contracted at the Qingshan breeding base. However, Dad, I recall that the Qingshan breeding base ceased operations a few years ago. Has someone taken it over? Master Qin affirmed with a nod. Xiao Chen has returned as a breeder to take over. Qin Iran paused momentarily. Jiang Chen? If memory serves me right, he should be a few months younger than my son. He has become a breeder already. If Dad isn't mistaken, then Jiang Chen's talent must surpass that of Uncle Jiang. After pondering for a while, she addressed her son, after listening to grandfather. We should visit the Qingshan breeding base tomorrow. Having married into the Lin family, the outward appearance was commendable, yet the true hardships were known only to her. Her lineage was merely the third branch of the Lin family, with limited breeding resources at their disposal, and with the entire family focused on their cultivation. The resources available for Lin Yu were scant. The purpose of returning to Jiang City was to prepare him for the upcoming college entrance examination. I understand. I'll head out to train now. Lin Yu promptly replied and departed for the Beastmaster arena to participate in battles. The following day, Qin Iran and Lin Fan knocked on the door of the Qingshan Breeding Center. As Jiang Chen was still engaged in nurturing the transforming silkworm, it was when Wan who opened the door. You must be here to find the young master for beast nurturing, right? He is currently busy. Allow me to take you to the waiting room. He will finish shortly. Qin Iran nodded, observing the surroundings, which had changed significantly over the past few years. Once teeming with rare beasts, now only a few fire sparrows occasionally flitted across the sky. Indeed, the impact of that beast tide had been profound. Leading the mother and son to the waiting room, when Wan remarked, we've prepared tea for both of you. If you need anything, feel free to call for me. With that, she turned and left. The current staff at the breeding base was relatively sparse, with Xiaoyu solely focused on combat beast mastery. Thus, the responsibilities of feeding and monitoring the beasts were entrusted to her. Mom, is your shadow demon cat really from here? This place seems rather dilapidated. Grandfather couldn't have been deceived, could he? Qin Iran shook her head. Some things cannot be judged by appearances. In recent years, the Qingshan breeding base has indeed become a top-tier breeding facility. Wait, speak more respectfully. Your father's iron-armored rhinoceros is about to evolve, and all our breeding resources must be allocated to it. If you don't wish to seek your grandfather's assistance, you'll have to find a breeder on your own. I understand, but I must first assess his breeding capabilities. Otherwise, I will never allow him to handle my fighting eagle. Knowing her son's temperament, Qin Iran refrained from further comments, merely nodding. Moments later, Jiang Chen finished his nurturing and entered the reception area. I apologize, Aunt Qin. I was occupied with nurturing beasts and kept you waiting. Qin Iran was momentarily taken aback by his breeding robe. Jiang Chen was unexpectedly a mid-level breeder. A smile instantly graced her face as she approached. Nurturing beasts is indeed vital. I heard from my father that you enjoy tea. Here, I brought some cloud and mist tea from Nanshire for you to try. Jiang Chen smiled in return. This breeding robe is issued by the Breeders' Guild. The effect I aim for is precisely this. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and given my age, it's inevitable that some may doubt my abilities. Upon seeing Jiang Chen's appearance, Lin Yu immediately prepared to turn away. But Qiniran stopped him. Mom, do you truly believe he can nurture beasts? He looks barely older than me. That robe could have been stolen for all we know. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qiniran turned to Jiang Chen. I apologize, Xiao Chun. My son has a rather blunt personality. Please don't take offense. I understand. Jiang Chen replied with a smile, not elaborating further. Mom. Observing his mother's demeanor, Lin Yu's expression darkened. He strode up to Jiang Chen and coldly stated, You are Jiang Chen, right? Judging by your age, you must have contracted a beast as well. However, as a breeder, your skills should be considerable. How about a duel? Wenwan frowned slightly. How could their young master be insulted by a mere child? Jiang Chen shook his head and responded, You wish to battle me? That is acceptable. But what will you wager? He did not refuse outright. After several days of training, Xiaoqing's strength had significantly improved. The Abyssal Emperor Crocodile at the breeding base was formidable, while the Vine Spirit Lynx had negligible offensive capabilities. Now, it was an opportune moment to find a sparring partner to assess Xiaoqing's prowess. Lin Yu revealed a slight smirk and declared, If you can defeat me, I will pay 3 times the price for you to nurture my beast. This was his confidence in his own abilities. He was a student in the elite class at Nanshire, and even among his peers, he was not at the bottom. He had come to Jiang City solely to strive for admission to a more prestigious school. Moreover, Jiangnan No. 1 High School had paid to bring him over. He had encountered those so-called top students at the school, and aside from the top few, the others posed no pressure whatsoever. Jiangnan No. 1 High School was already among the best institutions in Jiang City. He had never met Jiang Chen before. Thus, how could he possibly lose? Chapter 28. Yiqing Snake vs. Fighting Eagle. Qingshan Breeding Base. Jiang Chen stood by the training ground near the lake. A smile playing on his lips as he gazed at Lin Yu across from him. The rules of engagement will follow a 1v1 format, concluding when one side's beast can no longer fight. How does that sound? Fine, let's not waste time and get started, Lin Yu retorted disdainfully, summoning his fighting eagle. The piercing cry of the eagle resonated throughout the arena. Jiang Chen observed the fighting eagle and nodded inwardly. Its nurturing had been commendable. No wonder Lin Yu spoke so arrogantly. He indeed had some merit. The fighting eagle, a beast that thrives in mountainous terrains, possesses both flying and fighting attributes. In the wild, fighting eagles exhibit remarkable aggression, targeting all beasts within their line of sight. They are exceedingly rare in plains regions, typically boasting a wingspan of around 1.5 meters, yet this particular one clearly exceeded that threshold. This was ample proof of Lin Yu's dedication to its training. Name, Fighting Eagle. Attributes, Flying, Fighting. Qualification, Low Silver Tier. Quality Rare. Level, Awakening Stage 6. Skills, Eagle Sky Strike. Beginner, a powerful strike from a high dive using sharp claws, with a tearing effect. Wind Blade Fist. Beginner condensing airflow around its claws to form sharp wind blades for melee attacks. Tailwind. Beginner generating a light breeze behind to enhance its speed. Airflow Perception. Beginner sensing changes in surrounding air currents to predict enemy movements. Exclusive Trait. King of Aerial Combat. Increases speed and attack power by 10 during aerial battles, with each successful evasion of an attack. The potency of the subsequent strike is incrementally enhanced. Could it be that the 6th tier has awakened? His strength should suffice to gauge Xiaoqing's capabilities, Jiang Chen murmured. As the college entrance examinations had yet to commence, the majority of individuals still possessed low-tier beasts, making it commendable that this combat eagle had attained mid-tier awakening. Xiaoqing, take the stage, he commanded. The leaf-green serpent, eager for battle, slithered forth from his sleeve, already brimming with anticipation upon hearing of the impending conflict. The combat eagle, upon spotting the 2-meter-long leaf-green serpent, immediately fixated its keen eyes on it, a fervent battle spirit igniting within. Jiang Chen observed the leaf-green serpent on the field, a slight smile gracing his lips. He was well acquainted with this type of beast, as it was recognized among the Alliance's 24 most suitable creatures for novice beast tamers. During his time in Nanshire, he had often sparred with such beasts. Although this particular serpent was somewhat exaggerated in size, his combat eagle was no mere pushover. Moreover, in terms of quality and attributes, the combat eagle possessed a comprehensive advantage over the leaf-green serpent. He could not fathom a possible defeat. Xiaoqing, prepare for battle. You must take this seriously today. Our funds are rather limited, and a misstep would mean no extra meal for you tonight, Jiang Chen said slowly. The serpent was taken aback. How could you possibly deduct my meal costs? I have trained tirelessly for this. The ferocity in Xiao Qing's gaze intensified as it set its sights on the combat eagle. On the sidelines, Qin Ran observed the two beasts, formulating a preliminary assessment in her mind. Both creatures had been meticulously nurtured, surpassing the limitations of their species and size. However, this was still a low-tier beast battle, where attribute advantages equated to bloodline supremacy. Furthermore, the leaf-green serpent, being of the wood attribute, was recognized as one of the lowest in offensive capabilities among attributes without high-tier awakened skills. Yet, that was not the most critical factor. The most crucial aspect was that the combat eagle could fly. As long as it maintained aerial dominance, the leaf-green serpent would find it exceedingly difficult to counter. Let the battle commence. Combat eagle, take advantage of the wind. With Wan's declaration of the match's initiation, Lin Yu's expression instantly turned serious as he issued commands. Call. A piercing eagle cry resonated as a gust of wind whipped up behind it, lifting its massive form into the air, then diving downward with astonishing speed. Impressive strength. Yet unfortunately misguided, Jiang Chen remarked as he continued issuing orders. Bind it, then use growth. Although the combat eagle's speed was remarkable, the wind boost was merely a status-enhancing skill, and given the current physique of the leaf-green serpent, enduring the impact posed little issue. Additionally, while the combat eagle was large, its claw muscles were not particularly potent, rendering its attack power lackluster. The leaf-green serpent, having trained extensively with the abyssal king crocodile, was unperturbed by its presence, let alone that of a mere combat eagle. As the combat eagle charged toward it, the serpent's crimson pupils locked onto its foe, and as it neared, the leaf-green serpent surprisingly propelled itself into the air, swiftly activating the binding skill. With a speed characteristic of a skilled practitioner, it ensnared the combat eagle instantaneously, and a surge of verdant energy enveloped it, enhancing both its attack and defense by a tier. Caw! Within a mere second, the combat eagle found itself at a disadvantage, thrashing wildly in a desperate attempt to free itself. But Jiang Chen had no intention of granting it such a reprieve. Lightning strike. Almost instantaneously, electrical currents surged across the leaf-green serpent, sinking its fangs into the combat eagle's wing. Farewell to my meal costs. Boom. A torrent of electricity erupted from the serpent, causing the combat eagle to convulse uncontrollably. This was Jiang Chen's secret weapon against the combat eagle. The sudden turn of events left Lin Yu completely taken aback. Could it be that a wood attribute serpent could wield electric skills? Yet, being a prodigy, he quickly commanded. Windblade Fist. With its wings incapacitated, it must rely on its claws. Caw. The combat eagle strained against the bindings of the leaf-green serpent, extending a leg imbued with fighting energy, attempting to shred the serpent. However, its efforts were in vain. The more it struggled, the tighter Xiao Qing's grip became, its formidable physique threatening to crush every bone in the combat eagle's body, and to make matters worse, it was electrified. Stop. I concede, Lin Yu exclaimed. Witnessing the agony of his combat eagle, Jiang Chen nodded in response. Xiao Qing, return. Lin Yu hurried to the side of his combat eagle, rendered speechless. The outer feathers of the eagle had been charred black from the electricity, and its wings were pierced through. How could this be possible? In just a brief encounter, the leaf-green serpent had utterly dominated the combat eagle. His combat eagle had not even exerted its full strength. Xiao Qing returned to Jiang Chen's shoulder, flicking its tail triumphantly. I won, so I deserve a meal. Jiang Chen chuckled, gently patting its head. Always thinking about food, after such a heavy-handed performance. I suppose I'll have to handle the healing. Had he known, he would have refrained from allowing Xiao Qing to act so ruthlessly. Outside the arena, Qin Ran stood, mouth agape at the conclusion of the battle. Was that the skilled level binding and growth? She had never anticipated that the fight would end in such a manner, nor that a fourth-tier awakened leaf-green serpent could employ two skills at a skilled level. This only heightened her belief that this trip was worthwhile. Jiang Chen's talent surpassed her expectations by leaps and bounds. Breeding is not merely an extensive field, it encompasses more than just the evolution of beasts. It also contains myriad elements, including the cultivation of beast skills. Breeders proficient in such skills often accelerate their beast's comprehension of abilities. Regrettably, most breeders are not polymaths, typically mastering only one or two skills. At that moment, Lin Fan had already recalled his beast into the beast space, where it could gradually recuperate. He gazed up at Jiang Chen, momentarily at a loss for words. The person he had looked down upon had just annihilated his combat eagle in an instant, leaving it unscathed. Were it not for his knowledge of Jiang Chen's age, he might have believed that the leaf-green serpent was the favored pet of a top-tier university graduate. What high school student could possibly nurture a beast to such a degree? Chapter 29, The Combat Eagle's Shortcomings. With the battle concluded, Qin Ran promptly approached, speaking enthusiastically. Xiao Chun, this leaf-green serpent of yours has been nurtured exceptionally well. I dare say none of the breeders in our family can compare. Upon hearing the praise, Xiao Qing puffed out its chest with pride. Jiang Chen chuckled lightly. Aunt Qing, you flatter me. Each breeder has their own emphasis. I merely got lucky in finding the path most suited for it. At that moment, Lin Yu approached with a sullen expression, somewhat hesitantly inquiring. What did you mean when you said I had strayed from my path? You wish to know? Very well, but as stated earlier, you'll need to pay thrice the breeding fee. Can you accept that? Jiang Chen replied with a smile. After all, this victory was hard-earned by Xiao Qing, and he had no intention of playing the Good Samaritan. 3 times the fee is acceptable. However, I hope you can enlighten me on what precisely is wrong with my combat eagle, Lin Yu said through gritted teeth, his tone heavy. He was not lacking in wealth. Rather, he was in need of superior breeding resources. The Lin family had 5 breeders, among whom only one was a senior breeder. The other 4 were his apprentices. However, the esteemed beast master rarely assists anyone other than the family head in nurturing their mystical creatures, typically delegating such tasks to his 4 disciples. His battle eagle was entrusted to a junior beast master from the Lin family's 3rd branch for cultivation. Now, upon being informed that there were issues with its training direction, it was no wonder he was incensed. After all, there is no absence of rivalry within noble families. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. It is no surprise that such affluent families exist. Had he known earlier, he would have demanded a greater fee, yet having already agreed, it would be improper to raise the price, as he held himself to a professional standard. You are aware that battle eagles inhabit high-altitude regions, are you not? Lin Yu nodded. Then you must also understand that battle eagles are not known for their speed. They typically capture prey through robust muscle in direct confrontations. Yet you have misguidedly prioritized swiftness over substance. However, this is not the crux of the matter. Release your battle eagle. Very well. Lin Yu extended his hand, and a blue 6-pointed star instantly materialized on the ground, emanating a dazzling light. As the radiance dissipated, the battle eagle appeared, exhausted, lying on the ground. Observing this, Jiang Chen retrieved a bottle of healing potion from his pocket and administered a rudimentary treatment. Then spoke. I do not know who the beast master responsible for your battle eagle's training is, but he is undoubtedly incompetent. How could he be so foolish as to trim its sword feathers in an attempt to teach it to ride the wind? Jiang Chen spoke without mincing words, genuinely angered. He despised those who, in their greed for profit, lack the competence yet persist in training others' mystical creatures. The true strength of a battle eagle lies in its steel-like sword feathers. As it evolves, it can learn a mid-level skill known as Rain of Feathers, unleashing a barrage of flying iron feathers to obliterate foes. Now, this battle eagle has completely lost its sword feathers, and rearing it anew will undoubtedly squander a significant amount of time. Jiang Chen laid out the entire situation before him. You speak the truth. Lin Yu's face flushed crimson upon hearing this. The battle eagle was purchased by his father from a classmate living on the plateau, and very few in his family had interacted with such mystical creatures. Only the beast master from the 3rd branch specialized in avian mystical beasts. To his dismay, he turned out to be nothing but a charlatan, leading the battle eagle astray. Brother Jiang, since you are aware of this, you must have a solution, right? Please, I implore you to assist my battle eagle. As he spoke, he unexpectedly bowed deeply to Jiang Chen. There is no need for such formality. Jiang Chen was taken aback by his humility for the sake of his mystical creature. From their earlier interactions, he had assumed Lin Yu to be an exceedingly proud individual. Rise, I shall take on this task, but I am not a beast master of your family. I will provide the plan and techniques. Yet you must cover the material costs. Is that acceptable? No problem. Lin Yu nodded, well aware of the customary practices among beast masters. Though such arrangements were typically reserved for those of notable renown. Leave your battle eagle here. Return in a week, and I shall present you with the bill. He was not concerned that Lin Yu would default, for no one could evade the debts owed to a beast master. Jiang Chen then ushered him out. Once the two had departed, he instructed Xiao Yu to move the battle eagle to the cultivation room. Looking at it as he spoke, you are fortunate to have encountered me. Otherwise, your fate would have been sealed. He then retrieved a bloodhorn deer bone, a handful of strengthening grass, and a shell from a Mojo razor turtle from the cabinet. These were all items he had procured from the research lab at the Magic City Academy. He crushed them all in a mortar and added some other potent spiritual materials, simmering them into a paste. Next, he picked up a brush and meticulously applied the ointment to the battle eagle's injured feathers, akin to glazing a roast duck. After 2.5 hours, Jiang Chen slowly stood up and stretched, producing a series of cracking sounds. You should rest well here today. My Xianjin strengthening ointment is not available for purchase outside, so do not waste it. With that, he exited the room. In the Qin family, Lin Yu sat across from Qin Iran, his expression exceedingly grim. Mother, what did father say? The Beast Master confirmed that he had indeed never encountered a battle eagle. He cultivated it as he would any ordinary avian mystical beast. Qin Ran's expression was equally somber. This was, after all, tied to her son's college entrance examination. If he were to enroll in a subpar institution, it would be a disaster. Damn that scoundrel. I will not let him off the hook when I return. Calm down. He is, after all, a disciple of Master Ma. Your grandfather will not take action against him. So we just let it be? Certainly not. We shall settle this score thoroughly once you are admitted to university. Qin Ran narrowed her eyes and spoke. Currently, your battle eagle is being nurtured by Jiang Chen, who is a bona fide mid-level beastmaster. Once he has completed its training, be sure to maintain a good rapport with him. Assist him whenever possible. Your grandfather is quite familiar with him, so do not squander this relationship. You may not know that he entered the Beastmaster program at the Magic City Academy 4 years ago, but has since remained relatively low profile. I initially thought he had lost his touch. However, in retrospect, it seems his teacher was protecting him. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's expression shifted dramatically as disbelief washed over him. Mother, are you saying Jiang Chen has already graduated from university? Isn't he only a few months older than me? Indeed, he was merely 14 when he enrolled in the Magic City Academy. Jiang Chen. In any case, since you know him, do not miss this opportunity. The resources he can access may surpass those available to your grandfather. Understood. Chapter 30. The Battle Eagle's Transformation. 7 days later, Lin Yu arrived at the Qingshan breeding base with a sense of trepidation. Throughout this time, he had contemplated visiting to check on the cultivation progress. But recalling his earlier attitude towards Jiang Chen, he ultimately decided against it. After all, he had recently offended him, so it was prudent to adhere to Jiang Chen's timeline. Upon entering the breeding base, he spotted his battle eagle sitting in the fire sparrow's nest, resembling a roast duck. The once brilliant crimson feathers were now as black as coal. He stood frozen in disbelief. Where's my magnificent eagle? You've arrived. Jiang Chen, who was feeding the creatures, noticed Lin Yu standing there and spoke. Brother Jiang, you are nurturing my battle eagle? Lin Yu's voice trembled slightly. I am not roasting a duck. These fire sparrows have excellent flame affinity, which helps maintain the temperature. Jiang Chen continued his work. Are you joking? Brother Jiang, please do not tease me. Lin Yu looked at his battle eagle, teetering on the verge of tears. Just a jest. You were far more entertaining the other day. Jiang Chen teased, beckoning the battle eagle to change its stance. You seem a bit stiff now. Hearing Jiang Chen's playful banter, Lin Yu's face broke into an awkward smile. He had not anticipated Jiang Chen's cunning. He now wished he could give his former self a slap for pretending to be a rebellious youth. He should have simply listened to his grandfather. An hour later, Jiang Chen clapped his hands. All right, Battle Eagle, try out your brand new wings. With a cry, the Battle Eagle leapt into the air, letting out a fierce screech. All its feathers shed, and a dazzling radiance enveloped it as shimmering. Metallic sword feathers sprouted from its body, eliciting dissatisfaction from the surrounding fire sparrows. However, they were also aware that this was the moment for the fighting eagle to undergo its metamorphosis, and thus refrained from making any impulsive moves. After all, during these days, they had learned a great deal from the fighting eagle and harbored a sense of gratitude. At this moment, the fighting eagle had undergone a profound transformation. Soaring through the air like a heavy transport aircraft, proudly surveying the entire Qing Mountain breeding base, even capturing the attention of the abyssal king crocodile. What do you think? Not bad, right? Jiang Chen remarked, patting Lin Fan's shoulder with a smile. Is this really my fighting eagle? Lin Fan gazed in disbelief at the eagle soaring above, his eyes wide with astonishment. If the previous fighting eagle resembled a light combat aircraft, it now appeared akin to AJ-20, embodying a muscular aesthetic. How could you not recognize it? Have you heard the tale of the eagle molting? Jiang Chen queried. Lin Yu shook his head. Typically, an eagle lives for 70 years. But at the age of 50, they choose to molt, forcibly pulling out their own feathers. This is an exceedingly perilous act. Failure results in death. Yet, as the sovereign of the skies, they are willing to embrace this risk in exchange for the opportunity to soar for the remaining 20 years. This is the pride of the eagle tribe. Your fighting eagle had its flight feathers trimmed by someone, so I decided to allow it to molt early, welcoming its rebirth. A few minutes later, the fighting eagle had fully acclimated to its new body, returning to Jiang Chen's side and affectionately calling out to him. Name, Fighting Eagle. Attributes, Flight, Combat. Qualities, Silver Beginner. Quality Rare. Level, Awakening Stage 7. Skills, Eagle Strike. Beginner dive from great heights to deliver a powerful strike with sharp claws, accompanied by a tearing effect. Wind Blade Fist. Beginner condense airflow in its claws to form sharp wind blades for close-range attacks. Tailwind. Beginner generate a gentle breeze behind it, enhancing its speed. Airflow Perception. Beginner sense changes in surrounding airflow to anticipate enemy movements. Iron Feather. Beginner launch sharp flight feathers from its wings to attack enemies. Exclusive trait, King of Aerial Combat. When engaged in aerial battles, speed and attack power increase by 10. Each successful evasion of an attack slightly enhances the power of the next attack. Observing its brand new attributes, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. You've made a significant gain from this cultivation. Not only has its level increased by 1, but it has also acquired the prerequisite skill, Iron Feather. With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Wan, who promptly produced a list and handed it to Lin Fan. This is the price for this cultivation, as you mentioned. 3 times the price amounts to 150,000. Is that acceptable? Absolutely. I'll transfer the money to you shortly. Lin Fan was entirely preoccupied with the fighting eagle. His eyes fixed on it. The price of 150,000 for elevating his beast level and acquiring a new skill was an incredibly lucrative deal. Generally, the cost for a junior breeder to cultivate awakened beasts is around 10,000 per cycle. The fees for intermediate breeders tend to rise, but these are typically guild breeders. Top-tier breeders often own their own enterprises, much like Jiang Chen. Finding such individuals willing to cultivate beasts often depends on their own willingness, and the prices cannot compare to those who work on commission. Lin Fan was fortunate to have encountered a gifted breeder at the beginning of his career. Otherwise, he might not have been able to afford this service for 150,000. Thank you for your patronage. Spend quality time with your beast. It must have missed you after not seeing you for 7 days, Jiang Chen said with a smile as he turned to leave, only to suddenly recall something. Oh, and for 3 days, refrain from letting it engage in battles with other beasts. It has just molted and needs time to recuperate. Lin Yu nodded and cautiously inquired. Jiang Go, will I be able to seek your help for beast cultivation in the future? Of course. I'm open for business. If any of your classmates wish to cultivate their beasts, they can seek me out, and I'll provide a discount. Thank you, Jiang Go, Lin Yu exclaimed, a smile brightening his face. By the way, Jiang Go, during these days of your beast cultivation, my mother asked me to convey a message to you. Recently, a low-level secret realm in Jiang City was cleared, and a substantial quantity of spiritual materials from within will be sold at the Changming Ghost Market tomorrow. As a breeder, you should find this of interest. Jiang Chen's eyes instantly lit up at the mention of the secret realm. A secret realm? Which one? The 100 Flower Valley Secret Realm. Got it. Thank you for the heads up. The 100 Flower Valley Secret Realm is a bronze-level realm teeming with insect-type beasts. Although Jiang Chen had never ventured inside, he had heard of a spiritual material produced there known as the 100 Flower Brew. This substance is beneficial for beastmasters, accelerating their cultivation. If possible, Jiang Chen hoped to acquire some. With the energy provided by Shaoqing's advancement and his daily training, he had managed to reach the intermediate level of a junior beastmaster. But progress felt somewhat sluggish. Chapter 31, Changming Ghost Market. The next day, Jiang Chen registered a social media account and certified it as a Blue V account. Nowadays, social media is exceedingly developed, with many beastmasters managing their accounts to share videos of preparations for competitions and explorations of secret realms. Top-tier bloggers often receive substantial sponsorship from manufacturers, aiming to showcase their products during S-rank beastmaster competitions. For instance, the last champion, known as the Wolf King, Feng Shi, reportedly earned at least $1 billion in advertising revenue over the year. Breeders benefit similarly, as Jiang Chen intended to manage a breeding base. He certainly could not overlook this promotional channel, especially with the persona of an 18-year-old intermediate breeder at his disposal. Seated at his computer, Jiang Chen finished editing the video of the Liling Mouse's evolution and turned to the Vine Spirit Lynx resting on his lap. So how's my editing skill? The Vine Spirit Lynx, perched comfortably, nodded in approval. Not bad. You captured my handsomeness quite well. Jiang Chen's lips twitched as he clicked to upload. This mouse is becoming increasingly arrogant since it transformed into a cat. At that moment, Shaoqing tapped Jiang Chen's face with its tail, gazing at the screen with envy. Jiang Chen immediately understood its sentiment and reassured, "Don't worry, I'll record your evolution when it happens too." In truth, even if Shaoqing hadn't expressed it, Jiang Chen would have done so. The evolution of a beast is a significant leap in its life, and capturing the process serves as a cherished memory. Regrettably, he had been unable to document the Abyssal King Crocodile's evolution due to a lack of equipment at the Breeders' Association, but he would make amends when the next opportunity arose. Sure enough, upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, a smile brightened Shaoqing's face. "All right, hop off me now. We should head to the Changming Ghost Market." Jiang Chen closed his computer, gently nudging the Vine Spirit Lynx off his lap. As he exited the room, he found Xiao Yu waiting at the door, leading the Rift Rhinoceros. "Brother Xiao, you really didn't have to wait so early." "It's no trouble, young master. Since I promised Commander Huang, I must fulfill my duty," Xiao Yu replied. Shaking his head dismissively, Jiang Chen sighed. Having already learned about the situation from Huang Tianming, He was originally an intermediate high-level beast tamer, merely a step away from breaking through to a high-level beast master and becoming an officer in the Songhai army. However, during a mission to capture poachers from the Great Eagle Alliance, his initial beast's essence suffered severe damage, resulting in his Earth-Shatter rhinoceros losing one of its horns. The overwhelming sense of loss led him to ultimately choose retirement. Subsequently, he was assigned to the Qingshan breeding base. Xiaogu has been waiting for me for a while. Perhaps I can restore your initial beast, Jiang Chen remarked to Xiao Yu, who was commanding the Earth-Shatter rhinoceros while seated in the vehicle. Xiao Yu chuckled but remained silent. He understood that Jiang Chen was a prodigy, yet his beast was beyond the remedy of even a master-level breeder, merely sustaining its existence without the capability to summon it into the beast space. The beast vehicle continued on its journey, soon arriving at the Changming Ghost Market. Upon disembarking, Jiang Chen observed that the surroundings were markedly inferior to the treasure pavilion, yet the crowd was significantly larger. Even the street corners featured stalls set up by beast tamers. Numerous individuals lingered at each stall, engaged in animated bargaining. Compared to the treasure pavilion, this truly epitomized a ghost market. The items here varied in quality, relying solely on one's discernment. Even if one were to suffer a loss, they could only blame their misfortune, as no one would assist with after-sales service. Jiang Chen did not linger at the entrance, as most of the stalls offered commonplace beasts, such as the ordinary bouncing rabbit, which held little value. Venturing further inward, he noted that the majority of the beasts for sale were of the wood attribute, among which a few did possess commendable talents. Just as Jiang Chen was about to make a move, a voice called out from behind him. "Brother Jiang." Jiang Chen turned toward the sound, discovering Lin Yu, accompanied by a girl who appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old. "Brother Jiang, I was wondering why I didn't see you at the breeding base." "It turns out you've already arrived," Lin Yu said. Being his client, Jiang Chen maintained a cordial demeanor towards him. "Lin Yu, is this your girlfriend?" "We don't advocate for early romances," he joked. "No, Brother Jiang, this is my sister, Lin Shi. She just awakened her beast talent a couple of days ago and came over from Nanshire to show off. There's a newly conquered secret realm nearby, so I thought I'd bring her along for a bit of luck," Lin Yu quickly explained. "A prodigy," Jiang Chen remarked, surprised at Lin Shi's early awakening of her talent. He hadn't anticipated that Lin Yu, the proud youth, would have such a gifted sister. "You are the breeder helping my brother with his beasts?" Lin Shi asked, curiously assessing Jiang Chen. "Such impoliteness. How can you address Brother Jiang like that?" Jiang Chen chuckled at Lin Yu, noting how dramatically his attitude had changed over the past week. "If your brother hasn't found anyone else to breed beasts in the past few days, it should be me. Then my brother truly is a fool blessed with good fortune. I always thought the family breeder was unreliable, yet he keeps chasing after them like a sycophant," Lin Yu remarked, causing Lin Shi to roll her eyes. "Can I ask you for help in selecting a beast, Brother Jiang?" Lin Shi asked, stepping closer to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Selecting a beast was indeed a means for breeders to earn income. Some parents of beast tamers, lacking high-level expertise, would hire breeders for assistance. However, given that the Lin family was a prominent lineage, they should ideally possess their own beasts. "That is possible, but your family must have prepared a beast for you, right?" Jiang Chen inquired. At that moment, Lin Yu interjected, "Brother Jiang, you might not be aware of our situation. My family hasn't prepared a beast for Lin Shi. If possible, I hope you can assist in selecting one. Rest assured, I will cover the costs." Jiang Chen nodded, refraining from further inquiries. As it was a private matter concerning their family, Lin Yu had become increasingly downcast since arriving in the city, now resorting to seeking help from students for beast selection. Just then, a flamboyantly dressed youth wearing a flashy red short-sleeve shirt approached. "Chenzhe, you really are tenacious," Lin Yu said, his brow furrowing as his tone turned icy. "I advise you to apologize to Brother Jiang immediately, or don't blame me for being merciless." Chenzhe raised an eyebrow. Incredulity etched across his face. "Apologize to him? Lin Yu, are you out of your mind? If you're truly looking for someone to assist in selecting a beast, I could ask my brother for help. After all, we come from the same place." "Your brother?" Lin Yu paused, surprised. "Qin Chuang is here too?" Upon hearing the name Qin Chuang, a peculiar expression crossed Jiang Chen's face. But he chose to remain silent, listening as Lin Yu and Chen Zhe continued their conversation. "No need. I trust Brother Jiang's judgment." Qin Chuang was also a breeder with considerable talent, already a mid-level breeder in his 20s. While he couldn't compare to Jiang Chen, there was no need for animosity. Chen Zhe's expression grew increasingly strange. In his recollection, this brat was quite proud. How could he possibly hold such faith in someone else? Curiosity about Jiang Chen began to brew within him. "Do you genuinely believe in that kid behind you? Do you know my brother is a mid-level breeder studying at a top university? It's difficult for an ordinary person to even hire him. If it weren't for Lin Shi's sister, I wouldn't even bother introducing him to you." As Chen Zhe boasted, a steady voice emerged from behind him. "Xiao Zhe, Are you once again using my name to show off in front of your classmates? Didn't I tell you not to do that? A robust figure clad in black casual attire approached, his physique filling the garment without the flamboyance characteristic of Chunzei. Big brother, I'm not showing off. I just don't want my classmates to be deceived. He intends to find a student to help with beast selection, Chunzei quickly clarified. Upon hearing this, Chen Chuang's expression darkened. This was sheer folly. The initial beast was of paramount importance to any beast master. Each individual would choose with utmost caution. Selecting a student for assistance in this matter was nothing short of a disservice. Even if one sought to show off, this was a bridge too far. Today, as students truly lacked understanding. His face grim, he approached the four, voicing his displeasure. You are becoming increasingly reckless, even daring to conceal your beast selection from your family. But as he caught sight of Jiang Chen's face, his words faltered. Why, you little master uncle? What are you doing here? Little master uncle? Everyone present was momentarily taken aback. Who was Chen Chuang addressing? Xiao Chuang. Why aren't you attending classes with my senior brother? What brings you to the city? Jiang Chen was equally surprised upon hearing the name. He had suspected it was him, though the title was rather common, so he refrained from further inquiries. Initially, he was not a student of the Modu Academy. He had entered his master's tutelage while preparing for graduate school. Before graduating, he had been recruited for labor by his master for a time, thus establishing a degree of familiarity. Chunzei stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend. How could this be? You are actually my brother's senior? Are you not of a similar age to me? The impolite tone used to address the senior disciple startled Chen Chuang, who instinctively delivered a light tap to his forehead. Jiang Chen, after all, was the cherished disciple of the Grandmaster, and the entire sect held him in the highest regard. Should their master discover that his younger brother had spoken disrespectfully to his junior disciple, Chen Chuang's life at the Magic City Academy would become exceedingly arduous. Once he confirmed that Jiang Chen was not offended, he continued, It is the master who sent me. The secret realm of Baiwa Valley has been breached, releasing numerous rare beast tamers, and he instructed me to see if I could bring a few back to the experimental base. I never anticipated encountering you here. Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Such labor-intensive methods are indeed the hallmark of an elder brother. Have you managed to locate any unique beast tamers? Yes. Chen Chuang waved his hand, and a basin of fiery red flowers was immediately extracted from the spirit confinement box. The flower was strikingly beautiful, adorned in a vibrant crimson hue apart from its stem, with sharp barbs gracing its leaves. Upon closer inspection, a subtle purple tint could be discerned, emanating a faint yet delightful fragrance. The fiery blossoms swayed gently in the breeze, reminiscent of a phoenix in flight, dispersing an enchanting aroma that set the surrounding insect beasts into a state of agitation. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted, and he took a few steps back with Lin Yu and the others. He recognized the creature. Name, venomous imitation phoenix flower. Attribute, fire, poison. Qualitative rank, silver mid-tier. Rarity, rare. Level, awakening stage 8. Skills, poison fire spores. Initial stage releases tiny poisonous embers that ignite and poison upon contact. Poison thorn vines. Initial stage strikes with thorny vines, causing minor bleeding and infection. Photosynthesis. Mid-stage absorbs sunlight to replenish energy, slowly restoring health. Exclusive trait, venomous thorns. The thorns contain potent poison. Any beast that touches them will enter a state of confusion. Quickly put it away, Jiang Chen exclaimed, covering his nose as he addressed Chen Chuang. The venomous imitation phoenix flower bore a striking resemblance to the golden tier beast, the phoenix flower. However, the former possessed deadly toxins, using its fragrance and appearance to lure nearby beasts for consumption. Such beasts were exceedingly rare, leading to frequent confusion between the two. Did you purchase it thinking it was a phoenix flower? Jiang Chen inquired cautiously. Indeed, I never imagined a primary secret realm would harbor such a high-level beast. Had I not already contracted my second beast, I would have prepared to bind it, Chen Chuang replied, a hint of pride in his voice. Indeed, Jiang Chen sighed, recognizing that among his fellow students, Chen Chuang's foundation was relatively lacking. Were it not for his diligence and hard work, he would have been expelled from the research group long ago. Fortunately, you did not bind it, or you would be in for a severe reprimand from your master. Jiang Chen said, exasperated. This is the venomous imitation phoenix flower. Were you not paying attention during class? What? Venomous imitation phoenix flower? How is that possible? He exclaimed, eager to examine it further. However, he was immediately halted by Jiang Chen. Are you out of your mind? Do you intend to unleash chaos among the surrounding beasts? Jiang Chen warned. If you wish to study it, do so in your research room. As for its attributes, I shall refrain from informing your master this time. Although it is not a phoenix flower, its rarity should suffice for an explanation. However, upon your return, ensure you diligently transcribe the toxic flower compendium I provided you. Should you repeat such recklessness, do not expect my assistance in keeping it hidden. Chun Chuang lowered his head in acknowledgement. Chun Zhe and the others observed Chun Chuang being reprimanded like a schoolboy, their mouths agape, momentarily at a loss for words. After finishing with Chun Chuang, Jiang Chen continued. As it happens, I need to select beast tamers for this young lady. You may accompany me and observe. Chun Chuang's face lit up with excitement. Thank you, junior uncle. He was a genuine prodigy, often cited by teachers as an exemplary model when scolding his peers. During Jiang Chen's tenure as their substitute teacher, although strict, the experience proved immensely beneficial. Regrettably, he had only served for just over a month. Now presented with an opportunity for live learning, it was a rare chance indeed. I'll fetch a notebook. Please wait for me. Chapter 33. Flower Thunder Demon Vine. Jiang Chen and his companions traversed the Longming Ghost Market. The area was replete with rare beast tamers, though the quality was mostly mediocre. Jiang Chen merely strolled and offered insights on how to discern the quality of these beasts, generously sharing his knowledge, which proved immensely beneficial to all. Even Chun Zhe, who initially held some prejudice against Jiang Chen, found himself genuinely convinced at this moment. Their family had provided explanations, yet the clarity paled in comparison to Jiang Chen's teachings. He finally understood why his elder brother held Jiang Chen in such high esteem. This skill was of paramount importance, as the spirit confinement boxes that beast tamers carried during expeditions were limited. To ensure success, one must wield the boxes judiciously. Lacking the foundational ability to discern beasts would leave one at the mercy of chance. At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly halted. He noticed a small stall at the feet of a vendor clad in black, featuring a dim, unremarkable purple potted plant. It stood modestly, about the height of a money tree, with a dozen patterned vines extending from its branches. Atop the vines bloomed a half-open, stunning flower with serrated petals. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened as he approached discreetly. Name, Flower Thunder Demon Vine, weak. Attribute, lightning. Qualitative rank, silver initial tier. Quality, ordinary. Level, awakening stage 9. Skills, Electrovine Strike. Initial stage strikes foes with electrified vines, inflicting lightning damage with a chance to paralyze. Thunderlight Pollen. Initial stage releases pollen crackling with electricity, causing minor electric shocks upon contact. Electric Vine Bind. Midstage unleashes rapidly moving vines that ensnare targets, continuously discharging electricity to inflict damage. Exclusive trait, Charge, during thunderstorms. It absorbs free charges from the air, hastening energy recovery, while lightning-type skills inflict half damage upon it. Jiang Chen did not expect to find a Flower Thunder Demon Vine within Baihua Valley. This creature could be considered quite exceptional even among silver-tier beast tamers. Plant-type beast tamers were already rare, and the Flower Thunder Demon Vine showcased a robust combination of offense and control. Moreover, this particular specimen had mastered a mid-tier skill, Electric Vine Bind, which was notoriously difficult to comprehend. Ordinarily, an ordinary quality Flower Thunder Demon Vine in the awakening stage should not possess such a skill, indicating the presence of a formidable beast behind it. Remaining composed, Jiang Chen addressed the enigmatic vendor. Excuse me, how much for this shrub? His interest in the Flower Thunder Demon Vine was piqued. Despite its ordinary quality, he valued its unique attributes. Recently, he had been researching the evolution of the thunder butterfly, and the batch of metamorphic silkworms nurtured near the thunderwood had reached the brink of evolution. However, Jiang Chen sensed that the heavenly thunder within the thunderwood had nearly been depleted, and any further absorption would begin to affect its essence, a scenario he was keen to avoid. With the assistance of Tuo Wang Kiki in searching for a beast with electric storage attributes, he unexpectedly encountered the perfect creature here. This beast was ideally suited, as the pollen from the thunder butterfly's evolution would serve as its sustenance. 150,000, no haggling. He glanced at Jiang Chen, a hoarse voice escaping his throat. Why don't you just rob me for that 150,000? A high-tier bronze beast is worth about that price. And you dare to sell a withered tree for so much? Chun Zhe interjected immediately. Xiao Zhe, Chun Chuang admonished, placing a hand on his shoulder to silence him. Jiang Chen, squinting, seemed to recognize the worth of the beast. The price of 150,000 was indeed reasonable. However, this was a ghost market, and one could not simply accept the merchant's price as final. 150,000 is far too exorbitant. If you can propose such a price, you must be somewhat knowledgeable. The main trunk of this beast has already developed cracks. Reviving it will come at a considerable cost. Otherwise, you wouldn't be selling it. The man in black paused, scrutinizing Jiang Chen. You do possess some discernment, far more than that loudmouth beside you. But if you intend to purchase, do you have a method to revive it? He asked, testing Jiang Chen. The Flower Thunder Demon Vine was something he had snatched from the Hundred Flowers Valley, originally intended for his own care. However, after half a day of effort, he had failed to restore its health, prompting him to sell it in hopes of recouping his losses. Jiang Chen did not reply directly. Whether it can be revived is my own business. Will you sell it for 100,000? The man in black's expression darkened instantly. Although this was a ghost market, it was his first encounter with someone who would slash 5,000 off the price outright. Was this person trying to ruin the deal? It's not easy to enter the 100 Flowers Valley. 100,000 is far too low. If you are sincere, then I would require 140,000. Jiang Chen shook his head. Only 100,000. The state of this shrub indicates it is nearing its end. If not treated promptly, it will be a matter of days before it's beyond saving, and then not even a single coin could be obtained from it. The man in black was momentarily taken aback. Is this how business is conducted? Isn't this taking advantage of an honest person? Stop your whining. I can see you're struggling in this heat, dressed as you are. I'll add an additional 1,000. Will you sell? Fine. The man in black gritted his teeth, forcing out the word. Jiang Chen was indeed correct. People in the ghost market were a mixed bag, and he had never expected anyone to take interest in his nearly deceased Flower Thunder Demon Vine. Given that his beast was injured and he couldn't return to the secret realm soon, if the Flower Thunder Demon Vine fell into his hands, he would be left to rely on past earnings. Jiang Chen smiled, retrieving his storage card to swipe on the payment machine. In an instant, 111,000 disappeared, and he found the thrill of such expenditure quite pleasurable. After completing the transaction, the man in black inquired, "What is your name, kid?" "Jean Baoshan." Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment before responding. In this day and age, who doesn't have a few aliases? What if this person is a thug? I wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal my true name. He then left the stall without further ado. At this moment, Chen Chuang, standing nearby, tentatively asked, "Master Uncle, what sort of beast is this? It looks rather ordinary. Good thing you're my brother's student. Otherwise, I might have been driven to madness by your ignorance." Jiang Chen replied, exasperated. He had thought Chen Chuang's frequent nodding indicated understanding. Instead, he was merely pretending to know. The Flower Thunder Demon Vine. Hearing this name, Chen Chuang's mouth fell open. He had certainly heard of the Flower Thunder Demon Vine, though he had never seen one. Master Uncle is indeed Master Uncle. Within just a few minutes, he has picked up a lightning attribute beast. One must know that lightning attributes are synonymous with power. He eagerly took the pot from Xiaoyu, saying, "Brother, this thing is quite heavy. I have great strength, so let me carry it." Jiang Chen merely rolled his eyes at him, saying nothing further, and continued onward. He had not forgotten his primary mission, to assist Lin Shi in selecting a beast. Not long after, around a concealed corner, Jiang Chen spotted a large stall surrounded by a throng of people. Their shouts were deafening, and he couldn't discern what was happening. Chapter 34, The Beast Fighting Arena. Rare Level Water Wolf. As Jiang Chen took a few steps closer, a pungent scent of blood assaulted him. He frowned, peering into the crowd. He saw 2 large stacks of cash placed on 2 plates, with 2 bloodied beasts positioned before them. This ghost market actually hosted a beast fighting arena. These people were exceedingly bold. Chen Chuang also frowned, coldly stating, "Beast fighting is an extraordinarily brutal activity. When 2 beasts battle, it only ends when one is completely dead. Due to its extreme cruelty, such activities have been explicitly banned by the Great Xia Alliance. I can't believe that here in the Changming Ghost Market, there are people who would disregard the Alliance's laws for profit. Get up, you useless thing. I sold my house for you. You can't die here." A bare-chested man yelled at a blue wolf, whose eyes were bloodshot as it clung to the edge of the arena. "Ha ha ha. Baldy, is this the water wolf you've been bragging about? With such strength, it dares to battle my devil mantis." The devil mantis, in response, cleaned the blood from its claws with its mouth. Enraged by the taunt, the bald man pounded on the railing. "Useless. Stand up already, or I'll slaughter those other wolf pups." At that moment, the small water wolf mustered some strength from somewhere, unsteadily rising to its feet. It let out a roar, shooting a column of water from its mouth. Observing the resilient water wolf, Lin Shi was moved and turned to Jiang Chen, asking, "Brother Jiang, do you think this water wolf can win?" Jiang Chen shook his head. He had already used his all-knowing eye to examine it. Name, Water Wolf. Attribute, Water. Quality, Rare. Level, Awakening Stage 2. Skills, Wave Strider. Beginner enhances speed when moving on water. Water Fong. Beginner shoots high-pressure water bullets from its mouth, which expand and explode upon hitting the target, causing impact and splash damage. Exclusive trait, Slippery Body. The surface of its body is covered in a layer of water film, reducing damage from physical attacks. This water wolf possessed excellent innate talent, and its skill pool included the core skill of the water wolf clan. Wave Strider, a skill that many high-tier water wolves could not master. However, it was evident that it was still a young wolf, with too low a level. Although the devil mantis had average innate talent, it was at least an awakened high-tier beast. In this battle, the water wolf was destined to lose. That it could hold its own thus far was already a miracle. Sure enough, in the next moment, the devil mantis leaped up, executing a move called Cleave. and the water wolf was sent flying. From a position of superiority, the devil mantis looked down on it with disdain. The bloody battle excited the surrounding gamblers, who began to cheer wildly. Lin Yu, unable to watch, extended his hand to cover Lin Xi's eyes. The brutality of the fight was unbearable. At that moment, Jiang Chen spoke to Lin Xi. If you trust me, you could try to contract that water wolf. Brother Jiang, Lin Yu thought Jiang Chen had acted out of compassion, wanting Lin Xi to contract the beast. Although the water wolf is regarded as a formidable combat beast by ordinary individuals, it is deemed rather unremarkable by those from prestigious families. Due to the abundance of water wolves, there exists a multitude of breeders dedicated to studying their evolution. Among the most renowned evolutionary forms is the frostbite wolf king of the golden tier. While the golden tier is indeed commendable, it represents merely the fourth stage of evolution for the water wolf, which is considered disappointingly low by their standards. After all, during their university years, they are intent on climbing the ranks. A fourth stage evolution being classified as golden tier implies a significant lag behind their peers. For instance, Lin Yu's contract with the Fighting Eagle was facilitated by an agreement between his father and his classmate, allowing assistance during the eagle's evolution. As Lin Xi hesitated, the devil mantis continued its relentless assault. Yet, each time, the little water wolf summoned every ounce of strength to rise again. Such tenacity moved Jiang Chen. Should Lin Xi refuse, he would contemplate taking the creature himself. It would be a tragic loss for a rare-quality water wolf to perish in the arena. Just as Jiang Chen prepared to intervene, Lin Xi declared, "Brother Jiang, I believe in you. I want it." Observing Lin Xi's reddened eyes, Jiang Chen was taken aback. Her lack of discernment in choosing a water wolf indicated a significant resolve. Nevertheless, it revealed her genuine affection for beast taming. "You trust me so?" Lin Xi nodded earnestly. "I believe in Brother Jiang, and I believe in myself. Even if this little water wolf only evolves to the golden tier, with such determination, I will undoubtedly lead it to the pinnacle of beast taming. Moreover, with your support, Brother Jiang, you will surely discover new evolutionary forms for the water wolf." Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such trust from this young girl. "Indeed," he replied, then turned to Chen Chuang, saying, "This situation is in your hands. The others here are merely high school students. Dealing with these desperate individuals is best left to you." Although Jiang Chen considered Chen Chuang's breeding talent rather lacking, the title of intermediate breeder held significant weight in the eyes of ordinary people. Chen Chuang nodded and promptly summoned a monkey entirely covered in red fur, its tail ablaze with fierce flames. This was his second beast, the golden tier Inferno Ape King. With the appearance of the Inferno Ape King, an aura characteristic of a commanding beast spread throughout the arena, causing all lower-tier beasts to instinctively tremble. "Cease at once." The organizer of the arena furrowed his brow. Stepping forward, upon seeing Chen Chuang, a smile instantly broke across his face. His astute judgment allowed him to discern whom it was prudent to offend. "Little brother, I am unsure how I have wronged you. But who are you calling brother?" Chen Chuang interrupted disdainfully. "You have dared to engage in beast fighting within the Changming ghost market. You clearly have no respect for the laws of the great Xia. Young man, your words are rather severe." "This is merely a standard beast competition," the organizer retorted, nonchalantly placing a stack of bills before him. Chen Chuang frowned. "Spare me your excuses. If this is a standard competition, then require those two individuals to return their beasts to their respective beast spaces, and I might believe you." Upon hearing this, the organizer's expression turned grave. "Young man, do you know who you are dealing with? Some matters are not as simple as you perceive. Do not seek your own demise." "Threatening me?" Chen Chuang scoffed, producing his intermediate breeder certificate. "I am Chen Chuang, and the Breeders' Association has the authority to address any acts of cruelty towards beasts. Should you have any grievances, direct them to the Magic City Breeders' Association. Now, surrender all beasts participating in this fight." The organizer's pupils constricted upon seeing the certificate. He had unwittingly kicked a hornet's nest. Just as he was about to explain, personnel from the Changming Ghost Market arrived. Chapter 35, Conflict. Secrets of the Changming Ghost Market. What is the situation here? Who authorized this gathering? A middle-aged man in a security uniform, leading a giant wild boar covered in bristles, approached aggressively. The sight of him eased the tension on the arena owner's face, who quickly whispered a few words into his ear. Upon hearing the organizer's account, Lu Jun's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that the arena, which had operated without incident for so long, would suddenly face such a significant upheaval, especially attracting the attention of breeders from Magic City. "Are you truly a breeder from Magic City?" he asked, lowering his voice, his tone growing cold. "Of course. Have you ever seen someone bold enough to forge a breeder's certificate?" Chen Chuang replied curtly. Sensing the gravity of the situation, he spoke deliberately loudly to attract external attention. This was the first day the treasures from the Baiwa Valley secret realm were being sold, and many had traveled from surrounding cities. While he did not expect them to intervene, he hoped to instill a sense of caution in those present. He was unafraid of a confrontation. But the individuals around him were high school students, particularly Jiang Chen. If Professor Zhou learned that his prized disciple faced peril, the consequences would be dire. Lu Jun surveyed the surroundings, feeling an urge to eliminate the arena owner. He had received countless warnings about the sensitivity of the situation. All arenas in the Changming Ghost Market were prohibited from operating during this period. This fool, driven by greed, had dared to provoke such trouble. I'm afraid, sir. You know that there are at least 10 imposters masquerading as breeders in this ghost market, so I must ask you and your friends to accompany us, Lu Jun insisted. And what if I refuse? Chen Chuang replied, momentarily taken aback, his tone growing more forceful. The Inferno Ape King sensed his agitation, stepping forward menacingly, flames intensifying around its form. The rock pig, merely an extraordinary tier beast, cowered behind Lu Jun, covering its eyes with its ears while peeking at the Inferno Ape King. Useless. Lu Jun cursed internally, though he could not help but admire Chen Chuang's formidable strength. He had secured his position as the security team leader thanks to that very pig, yet it was evident that it lacked the will to fight against Chen Chuang. Nevertheless, Lu Jun held no fear. Brother, I am aware of your status as a high-tier beast master. But the Changming Ghost Market is not a place one can enter or exit at will. As he spoke, he clapped his hands, and over a dozen men with long knives emerged from the surrounding crowd, glaring menacingly at everyone, seeking death. With that, Chen Chuang prepared to strike, but Jiang Chen intervened. He stepped forward, subtly pressing a button concealed within his shirt. Since the captain wishes us to accompany him, let us oblige. I trust they will not make things difficult for us. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lu Jun's face broke into a smile. Once again, this young lad demonstrates remarkable empathy. As long as you cooperate with me, I assure you, you will exit the Changming Ghost Market unscathed. With that, he graciously made way for Jiang Chen and his companions. Jiang Chen, maintaining a stoic expression, stepped forward, closely followed by Xiao Yu and Chen Chuang. As the group departed, the onlookers swiftly gathered, lamenting, alas, these young souls are likely doomed. At that moment, a university student from a neighboring city inquired, what do you mean? Does the Changming Ghost Market permit the establishment of a beast fighting arena? Permit? You are quite naive. This arena is operated by them. What? Does the Jiang City Guard not take action? The student pressed. Are you a university student? Came the response. The student nodded. No wonder you are so foolish. They would need to be aware in order to intervene. When investigators are present, operations halt for a few days. When they leave, everything returns to normal. Those who reported issues have already been dealt with. A few months ago, a scion from a third-tier family lost all his money in the arena and attempted to evade responsibility, threatening to expose the matter. Care to guess what happened next? What happened? Ultimately, the patriarch of that family personally visited to apologize and placate the situation. By the time they retrieved him, he had been tortured beyond recognition. You young ones should leave while you can, lest you attract unnecessary trouble. In the Songhai army, within the office of the commander, Huang Tianming stared at the illuminated communicator, his brow furrowed. Jiang Chen, with his unique background, had achieved the remarkable feat of developing a golden-tier beast at merely 18. Although he had sealed this information, it was inevitable that some would learn of it. Moreover, he was the offspring of those two individuals. To preempt any complications beyond Xiao Yu and Chen Chuang's capacity, he had entrusted Jiang Chen with this alarm device. Little did he expect it to activate so swiftly. Summon Han Haiyang to me. Moments later, Han Haiyang hurriedly entered, inquiring, Commander Huang, you summoned me? Without indulging in pleasantries, Huang Tianming handed over the alarm's location. Han Haiyang, take your team to this location and ensure Jiang Chen is brought back to me unharmed. Upon hearing this, Han Haiyang's pupils constricted. Has something happened to Jiang Chen? Having frequented the Songhai army during his youth, Jiang Chen was considered somewhat of a native, although he had little power at the time. He often brought homemade beast treats for the soldiers, who adored him, especially after learning of his recent success in developing a golden-tier beast. They felt immensely proud and had even suggested he assist in cultivating beasts. Among the Abyssal Emperor Crocodiles entrusted to Jiang Chen for training, one belonged to Han Haiyang. While the specifics were unclear, given Jiang Chen's character, he would not have pressed that button unless faced with an insurmountable issue. Hurry! We cannot allow anything to happen to him. Han Haiyang nodded, saluted Huang Tianming, and declared, I will ensure the mission is accomplished. With that, he dashed down the stairs. At the Changming Ghost Market, beneath a towering edifice, Lu Jun extended his hand towards the interior, saying, Please, everyone, come in. Our boss has been awaiting your arrival. Jiang Chen, unfazed, strode directly inside. Upon entering the building, He took the elevator to the top floor. Before an office on the highest level stood a group of men clad in black, each accompanied by a ravenous hunting hound, saliva uncontrollably dripping from their jaws, as if afflicted by rabies. One of them silently pushed open the door. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he stepped inside. Hunting hounds were not ordinary beasts. They were notoriously vicious and often served as the foundational beasts for mercenary factions in remote regions. Was there a mercenary presence behind the Changming ghost market? Chapter 36. The Spectre of Bone Terror. Upon entering the office, Jiang Chen found it devoid of occupants and casually chose a seat, as if he were in his own home. Lu Jun, witnessing this, felt a surge of anxiety and slightly bowed towards the desk. I have brought the person you requested. Suddenly, a mechanism clicked, and a middle-aged man with slicked back hair and clad in a black suit emerged from a hidden chamber, accompanied by a pure white feline beast. He approached Jiang Chen directly, offering him a cigar. Thank you for your kindness, but I do not partake in such things, Jiang Chen politely declined. What is your true intention in summoning us, esteemed boss Zhao? Zhao chuckled, lighting the cigar for himself and taking a deep inhale. I have heard that this individual beside you is a mid-level beast tamer? Jiang Chen nodded, neither confirming nor denying. Truly a prodigy. No wonder you dare to meddle in the arena's affairs, Zhao remarked, a hint of regret crossing his face. It is unfortunate. We could have been friends. However, now that you have disrupted my establishment, I must provide my subordinates with an explanation, lest I face discontent. Wouldn't you agree, young sir? Detecting the veiled threat in Zhao's tone, Jiang Chen slowly replied, Boss Zhao, spare me the theatrics. We are all rather busy. If you intended to eliminate us, you would have acted already, rather than engaging in this dialogue. Do you require our assistance? Zhao, taken aback, scrutinized Jiang Chen with newfound respect. Such intellect at such a young age, and with two senior beast tamers by your side, what exactly is your background? He tentatively posed. You are indeed a clever young man. May I inquire as to your origin within the Changming ghost market? Jiang Chen smirked slightly. He deliberately exuded confidence to keep Zhao uncertain of his identity, deterring any rash actions. His gamble had proven fruitful. My origins are of little consequence. What matters is what you wish for us to do. Seeing Jiang Chen's reticence, Zhao's brow furrowed slightly as he revealed his true objective. In truth, it is rather simple. I merely need your companion, the beast tamer, to assist me. With that, he clapped his hands, and a woman clad in black leather emerged from the hidden chamber, pushing forth a massive spirit confinement box. The box struck the ground with a resounding clang. Once fully revealed, it housed a bipedal beast standing 2 meters tall, composed entirely of grayish-white bone, with ethereal blue flames flickering at its joints. Its visage was grotesque, akin to a malevolent spirit, with 2 glowing green flames dancing in its eye sockets. Notably, its spine arched upwards like a scorpion's tail, ending in sharp, bony protrusions. Upon sighting the assembled crowd, the creature began to pound against the confinement box, emitting a cacophony of roars. Jiang Chen's pupils dilated in shock. This was the Bone Terror Spectre. Name, Bone Terror Spectre. Attribute, darkness. Quality, golden high tier. Rarity, rare. Level, commander. Skills, bone spike charge. Intermediate, summons bone spikes from the ground or its body for piercing attacks. Fearful gaze. Beginner, causes temporary fear and paralysis in opponents through its hollow eye sockets. Bone Shadow Step. Beginner merges into shadows for short distance teleportation. Exclusive traits. Frenzied Blood. When in a critical state, one enters a rampage, increasing attack power by 30% while succumbing to chaos. Jiang Chen was taken aback by the audacity of Boss Zhao, who dared to rear a terror demon. This beast of control possesses an immense lethality and is nearly impossible to tame. In its eyes, there exists only the drive to kill, obliterating all other beasts in its path before consuming their souls to strengthen itself. It is a beast cultivated under the prohibitions of the Great Xia. At this moment, Jiang Chen seemed to understand why Zhao sought to establish a beast-fighting arena in the Changming ghost market. He was using the death energy from these beasts to nurture the ghost bone terror demon. Boss Zhao, noticing the expression on Jiang Chen's face, spoke with an impassive demeanor. You recognize this beast, do you not? Jiang Chen refrained from answering directly, instead sinking into thought. What do you wish to accomplish? It's simple. I want your companion, the beast tamer, to help me subdue this terror demon. If he succeeds, I guarantee your safe departure. And I can also provide ample resources for cultivation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen coldly retorted, knowing it is a terror demon, you should understand that it is impossible to bond with it. I advise you to abandon this futile dream. That is none of my concern. I only care about the outcome. If he fails, regardless of your identity, you shall perish. At this moment, Boss Zhao no longer concealed his murderous intent, calmly stating, treasure the opportunity one have provided. He is a mid-level beast tamer from the Magic City Academy. Do not let me down. Chen Chuang's expression resembled that of someone who had just consumed something distasteful. He barely grasped the intricacies of silver-tier beasts. Yet now he was expected to handle something of such high caliber. It was an overestimation of his abilities, asking him to tame a terror demon, lest he himself be devoured. He lamented his misfortune while glancing beseechingly at Jiang Chen. Now, all hope rested on his junior uncle, as he genuinely felt helpless. Jiang Chen responded, I can allow him to try, but I have one condition. Speak, Boss Zhao replied, stroking the head of the large cat beside him. I wish to accompany him, and you must grant us unrestricted access to the spiritual materials here. Agreed. Boss Zhao signaled to the woman behind him, instructing her to escort the two into a secret chamber. As they entered, a foul stench of decaying flesh assaulted their senses, revealing dozens of confinement boxes filled with tortured, barely alive beasts, some of which bore festering wounds. You two shall remain here to study the ghost bone terror demon. Food will be provided daily, and I kindly advise against attempting to escape. Someone has already tested that route, and the outcome was grim. With that, he turned and locked the door behind him. Once the woman departed, Chen Chuang immediately asked, Junior uncle, do you have a way to tame the terror demon? Do you take me for a deity? Beasts of the terror demon lineage are all mad. They cannot be tamed by humans, Jiang Chen replied, exasperated. Ah, then are we truly doomed to perish here? Chen Chuang lamented, on the verge of tears. Enough nonsense, we will not die. What do you reckon Boss Zhao's strength is? If a conflict arises, do you believe you can overpower him? Jiang Chen inquired. That old coot has likely just broken through to the quasi-master level. I sense a faint aura of a lord from him, Chen Chuang recalled. If it comes to a fight, I and the fellow beside you, Xiaoyu, should be able to hold him off. However, the real challenge lies with those men in black outside. They are all mid-level beast tamers. Jiang Chen grasped his meaning. Everything suddenly made sense. That man sought to bond with the ghost bone terror demon. Although they were all mad, they were nonetheless first-tier, gold-level beasts. Release your beast. Jiang Chen instructed Chen Chuang. What for? You do not intend to use my beast's soul to negotiate with the terror demon, do you? That is out of the question. Jiang Chen was rendered speechless. What else would it be for? You haven't heard the tale of Sun Wukong from your childhood, have you? Upon hearing this, Chen Chuang's eyes lit up as he understood Jiang Chen's intent. Chapter 37. Rare Beasts in the Laboratory. Jiang Chen wandered through the laboratory, discovering an abundance of valuable items. With at least 10 sets of various fundamental spiritual materials prepared, even some rare ones were stored here. Indeed, engaging in illicit activities proves lucrative. Chen Chuang remarked as he approached Jiang Chen, expressing admiration. Our laboratory works tirelessly for 2 months, and we barely accumulate assets comparable to this. The Alliance provides one of the top 3 budgets for beast taming research at the Magic City Academy among all universities. Yet a mere ghost market has managed to amass such resources. This indicates its long-standing existence in this locale. Junior uncle, can you guess what I just saw among those confinement boxes? You would never believe it. Jiang Chen, eyes downcast as he prepared a potion for Shao Qing, casually asked. What did you see? I spotted a mirage flower fairy, among other beasts I could not identify, but judging by their aura, their quality is undeniably high. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows slightly. He had not scrutinized the beasts closely before. His attention had been focused on the surrounding spiritual materials. He had not anticipated the presence of a mirage flower fairy, a rare light attribute beast that possesses 2 forms, producing both moonlight and daylight silver-tier materials. It greatly benefits the cultivation of plant-based beasts. Completing the potion in his hand, which he had been researching for a long time. The Heavenly Wood potion enhances the quality of wood attribute beasts, akin to a stat-boosting potion. Unfortunately, resources had been scarce until now. Here, Shao Qing, drink this. The leaf-green serpent emerged from Jiang Chen's sleeve, sensing the energy contained in the small vial and instinctively opening its mouth. Jiang Chen chuckled softly as he poured it into its mouth. Upon consuming the potion, the leaf-green serpent felt a warm current rise within, spreading throughout its body, causing its eyes to comfortably narrow. Sweet, delicious, it remarked before falling into a state of slumber. Observing this, Jiang Chen returned it to the beast space and proceeded toward the room housing the confinement boxes. Upon flipping the lights on, his eyes widened in astonishment. The variety of wood attribute beasts stored here surpassed that of most specialized wood attribute breeding facilities. In addition to the mirage flower fairy, Jiang Chen also encountered numerous rare wood attribute beasts, such as the shadow wood raccoon, known as the forest ninja, and the resplendent narcissus, capable of producing rare spiritual materials. Surprised? Are you, Junior Uncle? It seems they have gathered the rare beasts from the entire 100 Flowers Valley secret realm. Is it truly worth it to cultivate a single terror demon? Worth or not is irrelevant. Not everyone cherishes beasts. Many regard them merely as tools. In Boss Zhao's eyes, These beasts were merely resources to strengthen the terror demon. Anything that could enhance its power was deemed worthwhile. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, speaking coldly. I am now exceedingly curious as to who delivered such a multitude of beasts here, managing to do so without any rumors leaking out. As he gazed at the beasts, a thought suddenly stirred within him. Most plant-based spirit beasts possess minimal autonomous awareness, and within a group of such entities, there often exists a singular leader. Should one manage to locate this leader, it might yield extraordinary results. Employing the all-purpose eye with subtlety, he swiftly identified a unique being among them. It nestled within the expansive blossom of a Xiaoyang peony. Standing approximately 10 centimeters tall, its form was both delicate and graceful, crowned with a colorful floral diadem. Reminiscent of a princess. Name, Dewbud Fairy, weak, dormant. Attribute, wood light. Qualification, golden grade. Quality, rare. Level, awakening level 9. Skills. Morning light, intermediate, emits a healing light from its body. Leaf blade dance, intermediate, manipulates surrounding leaves to form a swirling blade array. Dew cannon, intermediate, coalesces morning dew into high-pressure water projectiles for assault. Illusory blossom, intermediate, creates multiple clones composed of petals, each possessing 10% of its strength. Exclusive trait. Language of flowers healing, continuously emits a faint floral fragrance that accelerates wound healing, enhances allies' life recovery rate, and dispels negative states. This is an exceedingly rare spirit beast. Likely the sole one within the entirety of the 100 Flowers Valley secret realm. It embodies the spirit of the forest. The more flora surrounding it, the greater its energy. Conversely, it may revert to an inconspicuous flower bud as it is now. Had it not been for the all-purpose eye, Jiang Chen would have never discerned its presence. Fortunately, this was the case. Otherwise, should that Zhao individual have discovered it, it might have already been contracted by him. Qin Chuang retrieved the Xiaoyang peony from the confinement box and delivered it to the experimental table. Jiang Chen spoke. Qin Chuang paused briefly, unsure of his intent, but complied nonetheless. Jiang Chen immediately began concocting the heavenly wood potion, which not only enhances the quality of spirit beasts, but also replenishes their expended energy. Moments later, he dropped a single droplet onto the flower bud. The Xiaoyang peony instantly radiated a dazzling golden light, and from within emerged a flower fairy. Qin Chuang stared, dumbfounded. This is a flower fairy. He had just moved the Xiaoyang peony from the confinement box to here and had been completely oblivious. So this is the keen insight of my little master uncle. I was indeed too far from the mark. Upon awakening, the Dewbud Fairy's first sight fell upon Jiang Chen, and a surge of anger ignited in its gaze. The bipedal creature before it had destroyed its floral sea, and it began to gather a multitude of leaf blades, preparing to launch an attack at Jiang Chen. Startled by the sight, Jiang Chen quickly exclaimed, I am here to rescue you. I am not allied with those wicked individuals. Hearing this, the Dewbud Fairy did not dissipate the leaf blades it had conjured, still regarding Jiang Chen with hostility. Although the scent emanating from this human was pleasant, differing from those malevolent beings, humans are renowned for their deceit. The flower fairy, being the wisest, would certainly not be ensnared by human trickery. Recognizing the Dewbud Fairy's intent, Jiang Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips. Yet another spirit beast with an eccentric disposition. He produced a vial of heavenly wood potion from his hand and addressed it. I am not deceiving you. I can save your friends. And I possess a forest to help you restore your floral sea. Restore the floral sea. The Dewbud Fairy hesitated, its actions momentarily stalling. Spirits are innately attuned to the emotions of other beings, and it sensed no malice in Jiang Chen's words. Moreover, that potion he held indeed smelled delightful. Are you truly speaking the truth? Jiang Chen nodded, a smile gracing his lips, knowing he had begun to sway the Dewbud Fairy. He swiftly turned to Qin Chuang and inquired, You should have no trouble healing the spirit beasts, correct? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Qin Chuang snapped back to reality from his astonishment. Absolutely. That is excellent. You can take charge of those lower-tier spirit beasts, while I will handle the rest. We have been at the Eternal Lantern Ghost Market for quite some time. It is time to prepare to depart. In Zhao Boss's office, Lu Jun hurriedly burst through the door, breathless, exclaiming, B-Boss, we have a major issue. Chapter 38, The Wave Pursuing Wolf King, Zhao Haiyang. What is all this commotion? Zhao Boss glared at Lu Jun, annoyance evident in his tone. The sky has fallen, and you are worried? Speak, what has happened now? Lu Jun took a moment to catch his breath before responding. A group of Shanghai Army personnel has surrounded all the entrances outside the Eternal Lantern Ghost Market, claiming they are here to find someone. Zhao Boss frowned at this news. Shanghai Army? What madness are they up to now? I haven't wronged them lately. Come, let us see for ourselves. Thus, Zhao Boss led the security team towards the market entrance. Upon reaching the door, his pupils dilated in shock. It was none other than Han Haiyang personally leading the charge. "What wind brings you here, Lieutenant Han? Are you here to procure spirit beasts?" he inquired with a smile. Han Haiyang, however, did not indulge him, replying coldly, "Zhao Jinshui, stop with the pleasantries. Have your men step aside. An important individual is within your market. If you do not clear the way, do not blame me for forcing my way through." Zhao Boss sighed in relief, thankful it was not related to the fearsome demons, and waved his hand to signal the surrounding guards to part. Cooperation between military and civilians is essential. I shall not permit any illegal elements within the Eternal Lantern Ghost Market. Han Haiyang said nothing but merely snorted dismissively. "Follow me." He then proceeded into the Eternal Lantern Ghost Market, guided by the markers on his map. Once they departed, the nearby vendors swiftly gathered around. What is happening? Even the Shanghai Army's Lieutenant Han has arrived. Something significant is about to unfold. What could be so significant? I reckon it's merely a surprise inspection. And what we are doing is not particularly grave. What is there to fear? Forget it. I shall take my leave first. After all, I encountered a fool today and earned a nice sum, sufficient for my expenses for a month, so there is no need to take such risks. The entire populace of the Eternal Lantern Ghost Market felt a sense of trepidation upon the arrival of the Shanghai Army. After all, in these times, who among the vendors had not engaged in some nefarious deeds? Han Haiyang observed the anxious crowd around him, paying them no heed. These individuals could be apprehended at any time, but his primary focus was on Jiang Chen. As they ventured deeper, Han Haiyang and his entourage arrived at Zhao Boss's company. His gaze sharpened instantly as he turned to Zhao Jinshui. What is the meaning of this? Faced with Zhao Jinshui's inquiry, Han Haiyang found himself momentarily taken aback, realizing he had indeed come to seek someone. Suddenly, recalling something, he tentatively asked, "Might I inquire what the individual you seek resembles? I can gather everyone from the company for you to inspect." 18 years of age. Wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, exuding a pleasant aura, Han Haiyang replied coldly, "Zhao Jinshui, do not presume your illicit activities in the market go unnoticed. It is merely that the Shanghai Army has been disinclined to meddle in your affairs. However, you would do well to be wise and not provoke those you ought not to." At Han Haiyang's words, the visage of a young man immediately flashed across Zhao Jinshui's mind, leaving him utterly bewildered. This is bad. Who exactly is that young man? The fact that Han Haiyang personally came to seek out the matter is quite remarkable, as he is one of the core lieutenants within the Shanghai Army. Had I known that Jiang Chen possessed such connections, I would have willingly handed over the entirety of the beast arena without fear of being apprehended for raising a beast. Now, having encountered the terrifying demon, should this information leak, it would be a grievous transgression. Upon noticing the shift in Zhao Jinshui's expression, Han Haiyang's gaze turned perilous. "So you have indeed met him. Xiaohai, go inside and search." "Yes." With that, over a dozen beastmasters from the Shanghai Army summoned their beasts. The tidal hunting wolves, adorned with a gradient of blue fur and sporting sharp claws with a thin layer of webbing between them. These creatures are the primary beasts employed by the Shanghai Army to hunt in the ocean. The surrounding guards, upon witnessing the synchronized formation of the tidal hunting wolves, instinctively took a couple of steps back, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Although they frequently interacted with Zhao's private security team, they could not match the imposing aura emanating from these beasts. The hunting dogs paled in comparison to the tidal hunting wolves. "Wait," Zhao Jinshui's low voice interjected, his eyes glimmering with a hint of menace. "Lieutenant Han, I am now a quasi-master beastmaster. Is it not a tad disrespectful for you to barge into my company like this?" Han Haiyang scoffed coldly, his aura exploding forth. "Disrespectful? What do you think you are? I advise you to release Xiao Chen promptly. Otherwise, both you and those behind you will meet your demise." Zhao Jinshui's expression tightened upon hearing this. It was clear he had come for that young man. Yet, even though he desired to release him, he was unable to do so. If he let Jiang Chen go, his family would be in peril, but if he did not, he too would face doom. It was a deadlock. Sighing, he remarked, "I've heard of your reputation as the Tide Wolf Commander, Lieutenant Han. Today seems a fitting occasion for me to experience it firsthand." With that, he summoned a large white cat. Seeing this, Han Haiyang furrowed his brows, having not anticipated that Zhao Jinshui would prefer to fight rather than surrender Jiang Chen. Everything was becoming increasingly complex. To have a silver-tier flame-tailed cat evolve to a lord level, you possess some skill, yet that does not grant you the audacity to challenge me, he declared. As a massive blue wolf, the Abyssal Sea Wolf King emerged onto the battlefield. This was the third evolution of the Shanghai Army's standard beast, the tidal dog. "Xiaohai, leave Zhao Jinshui to me. You go find Xiao Chen and ensure his safe retrieval," he commanded, directing the Abyssal Sea Wolf King to engage with the flame-tailed cat. In an instant, steam filled the air, causing the surrounding merchants to panic. "Wolf King, tsunami spiral." Han Haiyang, Wishing to avoid wasting time with Zhao Jinshui, unleashed a powerful middle-tier skill. A vast torrent of water materialized, surging toward the flame-tailed cat from all directions. Charge out, Flame Assault. Zhao Jinshui, undaunted, commanded the flame-tailed cat to charge forth, yet the target of the skill was not the abyssal sea wolf king. The battle between beastmasters was no mere child's play. Lives were at stake. The flame-tailed cat was merely a high-tier silver beast, and despite Zhao Jinshui expending a considerable amount of resources for its advancement to lord level, its odds against the golden-tier abyssal sea wolf king were slim at best. Thus, it could only resort to such tactics. With a roar, it lunged at Han Haiyang. However, Han Haiyang was a seasoned warrior who had survived many battles. He would not be caught off guard. Suddenly, a colossal turtle appeared out of thin air, blocking the path between the two contenders. Although merely a commander-tier beast, its defensive capabilities were astounding. The flame-tailed cat's attack struck it, producing a dull thud. The giant turtle swayed its tail before swiftly turning, sinking its teeth into the flame-tailed cat's foreleg. Meow. But the onslaught did not cease. The Wolf King's skill followed closely, unleashing a torrent of water that struck both the cat and the turtle. The cat was rendered utterly incapable of fighting as the giant turtle spatted onto the ground, angrily advancing toward the Wolf King. You dare attack me? The Wolf King wore a wicked grin. Oh, whoa, you're not afraid of pain. Observing the quarrel between the two beasts, Han Haiyang was left speechless. He swiftly intervened, approaching Zhao Jinshui. Where is Jiang Chen? The defeat of the cat left Zhao Jinshui in a precarious state. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he managed a twisted smile. He's inside, but unfortunately, you will never see him again. With that, he detonated the power of the beast within him, collapsing into a pool of blood, his eyes wide with despair. Exiner, I'm sorry, I can't go back. The sudden turn of events caught Han Haiyang off guard as he rushed forward to investigate. What have you done? In the next moment, terrifying roars erupted from within the company. Chapter 39, Killing the Spectral Demon. A series of frenzied beast howls erupted from Zhao Jinshui's company. All present staff displayed expressions of sheer terror. It's the demon. It's the demon's roar. The boss has unleashed the demon. Someone shouted. And the crowd suddenly reacted, frantically fleeing outside. There was not just one demon in the company. Han Haiyang furrowed his brows as he kicked the fleeing Lu Jun to the ground, coldly demanding, "What the hell did you do at the Changming Ghost Market? Where is Jiang Chen?" Lu Jun, bloodied from scraping his hands on the ground, struggled to his feet. "Lieutenant Han, that is the roar of the demon." Zhao Jinshui bound the demon confinement box to his heart. "Once it stops beating, they will be released. This has nothing to do with me. Just treat me like a nuisance and let me go." Han Haiyang's pupils constricted sharply, his expression darkening. He had never imagined that Zhao Jinshui would have the audacity to raise demons in the Jiang city. Even more astonishing was that no one had discovered his secret. "Damn it, you scoundrel. Even in death, you bring me trouble." He cursed inwardly, mounting the Abyssal Sea Wolf King and charging into the company. He needed to find Jiang Chen immediately. He knew that Huang Tianming had assigned Xiaoyu to Jiang Chen, but facing several crazed demons, even in his prime, he would not stand a chance, let alone now. Upon entering the company, everyone was running madly toward the exit. Han Haiyang glanced at the locator in his hand, swearing under his breath, "Those useless fools at Shunzhou Bureau." The locator can only indicate the general direction, split into 10 teams, for in each group. Our sole mission is to safely extract Xiao Chun. Xiaohai, contact the military leader and request reinforcements. Understood. With that, the group dispersed immediately. In Zhao Jinshui's office, within the secret chamber, the sounds of battle echoed incessantly. The confinement boxes lay scattered everywhere. Chen Shuang's blazing fire ape king, with fists ablaze, swung a powerful punch, warping the surrounding air with heat. Boom. His fist collided with the cheek of the spectral demon, producing a sound akin to bones shattering. However, this did not diminish the demon's fighting spirit. Instead, it ignited its desire for battle. The green flames in its eye sockets morphed into an eerie red. With a furious roar, it charged at the blazing fire ape king. "Little master uncle, are you ready yet? This bone demon is becoming increasingly relentless, and I find myself on the brink of exhaustion." Chen Shuang shouted desperately at Jiang Chen, who was behind him, meticulously concocting potions. Though this bone demon was merely at the commander level, it exhibited an utter lack of sensitivity to pain. To defeat it, one must strike a decisive blow. However, its skeletal defenses were formidable, and even the Monkey King, being at the commander stage, lacked the strength to annihilate it in one strike. "Just hold on a little longer. I'm almost finished," Jiang Chen replied, his hands deftly working as he added various spiritual materials into the numerous large basins before him. These plant-based beasts had evidently endured some prior ordeal, their internal energies woefully diminished. Mere amounts of potion had little effect. It was imperative to thoroughly saturate their roots with the elixir. Perched upon Jiang Chen's shoulder, Fairy Lure anxiously watched the bone demon outside, eager to assist. But Jiang Chen promptly forbade her. You cannot go out now, you are no match for it yet. Moreover, my potions can only provide energy. Your assistance is necessary for proper healing. Fairy Lure pouted slightly, but I am quite powerful. As Jiang Chen finalized the last potion and directed it into the circulation system. A brilliant green light erupted as the elixir flowed into the large basin. The energy began to surge. Look, Fairy Lure. The little creature nodded and then flew into the midst of the several beasts. The exclusive trait, floral healing, activated. A delightful floral fragrance emanated from her, healing the injured bodies of the surrounding beasts. Moments later, the strongest among them began to awaken, bewildered as they surveyed their surroundings and attempted to exit the bathing tubs. Stay inside and absorb the potion's energy. Jiang Chen quickly interjected. The illusory floral spirit and the other beasts regarded the unfamiliar Jiang Chen with confusion. Yet they refrained from acting impulsively. They could indeed sense the benefits of the elixir within. As time passed, one beast after another began to stir. The wooden energy within the entire laboratory surged to a new level, and the fragrance surrounding Fairy Lure intensified. The bone demon, too, felt this surge of energy. Disgusting life energy. As a creature that thrived on absorbing death energy, the bone demon instinctively recoiled from this vitality, growing increasingly frenzied. It violently plunged its tail into the ground. Bone spike assault. Countless bony protrusions erupted from the earth, wreaking havoc upon the experimental apparatuses surrounding them. What the hell? Chen Chuang exclaimed as he swiftly directed the Monkey King to leap. Then, with a fiery punch, he maneuvered through the thicket of bone spikes. Inching closer to the bone demon. Roar. The bone demon glared at the agile fire Monkey King, its fury escalating as it dared to enter a state of boiling blood. With a fierce lash of its tail, it sent the fire Monkey King hurtling away. Roar. The Monkey King held in pain. Little Master Uncle, are you ready yet? I genuinely cannot hold on any longer. Chen Chuang inquired, on the verge of tears. The Monkey King's energy was nearly depleted. This trip to Jiang City had truly been a disaster for him. Upon returning, he would certainly take a long leave to recuperate. At that moment, Fairy Lure clasped her hands together, and a radiant light, filled with life energy, emanated from her. She had managed to utilize the morning light to such an extent, proving her prowess as one of the top 5 healing beasts at the Golden Stage. With this energy's aid, all the plant-based beasts present were revitalized. Fairy Lure, slightly fatigued, settled back onto Jiang Chen's shoulder. Jiang Chen retrieved a vial of potion from his pocket and offered it to her for energy replenishment. Without hesitation, she grasped the test tube and began to drink, simultaneously commanding the plant beasts to charge at the bone demon. Let us take down this villain. These beasts had congregated due to the life energy emanating from Fairy Lure, which had led to their capture in the first place. Now that the bone demon had angered their princess, they would not let it escape easily. Various wood element skills were unleashed upon the bone demon, unrestrained and relentless. Jiang Chen couldn't help but swallow nervously as he observed the frenzied beasts. Surely, the load-bearing walls are sturdy enough? He genuinely feared that if the bone demon didn't kill him, the collapsing floor would. Moments later, under the barrage of skills, the bone demon's skeleton shattered into fragments, and the ghostly fire in its eyes extinguished completely. Observing the lifeless bone demon, Chen Chuang collapsed onto the ground. At last, it's over. Little Master Uncle. Can my monkey drink that potion? Jiang Chen subsequently tossed a vial to Chen Chuang, which contained a trace of life energy. It would enhance the quality of wood element beasts and could also heal injuries. Focus on your training. I sense that this matter is not yet concluded. What do you mean? The bone demon is dead. Isn't it? Isn't it strange that no one has come in after all this commotion? Chen Chuang questioned, sensing the oddity. Something must be happening outside. Otherwise, that boss Xiao wouldn't remain this quiet. And that spirit-binding box containing the bone demon suddenly bursting open is also quite peculiar. Chapter 40 Han Haiyang. Jiang Chen, are you planning to besiege the city? Let us go. Everyone has recovered sufficiently. We should step outside and see what is happening. Jiang Chen said, observing the plant beasts that had regained their strength. They had spent quite some time here, and Lin Yu and the others were still waiting outside, oblivious to the current situation. Let us hope nothing else goes awry. Upon hearing this, the plant-based beasts also rose to their feet. Though most of them were flora, it did not imply they were immobile. A massive pine tree slowly withdrew its roots embedded in the floor and extended a branch to shield Jiang Chen. With a sudden burst of strength, it launched a thick, spear-like wooden projectile. They had longed to escape this place filled with death energy. Boom. The alloy protective door was instantly breached, creating a large opening. Chen Chuang swallowed hard. No wonder this place is home to the mightiest sovereign pine. Its strength is indeed terrifying. His gaze towards Jiang Chen grew increasingly respectful, although these beasts were still in a wild state. Their friendliness towards Jiang Chen indicated that they had already come to regard him as their master. These were all high-grade plant beasts. Some of them were even beyond the reach of the research base at the Magic City Academy. With their inclusion, the Qingshan breeding base had effectively ascended. Jiang Chen, unaware of Chen Chuang's thoughts, pocketed the crystal core of the bone demon. Despite the bone demon being of the dark element, its core contained a trace of ghostly energy, which was quite rare. Jiang Chen had spent half a month sourcing it online without success. Now, presented with such a resource, he would not let it slip through his fingers as he was in dire need of it for cultivating the 2 Jizong bamboos at home. Having completed his tasks, he turned to see Chen Chuang still frozen in place, and with a hint of annoyance, he inquired, "What are you still doing there? Aren't your injuries healed yet?" Chen Chuang snapped back to reality and hurriedly replied, "I'm fine. I'm on my way." In the company, Han Haiyang was commanding the Abyssal Wolf King to vanquish a bone demon, his expression grave. "Have you located Jiang Chen?" he asked into the intercom. This marks the second encounter he has had with a spectral bone terror. Who knows where Zhao Jinshui has procured so many of these creatures? Moreover, according to those fleeing outside, there are more within. The longer this situation drags on, the more perilous it becomes for Jiang Chen and his companions. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie crackles to life, followed by reports from various floors. No sightings on the first floor. No findings on the second floor. Listening to the reports from his subordinates, Han Haiyang furrowed his brow. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, he immediately issued a command. "A portion of you, come with me to the top floor." As they reached the stairwell, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from above. "Everyone be on guard," Han Haiyang commanded. Lin Yu, who was frantically fleeing with the others, felt a wave of dread as he noticed the menacing gaze of several Tide Hunt wolves directed at him, causing his heart to race. He quickly exclaimed, "Don't attack. We are not from here." Han Haiyang, observing the students before him, raised his hand and inquired, "What is the situation above, student?" For the first time, Lin Yu felt a sense of reassurance in the presence of these members of the Songhai army. He exhaled deeply and said, "Monsters. There are many frenzied beast tamers up there. They have already claimed many lives." Suddenly, he recalled something and added urgently, "Wait. We have 3 friends still up there. Please save them. I am from the Lin family. If you can rescue them, I will ensure my mother donates resources to the Songhai army." "Yes. And I am from the Chen family," Chun Zhe added defiantly. Upon hearing this, Han Haiyang immediately asked, "Is one of your friends named Jiang Chen?" Lin Yu found it odd. When did Jiang Gu become acquainted with the Songhai army? "Yes. He is my elder brother. Please hurry to rescue him." "Is Xiaoyu with him?" Lin Yu shook his head. At that time, Jiang Gu was locked in a secret chamber by the boss here, while we were taken elsewhere. Xiao Gu has already gone to find him. "Damn it. I'll go up first. You all take these kids to safety." With that, he dashed up the stairs. As a quasi-master level beast tamer, his physical condition was exceptional due to the nurturing bond with his beasts. With swift strides, he raced towards the top floor. "Jiang Chen, you must hold on." Outside the company, Huang Tianming had arrived with his men. Beside him stood a leader from the garrison office. His expression was exceedingly grim, and he felt an urge to eliminate Meng Fantian. "Meng Fantian, I see your tenure as deputy director of the garrison office is coming to an end. With the old director in Beijing for duty, how could you create such a monumental mess? Terror creatures, and not just one at that. What on earth have you been doing?" At that moment, Meng Fantian's countenance was equally bleak. Although he desired to retort, he was at a loss for words. This was indeed his oversight. "Let me make this clear. If even one of my people perishes at the hands of these terror creatures, I will not let you off lightly." Huang Tianming spoke in a composed tone. "Now is not the time for such discussions, Huang Junju. Once we resolve the terror creatures, I will provide everyone with an explanation." Meng Fantian replied through gritted teeth. "You better deliver on that promise." With that, everyone began to spring into action. On the top floor of the company, Jiang Chen roamed through various rooms with a legion of beasts at his side. This was the heart of the ghost market, brimming with valuable items. It was now evident that Zhao, the boss, was breeding terror creatures, an undeniable fact. These beasts would be wasted on him. They would be better off serving a greater purpose. Perched on Jiang Chen's shoulder, the pixie of healing sipped from a vial of potion, her tiny legs swinging joyfully in the breeze. At that moment, a commanding spectral bone terror roared as it burst from a room, clutching the long legs of a figure clad in black leather, presumably Zhao's secretary. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed. He finally understood why the entire top floor was deserted. Zhao had not merely bred one spectral bone terror, where had he acquired so many of these beasts? Although dangerous, spectral bone terrors were indeed creatures of the golden tier. Given Zhao's management of the eternal ghost market, it was not surprising he could obtain one, but a second was decidedly irregular. However, there was no time for contemplation. With the presence of terror creatures, Lin Yu and the others were in jeopardy. Attack! Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded his plant army to initiate their assault. Boom! The tremendous force created a gaping hole in the ground. This noise reached Han Haiyang, who was searching for Jiang Chen, prompting him to rush toward the source. Moments later, he burst from the stairwell and, upon seeing Jiang Chen excavating a crystal core alongside his army of beasts, he swallowed hard in disbelief. Jiang Chen, are you planning a siege? Chapter 41. Harvest. All beasts of the eternal ghost market into Qingshan. Han Haiyang gazed incredulously at the beasts before him, his eyes eventually settling on the pixie of healing on Jiang Chen's shoulder, sipping the heavenly wood potion, causing his pupils to constrict. What is the meaning of all these beasts? These are all friends I rescued from the laboratory, Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. The pixie waved her tiny hand in greeting to the imposing figure before her. Han Haiyang was momentarily taken aback. When had the pixie become so amicable towards humans? These beasts were notoriously proud, often more challenging to interact with than even dragon-type beasts. How had Jiang Chen, captured, earned the trust of a pixie of healing? Was this a reflection of the differences in human relationships? Had I known you were living so lavishly, I wouldn't have come to rescue you. Uncle Han, now is not the time for chatter. This place is not normal. That Zhao is breeding more than one spectral bone terror. Jiang Chen reminded him. I have several friends who are also imprisoned. Have you seen them? Han Haiyang nodded. I saw them. They are all safe. However, Xiao Yu was unfortunate enough to encounter a high-ranking spectral bone terror while searching for you and sustain minor injuries. That is good. Jiang Chen sighed in relief. Let us exit. This place is still somewhat dangerous. Jiang Chen nodded, a smile gracing his face. Uncle Han, I have one more request for you. Regarding these beasts. Han Haiyang paused, then quickly grasped his meaning. Jiang Chen intended to capture all these beasts at once. You're still the same as before, taking advantage wherever you can. But this time, you are indeed a victim. I've already informed Uncle Huang, and he will assist you. There is no choice. I need to manage the breeding base. There are so many mouths waiting for me to feed, Jiang Chen chuckled, lamenting his plight to Han Haiyang. Don't even start. Those two abyssal king crocodiles that Songhai army had you breed brought you quite a fortune, Han Haiyang retorted with a hint of annoyance. One of them belongs to me. So ensure you nurture it well. I expect it to make other armies eat their words. Make other armies eat their words? What do you mean, Uncle Han? Nothing major. I only have a general idea. For specifics, let Huang Junju explain. I want to spoil the surprise. With that, the group began to demolish the walls. The stairwell was not large, about the size of a typical one. While smaller beasts of the realm may pose little challenge, the formidable Emperor Pinewood is indeed a different matter altogether. To address this, one can only resort to forced relocation. Outside the company, the Songhai army thoroughly inspected the entire Changming ghost market, sealing off dozens of closed beast fighting arenas. Hundreds of black market operatives were incarcerated within the confines of the Zhenshou Division's prison. Observing the myriad of confined spirit boxes laid before him, Huang Tianming's expression darkened considerably. Ah, how enlightening it is to witness the Zhenshou Division of Jiang City, where, right beneath your noses, such extensive beast fighting arenas could operate. Huang Tianming spoke without mincing words. He found it utterly implausible that the proprietors of this establishment bore no connections to the Zhenshou Division. Perhaps even the deputy director standing before him had some part in this. All the beasts here were exclusively from the secret realm of Baiwa Valley, a realm that was officially managed by an adventure group under the jurisdiction of the Zhenshou Division. What a remarkable coincidence that is. Meng Fantian, observing the situation, also wore a grim expression. He understood that certain individuals within the Zhenshou Division maintained clandestine connections with various business owners. As a beast master himself, he recognized the financial demands of nurturing beasts and had thus turned a blind eye in the past. However, he never anticipated such audacity, operating beast fighting arenas and breeding fearsome demons while deceiving their superiors. I will provide you with an explanation regarding this matter, Huang Junju. I hope you can grant me a little time, Meng Fantian spoke in a somber tone. Huang Tianming merely regarded him coldly, saying nothing further. 3 days. He knew the Zhenshou Division's internal relations were complex, but that was of no concern to him. He demanded results. The Songhai army existed to safeguard Jiang City, and if Meng Fantian was unable to take action, then he would have to intervene personally. Junju, it's Xiaoqing. Lao Han has brought Jiang Qing out. At that moment, a young officer standing beside Huang Tianming called out. A large group of various plant-type beasts emerged from the company's entrance, led by a smiling youth. What is going on? Huang Tianming was somewhat perplexed by the sight of the beasts at the entrance. Jiang Chen, noticing the situation outside, instructed Chen Chuang to keep an eye on the beasts and followed Han Haiyang over. Uncle Huang, are you all right? Jiang Chen asked anxiously, surveying him. Thanks to this little creature's assistance, I would have never seen you otherwise. I encountered 3 spectral bone demons inside, Jiang Chen lamented, pointing to the Lurue fairy perched on his shoulder. A child who cries receives milk. This was a lesson Jiang Chen had learned at school. Moreover, was Huang uncle an outsider? He was his own uncle. Indeed, Huang Tianming's expression darkened upon hearing this. If even Jiang Chen had encountered 3, along with the Songhai army's findings, it meant that 6 spectral demons were being bred within this humble ghost market. All of them were of the commander rank. Without the Lurue fairy, Jiang Chen might have faced dire consequences. Rest assured, Xiaoqing, I will provide you with an explanation regarding this situation. Meng Fantian, looking at Jiang Chen, finally understood why Huang Tianming had been so anxious. As the deputy director of the Jinsho division in Jiang City, he had indeed heard of Huang Tianming's junior passing the intermediate nurturing master examination. However, he had not anticipated that Zhao Jinshui had apprehended him, even if he were unfamiliar with Huang Tianming. Such an incident would irk the old men at the Nurturing Master Association solely based on Jiang Cheng's status as an 18-year-old intermediate nurturing master. This was a troublesome predicament. Meng Fantian sighed internally as he gazed at the beasts gathered in the plaza. Those in such positions should certainly comprehend his sentiments. However, there was little that could be done. They would consider it a necessary expense to avert disaster. Nurturing Master Jiang, this time our oversight has caused you distress, but there may still be a matter for which we require your assistance. We have uncovered a substantial number of beasts, but due to their prolonged state of mistreatment, their condition is quite poor. It is unrealistic to seek out nurturing masters at this time. Might your nurturing base be able to accommodate this batch of beasts? The words caused a mid-level official of the Jinsho division to freeze in shock. Director, isn't this against regulations? The Jinsho division also required strength. In the past, any beasts seized during an operation would be sent to their nurturing base, allowing their own personnel to select first. He had already seen the quality of the beasts Jiang Chen brought out, top-notch. Would they simply hand them over? Meng Fantian's expression turned icy at the sight of his subordinate. Even at such a critical moment, he was still fixated on trivial gains. It seemed the Jinsho division truly required a thorough cleansing. Do you have an objection to my words? Jiang Cheng's Nurturing Master Certificate was personally issued by the president of the Nurturing Master Association. Do you truly believe you have a better option? I dare not, the man replied, feeling regretful. Who would have known that a mere child could have such connections? Not only did he know Huang Tianming, but he also knew the association's president. Jiang Chen paused, sizing up Meng Fantian. Such discernment and such eloquence? No wonder you achieved the position of deputy director at such a young age. You must be from Lushur. Jiang Chen, hearing his words, would not let this opportunity slip away. He replied, of course, it's no trouble at all. Serving the alliance is my duty. Thank you, Nurturing Master Jiang. Meng Fantian responded, bowing slightly. I must now interrogate the offenders of this ghost market, so I shan't linger. However, rest assured, I will certainly provide an explanation. With that, he departed the Changming ghost market with his team. Chapter 42. The Grand Competition of the 13-City Army. Once Meng Fantian had left, Huang Tianming irritably patted Jiang Cheng's head and remarked, You've become quite capable, yet still dare to venture into the ghost market. Is the treasure pavilion not enough for you to toy with? Fortunately, you were lucky enough to encounter the Lurue fairy this time. Otherwise, with your slender limbs, you would have been no match for a spectral bone demon. Jiang Chen rubbed his head, aware that Huang Tianming's somewhat reproachful tone stemmed from concern. So he bore no ill will. Isn't it necessary to manage the nurturing base? I was merely hoping to scout some affordable resources. You little rascal. Always full of excuses. Jiang Chen smiled and asked, Uncle Huang, while I was inside, I heard Uncle Han say that I should diligently nurture the Abyssal Emperor Crocodile. Mentioning something about a competition, Huang Tianming nodded, not wishing to conceal the truth from Jiang Chen. The grand competition of the beast legions from the 13 cities of Jiangnan province is about to commence. The Songhai army needs to select a new batch of beasts to form an enhanced unit for the competition. What do you think? Jiang Chen immediately grasped the implication. The relationship among the 13 cities of Jiang province was one of external invincibility while being internally fragmented, a constant struggle for superiority. Recently, the provincial-level beast masters had even proclaimed the motto, first in competition, friendship 13th. Unfortunately, Jiang City, under the leadership of its mayor, focused on economic pursuits, yielding mediocre combat capabilities. They had directly secured the bottom 3 positions alongside Shishir and Diaozhou, drawing considerable ridicule online. It seemed Jiang City was preparing to regain its reputation in the upcoming army competition. I am certainly interested, Jiang Chen exclaimed, recognizing it as a splendid opportunity to promote the nurturing base. Uncle Huang, Do you intend to acquire a full battalion of Abyssal Emperor Crocodiles? Huang Tianming, slightly exasperated, replied. You dare to dream of an entire battalion of Abyssal Emperor Crocodiles? Are you truly unaware of the exorbitant cost of nurturing such a creature? And to think that each individual requires its own. What do you take me for? What do you imply? Jiang Chen momentarily froze. Are we to redesign an evolution scheme for the Abyssal Emperor Crocodile? Our Songhai army ranked 9th in the recent 13-city core competition. In order to amend this situation, I have ordered the entire city to solicit new evolution proposals for our beasts. There are only 2 stipulations. First, they must exhibit formidable strength. Second, they must be amenable to mass deployment within the military. Should you wish to participate, you must prepare yourself psychologically for a contest against various breeding bases in Jiang City. Is that so? I find myself rather eager now. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's excitement grew. The Qingshan breeding base currently doesn't even rank among Jiang City's breeding bases. He has had no opportunity to engage with the other beast tamers, as evolution schemes arise from the gradual clash of ideas. With such a splendid opportunity at hand, how could Jiang Chen possibly let it slip by? Huang Tianming regarded Jiang Chen, momentarily perceiving the shadow of an old friend. Both shared a similar confidence and pride. The distinction lay in one's prowess over their beasts and the other's expertise in breeding. Both had achieved fame at a young age, yet their paths diverged. He found himself curious about the spectacle that would unfold should they ever cross paths again. Just keep your own counsel. There is roughly a month until the selection, which is hardly ample time. I've heard that numerous breeding bases have already put forth evolution schemes that took them 1 or 2 years to develop. Should yours not be selected, do not take it to heart. Jiang Chen glanced at Huang Tianming, understanding his intent to comfort him. Rest assured, Uncle Huang, I have little to be concerned about. The ones who should truly fear are them. After all, it would not reflect well on them to be outdone by an inexperienced beast tamer like myself. Huang Tianming was taken aback, chuckling as he continued. It seems you have a plan in mind? Care to share a hint with Uncle Huang? If I divulge it now, there would be no surprise left. You'll just have to wait and see. I assure you, it will not disappoint. Jiang Chen waved his hand, playfully withholding information. Very well, it is getting late. So I shall take my leave. These beasts are awaiting my arrangements for their accommodations. Understood. An hour later, at the Qingshan breeding base, enormous transport vehicles carried Jiang Chen from the Changming Ghost Market, entering through the gates. Such a commotion naturally attracted the attention of the nearby residents. They gazed curiously at these never-before-seen beasts, unable to restrain their discussions. What is going on? These beasts were all brought in by that young rascal, Jiang Chen. Impossible. I heard from my daughter-in-law that he has become useless since entering university. I suspect he sold off old Jiang's assets to someone else. No way. Just the other day, I saw old Qin's daughter bringing gifts to visit Jiang Chen. You mean Qin Iran? She hasn't fared much better herself. They say she married into a good family, yet here she is, returning in disgrace. Various opinions were voiced, all reflecting a disdain for Jiang Chen. It is simply human nature. People relish tales of youthful prodigies, yet equally revel in the downfall of those same talents. Jiang Chen, however, paid no heed to their chatter. He was currently overwhelmed with tasks, tirelessly assigning territories to each beast. The Emperor Pine must reside at the mountaintop. The Willow Leaf Demon cannot dwell too close to the illusory Flower Demon. The resplendent Water Narcissus should be positioned near the water's surface, in an open space where it can bask in the moonlight. When Wan, holding a notebook, diligently recorded the beasts being delivered, her mind rife with questions. Who on earth has this young master acquired all these beasts from? Wasn't he supposed to be at the Changming Ghost Market? Not long ago. He returned with a few green water crocodiles from the Beast Tamer assessment, and now he has returned with such a multitude of rare beasts. My workload is about to increase significantly. Nevertheless, she found joy in her tasks. Otherwise, she wouldn't have accepted Huang Tianming's suggestion to work here. Witnessing a breeding base rise from obscurity indeed carries a sense of shared honor and disgrace. Moreover, her interactions with the young master were quite pleasant. Time passed, and before long, the moon hung high in the sky. Exhausted, Jiang Chen flopped onto the sofa, letting out a sigh. This night had truly worn him out. Fortunately, the territories for these beasts had been roughly delineated. The flower thunder vine he had salvaged from the ghost market was also placed beside the thunderwood, establishing a new symbiotic relationship. This bolstered Jiang Chen's confidence in facilitating the transformation of the variable silkworm into a thunder butterfly. Sister Wenwan, you've worked hard all night. You should rest early. Yes, young master, you should also get some rest. Just as Jiang Chen was about to agree, he felt a surge of energy emanating from the beast's space, and he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. I truly am destined to be a busybody. Chapter 43, Rare Grade Leaf Green Snake, Second Attribute Awakening. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A series of low, pained hisses echoed from the breeding room, the sound resonating as though the creature were undergoing tribulation. Little Qing, absorb this potion, and you shall break through to the rare grade. Jiang Chen poured the emerald green potion into the bathing basin, observing the suffering leaf green snake with a twinge of reluctance. Yet, shedding skin is a necessary ordeal for all serpentine beasts. Only upon successfully shedding can they complete their metamorphosis. Elevating one's quality is no trivial feat. It is akin to raising the upper limit of a beast. The leaf green snake bore the pain stoically, fully submerging itself in the potion. Instantly, it felt a wave of relief wash over it. Gradually, its originally vibrant green scales began to turn transparent. It began to shed its skin. When Wan stood at the door, having brought an ample supply of fresh beast meat, as per Jiang Chen's request. The process of shedding skin consumes vast amounts of energy. An ordinary meat would no longer suffice to meet its demands. Fortunately, Jiang Chen often procured beast carcasses from the adventure group to stockpile for the Greenwater Crocodiles. Or else securing fresh meat at this juncture would prove quite challenging. Listening to the sounds emanating from the breeding room, Wan's expression conveyed disbelief. Elevating a beast's quality is an exceedingly arduous breeding technique, and even in Jiang City, there are few beast tamers with such capability. Engaging their services often incurs a hefty price. If her young master could indeed succeed, his status in Jiang City would undoubtedly ascend. At times, she found it hard to believe that Jiang Chen was merely an 18-year-old youth. Roar. Suddenly, a deep roar erupted from the breeding room. Outside, the previously slumbering lingling mice were jolted awake by the sound, huddling together in fear as if confronted by some horrendous spectacle. This displeased the vine spirit lynx greatly. Little Qing swam about in the breeding room, its body gradually enlarging. Its old skin began to tear, a powerful energy coalescing around it. The pressure was intolerable. Suddenly, it spotted the training dummy Jiang Chen had prepared for it. With a swift flick of its tail, it unleashed a tremendous strike that produced a sonic boom. Akin to a firecracker explosion, the training dummy was severed cleanly in two. Observing this scene, Jiang Chen instantly sensed that something was amiss and promptly swung open the door to the breeding room. The energy has exceeded the limits that Little Qing can endure. It must be released immediately. Little Qing dashed out to unleash her skills. The leaf green serpent, without hesitation, swiftly bolted out as well, arriving directly beside the lair of the abyssal king crocodile, emitting a series of low growls. It now required a robust opponent with thick skin. The abyssal king crocodile sensed this aura and suddenly leaped out from the lake. Although the leaf green serpent had significantly increased in size, it still appeared as slender as a piece of dried meat before the colossal creature. Roar. Is that little snake back for some punishment? The leaf green serpent, already feeling uncomfortable from the energy swelling within, could hardly withstand the provocation from the abyssal king crocodile and charged forward. With a flick of its tail, it unleashed a powerful strike. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed as the abyssal king crocodile felt a sharp pain. It was well aware of the leaf green serpent's strength from their previous encounters. Recognizing this newfound power, the abyssal king crocodile couldn't help but display a hint of a human-like smile. Clearly, its strength had progressed. No wonder it dared to seek a fight in the dead of night. It immediately retaliated. In an instant, the battlefield was enveloped in swirling smoke, with the sounds of collision ringing out continuously. When Wan, watching the duel between the two summoned beasts, voiced her concern, "Young master, should we intervene? Although Little Qing has improved, she may still not be a match for the king." "No need," he replied. "Let them fight. If Little Qing does not release this energy, it will lead to complications. The king understands this." Jiang Chen observed the battle closely. Despite its large stature, the abyssal king crocodile displayed a surprising level of caution, perhaps a remnant of its experiences before evolution. Each of its attacks was measured and controlled. Just then, Little Qing let out a fierce roar, and a flash of lightning streaked across the sky. Her body began to expand dramatically, transforming into a massive 3-meter-long serpent, with electric currents crackling across her form. The scales at her tail turned a profound silver, with jagged edges that added to her formidable appearance. Long scales sprouted at the corners of her eyes, enhancing her regal presence. With a vigorous whip of her body, the electric currents surged uncontrollably. In that moment of distraction for the abyssal king crocodile, a rapid lightning attack struck its forehead. Roar! It unleashed a pained howl. The king. This attack truly startled Jiang Chen, even with high aptitude. The abyssal king crocodile was still at the awakening stage, primarily possessing water attributes. Being struck by a lightning-based skill was certainly not pleasant. After a brief pause, the king became exhilarated, as it was inherently a warrior. Until today, aside from when Wan and Xiao Yu summoned beasts, it was the strongest creature in the Qingshan breeding base. Observing its junior grow even stronger brought it immense joy. Roar! Bring it on! Seeing this, Jiang Chen immediately intervened. All right, that will be enough for today. There will be plenty of opportunities to fight in the future. He then approached the two beasts, stroking Little Qing's silver scales with a somewhat peculiar expression. Has Little Qing evolved into a new form? Name, Leaf Green Serpent. Level, Awakening Stage 5. Attributes, Wood. Lightning, Aptitude. High Bronze, Quality. Rare, Traits, Child of the Jungle. A favored creature of the forest, enhancing would attribute skill damage by 10. Thunderous Body. Possesses the ability to store lightning, allowing electric attacks to adhere to its scales. Skills, Tail Whip, Proficient. Vine Whip, Beginner. Leaf Blade, Beginner. Growth, Proficient. Bind, Proficient. Charge, Proficient. Electric Flash, Beginner. Thunder Tail Strike, Beginner. Evolution Path, Emerald Forest Python, 25. Jungle Viper, 35-45. Jiang Chen felt a shiver run down his spine as he gazed at the newly promoted rare quality leaf green serpent. What had he cultivated? It was the first time he had heard of a quality upgrade resulting in a second attribute and trait. He had only known of one summoned beast possessing the thunderous body. Now Little Qing had it too. Was she still a leaf green serpent? Fortunately, the overall progress seemed to be heading in a positive direction, which was indicative of growth. Young master, this Wenwan looked at Little Qing in disbelief. The scene she had just witnessed had truly exceeded her imagination. In her years of work, she had never seen such a leaf green serpent. Wasn't he just a quality enhancement? How did it result in such a dramatic transformation? It's nothing, a normal phenomenon. By the way, Wenwan, have you prepared the meat I asked you to? Jiang Chen smiled as he spoke. Ready. Saying this, she pulled out a split wilderness water buffalo from her spatial bag. All right, you two must be tired from fighting. Let us eat first. We can discuss everything else tomorrow. It was already quite late. And although Jiang Chen was curious about Little Qing's data, he decided to test it the next day. Chapter 44. The Transforming Silkworms in Evolution. Meng Fan arrives. The next day, Jiang Chen rose early, preparing breakfast for the summoned beasts in the breeding base. Although the number of beasts had increased significantly in recent days, they were all wood attribute creatures, which had a lower demand for food. He merely needed to ensure their energy was supplemented periodically. However, the food for the fairy Lu Rue and the illusory flower demon required special preparation. They had become somewhat akin to spirits, and ordinary food could not satisfy their daily needs. While he could not manage them in the secret realm, now that they had entered the Qingshan breeding base, he was obliged to nurture them properly. Moreover, after the chaos of the Changming Ghost Market, he had come to realize that this world was far from safe. As he cultivated more rare summoned beasts, it was inevitable that someone would take notice. At that time, relying solely on Wenwan and Xiao Yu might not be sufficient. He needed more capable allies. Roar. Good morning, Jiang Chen. The leaf green serpent, having rested through the night, had regained her energy. Though her color had not returned to its original hue, and her voice had taken on a deep, rumbling tone. Initially, she found it somewhat disconcerting, but over time, it became rather pleasing to the eye. Jiang Chen chuckled, tossing a serpent scale fruit towards her. Good morning. Let us have breakfast first. After that, we still need to train. Upon hearing this, Little Qing swam over to the pool to wash her face, admiring her handsome reflection in the water, nodding in satisfaction. One word, stunning. Watching the self-satisfied leaf green serpent brought a smile to Jiang Chen's face. He had anticipated this side of Little Qing. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen took Little Qing to the training grounds. This time, the goal was to test the strength of her lightning attribute energy. So he brought down the 50 transforming silkworms from the mountaintop that had undergone lightning refinement. At that moment, they were round and plump, their snowy bodies adorned with faint purple patterns. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction as he observed them. He had been teaching them the charge skill for some time, and seeing their current state suggested they were on the brink of evolution. It was the perfect opportunity to test whether the lightning could induce their transformation. To ensure they evolved into cocoons rather than directly ascending to butterflies, Jiang Chen had also specially arranged for them to enhance their silk spinning skills. Most of them had already achieved proficiency in both silk spinning and charging. The leaf green serpent gazed hungrily at the plump and succulent transforming silkworms sprawled on the ground, its crimson vertical pupils shimmering with excitement, a droplet of transparent serpent's saliva trickling from the corner of its mouth. Are these for me to eat? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen was taken aback. He was aware that the leaf green serpent included transforming silkworms in its wild diet, but he had not anticipated that the thunder attribute cultivated transforming silkworms would be such an irresistible temptation for it. Presumably, this was due to its awakening of a second attribute, necessitating a replenishment of thunder energy. Jiang Chen promptly made a mental note. These are for training. You mustn't consume them. Our objective here is to ascertain the strength of the thunder skills you can unleash with your second attribute. When you release your electric attack on the transforming silkworms, remember to gradually increase the intensity. Do not unleash it at full power all at once. Roar. If I electrocute them, can I eat them? The transforming silkworms. Observing the earnest expression on Xiao Qing's face, Jiang Chen felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. You are quite persistent. You cannot eat these. After we finish training, I promise to treat you to something delicious. Jiang Chen then proceeded to the edge of the training ground. From a distance, the sight of 50 pristine white, transforming silkworms lying on the ground was indeed striking. Reminiscent of someone's sunbathing radishes. They trembled with trepidation, casting wary glances at Xiao Qing, fearful that it might inadvertently cause a calamity during training. We can begin. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's command, the leaf-green serpent immediately summoned a surge of thunder energy within its mouth. Although it craved the transforming silkworms, it did not defy Jiang Chen's wishes. Activating the lowest power of its electric skill, a slender electric serpent was expelled from its mouth, striking one of the transforming silkworms directly. Am I going to die? The transforming silkworm, seeing the electric serpent flying towards it, instinctively shut its eyes in fear. Moments later, it cautiously examined its body. To its astonishment, it was unharmed. Subsequently, it turned to face the leaf-green serpent with an air of provocation. Come again. Roar. You little worm. Xiao Qing, witnessing this, couldn't help but chuckle in frustration. Having restrained its power, how dare this fat worm act so arrogantly? With a sudden exhalation of electric energy, albeit still the same skill, its power had significantly escalated. The transforming silkworm, believing it to be the same attack, chose not to evade and braced itself for the impact. The next moment, a plume of black smoke erupted from its mouth. It stared incredulously at the leaf-green serpent. How could this happen? Observing the transforming silkworm in such a disheveled state, the leaf-green serpent revealed a hint of a smile. Jiang Chen, witnessing this, found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, the creatures in his base possessed distinct personalities. Nevertheless, this was rather entertaining. Training continued without incident, with Jiang Chen remaining by their side. At the entrance of the Qingshan breeding base, a series of urgent doorbell rings resonated. When one opened the door to find a middle-aged man clad in the uniform of the Guardian Division, holding a brown wooden box. May I ask who you are? Meng Fantian. Meng Fantian replied coolly, I met with Breeder Jiang yesterday. I am here today to discuss the investigation concerning the Changming ghost market. When Wan was momentarily taken aback, having previously worked in administrative roles at the Songhai Army. She was no stranger to dealings with the Guardian Division and had heard of this young deputy director. She had not anticipated that Jiang Chen had connections with him. I apologize, but my young master is currently engaged in breeding his beasts. If you would like, you may wait in the reception area. That would be appreciated. Meng Fantian, familiar with the breeding process, understood that breeders despised interruptions while tending to their beasts. Moreover, since he had come with a request, he certainly did not wish to irritate Jiang Chen. Following Wen along the path of the Qingshan breeding base, they passed by a tributary. Suddenly, Meng Fantian halted, sensing a powerful aura emanating from a beast. Gazing into the river, he beheld several azure water crocodiles swimming outward. Is there a beast within here, Steward Wen? Upon hearing this, Wen calmly explained, these are our abyssal king crocodiles. They train in real combat by taking the azure water crocodiles to the sea daily. Listening to Wan's explanation, Meng Fantian felt a surge of astonishment. So this is the abyssal king crocodile. No wonder that old fellow Huang Tianming sought to diminish the presence of such beasts. The power it exhibited at the first stage of evolution was indeed immeasurable. The fact that Jiang Chen could breed such a creature was even more terrifying. It seemed the cost of this endeavor would be substantially elevated. Chapter 45. Transforming Silkworm's First Evolution. Thunder Pattern Pupa. At the Qingshan breeding base, Meng Fantian sat in the reception area, his gaze drifting to the training ground where he caught glimpses of electric flashes through the shrubbery. A thunder attribute spirit? In Jiang City, beasts of this attribute were indeed rare. Could it be that the Qingshan breeding base specialized in breeding such creatures? With curiosity bubbling within him, he couldn't help but take a few steps forward, parting the bushes. In the next moment, his pupils constricted in disbelief as he witnessed the extraordinary scene unfolding before him. Dozens of evolution lights illuminated the scene simultaneously. Even he had never witnessed such a spectacle. Although the Guardian Division also focused on concentrated breeding, due to individual differences, collective evolution was virtually unheard of. Moreover, no breeder would dare to attempt such a thing. The evolution of beasts is a meticulous process. Any minor error could lead to irreparable consequences. How could he be so reckless? As Meng Fantian observed the scene, he shook his head, mentally branding it as an act of audacity. It seemed he would need to reconsider his request for breeding beasts with him. At this moment, Jiang Chen was oblivious to the scrutiny he was under. He was entirely engrossed in the evolution of the transforming silkworms, standing behind the camera, his pupils now entirely blue. This time, he had not relied on the Beast Codex for assistance, but had meticulously deduced the process using the information provided by Wang Kiki. This particular beast had likely never been seen before, so Jiang Chen approached it with utmost caution. His focus was entirely on the transforming silkworms, wrapped in silken threads. As time passed, the luminous cocoon began to dim. Suddenly, a bolt of electricity erupted from within. The surrounding streetlights flickered to life. Moments later, a rotund figure emerged from the cocoon. The evolution of the transforming silkworm was complete. Meng Fantion, observing from the window, felt his heart race as he beheld the successful evolution of the transforming silkworm. He actually succeeded. What manner of beast is this? Could Jiang Chen have discovered an entirely new evolutionary form for the transforming silkworm? Although the energy fluctuations emanating from it were not overwhelming, based on its evolution, it was highly likely a thunder attribute beast. It is essential to note that the entire Jiangnan province is situated near the ocean, with 3/5 of its secret realms being water attribute realms. Consequently, the legions stationed across the region primarily consist of wood attribute beasts. The reason for the scarcity of thunder attribute beasts lies in their rarity. They symbolize formidable offensive power and cannot be widely employed within military ranks. However, the transforming silkworm is different. This beast is plentiful. If Jiang Chen has indeed developed a thunder attribute evolutionary form of the transforming silkworm, then his talent as a breeder is truly astonishing. He longed to ascend and inquire about the matter at hand, yet ultimately he restrained himself. A brief wait would pose no issue. Jiang Chen observed the successfully evolved thunder pattern pupae and released a sigh of relief. At this moment, they had undergone a complete transformation, no longer resembling the plump forms of their former selves. Instead, they were enveloped in a shell akin to metal, adorned with shimmering silver lightning patterns. Name, Thunder Pattern Pupae. Attribute, Thunder Insect. Qualification, Bronze High Tier. Quality, Rare. Level, Awakening Tier 3. Skills. Energy Charge. Proficient absorbs Thunder Attribute energy to enhance itself. Thunder Silk. Novice emits silk infused with Thunder Attribute energy, with a chance to paralyze opponents. Exclusive Trait. Hard Shell. Possesses an astonishingly defensive shell that safeguards the interior body undergoing metamorphosis. Gazing at the information regarding the thunder pattern pupae, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. The qualification had progressed from bronze low tier to high tier. In his conception, a segment of the evolution of the transforming silkworm was a transitional phase, designed to prevent it from succumbing to the sudden surge of energy during its transformation into a thunder butterfly. This stage was deemed a success. As long as he continued to provide it with thunder attribute resources, he could eagerly anticipate the moment it would emerge as a butterfly. Jiang Chen neatly stowed away the camera and observed the envious expressions of the other transforming silkworms yet to evolve. He spoke to console them. Fear not. You too are on the brink of evolution. I believe you can feel it yourselves. Do not rush. I shall provide you with nourishment when the time comes. Afterward, Jiang Chen called for Wenwan to his side. Sister Wenwan, could you kindly assist me in delivering these thunder pattern pupae back to the thunder sound tree? They have just undergone evolution and require ample time to adapt to the energy of the thunder attribute. Presently, the northern peak of the Qing Mountain breeding base, influenced by the thunder sound tree and the flower thunder demon vine, was gradually taking shape as a territory for thunder attribute beast taming. Jiang Chen was also endeavoring to guide it in that direction. Once the thunder butterfly truly completed its evolution, it was conceivable how popular such a beast would become. Now was the opportune time for preparation. Understood. While Wenwan was equally astonished by the thunder pattern pupae, she recalled Meng Fantion, who was waiting in the reception room. Young master, the deputy director of the Guardian office has come to see you, since you were occupied with breeding beasts. I had him wait in the reception area. Jiang Chen paused for a moment, the voice of the charming deputy director surfacing in his mind. What business does Meng Fantion have with me? Very well, I understand. With that, Jiang Chen proceeded with Shao Qing towards the reception area. The deputy director of the Guardian office was considered a significant official in Jiang City, and Jiang Chen recognized the necessity of maintaining some communication with them in the operation of the breeding base. Director Meng, my apologies for keeping you waiting. I was preoccupied with the evolution process. Jiang Chen entered the room and explained to Meng Fantion, who stood by the window. No worries. I have not been here long myself, and if anyone should apologize, it should be me. I witnessed your process of beast evolution. Meng Fantion did not adopt any airs. Rather, he explained himself to Jiang Chen. A beast tamer capable of devising an entirely new evolution scheme warranted such courtesy. Jiang Chen waved his hand with a smile. It matters not. I had no intention of concealing such a beast. once it fully evolves in a month. It should make its debut in Jiang City. Upon hearing this, Meng Fantian seemed to grasp something and refrained from further comment, merely handing Jiang Chen a brown box. Jiang Chen, I am here primarily to apologize on behalf of the Guardian Office for the oversight that led to your abduction by the mercenary group. Jiang Chen accepted the box. Weighing it lightly, it bore little weight, leaving him curious about its contents. He placed it on the table and inquired, was that person, Boss Zhao, affiliated with the mercenary group? Indeed. Following an inquiry by the Guardian Office, it was revealed that Lu Jinshui joined the Red Serpent mercenary group in the Golden Triangle region 3 years ago, and his primary task in Jiang City was to supply goods for the Red Serpent mercenary group. Jiang Chen frowned upon hearing this. 3 years with the mercenary group meant he had been working for the so-called Red Serpent for quite some time. Was the Guardian Office merely idle? Are there still Red Serpent members in Jiang City? Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen posed the question that most concerned him. Meng Fantian fell silent for a moment before responding. Yes. This brings me to the second matter for which I sought you out. I have heard that you evolved a golden tier beast during the Beast Tamer assessment. I wonder if you could assist the Guardian Office in breeding a batch of beasts. Having just witnessed Jiang Chen's evolution of the transforming silkworm, Meng Fantian no longer harbored any doubts about his capabilities. Upon hearing Meng Fantian's proposal, Jiang Chen widened his eyes in surprise, glancing at him. You wish for me to breed beasts? Are you offering me a favor? It is indeed possible. But I must first inquire what kind of beasts you wish to breed. And let it be known, my fees are somewhat higher than those of conventional beast tamers. Money is no object. I only seek results. As he spoke, Meng Fantian retrieved a photograph from his phone and handed it over. Chapter 46. The Guardian Office signs a contract with a breeder. A supersonic bat? Jiang Chen expressed his astonishment. The image depicted a bat with deep blue fur on its back, roughly the size of a basketball. Its sharp canine teeth protruded, paired with 2 triangular eyes, exuding a peculiar charm. Indeed, it is a supersonic bat. This beast was discovered by the Guardian Office in a newly developed secret realm in Jiang City. Due to the nature of the Guardian Office's work, we require a beast capable of patrolling at night. Thus, the supersonic bat was selected. They have gradually integrated into the Guardian Office through training, yet their combat capabilities are somewhat lacking. We need you to evolve them into giant tooth bats. I wonder if you can accomplish this. Meng Fantian inquired. Jiang Chen frowned slightly upon hearing this. A breeding order specifying a designated evolution direction? The giant tooth bat is a standard evolution of the supersonic bat. Upon evolution, they will increase in size and awaken a secondary attribute of poison, rendering them a more versatile beast. Such beasts are scarce in Jiang City, but are relatively common in inland cities. During my time at Magic Capital Academy, I studied the venom of such beasts and even reverse-engineered their evolution scheme. However, I had not awakened my beast space back then, so I could not experiment to determine if the evolution scheme would succeed. Director Meng, to my knowledge, the Guardian Office collaborates with numerous breeding bases in Jiang City. Why seek me out? I possess no advantages over them. Meng Fantian explained. We do indeed have collaborations with several breeding bases. Yet this time the provincial department has only approved a quantity of 15 supersonic bats as a trial. Those larger breeding bases naturally dismiss such trifling profits, while I do not dare entrust the task to smaller breeding bases. Hence, I thought of you. Additionally, I believe your youth and status as a mid-level beast tamer indicate you possess some skill. I wish to establish a rapport with you to avoid missing opportunities for future encounters, as our relationship cannot be deemed strong. His words bore a sense of authenticity. At least this reasoning resonated with Jiang Chen. I shall accept this order. When do you require them? 3 days hence. Jiang Chen. He looked at Meng Fantian in bewilderment, confirming. 3 days? Is it that urgent? 3 days is a challenging time frame to cultivate a single beast to evolution, let alone 15. Furthermore, I am uncertain whether the few supersonic bats I possess meet the criteria for evolution. Indeed, Meng Fantian nodded and spoke. There is no need for you to complete the evolution of all of them at once. Having just a few will suffice. We have a task that requires us to venture into the mountains, and the bloodhounds stationed at the town guard are too large to operate effectively there. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. It made sense. He surmised that Meng Fantian's task was likely related to the Red Serpent Mercenary Corps. It was too coincidental that they had just captured a group of individuals the day prior, only to have to embark on a mission into the mountains shortly thereafter. However, I need to see those supersonic bats first. If they do not meet the evolution requirements, even a deity cannot facilitate their evolution in 3 days. No problem. I have already brought them, Meng Fantian replied, as he proceeded to dial a number in front of Jiang Chen. Hello, Lu Xing. Have someone bring in the containment boxes for the supersonic bats. Jiang Chen was taken aback by Meng Fantian's unexpected preparation. Moments later, both stood before several containment boxes draped in black cloth. Upon unveiling the cloth, They beheld the bats suspended inside, peacefully slumbering. Jiang Chen chose not to disturb them and instead activated his beast encyclopedia. Name, Supersonic Bat, Attribute, Flying, Qualification, Mid-Level Bronze, Skills, Wing Attack, Beginner, Bloodsucking, Beginner. Echolocation, Beginner, Exclusive Traits, Mental Fortitude, possesses a trained mind, unyielding in the face of adversaries' assaults. Penetration, a unique individual with sharp teeth. Its venomous fangs can pierce an opponent's skin. Evolution Path, Giant Tooth Bat, 89, Echo Bat, 60, Shadow Bat, 23, Description, a beast dwelling in dark caves. Preferring nocturnal activity, capable of emitting ultrasonic waves to explore its surroundings while flying silently. A true assassin in the shadows. Projection points, 251. Quite a commendable beast. Among this batch of supersonic bats, one even possesses a hidden trait. I can take charge of this, but since it is an expedited request, the fees may be slightly elevated. The giant tooth bat is a high-level bronze beast, with a cultivation cost of 100,000 for each. For completion within 3 days. I will need to charge 150,000. The original price will apply post 3 days. The spiritual materials required will be detailed in a subsequent invoice. But I estimate that the cost of materials to facilitate a single beast's evolution will not be less than 200,000. As Jiang Chen disclosed this price, he couldn't help but marvel at the reality that the breeding industry was indeed a lucrative enterprise, far more expedient than robbery. Meng Fantian nodded in acknowledgement. He undoubtedly had acquainted himself with the market rates for cultivating the giant tooth bat. The town guard had not previously equipped such beasts, but that did not imply other garrisons lacked them. Jiang Chen's quotation appeared reasonable. All right, I shall return in 3 days. With that, Meng Fantian retrieved a contract from his spatial bag. The contract was prepared in duplicate, bearing the official seal of the town guard. Jiang Chen reviewed the contract carefully. It was straightforward, though some particulars required negotiation. After a brief period, they amended the contract, and Jiang Chen affixed the official seal of the Qingshan breeding base before returning one copy. Upon signing the contract, a faint smile graced Meng Fantian's face as he extended his hand. A pleasant collaboration. I have matters to attend to at the town guard, so I shall take my leave. After his departure, Jiang Chen opened the brown wooden box resting on his desk. Inside lay 3 documents the size of A4 papers, quietly awaiting his attention. Upon picking one up, his eyes widened in surprise. The evolution plan for the Emerald Forest Python. The town guard is so generous as to provide me with this. However, after a fleeting moment of excitement, a twinge of unease crept into Jiang Chen's heart. While the Emerald Forest Python's evolution was commonplace, and many breeders possessed such plans, it was not something to be casually presented as an apology gift. By offering this to him, Meng Fantian was likely conveying an additional layer of intent, one that hinted at a hush-money aspect. This could only suggest one thing. The matter of the breeding of the terror demon at the Everbright Ghost Market was far from resolved, and they were intent on keeping this information concealed from the public eye. I must expedite the cultivation of the giant tooth bat. Meng Fantian's expedition into the mountains in 3 days might very well be aimed at capturing those individuals. Jiang Chen was a primary catalyst in the downfall of the Everbright Ghost Market. Should any individuals escape from Zhao Jinshui's company and become aware of this, who knows what they might do? Chapter 47. Cultivating the Supersonic Bat. Jiang Chen, inherently a proactive individual, felt an urgency heightened by the potential threat to his life. Without a moment's hesitation, he took the supersonic bat with the hidden trait into the laboratory. Name, Supersonic Bat, Attribute, Flying, Level, Awakening Level 5, Qualification, Mid-Level Bronze Quality, Rare Traits, Penetration, a unique individual with sharp teeth. Its venomous fangs can pierce an opponent's skin. Skills, Energy Accumulation, Beginner, Bloodsucking, Beginner, Echolocation, Beginner, Biting, Beginner. This particular specimen is rather impressive. Likely a small leader within its wild kin. Compared to other supersonic bats, it possesses an additional biting skill, which should enhance its attack power post-evolution. Wake up. It's time for a meal. Jiang Chen gently roused the supersonic bat and placed a toxic grapefruit in front of it. Upon evolving, the bat would transition from a purely flying attribute to a dual flying and poison attribute, thus necessitating the cultivation of its venom first. In the wild, supersonic bats lack breeders and typically rely on consuming carrion to inherit bacterial toxins. This results in a low toxicity level post-evolution into the giant tooth bat, rendering it rather ineffective in combat, primarily preying upon smaller beasts. Now that they had fallen into Jiang Chen's hands, he was determined to cultivate them in the most optimal direction. The toxic grapefruit was an excellent initial choice, possessing mild toxins that would allow the supersonic bat to acclimate gradually. As the supersonic bat sensed someone calling it, it stirred slowly, startled at first upon seeing Jiang Chen. Then yawning. Me? Hello. Following Jiang Chen's instructions, it hung from the cage and grasped the toxic grapefruit with its tiny hands, beginning to nibble. The flavor was quite agreeable. It had long been aware that it was to be sent to a breeder for cultivation, and thus had mentally prepared itself. You eat for now. I'll come back to you shortly. Seeing that it exhibited no signs of distress, Jiang Chen settled down at his computer, perusing online videos from breeders regarding the giant tooth bat. While they did not divulge specific evolution formulas, they would share general ideas to attract traffic. Jiang Chen aimed to synthesize these insights into his own approach, as the quantity of projection points was limited, and he intended to reserve them for Shaoqing. An hour later, satisfied with his findings, Jiang Chen closed his laptop, having clarified his evolutionary strategy. Now, he merely required the spiritual materials, so he directly dialed Jean Baoshan's number. Among those he knew, only his family dealt in spiritual materials. Hello, Jiang Chen. What brings you by today? Jean Baoshan's voice came through the phone, sounding somewhat chaotic. Why does it sound so noisy over there? My father has asked me to attend to some matters in the southern city, and I am currently in the midst of receiving goods. Please bear with me as I find a quieter spot. With that, Jean Baoshan sought a slightly more tranquil location. Jiang Chen, what do you need from me? Speak up. It's this way, Jiang Chen began. I've just received an order that requires the procurement of a considerable amount of spiritual materials. I wanted to inquire if you have any stock available on your side. Of course I do. Jean Baoshan exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Jiang Chen, you've just saved me a great deal of trouble. I've been fretting over the lack of orders. You see, I made a bet with my father. He has given me 3 months to manage our family store. And if I cannot increase our revenue by 10% during this period, he will insist that I marry. You know I was born for business. How could I allow that to happen? Stop right there. Jiang Chen interrupted swiftly. Let me first tell you what materials I need. And you can see if you can arrange for them to be sent over promptly. All right, I'm taking notes. I need 15 cores from the extraordinary rank venomous wolf spider, 15 vials of centipede venom, 30 heavenly feather tree fruits, and 10 gene of extraordinary rank gale wolf blood. As Jean Baoshan recorded the items, he calculated the costs. 1 core from the extraordinary rank venomous wolf spider is priced at 100,000, so for 15. That totals 1,500,000. Each vial of centipede venom is 50,000, and the heavenly feather tree fruit is priced at 9,000 each. The gale wolf blood will come to around 400,000. Altogether, that amounts to 2,920,000. Given our relationship, I'll round it down to 2,900,000. His calculations were astoundingly swift. Almost as soon as Jiang Chen revealed the required materials, he had the price ready. The figure of 2,900,000 matched Jiang Chen's budget closely, perhaps even being slightly cheaper, thus saving Meng Fantian some money. That works for me, but I hope you can expedite the delivery to the Qingshan breeding base, Jiang Chen remarked. Rest assured, these items are not hard to find. They are all stored in the Jean family warehouse. I will have someone deliver them immediately, ensuring it does not delay your plans. With that, he hung up the phone. Jiang Chen shook his head at his phone, bemused by Jean Baoshan's exuberance, pondering whether he could sustain this business venture. After finalizing the invoice, Jiang Chen promptly forwarded it to Meng Fantian. Given the current economic climate, Jiang Chen would not be advancing funds if they were unable to provide payment later. It would become quite the predicament. Sitting in his car, Meng Fantian was somewhat taken aback by the efficiency of Jiang Chen's message. So quick. I've only just left the Qingshan breeding base and haven't even reached the Guardian office yet the materials are already documented? However, he dismissed the thought. After all, it was their first collaboration, and with a contract in place, as long as the materials could be refined, everything would be fine. This would serve as a test for both parties. Should Jiang Chen fail, future breeding orders from the Guardian office would likely be out of reach for him. Upon reviewing the pricing and finding no discrepancies, Meng Fantian made a call to the Guardian office's finance department to transfer the funds to Jiang Chen's account. I've instructed that the payment be sent to you, Jiang Chen. Is it acceptable for me to collect your breeding fees 3 days from now when I come to pick up the goods? Certainly, Jiang Chen replied, momentarily stunned as he gazed at the funds appearing on his phone. It was his first experience with such ease in business transactions, but regrettably, all this money was not his own. It would need to be forwarded to Jean Baoshan. Just as Jiang Chen was feeling disheartened, when one rang the doorbell to the laboratory. Upon opening the door, he inquired, Sister Wen, what brings you here? Is there an urgent matter? Typically, she would never disturb him during his breeding sessions, so her current urgency indicated something must have gone awry. Young master, it's terrible. The exquisite water narcissus you brought back from the Changming ghost market has inexplicably begun to evolve. It has attracted numerous water-type beasts. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Evolve? How is that possible? That water narcissus had only just awakened to the 5th rank. It had only just begun to develop the ability to produce spiritual dew. How could it suddenly evolve? Don't panic. I'm heading over to investigate. Chapter 48. The exquisite water system suddenly evolves. Beasts are rising from the sea. Jiang Chen hurriedly exited the laboratory. The exquisite water Narcissus was an exceptionally unique beast, possessing the exclusive trait of purification, which allowed it to cleanse water while converting lunar energy into spiritual power infused within. Typically, locations housing exquisite water Narcissus would be accompanied by numerous powerful beasts. One of the reasons Jiang Chen planted it in Qingshan Lake was to attract some wild beasts and diversify the species within the breeding base. However, he had never anticipated that the exquisite water Narcissus would undergo a sudden evolution. Such an evolution would release a significant amount of lunar energy. And since Qingshan Lake was connected to the vast ocean, who could tell what might be drawn in? Upon arriving at the banks of Qingshan Lake, Jiang Chen observed Lurue Fairy and Illusionary Flower Demon standing by the water's edge, continuously unleashing energy in an attempt to aid the exquisite water Narcissus' evolution. In the wild, without a beast master to nurture them, they had always acted in this manner. The lunar energy produced by the Illusionary Flower Demon indeed aided the evolution of plant-type beasts, but at present, it merely heightened the allure of the exquisite water Narcissus. However, Jiang Chen bore no ill will towards them as he approached. "Along, come forth," he shouted at the lake's surface, and the abyssal king crocodile emerged, clutching a crimson octopus in its jaws. Jiang Chen's lips twitched at the sight. It seemed the creature was fishing for the exquisite water Narcissus. "Belong. What is going on? Did the exquisite water Narcissus encounter something unusual?" Having remained at the lake's bottom like a nuclear-powered submarine, if anyone knew the situation, it would be the abyssal king crocodile. The abyssal king crocodile swallowed the crimson octopus, its mouth instantly stained with ink. Roar. I saw a white shell come into contact with this plant, and it suddenly evolved. Jiang Chen squinted, intrigued. A white shell? I've only placed a few rainbow clams in Qingshan Lake to purify the water and produce rainy rainbow pearls. But they are all red. And I've never heard of rainbow clams being able to induce the evolution of exquisite water Narcissus. Could it be a beast left over from the past in Qingshan Lake? As this thought crossed his mind, the image of a particular beast flashed in Jiang Chen's mind. He immediately activated his all-knowing eye, and beneath the golden spectacles, his pupils shimmered with a hint of blue. Name, Lunar Shell. Attribute, Water. Qualification, Silver Intermediate. Quality, Rare. Level, Awakened 5th rank. Skills, Lunar Dew. Intermediate, condenses magical dew under the moonlight, capable of healing wounds. Water Barrier. Beginner releases water from the shell to form a protective barrier. Exclusive trait. Moon's Veil. Emits lunar energy, creating illusions in the surrounding area, diminishing its presence to confound enemies. Indeed, it was it. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. In his recollection, the lunar shell could evolve in symbiosis with a water-type beast known as the gem agate. Depending on which one took the lead, different evolutionary outcomes would transpire. If the lunar shell dominated, it would evolve into the moonlight shell. If the gem agate took precedence, it would evolve into the moonlight agate. However, he had never heard of the lunar shell being able to trigger the evolution of the exquisite water Narcissus. As Jiang Chen pondered this, from the waterway connecting to the open sea, a sudden disturbance arose, generating tumultuous waves that surged with incredible swiftness, rendering it nearly impossible to discern its true nature. It raced towards the resplendent water Narcissus at an alarming pace. Observing this, Jiang Chen immediately shouted to the abyssal king crocodile, "Stop it, tyrant." He understood that this marked the final phase of evolution for the water Narcissus, and this enigmatic beast was intent on consuming it. With a roar, the abyssal king crocodile obeyed the command and charged forth. Despite its massive size, its speed was undeterred. With a mere flick of its tail, it propelled itself over 10 meters. It had long regarded the Qingshan breeding base as its home and would not permit any other beasts to threaten its territory. It could indulge in the sin of bait, but consumption was out of the question. Tyrant, Dark Current Vortex. Jiang Chen commanded without hesitation. This was his first true command of the abyssal king crocodile in battle, yet their synergy bore no semblance of awkwardness. This spoke volumes of the trust it placed in him. With a resounding roar, the Dark Current Vortex was unleashed. A colossal whirlpool manifested in the path of the mysterious beast, shadows dancing ominously within. The immense gravitational pull yanked the creature from the depths, allowing Jiang Chen to finally discern its form. It was a beast resembling a missile, its body adorned with slick, blue scales, and two long whiskers resembling those of a feline creature gracing its cheeks. Its gaping maw was lined with a multitude of teeth, varying in size and akin to jagged blades. A deep-sea giant catfish? How could it possibly appear here? This creature typically dwelled in the distant seas, swallowing its prey whole. Known for its delectable flesh, many anglers would band together, chartering a boat to pursue this coveted beast in the open ocean. Just as Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned, the deep-sea giant catfish lashed its tail violently against the lake's surface, propelling itself high into the air. Immediately, a water column as thick as a soup bowl erupted from its mouth. It was a high-pressure water cannon, and Tyrant had countered it with Water Devour. The abyssal king crocodile's crimson pupils gleamed with excitement upon hearing this command. Roar! Come and fight! It opened its massive jaws wide, and the surrounding turbulent water energy gradually stabilized under its control. The power of the high-pressure water cannon diminished, and the abyssal king crocodile withstood the attack with its formidable physique. In recent days, the abyssal king crocodile had been hunting in the near sea, discovering its own inadequacies in manipulating water energy during battles with other water attribute beasts. Upon returning, it had requested Jiang Chen to train its Water Devour skill, and now it had reached a level of proficiency. Though merely a basic skill, it proved exceptionally effective against water attribute beasts. Realizing that its powerful move had been thwarted, the deep-sea giant catfish quickly recognized it was no match for the monster. It turned to flee. No escape. Tyrant, dark current vortex. Jiang Chen commanded once more. A whirlpool ensnared the creature again. Understanding that the abyssal king crocodile's mastery of this skill was not yet robust enough to hold it for long, he ordered, "All of you engage. Death roll." Over 20 azure water crocodiles emerged like hidden hunters from the depths of Qin Shui Lake, racing towards the deep-sea giant catfish. The catfish, alarmed by the sudden onslaught, found itself ensnared by the vortex, unable to escape. Ultimately, it was consumed by the azure water crocodiles. As a silver-tier beast, the deep-sea giant catfish would provide a substantial boost to the current azure water crocodiles. Once they feasted, it was likely that some would grow to exceed 4 meters in length. After the battle concluded, Jiang Chen did not allow himself to relax. The evolution of the water narcissus was at a critical juncture. Other beasts were bound to arrive. Thus, the abyssal king crocodile stood guard for a continuous hour. A faint crimson hue began to surface in the riverway. The radiance of the water narcissus's evolution finally reached its culmination. Chapter 49. Misty Moon Laurel Tree. Under Jiang Chen's watchful gaze, the light of evolution for the water narcissus flared to life. The once tranquil surface of the lake began to display wisps of white snow mist, causing the surrounding temperature to drop significantly. Jiang Chen couldn't help but shiver, marveling at the formidable power of the moonlight. It was the height of summer, with the sun just having set and the residual warmth still lingering. The water narcissus had the ability to influence its environment. Standing nearby, when one appeared momentarily dazed, a beast capable of such feats was indeed extraordinary. What would the water narcissus evolve into? Her brows knitted in concern. She stood ready to summon her own beast. After all, this was a self-directed evolution. And since Jiang Chen had not participated in its nurturing, no one could predict if its temperament would undergo a significant transformation. As the evolution progressed, the surrounding mist thickened. The abyssal king crocodile seemed to sense the changes in the lake, promptly directing the crocodile swarm to gather beneath the water narcissus. The spiritual energy within the water surged. Moments later, the form of the water narcissus began to expand. Its once frail stem transformed into a bright, jade-like trunk, while its blossoms and leaves began to morph towards the branches. Jiang Chen gazed in astonishment at the metamorphosis of the water narcissus. It appeared that this time, the water narcissus had taken the reins of its evolution. Logically, this should not have been the case. Could it be the influence of the illusory light flower spirit releasing the moonlight sun source? Jiang Chen pondered internally. At that moment, the radiance erupted in full brilliance, illuminating the entire surface of the lake. The white mist wafted through the air, accompanied by the fragrance of osmanthus. Jiang Chen exhaled a long breath of relief and turned to the 2 anxious companions beside him, saying, "Do not worry. Although the previous situation was perilous, the water narcissus has completed its evolution without incident." Name: Misty Moon Laurel Tree. Attributes: water. Ice. Qualification: initial gold tier. Quality: rare. Level: awakening level 8. Skills: cold mist embrace. Mid-tier releases chilling mist, lowering the temperature of enemies and slowing their movements. Spirit: dew condensation. Mid-tier condenses moisture from the mist into ice crystals, usable as weapons or for defense. Spirit energy amplification. Mid-tier purifies and condenses surrounding spirit energy through the cold mist. Water mist mirage. Initial tier utilizes mist and ice crystals to create illusions, confounding enemies. Exclusive trait: moonlight mist. Releases mist infused with spiritual energy enhancement, allowing those who cultivate within its vicinity to enter a meditative state. All 4 skills are auxiliary in nature. Jiang Chen had not anticipated that the water narcissus, upon evolving alongside the moonlight shell, would become the rare osmanthus-type beast. The Great Xia Alliance boasts 10 renowned flowers, plum, orchid, bamboo, chrysanthemum, peony, rose, azalea, camellia, lotus, and osmanthus. These 10 floral beasts are among the most precious varieties within the plant category, each possessing its unique characteristics. While the water narcissus was already considered precious, it remained merely a silver-tier beast, still obtainable with some expenditure. After all, there was a family in Jiang City renowned for their water narcissus beasts. Once, someone had offered $1 million to procure a transcendent rain dew water narcissus. However, the misty moon laurel tree was truly a treasure beyond price. Osmanthus beasts are considered auspicious creatures. In ancient times, they were regarded as symbols of stability and peace, further enhancing their noble stature. Jiang Chen surveyed the ethereal misty moon laurel tree with satisfaction, nodding in approval. The existence of the misty hidden sweet osmanthus tree has significantly elevated the essence of the Qingshan breeding base, without delving into its unique characteristics. The dual exclusive skills of spirit dew condensation and aura amplification are already remarkable. Within the confines of Qingshan Lake, the cultivation speed of all tamed beasts will see a notable enhancement. Currently, the largest of the Qingshui crocodiles measures no more than 4 meters, still several months away from evolving into the formidable abyssal emperor crocodile. However, with the presence of the misty hidden sweet osmanthus tree, this time frame will be drastically shortened. Young master, this osmanthus tree? At this moment, Wenwan was at a loss for words. Jiang Chen's luck seemed boundless. Could it be that destiny truly exists? Having arrived at the Qingshan breeding base only a few days prior, she had witnessed the rapid transformation of this place. Initially, there were merely 2 low-tier species, the fire sparrow and the spirit mouse, alongside a solitary crocodile, presenting a rather nascent aspect. Yet suddenly, a plethora of rare plant beasts had appeared, and now even the osmanthus tree had graced their presence. Jiang Chen smiled and remarked, "It appears our Qingshan breeding base is indeed fortunate. Just moments ago, the fairy Lurue had a conversation with it. It bears no hostility towards us, so you need not worry." Suddenly, Jiang Chen's tone shifted to a more serious note. However, the misty hidden sweet osmanthus tree is invaluable and possesses no combat capabilities. Besides entrusting it to the Bawang guards, Sister Wenwan, I urge you to exercise extra caution. That is no issue. I shall also let the Bai-Bo snake roam freely here. Wenwan nodded, already sensing the surrounding changes. She understood that all these transformations were due to the osmanthus tree's influence. Keeping the Bai-Bo snake here would not only protect the tree, but also greatly benefit its own cultivation. Very well, you may enjoy yourselves. I must return to my tasks, Jiang Chen declared, stretching lazily as he addressed the 2 little flower spirits beside him. The evolution of his old friends was undoubtedly a source of joy for them. In the vicinity of Jiang City, at Xianglong Mountain, amidst swirling mists, a group of raggedly dressed men congregated around a flickering campfire within a concealed cave. Damn it, Zhao Jinshui has brought us to ruin. Why did he have to open a beast fighting arena? Now, not only have we lost our outlet for goods, but we are also being pursued by that pack of dogskin guards from the town guard. One of them, brandishing a wooden stick, complained bitterly as he poked at the flames. "Shut up, tiger. You've been shouting all day. Do you not tire of it?" Another retorted. "What do you suggest? Should we slink back with our tails between our legs? I cannot afford such humiliation." Tiger snarled. "Certainly not," Black Crow interjected, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. "Returning now would be tantamount to signing our own death warrants. The boss sent us here not only to handle shipments, but primarily to cultivate the terror beasts, so they can create chaos in Jiang City, prompting more individuals to enter Jiang City's harbor. Now that the terror beasts have yet to mature, we are left to fend for ourselves." Upon hearing this, Tiger fell silent, contemplating before speaking again. "Old Black, you are the most astute among us. What do you propose?" "I shall heed your counsel." Black Crow let out a cold laugh. This time, Zhao Jinshui was apprehended due to a few children. Moreover, one of them was seen to be quite familiar with the commander of the Songhai army. Venomous Snake. Go investigate who that child is and see if there is an opportunity to capture him. Having him as a hostage would provide us with some leverage in negotiations. Understood. The Venomous Snake, lurking in the corner, coldly uttered a single word, deftly slicing a piece of rabbit meat with a knife before feeding it to the beast perched on his shoulder. "Once this is accomplished, I shall claim what I desire." "Rest assured, the poison within your beast holds little weight before the boss," Black Crow replied. After the Venomous Snake departed, Black Crow squinted, gazing in the direction he had left. "Tiger, do you believe he will be obedient?" Tiger paused, caught off guard. "Are you doubting him? After all, he joined us out of necessity and has never truly felt at ease." Black Crow spoke slowly. "Exactly. This will be a good opportunity to test him. Now, extinguish the fire. We shall relocate to another spot." Chapter 50, The Ambusher. At the Qingshan breeding base, the spirit materials purchased from Jinbao Mountain have been delivered. In the laboratory, Jiang Chen, wearing a white mask, struggled to lift a large pot capable of feeding 10 people from the storeroom. He intended to create an evolution-inducing potion for 15 supersonic bats in one go, as fulfilling the contract signed would yield considerable monetary rewards within 3 days. However, the existing experimental apparatus was inadequate for such a task, compelling him to improvise with the large pot. After cleaning the pot, Jiang Chen picked up an irregularly shaped spirit material the size of a ping-pong ball, deep purple in hue, a clear indication of its toxic nature. He placed it into a test tube already filled with wind wolf blood. This step was crucial for the potion's preparation, as it required the toxic energy from the crystal core to fully infuse into the blood, a monumental task. Jiang Chen meticulously prepared 15 batches, placing them all in the pot using a water bath. To ensure even heating, he had even summoned a few awakened fifth-order fire sparrows. This was the most critical phase. The toxic energy from the venomous wolf spider's crystal core had moderate heat resistance. Only at 85 degrees would it be able to merge with the blood without compromising its toxicity. An hour and a half later, the fire sparrows were visibly exhausted. Panting heavily, Jiang Chen smiled as he presented a box of spirit food specifically for fire-type beasts as a reward. Thank you. This is your compensation. Despite their fatigue, the fire sparrows eagerly hopped to Jiang Chen's side, swiftly consuming the food offered. After completing these tasks, Jiang Chen administered the potions to the supersonic bats. Upon ingestion, they immediately fell into a state of poisoning, plummeting from the roof to the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. This was the pivotal moment for their evolution. Failure could result in their demise from the poison. Jiang Chen did not dare to be complacent. He immediately began preparing other medicinal materials, moving about like a whirlwind. From dawn until dusk, he fed the last supersonic bat its potion and sighed in relief, collapsing into a chair as exhaustion washed over him. He observed the several supersonic bats slipping into slumber, nodding in satisfaction. Finally, it was over. After tidying up the debris on the experiment table, he exited the laboratory. He was utterly fatigued. Under the cover of night, a mysterious figure clad in dark attire crouched atop a tree outside the laboratory, observing Jiang Chen as he emerged. This figure was none other than the venomous snake, who had stealthily infiltrated the Qingshan breeding base from the back mountain earlier that evening, biding his time for Jiang Chen's emergence. Finally, he has come out. Spotting Jiang Chen, a dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. Attack! The command resonated through his mental connection with the ghost shadow cobra perched on his shoulder. The shadow strike commenced. The ghost shadow cobra stealthily merged with the shadows of the tree, silently gliding towards Jiang Chen's position. Just then, Jiang Chen felt a sudden prickling sensation at the back of his neck, instinctively turning around. Beneath his golden spectacles, his pupils shifted to a striking blue. Who goes there? He swiftly activated the summoning array, and in a mere half a second, Shaoqing materialized before him. This technique, which Jiang Chen had specifically sought when wanted to teach him after the events at the Changming Ghost Market, allowed for rapid summoning. In battles between beast tamers, adversaries would not afford one the luxury of leisurely summoning their beasts. After all, if a tamer perished, their beasts would lose a significant portion of their strength. Hearing Huang Tianming's words, Jiang Chen learned that there existed certain beast tamers in this world who specialized in assassination, capable of dispatching their foes before the latter even had the chance to summon their beasts. Jiang Chen had not anticipated that he would encounter such a beast tamer so soon. Name: Shadow Serpent, poisoned. Attributes: poison, dark. Qualification: high silver. Quality: rare. Level: extraordinary, 9th rank. Skills: venomous bite. Beginner inflicts a bite that injects a potent poison infused with shadow energy, causing the wound to fester and succumb to shadow erosion. Shadow strike. Intermediate, moves seamlessly within shadows, allowing for short-range teleportation between them. Toxic mist. Beginner releases a corrosive mist that diminishes the enemy's perceptual abilities. Strangle. Beginner, when coiling around an enemy, the shadow energy erodes their vitality. Exclusive trait. Venom sac. Possesses an exceptionally potent toxicity, capable of absorbing the venom of other beasts to enhance its own. Shaoqing, be cautious not to get bitten, Jiang Chen warned, observing the beast concealed within the shadows. This was his first encounter with a shadow serpent endowed with the venom sac trait. Typically, its characteristic should be fearsome visage. The venom sac is a double-edged sword. If nurtured correctly, it could even poison beasts of a significantly higher rank. Jiang Chen's senior brother possessed a venom sac trait unicorn serpent, which even the most gifted beast tamers at the Magic City Academy struggled to contend with. However, the serpent before him appeared to be in a compromised state, likely due to an error during its cultivation. Shaoqing immediately entered a battle stance. coiling protectively in front of Jiang Chen, her forked tongue flickering, exuding a menacing aura. The snake's pupils dilated in shock. It had not anticipated that Jiang Chen's mental acuity was sufficient to detect the shadow strike state of the shadow serpent. Without hesitation, it leapt down from the great tree, intent on swiftly concluding the skirmish. The shadow serpent was in no condition to delay until the female caretaker arrived. "Shadow strike, strangle," commanded the shadow serpent. Obeying, the serpent darted through the shadows like a drilling machine, its speed astonishing, directly lunging at Xiaoqing. Its size was comparable to hers, yet as an extraordinary beast. The shadow serpent, being inherently serpentine, ensnared Xiaoqing in an instant. Jiang Chen was taken aback. He had not expected this assassin to employ combination techniques. A sophisticated application of beast skills. "Xiaoqing, unleash your thunderous body." Though surprised, Jiang Chen quickly regained his composure. If it wished to engage in binding, he would let it experience the sensation of electric therapy. Xiaoqing, receiving the command, instantly released all the stored electrical energy within her. Silver arcs of lightning crackling between the two colossal serpents. What? The venomous serpent's pupils constricted. It was the first time it had encountered a leaf-green serpent capable of utilizing lightning-based skills, initially mistaking the silver-hued leaf-green serpent for merely an aberrant beast. It was astounded to discover she had undergone special cultivation. Damn it, the venomous serpent cursed under its breath, observing the agony of the shadow serpent. Had it not been for the backlash of its own venom, preventing it from utilizing its poisonous attributes, such a passive state would have been inconceivable. After a moment's contemplation, it resolved to retreat, sensing the imposing aura of a commanding rank. It swiftly recalled its beast into the beast space and summoned a pitch-black bird, leaping into the air. "Do you think you can escape?" Jiang Chen called out. "Xiaoyao." Hydro cannon. A delicate voice rang from behind Jiang Chen. A robust column of water surged forth from his rear, catching the dark bird off guard and striking it, eliciting a cry of pain. Its wings were injured. The venomous serpent, witnessing the bloodstains on the ebony bird's wing, cursed again. Damn it, how could they arrive so swiftly? The current state of the black-feathered eagle would render it incapable of aiding him against a commanding rank beast. After a brief moment of thought, it gritted its teeth and leaped from the black-feathered eagle, rolling upon landing and hastily making its way towards the rear mountains. Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned. He had not expected this assassin to possess such agility, landing unscathed from a 10-meter drop. Yet, no matter how skilled a human might be, they could not surpass a beast. Vine Spirit Raccoon, ensnare with vines. He had previously noted the raccoon hidden among the grass, having withheld its appearance for this very moment. The Vine Spirit Raccoon burst forth from the underbrush, its wood attribute energy surging. Dozens of thick vines surged from all directions towards the cloaked figure. The venomous serpent was taken aback, drawing a tang knife from somewhere and swinging it desperately, but to no avail. Moments later, it found itself bound and suspended from a tree by the Vine Spirit Raccoon. The black-feathered eagle, witnessing this, attempted to intervene but found itself ensnared by the Azure Wave Serpent, rendering it powerless. Once Jiang Chen ascertained that no further threats loomed, he approached the cloaked figure with a cold expression and demanded, "Who are you? Why have you attacked me?" The venomous serpent struggled fiercely, but the more it resisted, the tighter the vines constricted. Noting the other's obstinacy, Jiang Chen gently patted the Vine Spirit Raccoon's head. "Still unwilling to speak? Shall we teach him a lesson?" A mischievous grin spread across the raccoon's face as it summoned a vine whip, striking with precision. It was evident that the Vine Spirit Raccoon had developed a penchant for this particular skill, although Jiang Chen had never formally taught it. The raccoon had practiced the vine whip to proficiency, likely due to its frequent disciplinary measures against its subordinates. The more it whipped, the more it relished the act, each strike landing accurately on the venomous serpent's rear. The damage was minimal, yet the humiliation was profound, especially with the raccoon's somewhat mischievous expression. After delivering over 10 strikes, the venomous serpent remained obstinately silent, which provoked Jiang Chen's ire. He had been busy from dawn till dusk and was utterly exhausted, particularly after the recent ordeal. The adrenaline had subsided, leaving him even more fatigued. He felt as though he could doze off while standing, with no time to waste on this. Wenwan, notify the guard division. Their interrogation methods should surpass ours considerably, Jiang Chen instructed Wenwan. Understood. Without delay, she retrieved her phone and dialed Meng Fantian. Jiang Chen then turned to the venomous serpent, coldly stating, "Even if you remain silent, I can surmise who sent you. You are affiliated with the Red Serpent, are you not?" Upon hearing this, the venomous serpent's pupils constricted, a subtle reaction that Jiang Chen keenly observed. Since graduating, he had only 2 individuals to contend with. One was the third elder of the Breeder Association, and the other was the Red Serpent Mercenary Corps. while the third elder was indeed malevolent. He belonged to the category of individuals with ambition but lacking the courage to act. This old man had recently secluded himself to study the evolutionary form of the Qing Shui crocodile, and his subordinates did not dare to offend him. Moreover, the expression on the venomous serpent's face confirmed Jiang Chen's conjecture. At that moment, the venomous serpent spoke in a low voice. No wonder Lu Jinshui fell at your hands. Not many high school students possess such intellect, daring to deceive me in this manner. However, what does it matter if you have guessed correctly? The Red Snake faction has already set their sights on you. Your demise is inevitable. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. Being targeted by a mercenary group was no trifling matter, for these individuals were indeed desperate rogues. Do you truly believe that the Great Xia can be entered at will? The Viper coldly snorted in response. Then I have already made my entrance. Jiang Chen fell silent for a moment before speaking. Tell me where they are, and I may be able to intercede with the garrison office on your behalf. Ha ha ha, you are indeed scared. The Viper laughed heartily. His expression consistently one of confident mastery since their initial meeting, which was rather loathsome. Jiang Chen's countenance darkened as he was acutely aware of the discomfort of being manipulated by another. I merely wish to remain here. After all, the beasts under my care depend on me for their nurturing. If I were to retreat to the Academy of the Demon City, could your Red Snake reach me there? Indeed, one such as you, who would allow your beasts to be poisoned for the sake of power, could hardly comprehend that. The Viper's pupils constricted sharply. You have discerned it. The venom within the Shadow Cobra is the neurotoxin of the purple gold scorpion, which is not easily detectable on the surface. This young man before him surprisingly saw through it. Since you can locate my residence, do you not also know that I am a beast breeder? The unique trait of the venomous Shadow Cobra is indeed rare. And with the addition of the Black Feather Eagle, your abilities are certainly noteworthy. At this, Jiang Chen paused, seemingly struck by a realization, and exclaimed, You are of the Huang family. In the midst of the earlier peril, he had not paid attention to the beasts employed by the Viper, but reflecting upon it now, not many would choose to utilize such creatures. The Black Feather Huang family hails from Huizhou, a third-tier clan with few members, thus lacking in renown. Jiang Chen recalled that during his participation in the Beast Master competition with the Academy of the Demon City, he had encountered a member of the Huang family who wielded a golden-eyed Black Feather Eagle. That individual had successfully defended 2 rounds in the tournament, showcasing considerable skill. Upon hearing this, the Viper's pupils constricted once more, astonished that Jiang Chen was aware of the Huang family. What Huang family? I know not of what you speak. Jiang Chen, observing his stubborn demeanor, grew increasingly convinced of his theory. Whether or not he belonged to the Huang family could easily be confirmed by the garrison office. This would not require much time. However, by then, it would be a different matter altogether. Qianglong Mountain. After a moment of silence, the Viper finally spoke. He sought the assistance of the Red Snake mercenary group's beast breeder to treat the Shadow Cobra. Yet, he could not bring himself to use his family as a bargaining chip, for they had indeed treated him well prior to the Shadow Cobra's poisoning. Jiang Chen chuckled. You could have mentioned this sooner and spared me all this discourse. Sister Wenwan, please keep an eye on him. I shall take a brief rest and awaken when the garrison office arrives. Wenwan nodded, her gaze filled with astonishment as she regarded Jiang Chen. Logically, given her prior experience with the Songhai army, she had encountered numerous beasts, yet, with thousands of species across the league, even she could not deduce a person's background solely from their beasts, unless they hailed from a top-tier family. But Jiang Chen had managed to do so. Just how extensive was his knowledge? The previous encounter with the Misty Yu was similar. She had yet to come across a beast that Jiang Chen did not recognize. Chapter 52. Jiang Chen. You wouldn't want the Shadow Cobra to perish like this, would you? An hour later, Meng Fantian arrived with 4 subordinates, disembarking from the patrol vehicle in haste and rushing into the Qing Shan breeding base. Butler 1. Has anything happened to young Master Jiang? His foremost concern was Jiang Chen's well-being, as it had been less than a day since he had departed, and now there were assassination attempts. Although he was certain that no one had followed him, it was imperative that others believed him. Director Meng, rest assured, my young master is unharmed and currently resting. Please wait a moment, came the reply from one. Meng Fantian exhaled in relief and said, You have my gratitude. After a brief moment, Jiang Chen stretched and entered from outside, having regained considerable vitality after a mere hour of rest. Good evening, Director Meng. I did not expect our meeting to come so swiftly. If possible, I would prefer that our encounter take place in 3 days' time. Meng Fantian paused before continuing. Where is that assassin now? Still hanging from a tree, Jiang Chen replied. According to his earlier confession, the Red Snake mercenary group likely has others concealed in Qianglong Mountain. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Meng Fantian's expression shifted as realization dawned upon him. They had taken refuge in Qianglong Mountain. No wonder the individuals dispatched in recent days had gleaned no information. Qianglong Mountain is the largest mountain in Jiang City, shrouded in mist, teeming with rare beasts. Most crucially, it houses a life-ancient tree that has existed for 5 centuries. To deter poachers, Jiang City expends substantial resources annually to station guardians on Qianglong Mountain. Thus, he had focused his attention on Yang Mountain, inadvertently allowing them to exploit this oversight. You too must return to the Bureau immediately and relay this information. Ensure that all entrances to Qianglong Mountain are monitored. No suspicious individuals are to be allowed to leave. Additionally, contact the Forestry Bureau and request that they dispatch guardians to assist us, as these ruthless individuals may pose a significant threat to the ecological balance of Qianglong Mountain. After receiving Jiang Chen's intel, Meng Fantian swiftly issued commands. The longer this dragged on, the less stable his position would become. Understood. Once the two had departed, Jiang Chen approached the Viper. The vine spirit mink was diligently training its vine whips with a group of spirit mice beneath him. Upon seeing the Viper suspended from the tree, Meng Fantian's expression shifted dramatically, losing all semblance of the amiable demeanor he had previously exhibited towards Jiang Chen. At such a tender age, how dare you join a mercenary group? What is the true intent of the red snake? Enduring the occasional lash from the vine spirit mink, the Viper could no longer withstand the pressure and finally spoke. I know not what the red snake intends. I joined halfway upon hearing that they had a beast breeder specialized in nurturing serpentine beasts. All I know is that they have instructed Zhao Jinshui to raise the fearsome beast to incite chaos in Jiang City at a certain time, allowing more red snake members to infiltrate. As for their purpose in sending so many individuals into Jiang City, I am also unaware. This is all I know. Arrest me if you must. Both Jiang Chen and Meng Fantian lapsed into silence upon hearing this. No wonder they had dispatched you to assassinate me. It turns out you were merely an outer member. Furthermore, do you truly believe that a mere beast breeder from a small mercenary group could remedy the backlash from the Shadow Cobra's venom? The Viper's expression changed instantly. Though he was still young, he had experienced enough of the world's harshness to discern Jiang Chen's implications. You mean they have been deceiving me? Not too foolish. Jiang Chen nodded. The backlash of the venom, after all, stems from the toxicity exceeding the Shadow Cobra's threshold. To resolve it, there is no alternative but evolution. Do you truly believe that the so-called beast breeder of the red snake could facilitate your beast's evolution? Jiang Chen's words left the Viper utterly bewildered. Indeed, I should have realized. Even the Academy's instructors cannot treat the Shadow Cobra. So how could a beast breeder from the Golden Triangle achieve such a feat? Suddenly, he appeared to have an epiphany, staring intently at Jiang Chen, his voice tinged with excitement. Indeed, you mentioned that you are also a beast tamer. Since you are aware of the solution to the venom backlash, you must know someone capable of treating it. Please, I implore you to save the specter. Silence. What is all this commotion about? Meng Fantian, witnessing the scene, bellowed in anger. Can you not comprehend your own position? You are currently a criminal. After returning, he had someone investigate Jiang Chen's background. Aside from certain restricted information, he discovered that Jiang Chen was, astonishingly, a closed-door disciple of Professor Zhou from the Magic City Academy. He also received information from a graduate student named Chen Chuang, indicating that Jiang Chen seemed to have good relations with most professors at the Beast Taming Academy during his time at school. Stealing a glance at Jiang Chen, he felt increasingly fortunate to establish a connection with him at this moment. Otherwise, given the beast taming resources backing Jiang Chen, even if he managed to ascend to the position of chief director of the Jiang City garrison, he would still be overshadowed by Jiang Chen in the eyes of others. This criminal actually dares to solicit Jiang Chen's assistance in treating his beast? This is utterly ridiculous. If you wish for my help in treatment, regarding the Spectre Cobra, what price are you willing to pay? Jiang Chen, far from hastily refusing, instead returned the question. Jiang Chen, he is tied to the Red Serpent, Meng Fantian quickly reminded. Assisting the mercenary group's beast taming is not a matter to be taken lightly. After a moment of silence, the venomous snake spoke. I can tell you what beasts the remaining 2 members of the Red Serpent are using. Jiang Chen shook his head, responding, not sufficient. Do you genuinely believe they can withstand the personal involvement of the deputy director of the garrison? A faint smile appeared on Meng Fantian's face upon hearing this. I can act as your enforcer. The venomous snake contemplated and continued. Still not enough. Then what exactly do you desire? Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, responding coolly, I want the evolution scheme for the golden-eyed black-feathered eagle. He had long promised to facilitate the evolution of the fire sparrow. Although he had already devised a method for the fire sparrow to evolve into the blazing sparrow, the latter, being merely a first-stage evolution, was only of high bronze tier, which was rather inadequate. He was a person of ambition and desired nothing short of the best. Jiang Chen's words left the venomous snake momentarily stunned. The golden-eyed black-feathered eagle was the foundation of the Huang family. How could it be easily bestowed upon another? Are you not being a bit too greedy? I have nothing of the sort. Jiang Chen, indifferent, shrugged. Think carefully for yourself. Surely, you do not wish for the specter cobra to perish just like that? The number of black-feathered eagles is quite limited. According to a member of the Huang family I encountered previously, such a beast can only be owned by the direct descendants of the Huang family. To ensure the accurate evolution of the black-feathered eagle into the golden-eyed black-feathered eagle, every direct descendant is imparted a condensed version of the foundational nurturing scheme. And this is precisely what Jiang Chen sought. Chapter 53, The Cold Case from 3 years ago. The Prayer of the Black-Feathered Eagle. Jiang Chen's words echoed in the venomous snake's mind. On one hand was his family, and on the other, his own beast. This indeed posed a challenging dilemma. After a moment of contemplation, the venomous snake took a deep breath and ultimately made his decision. I can provide you with this. The technique belongs to the family, but the beast is my own. In a lifetime, without the aid of rare materials, one can contract a maximum of 10 beasts. Unlike other members of the Huang family, the specter cobra was his initial beast. The black-feathered eagle, on the other hand, was contracted only after his talents manifested. If his initial beast were to perish, it would be akin to the heavens collapsing for a mid-tier beast tamer. Being naturally short one beast compared to others meant losing the chance to be compared with other prodigies. Now that the Huang family had dwindled, he had already become one of the top-tier members. It was precisely because no one could treat his beast that he sought remedies himself. Now, having finally caught a glimpse of opportunity, surely the ancestors of the Huang family would understand. At worst, once he grew stronger, he would be able to offer even greater benefits to the Huang family. Moreover, he possessed only the most basic nurturing scheme. He did not believe that the individual before him could derive the evolution scheme for the golden-eyed black-feathered eagle from this incomplete material. All things considered, it was not too great a loss. The venomous snake consoled himself. Meng Fantian, listening to their exchange, found himself somewhat bewildered by the current situation. Before he could speak, Jiang Chen lowered the venomous snake and stated, "A wise choice. It would have been better to do so from the beginning. Now, tell me about the situation of the remaining 2 members of the Red Serpent." The venomous snake stared blankly at Jiang Chen, astonished by the rapid change in his demeanor. However, having already given his most precious possession to the other party, he felt little inclination to conceal anything further about the Red Serpent. It was better to garner favor in front of the director of the garrison. The remaining 2 individuals are both quasi-master level beast tamers. One is codenamed Black Crow, and the other, Tiger. Black Crow's main battle beast is a first-stage leader, the Prayer of the Black-Feathered Eagle, while Tiger's is a heavy claw slaughter wolf. I have not seen them in action, but Lu Jinshui seems quite fearful of them. I suspect their strength is not as simple as it appears. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes upon hearing this. 2 quasi-master level beast tamers? Coupled with Lu Jinshui, the Red Serpent must be close to revealing its secrets. Wouldn't you say? What could possibly be so valuable in Jiang City that they would pay such a hefty price? His concerns for the Red Serpent deepened. Being targeted by 2 beast tamers of this caliber was no trifling matter. Reality is not as it appears in the virtual world, where masters and legends abound. In real life, quasi-masters represent an exceptionally formidable presence, akin to lieutenants in the military. They predominantly exist within this realm. This is the ceiling that an ordinary person can reach. Jiang Chen turned to Meng Fantian, discovering him standing there in a daze, seemingly lost in thought. He gently patted his shoulder. "Director Meng, what are you pondering? This old fellow isn't getting intimidated by their ranks, is he?" "It's nothing. I just recalled something important." These 2 pieces of information from Jiang Chen are critical. Meng Fantian regained his composure and spoke. The heavy claw slaughter wolf is manageable, but the Prayer of the Black-Feathered Eagle poses a significant challenge. It is a beast of both poison and darkness attributes, and 3 years ago, someone utilized the Prayer of the Black-Feathered Eagle to spread a virus along the border, resulting in an entire village succumbing to a strange illness. To this day, that individual has not been apprehended, and Black Crow is highly likely to be that very beast tamer. When will the giant-toothed bat that you requested for nurturing be ready? Meng Fantian inquired further. Do you require assistance from others? This individual is extremely dangerous and must be captured immediately. Jiang Chen was also taken aback. The Prayer of the Black-Feathered Eagle was not a beast within the Great Xiao Alliance. He had heard the news from 3 years ago. At that time, the Magic City Academy had dispatched physicians to treat the afflicted, but it was already too late. The villagers were deeply poisoned, and the only recourse was to amputate the limbs of the infected. According to the current progress, the first batch of giant-toothed bats should be ready for evolution by noon tomorrow. If you wish, you may stay overnight at the Qingshan nurturing base. Meng Fantian was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "So soon? It has not even been a full day and night since I sent the beast over, and it is already nearing completion? The supersonic bats you sent this time have quite good talents. I naturally expedited their basic nurturing. Had it not been for the need to enhance their toxicity, they might have already completed their evolution by now. Meng Fantian was left utterly astounded. The contract he signed was supposed to be completed within 3 days, a timeline that was already quite pressing. To his astonishment, Jiang Chen still found the capacity to enhance their strength. Was this talent truly so formidable? Jiang Chen, you are indeed a prodigy. It seems you are very likely to become the first beast tamer to emerge from our Jiang city. This statement was made with genuine admiration. Initially, he had sought Jiang Chen's assistance in nurturing beasts due to the connections behind him. However, he now found himself genuinely impressed by this 18-year-old youth. With such capabilities, even without the backing of those professors from the Magic Capital Academy, he would gladly forge a friendship with Jiang Chen that transcended generations. You're jesting. I am still far from a beast tamer, Jiang Chen replied, waving his hand dismissively. As for my stay, I want to impose. I must take this individual back to the guard headquarters for questioning, and I hope you can understand. Please, go ahead. Given that this lad had previously associated with the Red Serpent, a thorough inquiry was to be expected, something he had anticipated. Thus he held no strong opinions on the matter. As long as he could attain what he desired, that was sufficient. After the personnel from the guard headquarters departed, Jiang Chen returned to his room. There, he found the vine spirit lizard sprawled across his bed, seemingly having fallen asleep while waiting for him. Ever since its evolution, this little creature insisted on sharing a bed with Jiang Chen each night. Initially, it had drawn the ire of the little green dragon. Yet the vine spirit lizard remained unperturbed, displaying an attitude akin to a cat indifferent to scalding water. Had this been before, Jiang Chen would have surely chased it off for a bath, but today he was simply too exhausted. He gently nudged the vine spirit lizard aside to make some space for himself and lay down. He quickly drifted into slumber. Chapter 54, Astonishment, the Evolved Giant-Toothed Bat. The following day, Jiang Chen awoke naturally. Upon rising, he found Meng Fantian arriving at the Qing Mountain breeding base, accompanied by a contingent of guards from the guard headquarters. You all arrived rather early, Jiang Chen remarked with a smile. Could we not? An incident occurred last night, Meng Fantian replied with a wry smile. At Xianglong Mountain? Jiang Chen asked, momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow. Meng Fantian nodded. Our men sealed off all the access points to the mountain yesterday. The fog around Xianglong Mountain is too dense. The mountain guards ventured in ahead of us to search, and one squad unfortunately encountered members of the Red Serpent. They all perished. Come with me. If all goes well, the supersonic bats should be starting their evolution now. Jiang Chen sighed upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that even before their operation began, there would be casualties. Upon entering the laboratory, he found all the supersonic bats hanging upside down from the ceiling. Coincidentally, one had just begun its evolution, shimmering with the light of transformation. Its body expanded continuously as it stretched its enormous wings. A pair of razor-sharp claws, reminiscent of a pterosaur, emerged at the forefront of its wings. With a gentle flutter, it stirred its wings, creating a whirlwind that sent the entire laboratory's instruments tumbling. It's the airblade skill, Jiang Chen exclaimed, his pupils constricting as he quickly shouted. Stop! If the wind blade fully forms, this laboratory will truly be ruined. Fortunately, although it was not Jiang Chen's beast, it was relatively obedient. It landed on the ground, supporting itself with its wings. The evolution lasted a full 15 minutes. All present gazed in awe at the giant-toothed bat before them, their mouths agape. Its appearance had undergone a transformative change, its size having tripled. When it spread its wings, they were as wide as an adult's arm span. The formerly small venomous fangs had grown considerably, glinting with a chilling light akin to that of a vampire from Western lore. To facilitate nocturnal hunting, its fur had shifted to a deep blue hue. This is truly the giant-toothed bat, Meng Fantian remarked, staring incredulously at the colossal creature. It was unlike any he had seen before. The other giant-toothed bats from the guard headquarters were not nearly this large, and more importantly, it was its quality that astonished him. It had remarkably ascended to the rare tier. Jiang Chen had actually mastered a breeding technique that could enhance the quality of beasts. Such a skill was rare, even among the elders of the breeding association. Moreover, even if they could achieve it, enlisting their assistance would come at an exorbitant price. Yet, how little had it cost to cultivate these few? Even if completed within 3 days, each was merely 150,000. What could 150,000 cover? It was merely enough to sustain his beasts for half a month. Jiang Chen paid no mind to the thoughts of others as he began examining the panel of the giant-toothed bat. Name, giant-toothed bat. Attributes, flight, poison. Level, awakening 9th rank. Quality rare. Skills, Qi gathering. Beginner focuses the mind to enter a critical state. Blood-sucking. Beginner inflicts damage on the target while restoring its own energy. Sonar location. Beginner emits sound waves to accurately locate hidden foes. Bite. Beginner bites the enemy with its fangs, instilling fear. Venomous fangs. Intermediate bites with fangs laced with potent venom, inducing a poisoned state in the enemy. Airblade. Beginner wields wings to unleash a cutting hurricane. Exclusive traits. Penetration. A unique individual with sharp teeth capable of piercing the opponent's skin. Toxicity. Possesses a toxicity stronger than its peers. What an impressive panel. My specialized breeding indeed enabled the giant-toothed bat to awaken a second trait. It is known that beasts with dual traits are worth twice as much as those with a single trait. Furthermore, the traits of penetration and toxicity complement each other perfectly. Even those armored beasts would find it challenging to withstand the assaults of this giant-toothed bat. Overall, it is now capable of standing alongside the beasts of the second team from the Magic Capital Academy. This certainly benefits Meng Fantion. After evolving, the impact of sunlight on the giant-toothed bat diminished significantly. It fluttered its wings and affectionately embraced Jiang Chen, aware that its newfound strength was largely due to his efforts. However, this unexpected display startled Jiang Chen. Can you imagine the sensation of being embraced by a bat the size of a person? Jiang Chen chuckled softly, freeing himself from its wings and turning to Meng Fantion, saying, "So, what do you think? Are you satisfied?" "Absolutely. If I were not, I would truly be looking for trouble," Meng Fantion replied, his smile broadening. "To be honest, seeing this batch of giant-toothed bats makes me hesitant to contract the intermediate breeders under me." The guards from the headquarters interjected, "Deputy Director, you cannot say that. Scram. Stop wasting my time. If you contract these giant-toothed bats and make mistakes during missions, you shall face the consequences," Meng Fantion retorted, observing his subordinate's naive expressions with exasperation. "That cannot be allowed," the guards chuckled, well aware that Meng Fantion was only jesting. At that moment, another bat began to evolve. This time, it seemed as though a special switch had been flipped, causing the supersonic bats throughout the laboratory to glow with the light of evolution in succession. Moments later, Meng Fantion found himself thoroughly astonished by Jiang Chen's methods. According to the data provided by the instruments, these giant-toothed bats have awakened their second characteristics, and their quality has reached the rare tier. For this batch of giant-toothed bats, I will add an additional 80,000 to each one based on our contract. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen smiled and replied, "Thank you, Director Meng." The client's willingness to increase the payment reflects his own self-worth. One must not feign modesty when one has earned their keep through merit. Money is indeed a valuable asset, essential for the development of the Qingshan breeding base. The transaction was settled, and Jiang Chen handed over the giant-toothed bats to them, indifferent to who would contract them. Half an hour later, the contract was completed, and everyone left the Qingshan breeding base satisfied. Jiang Chen saw them off, gazing at their retreating vehicles with a sigh, hoping they would catch up with the Red Serpent's people. He then returned to the base to resume his research on the Thunder Pattern pupae. Having squandered 2 days, it was time to commence their cultivation. 2.5 hours later, at the foot of Qianglong Mountain, Meng Fantion arrived at the command center with his team. Temporary large tents had already been erected, indicating the municipal government's serious attention to the matter. Even the Canhai army had been summoned. "Deputy Director Meng, you are indeed a busy man, arriving only now," remarked the director of the Forestry Bureau, his discontent evident after a night of reprimands from the mayor due to the death of a team of mountain guards. Meng Fantion, however, chose not to engage in conflict and calmly responded, "I was just consulting with the beast breeders. With this batch of beasts, we won't be as aimless as we were yesterday." Yanfeng scoffed, "Let us hope so." Chapter 55. The capture begins. On Qianglong Mountain, shrouded in mist, within a cave on a cliff, Heya glared at the tiger with a grim expression and said coldly, "Who told you to kill those mountain guards? Now all the paths down the mountain are blocked by the garrison. How are we supposed to escape?" The tiger, feeling aggrieved by his comrade's reproach, retorted, "They brought this upon themselves. Who told them to witness little tiger hunting? If I hadn't killed them, they would have crept up on us. Besides, Qianglong Mountain is vast and cloaked in fog. Even little tiger nearly got lost. They won't find us after searching for days, and eventually, they'll just leave." Hearing this, Heya's expression darkened, but he knew it was not the time for quarrels, so he replied, "Let us put this aside for now. You must follow my orders next time. Otherwise, your recklessness could cost us our lives." "Understood. I'll listen to you next time," the tiger replied impatiently, waving his hand. Heya slowly approached the cliff's edge, observing the flying avian beasts in the mountains, squinting as he spoke. "That little brat, Poison Snake, has yet to make contact. I suspect he has failed, and perhaps these people are drawn in by him." Upon hearing this, the tiger tossed a beast leg onto the fire and shot up in protest. "I knew that brat was unreliable. The people of Daxia are treacherous. I opposed you bringing him on board from the start, and look at what happened." Heya shot him a glance, but chose to ignore it, merely stating, Our position has been compromised. We can't wait any longer. We must take the initiative, or we will surely perish. What do you plan to do? The tiger inquired. Have you heard of the ancient tree of life on Qianglong Mountain? The tiger was taken aback. Are you out of your mind? That tree is beyond our reach. Who said I wanted to touch it? Just think, if we set a fire in the mountains, will those people still have the energy to search for us? That is truly cunning, but it might just work. While the rare beasts of Qianglong Mountain are plentiful, they have no ties to Daxia. They are not from Daxia. At the foot of the mountain, the garrison, Shanghai Army, and Forestry Bureau were all prepared for action. Among these teams were 3 types of beasts: tidal hunting wolves, hunting blade mantises, and giant-toothed bats. Among them, the giant-toothed bats stood out remarkably. Having just evolved, they were still mastering the control of their imposing presence. Are these the beasts you just evolved? Did you feed them any prohibited substances? Yin Feng questioned suspiciously, having witnessed the production of the ultrasonic bats in that secret realm. He had also seen giant-toothed bats before. Normally, they max out at about 1 meter in size, yet these flying before him were nearly 2 meters. Furthermore, each one appeared to be in excellent condition, especially the largest, which likely approached the rare quality tier. Is the garrison not aware of this? Have all the talented ones been given to Meng Fantian? You think too much, Meng Fantian retorted, having endured Yin Feng's snide remarks from the start. Now, he was being unjustly accused. Enough bickering. Capturing the targets is of utmost importance. This time, the city has ordered our 3 teams to cooperate, not to argue. Han Haiyang interjected. The summer vacation is nearly over, and the Chicks Cup has little time left. If we wait until then to see the mercenaries, we might as well pack up and return to farming. The Chicks Cup is a competition among the 13 cities of Jiangnan, sponsored by major universities to assess the prowess of new students. It occurs once every 13 years, and this year it happens to be held in Jiang City. If something were to go awry now, it would be utterly disgraceful. The 2 ceased their quarrel and led their respective teams into Qianglong Mountain. At this moment, the talents of the giant-toothed bats began to truly manifest. They soared silently in the air, resembling aerial radars. Under their guidance, the action team successfully avoided numerous hidden beasts, significantly enhancing their efficiency. As the team ventured deeper, the giant-toothed bats came to a halt at a cave halfway up the mountain. Buzzing, they turned to their beast master. Director, Dia indicates that someone has left their scent inside. Upon hearing this, Meng Fantian's expression sharpened, and a summoning array appeared in his hands. A massive beast, 2 meters tall, emerged instantly, boasting the head of an eagle and the body of a lion, adorned with a golden crest atop its head and fiery red wings, exuding an air of nobility. Flame Sun Griffin, remain alert. With that, he boldly stepped inside, only to be greeted by a nauseating stench. Flame Sun Griffin, illuminate the area. As the command was issued, the beast flicked its tail, igniting a blaze that illuminated the entire cave. Surveying the surroundings, traces of habitation were evident. A soldier approached and touched the charcoal in the fire pit. The director is astute. They must have stayed here last night. Due to the fog, the air on Qianglong Mountain was quite damp. If more than a day had passed, the charcoal would not be in its current condition. At that moment, the garrison officer noticed a protrusion covered with black cloth. He stepped closer, just as Meng Fantian kicked it. Be careful. Suddenly, a pitch-black scorpion sprang forth from beneath the cloth. Positioned where the soldier had just been, the jungle scorpion loomed ominously. Its sheer size and lethal venom instilled a sense of dread. A single sting would spell certain death. Upon realizing its ambush had failed, the jungle scorpion retreated into the depths of its lair. Meng Fantian's countenance turned ashen as he beheld the trap concealed beneath the dark cloth. Damnable wretch, he muttered. To be so brazen as to set a trap. He instructed, notify the Shanghai Army and the Forestry Bureau. We must search this area together. The terrain of Qianglong Mountain is intricate, and even the most formidable mercenary groups cannot escape this region so swiftly. In a secluded pine grove, Black Crow and Tiger had successfully hunted 2 extraordinary conflagration birches, stacking them together. Hearing the commotion, Black Crow remarked, that group is drawing near. Tiger replied, indeed. Black Crow, with an eerie tone, continued, they must possess a beast capable of dispelling fog. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to locate us so quickly. Alas, time was too short, and we only managed to acquire 2 conflagration birches. Otherwise, we could have provided them with a grand gift. With a grim expression, he pulled out a lighter from his pocket and tossed it onto the 2 corpses. The birch, highly flammable, ignited instantly upon contact with the spark, casting a fierce blaze that illuminated Black Crow's darkened visage. Enjoy this thoroughly, he declared. Chapter 56. Black Crow's Gift on the Slopes of Qianglong Mountain. Meng Fantian caught a glimpse of flickering flames through the dense canopy, as dozens of cloud mist sparrows fled in panic down the mountainside. Damn it! Those 2 scoundrels are setting the mountain ablaze. He quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. We must move swiftly, Chen-san urged the Songhai army to hasten their arrival. With that, he leaped onto the blazing sun griffin, accompanied by a guardian giant-toothed bat, racing toward the inferno. If the fire spread, the wild beasts fleeing would soon coalesce into a monstrous tide, and all would be lost. Though the sun griffin's speed was moderate, with the giant-toothed bat guiding them through the underbrush, they soon reached the burning site. Upon landing, Meng Fantian observed several blue-patterned moonstream deer, incessantly splashing water, but to no avail. The birch oil within the conflagration birches rendered ordinary water utterly ineffective. Upon noticing Meng Fantian's arrival, the deer regarded him with a glint of hostility. Meng Fantian's heart sank. Had they mistaken him for an arsonist? Stand down. I am here to assist in extinguishing the flames, he implored. The moonstream deer coldly regarded him, showing no sign of acquiescence. Extinguish the fire? With that flaming griffin? One retorted. It was more likely they had come to incite the blaze. Meng Fantian sighed. While he could easily subdue these deer, inciting the ire of the terrifying beings inhabiting Qianglong Mountain would spell disaster. At that moment, he fervently wished for Yin Feng to appear before him. The two often patrolled the mountain and maintained a relatively amicable rapport with these wild beasts. Now, with the deer harboring distrust towards him, their presence would have facilitated communication. As he watched the flames grow more ferocious, he cursed Yin Feng for his sluggishness despite having a giant-toothed bat as a guide. Let it be. We cannot allow the fire to spread further. Sun Griffin, create a firebreak. This was the only course of action available to him, as he lacked a water-type beast due to his background in a different region. However, this maneuver was fraught with peril. Should the blaze spiral out of control, it could ignite a far greater conflagration. Seeing the Sun Griffin's actions, the moonstream deer were instantly incensed, disregarding the imposing presence of the beast's master and unleashing a stream of water. The Sun Griffin, unimpressed, merely exhaled a small flame, causing the water column to evaporate instantaneously. Had it not been for its master's command to restrain itself, these deer would barely have qualified to stand before it. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated from the depths of the jungle, causing Meng Fantian's pupils to constrict as he gazed into the distance. Trees fell in succession, and the heavy footfalls drew ever closer. Abruptly, a dark figure emerged on the horizon, riding a large black crow, a sinister smile playing upon its lips. So, you are Black Crow? Standing atop the prayer feather crow, Black Crow replied in a low voice, You know my name? It seems that the snake has indeed betrayed me. You must be the deputy director of the guard division. Since you've gone to such lengths to find me, I cannot remain ungrateful. With that, he produced a half-human-sized egg from his spatial bag and hurled it toward Meng Fantian. Enjoy this gift. Meng Fantian's eyes widened in alarm, piecing together the significance of the egg in conjunction with the pursuing figure. Sun Griffin, catch that egg, he commanded. Yet, Black Crow would not allow him such satisfaction. The egg was a hard-won prize. A clamor of metallic noise erupted just as the Sun Griffin was about to intercept the egg, causing it to freeze in place. Black Crow smirked at the sight. Just as the beast egg was about to hit the ground, a pink flower sprouted from the earth, cradling the egg securely. Meng Fantian's heart, previously in turmoil, calmed with relief. The newcomer was none other than Yin Feng and his jungle gorilla. Well, that was swift, Black Crow's smile faltered, replaced by a cold snort. The beast master atop the prayer feather crow began to flee. You think you can escape? Dream on. With that, he leapt onto the Sun Griffin, pursuing him. Yin Feng, the situation below is yours. Be cautious. Yin Feng nodded, responding, though we have our differences. These are mere trifles in the face of greater matters. At that moment, a resounding roar erupted, akin to thunder. A wave of lordly aura enveloped the area, causing the surrounding air to seem to congeal. A massive 4-meter-high gorilla burst forth from the jungle, pounding its chest in a frenzy, the reverberations causing lesser beast masters to succumb to dizziness. This was the thunderstorm rampaging gorilla, the sovereign of this domain. Under its terrifying presence, the weaker beasts trembled uncontrollably, some even losing control of their bodily functions. Yin Feng swallowed hard. The thunderstorm rampaging gorilla was notoriously difficult to communicate with among the lords of Qianglong Mountain. He had not anticipated that the detestable Black Crow would dare to steal this female gorilla's egg. Calm yourself, mighty one. I have returned your progeny. He directed his beast to manipulate the flower, presenting the egg before the gorilla. Upon seeing the egg, the thunderstorm rampaging gorilla scooped it up, its ferocity gradually subsiding as it confirmed its safety. It cast a fierce glare at Yin Feng and pointed a finger towards the burning jungle. The trouble you have stirred. Resolve it yourselves, or do not blame me for lacking compassion. With that, it cradled its egg and turned to retreat to its lair. Yin Feng, witnessing the departure of the thunderous rampage titan, finally exhaled in relief. Fortunately, the egg remained unscathed, given that the thunderous rampage titan was a lord-level beast. The creature capable of nurturing the beast egg alongside, it must also be of lord caliber. Had he arrived a moment later, the egg might have been shattered. The beast tide unleashed by two lords would lead to the obliteration of all families surrounding Qianglong Mountain. He hurriedly contacted the Songhai army, urging them to arrive swiftly. The fire must not spread further, for if it incited the displeasure of other lords, it would spell trouble. As Han Haiyang hastened towards the inferno, he encountered a burly man riding a gigantic tiger. "Are you the tiger of the Red Serpent Mercenary Corps?" he coldly inquired. "Ha ha. It seems I have some renown in the Great Xia." The tiger laughed heartily. "You are that wolf general of the Songhai army? Knowing that, how dare you seek me out? What is there to fear? I, too, wish to ascertain whether your title of wolf general is truly deserved." Upon hearing this, Han Haiyang's expression darkened, and he instructed his subordinate, Xiao Hao, "When I engage him, you lead the others towards the fire." "Understood." With that, he summoned the Abyssal Sea Wolf King. Chapter 55, The Calculated Death, Blood of Demise. Amidst the fog at the mountainside, visibility was less than 5 meters. Han Haiyang stood beside the Abyssal Sea Wolf King, the power of beast mastery surging within him, his gaze fixed menacingly on the heavy-clawed slaughter wolf sprawled on the ground. It panted heavily, a gash running from its shoulder down to its abdomen, through which its innards were faintly visible. Han Haiyang regarded it with a cold sneer, disdainfully declaring, "With such feeble strength, how dare you stir up trouble in the Great Xia? You think you are worthy?" Hearing the derision, the tiger leaned against a tree, clutching its wounded belly, and spoke haltingly, "You, do not be so arrogant. Your victory over me is merely due to your beast mastery. Had I not been born in the Golden Triangle, the outcome would be uncertain. A loss is a loss. Where do you find the audacity for so many words?" Han Haiyang snorted in response. "Birth does not dictate fate, nor does every step thereafter. The mercenary corps need not confine themselves to the dark underbelly. It is well known that the Great Xia aids neighboring nations. They have indeed assisted the Golden Triangle region before, but their insatiable greed led to their downfall. The secret realms, wealth, and beasts, they desire it all, and when denied, they resort to unsavory deeds. Each year, many soldiers stationed at the borders fall victim to their actions. Thus, Han Haiyang harbored no fondness for the tiger. Victory and defeat are the law of the land. The day I set foot in the Great Xia, I accepted the possibility of my demise. I simply did not expect it to arrive so swiftly." The tiger chuckled with resignation, "But soon you shall join me, for you are no match for the Black Crow." With that, it produced a dagger, plunging it into its own heart with malicious intent. Blood gushed uncontrollably from its mouth, and it fell silent. "Damn it," Han Haiyang cursed under his breath. He had intended to capture the tiger for information, but it proved to be so resolute. With the tiger's demise, the already weary heavy-clawed slaughter wolf could no longer persevere and closed its eyes. Han Haiyang stepped forward and extracted the crystal core from its body. Lord-level crystal cores were rare. His second beast was nearing lord level as well, not to mention the abyssal emperor crocodile cultivated by Jiang Chen. He was quite impoverished. Naturally, he could not overlook this unexpected windfall. Looking up, he noticed the flames in the distance had gradually faded. He ultimately resolved to seek out Meng Fantian first. The tiger's last words had indeed sent a shiver down his spine, instilling a sense of foreboding. On Qianglong Mountain, a subsidiary peak, Meng Fantian rode the fiery sun griffin, relentlessly pursuing the Black Crow. To avoid igniting a wildfire, he dared not employ fire-based skills, relying instead on wind strike to obstruct its flight path. Whirling small tornadoes erupted towards the prayer feather. Yet, even so, the Black Crow remained unfazed, deftly adjusting its wings with the wind like a spirit of the breeze. Evading all attempts, this situation was untenable. The energy of the fiery sun griffin could not sustain such an outburst. Meng Fantian's expression darkened as he surveyed ahead. The humidity on Qianglong Mountain was too heavy, putting the fiery sun griffin at a disadvantage, compounded by the speed of the prayer feather. Had it not been for the guidance of the great tooth bat, he would have lost track long ago. The great tooth bat unleashed air blades to distract, allowing the fiery sun griffin to surge forward and utilize its flame feather blade. Meng Fantian contemplated for a moment before issuing a command. If long-range skills prove ineffective, then we shall engage in close combat. The two beasts acknowledged the order, and the fiery sun griffin conjured a gust behind it, accelerating the air blades of the great tooth bat. Yet, even so, it was insufficient to strike the prayer feather. The fiery sun griffin flapped its wings with all its might, reaching the pinnacle of its speed, its body igniting like a flaming rocket, genuinely catching up to its foe. The wind stoked the flames, its wings blazing, slashing through the air like a fiery blade. In a misstep, The prayer feather was struck by the fiery feathers. Its tail feathers instantly singed. The black crow's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that this fiery sun griffin would be so swift as to keep pace with the prayer feather. Generally, griffin-like beasts possessed endurance, but were significantly slower than other flying beasts of the same level. He maneuvered the prayer feather to land in a clearing. Why have you stopped fleeing? Meng Fantian descended promptly after. Director Meng, you truly are persistent. Is it worth it for such a meager salary? Let me go, and I shall offer you 3 times the amount. The black crow laughed as he spoke. Humph, spare me your words. If you are afraid, surrender and accompany me back. Accompany you back? Is there any hope for survival then? If possible, I would prefer not to engage in a life or death struggle with you. As he spoke, his expression shifted. The prayer feather suddenly launched an offensive, unleashing a wave of dark energy towards Meng Fantian. At that moment, a puppet crafted entirely of blackwood appeared, its hands forming a large black shield to block the attack. The black crow was cunning. This was the warning from the viper. How could he not be prepared? In that instant, the fiery sun griffin immediately counterattacked, sending a tornado that struck the prayer feather before it could react. The tide of battle shifted in an instant, and the black crow found himself on the defensive. Yet at that moment, he seemed to abandon the chance to counterattack, failing to command the prayer feather to retaliate. Although Meng Fantian found this peculiar, he was not about to squander such an opportunity. Waves of wind blades cascaded forth. Swish, swish, swish. The once elegant and noble prayer feather now resembled a plucked chicken, gasping for breath on the ground, black feathers scattered everywhere. Surrender. You have lost, Meng Fantian declared coldly. Ha ha, lost. The black crow retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, igniting it with the flames from the tree, inhaling deeply. I may have lost, but you haven't won either, he exclaimed, cursing the prayer of the crow. In an instant, black flames engulfed the puppet. Meng Fantian's pupils contracted as he perceived the beast taming energy emanating from the puppet diminishing, even beginning to affect himself. What have you done? This is a lethal poison I have studied for years, known as blood of death. A mouthful of blood spewed from his lips, yet he paid it no heed. Laughing maniacally, this will cost the lives of both the prayer of the crow and myself. The beast taming power of the poison will continuously wane until death. The most critical part is that this poison is incurable. Like a plague, anyone who comes into contact with you will be infected. You madman. Meng Fantian's eyes turned crimson, as if he could devour Black Crow with nothing but a glare. The Red Snake Mercenary Corps was akin to a cult, daring to use lives as bait. Feel free to insult me, ha ha ha. Now, it's up to you to decide. Will you accompany me in death, or risk infecting everyone to seek a slim chance of salvation? Black Crow collapsed helplessly to the ground, laughing as he looked at Meng Fantian, seemingly eager for his choice. Chapter 58, Successful Cultivation, the Thunderflower Demon Vine Advances. Sensing the dwindling beast-taming energy of the puppet, Meng Fantian's expression darkened further. He was uncertain whether Black Crow's words held any truth, but he dared not gamble. If this blood of death truly possessed such virulence, once it spread in Jiang City, he would be the city's sinner. With a grim expression, he spoke laboriously, "Puppet, substitute." Upon hearing this, the smile on Black Crow's face vanished instantly. The puppet sat cross-legged, its body becoming still like an old monk in meditation. Its form began to dissipate, taking with it the contract between Meng Fantian and it. This was the puppet's exclusive talent, usable only once in a lifetime. The puppet would sacrifice its life to withstand a fatal attack, and its use would inevitably lead to its demise. This was why he had contracted a second-tier evolved puppet with only a silver-tier beast. It had originally been his trump card for exploring the secret realm, yet unexpectedly, it was now expended by Black Crow before him. Permanently losing a summoning position significantly diminished his potential. You shall pay for this. Meng Fantian glared fiercely at his opponent, yet restrained himself, fearing further tricks. Heh, who knew you possessed even such a beast? It seems your identity is not simple, Black Crow coughed, his life nearing its end, each word forcing blood from his mouth. This time I am defeated, but do not gloat too soon. The red snake will return. With that, he collapsed. Witnessing this, Meng Fantian commanded his Inferno Lion Griffin. Burn this poisonous creature. The prayer of the crow was saturated with toxins. Once it succumbed to death, it would lose control over its body, and its venom would quickly disperse. With no beast master available to collect it, incineration was the best option. Flames erupted, and Black Crow, alongside the prayer of the crow, was instantly reduced to ash. After completing this, he exhaled in relief, collapsing weakly to the ground. Losing a beast had left him in a rather poor state. He had suffered a significant loss this time. Boom. At the Qing Mountain breeding base, thunder rumbled fiercely. A bolt of lightning descended, cleaving a decades-old tree in half and igniting a roaring blaze. Jiang Chen, surveying the chaotic mountaintop, felt tears welling up. Thunderflower Demon Vine, do not waste this energy. Absorb it all. He had intended to take advantage of the rare thunderstorm to cultivate the Thunderflower Demon Vine, and the thunder sound would thoroughly. With Little Qing awakening its thunder body and the variable silkworm evolving into a thunder pattern pupa, the evolution paths of these two beasts were gradually becoming clear. However, resources for thunder attributes were scarce, and the supplies provided by Wang Kiki were nearly depleted. Preparations needed to be made in advance, but unexpectedly, the Thunderflower Demon Vine began to advance during cultivation. Jiang Chen restrained Little Qing, who was eager to undergo the thunder tribulation to refine its thunder body. After all, it had yet to awaken its thunder attributes and couldn't withstand the heavenly thunder directly. Do not rush. Once the Thunderflower Demon Vine completes its evolution, let it strike you. Little Qing nodded after hearing this, having been training with the Thunderflower Demon Vine for the past few days. However, it had felt that the little vine was straining, which was why it had voiced its concerns. As long as it could improve, everything else would be manageable. Roar, roar. Come on, little vine. Wang Kiki, who had come to observe the thunder pattern pupa, glanced at the Thunderflower Demon Vine basking in the storm's embrace. Her expression somewhat peculiar. Jiang Chen, you called me here to showcase your research results, but you're not trying to impress me, are you? The thunder sound wood, Thunderflower Demon Vine, and Bailuo grass were exceedingly rare in the market. Even the Breeder Association would have to source them from elsewhere. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen had them all at once. No way, Sister Wang. Who doesn't know you're wealthy? As if I would dare to show off to you. It's just coincidence, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Don't play coy, Wang Kiki retorted with a hint of annoyance. Yet she couldn't help but admire Jiang Chen's talent. He was indeed formidable in the breeding field, with a family background in breeding. She entered the Magic Capital Academy at 18, developing the first high-level bronze evolution plan in her sophomore year and a silver tier evolution plan in her junior year. By the second semester of her junior year, she was interning at the Breeder Association. This resume could stand comparison with anyone, yet in front of Jiang Chen, she felt a twinge of defeat. How long had it been since she handed over the research data on the Thunder Butterfly to Jiang Chen? He had already devised a new path, and it seemed this route was quite feasible. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently on him. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Chen was indeed quite handsome, though regrettably a bit too young. Why are you staring at me? Look, the Thunderflower Demon Vine is about to advance, Jiang Chen remarked, a bit puzzled. Oh, all right. Boom. Another bolt of lightning struck, this time directly hitting the Thunderflower Demon Vine. It was as if a momentous switch had been flipped. The Thunderflower Demon Vine erupted in a dazzling display of lightning, with countless electric sparks showering in all directions. Fortunately, in preparation for cultivating these thunder attribute beasts, Jiang Chen had replaced all the surrounding trees with black steel rock. Otherwise, this event would have surely incited a forest fire. At that moment, Jiang Chen patted Little Qing's head and instructed, now, you and the thunder pattern pupa go together. Use the energy released by the Thunderflower Demon Vine to refine your bodies, but remember not to attract heavenly thunder proactively. This was Jiang Chen's premeditated cultivation method. Since these beasts were too weak to absorb heavenly thunder directly, he would let the Thunderflower Demon Vine act as a transformer. This way, Little Qing and the others could enjoy the feel of thunder body refinement in advance, which would be beneficial for their future. Thunderstorms come swiftly and leave just as quickly. Half an hour later, the weather gradually cleared. The Thunderflower Demon Vine's advancement reached its conclusion. Jiang Chen directed it to insert its roots into the thunder sound wood to absorb the condensed thunder light from the thunder fruit. In an instant, a surge of energy erupted. After the glow faded, the Thunderflower Demon Vine had completed its advancement. Name, Thunderflower Demon Vine. Attribute, Thunder. Qualification, Silver Beginner. Quality, Ordinary. Rank, Extraordinary Level 1. Skills, Electric Vine. Beginner strikes enemies with electrically charged vines, inflicting lightning attribute damage and a chance to paralyze. Lightning Pollen. Beginner releases shimmering, electrically charged pollen that triggers minor shocks upon contact. Electric Bind. Intermediate unleashes rapidly moving vines that ensnare the target, continuously discharging electricity to cause damage. Power Surge. Intermediate absorbs ambient electricity to enhance lightning attribute skill damage. Exclusive Trait. Charge Absorption. During thunderstorms, absorbs free electrons from the air, accelerating energy recovery, while reducing lightning-type damage by half. This cultivation has been remarkably successful, elevating its rank to extraordinary and acquiring an intermediate skill. This skill is particularly well-suited for Xiaoqing. In Jiang Chen's perspective, Xiaoqing's role within his team is that of a damage enhancer. What is needed is extreme offensive power, capable of wiping out opponents in a single, reinforced strike. The Power Surge skill is worth replicating by Jiang Chen. Chapter 59, The Beginning of Evolution. Time swiftly passes. It has been a week since the Thunderflower Demon Vine's breakthrough. In this week, the Guard Command has sent another batch of Sonic Bats for cultivation. However, the courier has changed from Meng Fantion to another individual, prompting Jiang Chen to inquire. Yet, the person stammered, leading Jiang Chen to suspect that something may have transpired regarding the capture of the Red Mercenary Corps. Observing the hesitance, Jiang Chen chose to refrain from further questioning. Their acquaintance was merely superficial, and as long as it did not impede his profit, he was unconcerned. He continued to cultivate the giant tooth bat for the Guard Command. With the experience from the initial attempt, the cultivation of the giant tooth bat proceeded exceptionally smoothly, with no unforeseen complications. Upon completion of the cultivation, Jiang Chen sent Huang Xiaodian, also known as the Poison Snake, to deliver the results. After investigation, it was confirmed that the lad had not engaged in any flagrant misconduct and had dutifully paid his fines. Consequently, the Guard Command did not impose further hardships on him. After his departure, he approached Jiang Chen with the basic cultivation method for the golden-eyed black feathered eagle seeking treatment for his beast. However, as Jiang Chen's primary focus was on the selection of beasts for the Legion, he was unable to assist in cultivation in the immediate term. Instead, he prepared a nourishing spiritual food to enhance the physical constitution of the ghost shadow cobra. While it could not provide a permanent cure, it would alleviate its suffering somewhat. Nonetheless, Huang Xiaodian insisted on lingering. He had essentially joined the Qingshan breeding base, primarily engaged in delivery work, occasionally serving as a bodyguard alongside Xiaoyu. This lad was merely at the cusp of his graduation. Now, he could be considered as having secured employment right after graduation. If his alma mater were to conduct an investigation, it could provide some employment statistics. Your energies are nearly ready for evolution. There will be no training today. I shall conduct your final cultivation, Jiang Chen declared. Emerging from the laboratory with an array of spiritual materials and making his way to the area where the thunder pattern pupae resided. Due to their presence, the trees here had been extensively gnawed upon, leaving numerous holes, and the surrounding rocks bore the marks of lightning strikes. After days of cultivation, the thunder pattern pupae had grown significantly in size, with several of them beginning to shed their hard shells, an emblem of evolution. Jiang Chen, not daring to delay, immediately retrieved the prepared potion from his pocket. In the island nation, there exists a diamond-tier beast whose first-stage evolution is encapsulated within a cocoon. It is said that once it consumes an entire mountain, it will ascend to dominance. The significance of the thunder pattern pupae at this stage lies in the accumulation of energy. Jiang Chen rationally deduced that as long as sufficient energy was provided, the evolved thunder butterfly could indeed yield surprises. First, drink this, Jiang Chen instructed, administering a vial of the potion to the leading thunder pattern pupae. Subsequently, he extracted 50 thunder stones from his spatial pouch. Though they were the lowest tier, each stone still commanded a price of 20,000. This expenditure nearly depleted all his funds allocated for the cultivation of the giant tooth bat. With a pained heart, he buried them one by one within the territory of the thunder pattern pupae, effectively transforming the area into a small thunderstone vein. Instantly, the ambient lightning attribute energy surged. Beside Jiang Chen, Xiaoqing squinted her eyes in contentment, feeling the energy around her. Just as she was about to begin absorbing it, Jiang Chen interjected, "Wait a moment, you haven't finished absorbing your own yet. Don't be greedy, learning from whom?" He pointed at the silver necklace embedded with lightning pearls around her neck. This necklace had cost him a year's worth of credit points, exchanged at Jianghai Academy. In order to cultivate talent and prevent students from squandering resources, the school allowed the exchange of credit points for spiritual materials, which could be earned through tasks or achievements in competitions. Thus, the purchasing power of these credit points was incredibly high, while others in the breeding profession grew wealthier. Why was it that I seemed to be in reverse? Jiang Chen sighed, lamenting the difficulties of life. He was already in debt to Sun Jinxian for several million before even starting work, an unbearable strain. Upon hearing this, the Yiqing snake rolled its eyes, lifted its head, and slithered away to absorb the energy from the lightning pearls. Not minding its departure, Jiang Chen distributed the remaining potions to the thunder pattern pupae. He then stated, "After consuming the potions, you are all to remain within the area I designated. Regardless of what occurs, do not leave. This is crucial for determining how much you can enhance after evolution." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, they obediently hopped to the specified locations. At this moment, their trust in Jiang Chen was unwavering. The pursuit of evolution was deeply embedded within the bloodline of the shape-shifting silkworms. At this moment, they yearned to grow stronger. To evolve, they quietly nestled down, absorbing the energy provided by the potions, while the surrounding thunderstones gradually resonated with the aura emitted by the thunder pattern pupae, forming a protective electric shield. You must strive hard. The nature of your evolution depends entirely on your own efforts. Jiang Chen murmured while observing the thunder pattern pupae nestled like landmines in the earth. Their evolution was entirely based on Jiang Chen's meticulous deductions, which had absorbed all his energy over the past few days. With the selection for the Songhai Army's Beastmasters drawing nearer, time was of the essence. The success or failure could only be determined by the Thunder Butterfly. Under the electromagnetic field, the thunder pattern pupae gradually slipped into a state of slumber. Jiang Chen understood that this was due to their excessive energy absorption, requiring rest for digestion. It appeared that the evolution of the Thunder Butterfly would occur in just a few days. Jiang Chen took out his phone and dialed Wang Qiqi's number. This was a promise he had made to her, to notify her when the Thunder Butterfly was about to evolve. When the call connected, Wang Qiqi was in her office, assisting several elders from the Breeder Association with document organization. She pinched the phone between her neck, responding impatiently. "What is it?" "I'm busy. You'd better have something important." Jiang Chen smirked at her tone, recognizing the weight of a worker's grievances. Fortunately, he was self-employed. "It's nothing urgent. I just wanted to inform you that the Thunder Butterfly's evolution might occur in just a few days. Would you like to come and see?" "What?" Jiang Chen's words startled Wang Qiqi, who abruptly tossed the documents on her desk, grabbing her phone and rushing out of the office, asking, "Are you serious? The Thunder Butterfly has really succeeded in research? Of course, what benefit would I have in deceiving you? Be careful, I'm on my way." With that, she abruptly hung up the phone. "Hello? Hello?" Jiang Chen stared silently at the already disconnected phone, bemused by her impatience. One could hardly fathom how she managed to qualify as a beast breeder. With a sigh, he tucked the phone away and resumed his observation of the thunder pattern cocoon. At the Breeder Association, Wang Qiqi rushed breathlessly before the fourth elder and said, "Master, I would like to request a week off. Is there something amiss at home?" The fourth elder, puzzled, paused his work. Wang Qiqi had never before asked for such an extended leave since joining the Breeder Association. "No, it's Jiang Chen. He has devised an evolution plan for the Thunder Butterfly, and I wish to witness it." Before the fourth elder could respond, a middle-aged intermediate breeder, approximately 30 years of age, interjected, "Qiqi, don't be deceived. The evolution plan for the Thunder Butterfly has been deemed erroneous after thorough examination by several elders. How could a mere child surpass the wisdom of the elders?" Wang Qiqi shot him a cold glance. How dare this 30-something intermediate breeder belittle Jiang Chen? She retorted, "Uncle Wang, your limitations do not define others' capabilities. At your age, remaining merely an intermediate breeder is rather disheartening. Instead of harassing young girls, perhaps you should focus on enhancing your own skills." Wang Qiqi's words were unyielding. She had witnessed this Wang's inappropriate behavior towards the young female breeders on multiple occasions, each time with a lewd glint in his eye, which was utterly detestable. "You." Wang Teng's face flushed crimson from her rebuttal. "I was only trying to offer a friendly warning, and yet you slander me. Do you have any idea how many imposters posing as breeders are deceiving young women? That Jiang Chen is merely lucky to have evolved a beast. Have you heard of any other successful cases in recent days? Since you're so eager to go, I shan't concern myself with your choices." He sulked. "Are you introducing yourself now?" "Enough of this bickering," the fourth elder interjected. "Wang Teng, have you completed your tasks?" "No." Wang Teng retreated, his head drooping. "Then get back to work," the elder commanded curtly. Chapter 60, Breaking the Norm, the Thunder Pattern Cocoon's Transcendent Evolution. At the breeder base, the fourth elder smiled wryly at Wang Qiqi. "If you wish to go, then go ahead. After all, the first Thunder Butterfly will emerge from your hands. It is only natural for you to wish to witness its success." Wang Qiqi's face brightened with a smile. "Really? Thank you, master." She had initially feared that he would refuse, given that the school term was just around the corner, coinciding with the peak period for beast cultivation. Every qualified breeder at the association had numerous tasks to fulfill. "I assure you, upon your return, I shall delegate your tasks to your senior. It's a rare occasion for you to take a long leave. Spend some quality time with that Jiang Chen fellow. He is quite amiable." Wang Qiqi flushed upon hearing this, playfully chiding the fourth elder. "Master, what are you saying? He is merely my younger brother." "Very well, if he is your brother, then so be it. But allow me to caution you, with a genius like your brother, there will undoubtedly be throngs of admirers vying for his attention. For now, he is merely youthful and inexperienced in matters of the heart. If you are not careful, do not be surprised if you find yourself like your senior, left unmarried for life." Wang Qiqi fell into contemplation. She had indeed heard the gossip surrounding her senior within the association. It was said that during an exchange at Hang University, her senior had fallen in love with a prodigious beast tamer, and they had been together for 3 years. Yet, when it came time to discuss marriage, the man had vanished without a trace. "Jiang Chen is not like that," she murmured. The fourth elder shook his head. "What a foolish girl you are. Since you've requested leave, you should hasten on your way." "Understood." Wang Qiqi hastily gathered her belongings and departed the office. Watching her retreating figure, the fourth elder sighed. Indeed, Certain experiences are most beautiful in youth. Deep down, he harbored doubts about Jiang Chen's ability to successfully evolve the Thunder Butterfly. He had perused the research plan himself. The energy of the evolved Thunder Butterfly was far too volatile, and reducing the lightning attribute energy did not meet the requirements for evolution. Unless someone could perfect the silk spinning skill of the transformative silkworm before its evolution. Achieving a flawless cocoon capable of consuming a portion of the lightning energy during its transformation was nearly impossible. The lifespan of the transformative silkworm was far too short. Unless nurtured by a legendary breeder, such a feat was implausible. Why would they expend their efforts on a beast with mere silver or gold quality? Thus, the evolution of the transformative silkworm into the Thunder Butterfly was deemed unsolvable. It seemed that only Wang Kiki believed in Jiang Chen's potential. At the Qingshan breeding base, what is the status? Has the transformative silkworm begun its evolution? Wang Kiki, led by Wenwan, reached the summit and gasped for breath as she inquired of Jiang Chen. How did you arrive so swiftly? Jiang Chen looked at Wang Kiki with surprise. Today, she wore a simple white shirt paired with black trousers. Sweat had thoroughly dampened her hair, clinging to her face, clearly indicating that she had just come from the Breeder Association. Honestly, there was no need for such urgency. The evolution has only just commenced. By the way, did you bring what I asked? Here. Wang Kiki retrieved a box containing an extraordinary thunder leopard crystal core from her spatial pouch and handed it to him. Jiang Chen, have you reconsidered? When I cultivated it, I merely utilized the core of the thunder Bodhi tree, and even that was too much for it to bear. Although the thunder pattern cocoon has undergone one evolution, its physique is significantly stronger than the transformative silkworm. Isn't the energy of the thunder leopard crystal core excessively potent? Jiang Chen shook his head, accepting the crystal core from her hand and tossing it into the extraction machine to harness the thunder leopard's energy. No worries. I have thoroughly assessed this. I have put in considerable effort to ensure they can withstand it. Jiang Chen theorized that the evolution of the transformative silkworm into the thunder butterfly was positively correlated with the proficiency in silk spinning, physical strength, energy absorbed during cocooning, and the potential after evolution to enable them to acquire even more formidable skills post-evolution. Jiang Chen imparted the ancestral growth skill from the Qingshan breeding base to these thunder pattern cocoons, enduring a month of consuming goji berry and soft-shelled turtle soup for this purpose. Fortunately, all the thunder pattern cocoons had mastered their growth skills. As long as you're confident. While Wang Kiki remained concerned, she ultimately chose to place her trust in him. After a short while, Jiang Chen prepared the evolution potion. Observing the slightly viscous, golden yellow elixir, he nodded in satisfaction. The electrical shield surrounding the thunder pattern cocoons reached its peak energy at that moment. A series of crackling electric arcs erupted, prompting Xiaoqing to immediately position herself in front of Jiang Chen. The intensity of this current far exceeded that of household electricity. Almost there, Jiang Chen squinted, scrutinizing the state of the thunder pattern cocoons. He poured all the potion into the water tank, which was then expelled through the pipes, enveloping the exterior of all the thunder pattern cocoons completely. Boom. In an instant, the energy of all the thunderstones surged forth explosively. Jiang Chen had previously communicated the entire evolution process to them. The thunder pattern cocoons showed no fear, beginning to expel strands of lightning silk, forming a protective layer around their cocoons. They then commenced voraciously absorbing the surrounding energy. Half an hour later, a deafening thunderclap reverberated through the air. An astonishing scene unfolded before the eyes of all present. Roar! A fierce roar emanated from the largest cocoon within the electric field, followed swiftly by a flash of lightning striking it, radiating an overwhelming presence. Jiang Chen, accompanied by his companions, retreated several steps, their gazes filled with anticipation. Gradually, the entire surface of the thunder pattern cocoon began to shimmer with a white light of evolution, signifying what could be the most crucial transformation of its life. It was evolving. With a resounding roar, a crack appeared in the shell enveloped by the evolution light, from which emerged a pair of wings akin to phoenix feathers. From a shriveled form, it began to expand magnificently. As the brilliance faded, a colossal butterfly with a wingspan of 1 meter materialized before the onlookers. Its body was adorned in a regal purple, with its wings embellished with dazzling patterns. Is it successful? Huang Xiaodian gazed at the butterfly. Astonishment etched on his face. The transformative silkworm underwent various evolutions, akin to unboxing a mystery box. Naturally, the Huang family had their own breeders. Yet, this was undeniably the most exquisite specimen he had ever encountered. Wenwan, Xiaoyu, and Wang Kiki also widened their eyes, their discerning eyes instantly recognizing the extraordinary nature of this beast. It was, astonishingly, a golden tier beast, the transformative silkworm, which held a status lower than the spirit mouse. astonishingly leaped to become a golden tier beast under Jiang Chen's nurturing. Although it had evolved to the second tier, such beasts were exceedingly rare in the market. However, Wang Kiki dared not underestimate this creature. The thunder butterfly bore certain distinctions compared to the one from before, its energy significantly more potent. She was deeply apprehensive that a similar incident to the past might recur. Jiang Chen, it's all right. The evolution is complete, he reassured. His eyes behind golden-rimmed glasses now gleaming blue, a smile gracing his lips. It has completed its metamorphosis, and as I suspected, it has indeed awakened formidable skills. Chapter 61. The Evolved Thunder Feather Phoenix Butterfly, the Legion's divine pet. New skills? Wang Kiki was taken aback upon hearing this. When her thunder butterfly evolved, its life signs plummeted rapidly, leaving no opportunity to test its skills. Even the thunder butterfly evolved by the Elder, which survived only 3 days, merely grasped a rudimentary lightning skill, electric flash. Yet, from a completely unremarkable transformative silkworm to a powerful beast wielding thunder and lightning. This alone was enough to bring them joy. To some extent, the strength of the skills awakened after a beast's evolution could indicate its potential. Her curiosity piqued about what kind of skill could elicit such excitement from Jiang Chen. Indeed, Jiang Chen activated his all-seeing eye to examine the panel of the thunder butterfly post-evolution, a smile gracing his face. Name, Thunder Feather Phoenix Butterfly. Attribute, Thunder, Insect. Qualification, Golden Intermediate. Quality, Rare. Level, Awakened Level 8. Skills, Charge, Proficient. Thread of Thunder, Proficient. Growth, Proficient. Heavenly Thunder Web, Novice. Thunder Wing Resonance, Novice. Description, a powerful beast residing in the storm clouds, possessing a strong affinity for thunder and lightning, capable of inducing localized thunderstorms during swarms. It awakened both a mid-tier skill and a high-tier skill. This investment was undoubtedly worthwhile. The mid-tier skill, Heavenly Thunder Web, should be an upgraded version of Thread of Thunder. Jiang Chen spoke as he retrieved the introduction of this skill from the breeder's official website and handed it to her. Skill, Heavenly Thunder Web. Skill level, mid-tier. Description, a special skill that gathers energy at a designated location to generate a web of lightning, capable of linking multiple enemies to create a chain current. Wang Kiki was momentarily stunned, gazing at the beautiful butterfly soaring in the air, barely able to believe her eyes. Was the disparity truly that vast? Heavenly Thunder Web far surpassed the strength of Electric Flash. It was an exclusive skill of the Golden Tier Beast, the lightning-catching spider, naturally countering flying-type beasts. Could it be right for a butterfly to master a spider's exclusive skill? What about the high-tier skill? Wang Kiki composed herself and inquired. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's lips curled into a smug smile. This high-tier skill is far more formidable than the Thunder Web. It is a domain skill called Thunder Wing Resonance. Skill, Thunder Wing Resonance. Skill level, high tier. Description, a domain skill that, by flapping its wings, creates a thunderous field around it, reducing the cooldown time of allies' thunder attribute skills while placing enemies into a state of paralysis. The more beasts utilized concurrently, the stronger the effect. Sir, what did you just say? Looking at the phone Jiang Chen handed over, while Wang Kiki remained composed, when Wan and Xiaoyu, both having served in the military, immediately lost their composure. Could the Thunder Butterfly truly awaken the Thunder Wing Resonance skill? At first glance, this skill might not seem overwhelmingly powerful, perhaps even slightly weaker than other high-tier skills. However, for an army, it was nothing short of a divine technique. In Legion warfare, unlike beast competitions which featured individual combat, lives were genuinely at stake. Therefore, the side that could unleash more high-impact skills during battle would have a greater chance of survival. The reason the Eagle Alliance's Air Force ranks among the best globally is largely due to the complete nurturing route of the Thunder Pattern Raven King. If this evolved Thunder Butterfly could indeed awaken Thunder Wing Resonance, the Songhai army would possess the capability to establish a formidable aerial beast legion. With such a force stationed in the coastal city of Jiang, the implications for future operations would be transformative. No longer would they suffer the consequences of insufficient rapid support, allowing secret realms to fall into the hands of rival alliances. Heavenly Thunder Web and Thunder Wing Resonance. This Thunder Butterfly post-evolution was practically born for the Air Force. If Huang Junju knew of this, he would undoubtedly be over the moon, when Wan mused with a hint of nostalgia. At that moment, the Thunder Feather Phoenix Butterfly suddenly soared high into the sky, gently flapping its wings. Boom! It emitted a thunderous sound that, while not as loud as a clap of thunder, still startled everyone. What was it doing? Showing off? Huang Xiaodian, hiding at the back, inquired. If he had initially joined the Qingshan breeding base solely to treat the ghost Shadow Cobra, he now found himself genuinely impressed by this young boss, who had already developed 2 golden tier beasts by the age of 18. What had he been doing at that age? celebrating his acceptance into university with a graduation trip. Jiang Chen looked up at the thunder feather phoenix butterfly soaring above the thunder pattern cocoon and explained, somewhat exasperated. The thunder feather phoenix butterfly is using thunder wing resonance to assist its companions in evolving. As the one with the least experience here, Huang Xiaodian was taken aback. Is it really possible to do that? Jiang Chen, disinterested, chose not to respond, genuinely puzzled by how he graduated from university. Meanwhile, Wang Kiki, fixated on the thunder feather phoenix butterfly, spoke up. Have you heard of a territory in the Changbai forest that belongs to the forest monkeys? There resides a noble tier beast called the forest priest, which possesses the ability to aid other forest monkeys in their evolution. All beast masters with forest monkeys in the 3 eastern provinces yearn for the blessing of the forest priest, as it can endow them with greater potential. Although the Lei Yufeng Dai cannot enhance the potential of beast taming to the extent of the Sun Luo priest, it can still assist in evolution through its domain skills. Xiaoqing gazed at the successfully evolved Lei Yufeng Dai with a hint of envy in her eyes. Jiang Chen, keenly perceptive, noticed this and gently patted her head. No need to worry. You will become stronger after your evolution. Besides, the skills they have acquired are the same ones you can learn, right? Xiaoqing nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, what do I have to be envious of? It's merely 2 skills they've learned. I am perfectly capable of learning as well. At this moment, the evolution had reached its conclusion, and all the Lei Mingfeng Dai had successfully transformed. However, due to variations in energy absorption, their comprehension of skills was somewhat inferior to that of the lead Feng Dai. Nonetheless, under the guidance of their leader, they soared into the sky, creating a miniature thunderstorm atop the verdant mountain. The neighbors residing below could not help but look up in curiosity. What on earth is this Jiang kid up to? It's been a week of thunderous roars. If this continues, I might have to report him for disturbing the peace. Beside him, Qin Lao's wife shook her head in exasperation, glancing toward the Green Mountain. Having once been Jiang Yizhong's teacher, she was well aware that Jiang Chen had become a beast tamer. Her own grandchildren had benefited from his assistance. The strength of the fighting eagle had significantly increased under Jiang Chen's tutelage, and it had even claimed first place in the beast taming pavilion twice. Meanwhile, Lin Shi's contracted water wolf was remarkably powerful, able to engage in combat with the fighting eagle for several rounds despite only being at the second awakening stage. Observing the current scene atop the mountain, it was evident that Jiang Chen had likely developed yet another new beast. Truly, the student has surpassed the master. The little boy who used to come to her home for tutoring has grown up. Fortunately, the Qin and Jiang families had a good relationship, promising ample opportunities for future collaboration. With that thought, she picked up her basket and headed homeward. Chapter 62. Establishment of the Lei Yufeng Dai Research Group. At the highest peak of the Qingshan breeding base, the storm gradually subsided as the Lei Yufeng Dai adapted to their new forms, fluttering around Jiang Chen in a graceful dance. This was their way of expressing gratitude. From this day forth, they would no longer worry about their lifespans. Jiang Chen felt a profound sense of accomplishment as he observed their jubilant demeanor. The Lei Yufeng Dai had never been recorded in the Great Xia, signifying that it stood alongside the abyssal Emperor Crocodile. The Qingshan breeding base had acquired a second unique beast. Moreover, unlike the abyssal Emperor Crocodile, the Lei Yufeng Dai could be more widely propagated. Its evolution was not as costly. Jiang Chen estimated that unless one evolved into a creature akin to the lead Feng Dai, each would likely cost around 6 or 70,000. This price was not burdensome for an intermediate to advanced beast tamer. Wang Kuku gazed at these exquisite beasts, her heart overflowing with emotion, and spoke to Jiang Chen. Could you assist me in cultivating a Lei Yufeng Dai? I wish to form a contract with one. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. He knew that Wang Kuku had already attained the status of an intermediate beast tamer. However, she had only contracted 1 beast thus far, allowing her the capacity to contract 2 more. Given her wealth and capabilities, she could easily contract a silver tier or even a gold tier beast pup. To contract a second stage evolved Lei Yufeng Dai seemed somewhat excessive. No one even knew if it had higher evolutionary stages. Are you certain? Wang Kuku nodded. The Lei Yufeng Dai aligns perfectly with my beast taming talents. As a breeder, I do not require immense combat strength. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, your primary focus will likely shift away from the Lei Yufeng Dai soon, right? You've always had a diverse range of interests. Once you fully comprehend something, you set it aside, waiting for that rare spark of inspiration to reignite your pursuit. The Lei Yufeng Dai, after all, was birthed from my research. I wish to see if I can elevate it further. Even if I cannot, I can at least provide you with a glimmer of inspiration. Jiang Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Wang Kuku understood him so well. His research into the evolution of the Lei Yufeng Dai initially aimed to explore the potential for Xiaoqing's lightning attribute evolution, and subsequently, it became a matter of the regiment's competition. Although its post-evolution strength was formidable, he had no immediate plans to delve into its evolutionary schemes. The onlookers quietly observed the two of them. In fact, Huang Xiaotian, after hearing Jiang Chen's introduction, was also tempted to contract one. A lightning attribute beast was a symbol of destructive power. His team already had flying and poison capabilities. They were merely lacking a violent output role. However, the challenge of its second-stage evolution loomed large. How about this, Sister Wang? I will establish a research group for the Lei Yufeng die, and you can join as a member, primarily focusing on studying its evolutionary forms. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chen proposed. The selection of the Lei Yufeng die through the Songhai army was nearly a given. He could not conceive of any beast more suitable for the current needs of the Songhai army. Once the Lei Yufeng die achieved a notable ranking in the regiment competition, it was certain that opportunistic breeders would initiate research projects on it. Rather than allowing them to profit, Jiang Chen would take the lead. The emergence of a new beast typically accompanied a wealth of experimental data, and he certainly lacked the energy to undertake the research on the Lei Yufeng die alone. His primary focus still needed to remain on Xiaoqing's evolution. It would be more prudent to have Wang Kuku handle some of the work, especially since she had discovered the initial lead on the Lei Yufeng die and genuinely adored it. All right, I will join. Wang Kuku replied eagerly. So quick to agree? Aren't you going to think it over? Jiang Chen was surprised by her immediate trust in him. She was currently a favored figure before the fourth elder of the Beast Breeder Association, and joining his obscure project would present considerable risks for her. What is there to think about? I plan to cling to your coattails in the future. I believe you will undoubtedly achieve great heights. Wang Kuku earnestly declared. With a few simple words, a research group destined to influence the world was thus formed. Young master, there is a question. Do you intend to use the Lei Yufeng die for the assessment? Wen Wan inquired. Indeed, is there a problem? Jiang Chen asked, puzzled. I believe it would be best to inform General Huang first. Given the abilities exhibited by the Lei Yufeng die, it would not need to participate in the selection. In the past, such selections were held in Jiang City merely as a facade for the other cities, while secretly evaluating powerful beasts hidden among the populace. The true selection would take place in the shadows, much like the Beast Breeder Association likely participated as well. Jiang Chen turned to Wang Kuku. Sister Wen is correct. The association did participate, but I am unaware of the specific beasts they cultivated. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's expression grew strange. Indeed, the 13 cities of Jiangnan were as disorganized as the internet had suggested. Those with a bit of cunning seemed to direct all their attention toward the others. Very well. Sister Wen, please contact Uncle Huang for me. I will begin drafting the application for establishing the project and registering the patent. In this world, the patent for beast evolution is of utmost importance. I am not a school nor an official institution. I barely qualify as a private enterprise. Freely offering oneself to others may indeed bring about a swift surge of fame and accolades, yet for Jiang Chen, such matters hold little significance. His innate talents are not merely a currency for public recognition. He harbors no desire to become an expert sustained by the state. Moreover, with his breeding facility having already established connections with the garrison and the Songhai army, he finds himself in no immediate need of breeding contracts. Once the military competition concludes, these contracts are bound to flourish. Jiang Chen possesses no grand ambitions. His sole desire is to amass wealth and devise a method to pacify the northern territories with his beasts. Well then, I shall return and inform my mentor. Wang Kiki interjected. Also, do let the fourth elder know. Remember, you are currently under my tutelage, so do refrain from divulging information about the Thunderwing butterfly. As we have signed a confidentiality agreement, Jiang Chen reminded her. Who is under your tutelage? What nonsense are you spouting? I maintain a professional ethics. Wang Kiki retorted, her cheeks flushing with annoyance. Why are you blushing? Why are you so angry? It was merely a jest, Jiang Chen shrugged, responding lightly. By the way, I will leave the necessary infrastructure for the project to you. I need to prepare for the selection event. What do you mean? You intend to shirk your responsibilities before the project has even commenced? Is that reasonable? You are the applicant for the project. Have you truly begun to see yourself as a mere pawn? Wang Kiki exclaimed. It was said that Professor Zhou was an old horse herder. Had his disciples also learned the same? Chapter 63. Huang Tianming arrives. The selection approaches. Jiang City Breeder Association. You wish to join the research group established by Jiang Chen? The fourth elder gazed incredulously at Wang Kiki. Indeed, master, I have made up my mind. Wang Kiki replied earnestly. Kiki, you are still young. There is no need to rush. My project has already been approved, and you can easily join it. I recognize Jiang Chen's talent, but he is still too young. He lacks the connections and resources in the scientific community. Joining his group may not benefit you, the fourth elder cautioned, speaking earnestly. Wang Kiki considered Jiang Chen the most gifted individual she had encountered in her years at the Jiang City, far surpassing her previous disciples in potential. Allowing her to call him master had already sparked the thought of taking her as a closed-door disciple. Master, I understand your concern, but Jiang Chen is worth the risk. Upon hearing Wang Keq's resolute stance, a daunting thought flashed through her mind. Could it be that Jiang Chen has truly developed a controllable evolution for the Thunder Butterfly? If that were the case, it would all make sense for Wang Keq to join his research group. In her recollection, Wang Keq was not one to be swayed by romantic notions. But could it be possible? The evolution plan for the Thunder Butterfly had been dismissed by her and the other two elders of the Breeder Association. If Jiang Chen had indeed succeeded, would that not imply he surpassed their capabilities? Was there truly such a genius? Has Jiang Chen discovered something? She probed tentatively. Wang Keq merely smiled without responding. This was her future career, and she had no intention of divulging it to others. Well, since you've made your decision, go ahead. Should any issues arise, feel free to seek me out, the fourth elder concluded. She was now entirely convinced that her intuition was correct. However, she remained perplexed about how Jiang Chen had accomplished it, and she could not simply ask him directly. Thank you, master. With that, she exited the office to wrap up the breeding contracts she had taken on recently. Moving forward, her primary focus would likely shift towards the study of the thunderwing butterfly, leaving her with little time to assist others in breeding. Qingshan Breeding Base. To assess the power of the thunderwing butterfly, Jiang Chen orchestrated a battle between it and the abyssal king crocodile. The two possessed similar levels and qualifications, making them suitable for comparison. Bawang, hold your defenses. Let us first test the attack power of the thunderwing butterfly, Jiang Chen instructed. The abyssal king crocodile? On the battlefield, a colossal crocodile regarded Jiang Chen thoughtfully. Indeed, men are often drawn to novelty. This electrified moth clearly exuded formidable attack power. While his defenses were robust, he was not one to revel in pain. A couple of electric shocks would surely be detrimental. Rest assured, the thunderwing butterfly has just evolved. Its skill potency will not be overwhelmingly strong. After the test, I shall treat you to a grand feast, Jiang Chen comforted, noticing the crocodile's pitiful demeanor. A smile gracing his face, Jiang Chen was quite pleased to see the crocodile's current disposition, though it had initially respected him upon arriving at the Qingshan breeding base. Its demeanor had been somber, largely due to past experiences. Its only activity was training with the Qingshui crocodile. Now, after mingling with the younger ones, its character had begun to shift. The battle commenced, and the arena was instantly illuminated by flashes of lightning. Observing this, the abyssal king crocodile did not dare to underestimate the situation and immediately activated its scale enhancement. Even with formidable defenses, taking a few hits from the thunderwing butterfly's attacks would be far from pleasant. Moments later, the battle concluded. The thunderwing butterfly, indeed a powerhouse of electric prowess, had left the abyssal king crocodile's once emerald skin charred by lightning. Jiang Chen sat on the ground with his computer, reflecting on the recent bout and continuously calculating subsequent breeding strategies in his mind. The thunderwing butterfly, having just evolved, was still mastering its skills. But considering the factors of elemental affinities, managing to bring the abyssal king crocodile to this state could be deemed satisfactory. The current skill pool of the thunderwing butterfly was adequate for control. However, it remained uncertain whether the forthcoming beast selection would require group combat or solo endeavors. He hoped to find an opportunity for it to learn a high-powered electric skill, though he pondered if Wang Keq had sufficient points to exchange for one at the Breeder Association. As for the abyssal king crocodile, bolstered by the mist shadow laurel, it had recently grown considerably stronger, with stats surpassing those of its peers. It would not be long before it breached the extraordinary limits. Presently, as a junior breeder, Jiang Chen was still permitted to contract one beast. The Qingshan breeding base boasted several rare beasts, with the Rue fairy being among the most distinguished. Yet, Jiang Chen was reluctant to contract one too hastily. His beast taming talent was average, and attaining a title level through personal training seemed implausible. He could only rely on the beasts to support him. The evolution of the Yiqing snake had already become a source of considerable stress for him. For his next contracted beast, he sought one with ample potential and a complete evolutionary path. If that proved unfeasible, he might consider contracting the abyssal king crocodile or the Rue fairy. Just then, a sudden, urgent ringing of the doorbell echoed through the room. Recognizing the manner of the knocking, Jiang Chen knew it was Huang Tianming. He called for Huang Xiaodian to tidy up the damaged battle arena before heading to the door alone. Jiang Chen, you have truly evolved a thunder-type beast. Upon opening the door, an urgent voice immediately reached him, leaving Jiang Chen utterly bewildered. At that moment, Huang Xiaodian appeared not as the imposing figure he once was, but rather somewhat haggard. Uncle Huang, what has happened to you? Did you not sleep last night? I have been unable to find solace in sleep. For the events unfolding atop Qianglong Mountain have utterly consumed my thoughts. Huang Tianming sighed, breaking the silence. The downfall of a quasi-master beast tamer is indeed a significant event within Jiang City. But let us set that aside for now. Tell me about the beast you have cultivated. Jiang Chen paused, momentarily taken aback. Has something indeed befallen Meng Fantian? Yet, he refrained from inquiring further, understanding that possessing excessive knowledge could prove detrimental. He presented Huang Tianming with the battle footage he had just recorded. As Huang Tianming scrutinized the video on the computer, he fell into a contemplative silence. Jiang Chen, you are undeniably a prodigy. This Thunderwing Phoenix butterfly has already qualified for consideration within the ranks of the Songhai army. However, although I am the commander of the Songhai army, I cannot directly decide the acceptance of any beast. Hence, you must still participate in the selection process. Jiang Chen nodded in understanding. Even if Huang Tianming had the authority to grant direct acceptance, he would not acquiesce to such a decision. He was intent on promoting the Qingshan breeding base during the beast selection. Moreover, you need not fret excessively, even if you do not succeed in the selection. Given the current prowess exhibited by the Thunderwing Phoenix butterfly, the Songhai army will still procure a batch at their own expense. Thank you, Uncle Huang. Jiang Chen replied, not refusing Huang Tianming's promise. His assurance meant that the market for the Thunderwing Phoenix butterfly was secured. At that moment, Huang Tianming continued. By the way, I have noticed you have been diligently studying lightning attribute beasts lately. Are you aiming to evolve the Yi Qing snake in the direction of a lightning attribute beast? Chapter 64. Information Leak. The Unknown Secret Realm. Jiang Chen nodded in response to Huang Tianming's inquiry. He indeed intended to evolve the Yi Qing snake towards the lightning attribute. And there was no reason to conceal this ambition. In that case, allow me to present you with a small gift. This has been prepared for you since the day you selected the Yi Qing snake. With that, Huang Tianming produced an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Chen. The address on this letter belongs to an old comrade of mine in Chun City. His initial beast was also a Yi Qing snake. That lucky fellow was struck by lightning during the second evolution of his Yi Qing snake, resulting in an erroneous transformation into a Tsang Lei Mad Python. He has since established a beast training dojo in Chun City, specializing in the lightning attribute evolution of Yi Qing snakes. Once you complete the selection process, take my recommendation letter and pay him a visit. It should prove beneficial to you. Jiang Chen gazed at the recommendation letter in his hand, momentarily stunned. He had come across information regarding the Mad Snake Dojo during his online research and had intended to visit once his schedule allowed. He had not anticipated Huang Tianming's acquaintance with the owner. Indeed, the world is a small place. Thank you, Uncle Huang. You have truly aided me immensely. Learning from a master-level beast tamer is incomparable to gleaning knowledge through mere observation. The Beast Training Dojo serves as a gateway for professional beast tamers to participate in national competitions. One must obtain certification from 8 dojos to register for the national contest. After all, if there were no prerequisites, the participants would solely comprise students, and what merit would that hold? The Mad Snake Dojo operates on a family-style teaching method. All aspiring beast tamers may enroll to learn. However, to master the dojo's core secrets, one must apprentice and become an inner disciple. In this society, the concept of mentorship holds significant weight, and finding a mentor is not a simple task. Moreover, Jiang Chen had no intention of apprenticing solely for the dojo's core skills. He already had mentors at the Modu Academy, and not just one. So, Uncle Huang, will this recommendation letter allow me to learn their core skills? He inquired. Certainly. He owes me a favor. Were it not for my intervention during his perilous encounter in the Beast Secret Realm, he would have perished. Even if you wish to inherit his dojo, I could arrange that for you. Jiang Chen was taken aback. That won't be necessary. I merely wish to study the core teachings of the Mad Snake Dojo. By the way, Uncle Huang, when does your private beast selection commence? The internal assessment should begin a week prior to the public examination, specifically next Sunday. I initially hesitated to mention this, fearing it might discourage you in light of the breeders participating in the evaluation. Yet, considering your recent accomplishments, it seems the tables have turned. Huang Tianming gazed at Jiang Chen incredulously. Who could have predicted that Jiang Chen would successfully cultivate a chameleon silkworm into a golden tier beast? Although the evolution factors of the chameleon silkworm are notoriously unstable, theoretically, with proper cultivation, it can evolve into any attribute beast. However, throughout the history of the Great Xia, only 3 instances of a golden tier second evolution have been documented, all achieved by a beast tamer named Meng Qin. Through her relentless research on the chameleon silkworm, she ultimately evolved a monarch tier beast, the radiant goddess butterfly, earning her the title of Butterfly Monarch. This individual is enshrined in textbooks, and Jiang Chen could hardly compare to her at this juncture. Nevertheless, his current achievements were commendable enough. After all, his grandfather had not accomplished such feats at his age. Luck is merely luck. I must continue to learn from those who came before me, Jiang Chen humbly stated. Ah, So you have chosen to embrace humility now. Yet, when you accepted the assignment from the Jinsho division, why did you not consider adopting a more modest approach? You dared to involve yourself with the mercenary group. One must also contemplate the inherent dangers. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. How had the conversation shifted so swiftly to the mercenary group? What do you mean? I find myself somewhat confused. In truth, aside from this matter, I have another piece of news to share with you. Are you currently assisting the Jinsho division in cultivating giant-toothed bats? Huang Tianming remarked, a hint of irritation in his tone. Indeed, but I have already completed their cultivation. Is there an issue with them? Jiang Chen queried, perplexed. Logically, there should not be. He had personally inspected each giant-toothed bat, ensuring they were suitable before allowing Huang Xiaotian to send them out. No, they are all in good health. In fact, the Forestry Bureau is seeking your assistance in further cultivation. Huang Tianming replied. It is you who is facing a dilemma. Do you know that Meng Fantian has lost one of his beasts? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen froze in his tracks. He had suspected that something had gone awry during that mission, but he had not anticipated that Meng Fantian would be the one in trouble. To ascend to the position of Deputy Director of the Jinsho Division, one must possess beasts of at least Lord tier. The fact that Meng Fantian, at such a young age, had achieved this status marked him as a prodigy. For someone of his caliber to encounter misfortune indicated that the Red Snake mercenary group was no ordinary organization. It was no wonder that the individual who had delivered the supersonic bats a few days prior had not been Meng Fantian. In hindsight, that made perfect sense. I wonder if he is all right now? He has survived, but whether he can surpass the master level in the future remains a matter of fate. Let us not dwell on him for now. Let us focus on you. What have I done? Jiang Chen asked, confused. Surely the loss of Meng Fantian's beast could not be attributed to him. The people from the Red Snake group are aware of your involvement. Jiang Chen. He had inadvertently leaked his personal information while assisting the Jinsho division in cultivating a beast. Logically, this should not have occurred. Huang Xiaotian had been imprisoned during that period and had no opportunity to relay information. Could it be that other members of the Red Snake group had visited without his notice? Huang Tianming continued. This time, the town guard and the Shanghai army joined forces to enforce the law, apprehending a considerable number of individuals. Among them was a mid-level officer from the town guard, who had been seduced by the Red Serpent a year prior, and it was he who divulged your information. Jiang Chen, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless. He truly did not know what to say about the town guard. If even a mid-level officer could be swayed, one could only imagine how meager their salaries must be. Uncle Huang, do you imply that the Red Serpent will return? Huang Tianming has already expressed concerns about potential issues, which is precisely what this entails. Indeed. He nodded and continued. Based on the intelligence extracted from that traitor, the Red Serpent has infiltrated Jiang City and appears to be fixated on an uncharted secret realm. They have expended 4 quasi-master level beast tamers for this realm, and they will undoubtedly not relinquish it easily. A secret realm. Jiang Chen frowned upon hearing this. He was no stranger to such phenomena. The previous destruction of the Qingshan breeding base was precipitated by the sudden emergence of a secret realm. Uncle Huang, how much do you know about this secret realm? We have no knowledge whatsoever. We are still unaware of how the Red Serpent acquired this information. However, given the significant cost they have incurred, it is highly probable that it is genuine. I have already sought assistance from a space-type beast tamer, and I believe we will have results shortly. Sending you to Chunqing also serves the dual purpose of providing you with a safe haven, should the secret realm manifest. I will not have the time to attend to you. Jiang Chen fell silent, once again feeling the disconcerting sensation of his fate being dictated by others. It was indeed frustrating. It seems I must expedite the research on Shaoqing's evolution. Understood. I shall head to Chunqing once the selection concludes. This was the first time he felt such a strong desire to rapidly acquire power. Chapter 65. The selection begins. Jiang Chen's master. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. The Great Xia had entered autumn, and the weather was exceedingly oppressive. Jiang City, a land abundant in fish and rice, was not as blisteringly hot as the 4 major furnace cities, yet its humidity clung to the skin, inducing great annoyance. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen did not indulge in laziness. He completed the registration for the Thunder Feather Phoenix Butterfly project, and with Wang Keek's investment, a versatile silkworm research base of approximately 200 square meters was established at the foot of Qingshan. It was currently being aired out, and would be ready for use after the beast tamer selection concluded. Just yesterday, Huang Tianming informed him of the location for this internal selection, which was set on Sanshan Island in the heart of Taihu Lake. This selection would involve competitive participation from several major breeding bases in Jiang City and senior breeders. While it was not broadcast live like the grand breeding competition, its value was by no means diminished. According to Huang Tianming, the rewards for this selection were exceptionally generous, aimed at ensuring progress for Jiang City in the upcoming military competition among the 13 cities. Every participant in the internal selection had contributed a brand new evolved beast. This amounted to a total of 10 beasts that had never before appeared in Jiang City. It is worth noting that even during last year's comprehensive breeding competition, only 3 entirely new beasts emerged, and they were merely of the bronze and silver tiers. The disparity in rewards between the two events underscored the high stakes of this selection. However, Jiang Chen remained unfazed. He had unwavering confidence in the Thunder Feather Phoenix Butterfly. It was a rare lightning-type beast, and most importantly, it possessed remarkable versatility. The versatile silkworm was the most common beast in Great Xia, so abundant that some breeders used it as feed. One could only imagine the impact the appearance of the Thunder Feather Phoenix Butterfly would have on Great Xia. As Jiang Chen made his way towards Sanshan Island, Huang Tianming and the others had already arrived at the venue, which, despite the selection not being publicly available, was equipped with all necessary facilities. To this end, he had even leveraged his connections to invite a professor from the Magic City Academy to serve as one of the judges for the examination at this moment. Professor Liu, I truly rely on your expertise for this occasion, Huang Tianming humbly remarked, slightly trailing behind an elderly gentleman. This was a person of his grandfather's generation, renowned and with disciples scattered across the globe. Wearing reading glasses, he took the list of participants from Huang Tianming and smiled, saying, Xiao Huang, you have truly invested heavily this time, inviting so many renowned breeders, even from other provinces. Quite impressive. The old man is in for a visual feast. This is the support of Jiang City. Had it not been for the emergence of so many new beasts, I would not have troubled you to come here. You are far more eloquent than your father, Professor Liu chuckled, but then abruptly paused, startling Huang Tianming, who quickly inquired, Professor Liu, is something the matter? Are you unwell? At over 100 years old, Professor Liu, despite the enhancement of human longevity through beast taming, could not be entirely free from ailments. In his youth, he had served as a military beast tamer and had endured numerous battles, resulting in many hidden injuries. Compared to other beast tamers of the same level, his vitality had somewhat diminished. If something were to happen to him on Sanshan Island, it would be disastrous. Professor Liu did not answer directly but instead gazed at a name on the list, urgently asking, Xiao Huang, how old is this mid-level tamer named Jiang Chen? Huang Tianming was momentarily taken aback. Why was Professor Liu suddenly inquiring about this? Did they know each other? Indeed, Jiang Chen had also graduated from the Magic City Academy. And given his age when he entered, it would be quite difficult for him to remain anonymous. As for him, he is my nephew, 18 years old, and also a graduate of the Magic City Academy. This time, he was fortunate enough to cultivate a rather impressive beast, so I thought to give him an opportunity. Upon hearing this, a smile immediately brightened Professor Liu's face. With Huang Tianming's introduction, he had already deduced Jiang Chen's identity. After all, in all these years, there had only been one 18-year-old graduate from the Magic City Academy. Master, could this Jiang Chen be the little junior uncle? A young man standing behind him asked Professor Liu. He was the son of Professor Liu's disciple and had just entered the Magic City Academy this year. Originally, he intended to have Professor Liu as his mentor, but since Professor Liu had already accepted a closed-door disciple, he could only study under one of his students. Professor Liu nodded. Indeed, that rascal has finally come to my attention. Mu Chen, notify your teacher not to bother looking for fishing spots. He should come to Sanshan Island at once. That rascal actually dared to return home directly after graduation while I was away on an exchange. If the beast he cultivates turns out to be worthless, I will drag him back today. Huang Tianming. Could it be that Jiang Chen was doing so well at the Magic City Academy without my knowledge? Professor Liu's breeding skills are among the best in the country. It was said that he had not taken on students for over 20 years. When did Jiang Chen become his disciple? With a master like that, why would he return to Jiang City? If he knew that Jiang Chen's master was Professor Liu, he would never have allowed Jiang Chen to come back. Wasn't this throwing away a sesame seed to lose a watermelon? Do you know Jiang Chen? Huang Tianming asked, somewhat incredulously. Know him? We're quite familiar. By the way, you didn't inform him that I would be coming, did you? Huang Tianming shook his head. No, I haven't disclosed your visit to anyone. That's good. Come. There is still plenty of time before the assessment begins. Tell me what Jiang Chen has been up to these past few months. No problem. I will first arrange the matters at hand. Upon hearing this, Huang Tianming felt a surge of joy. To be able to converse with a master of such caliber was indeed a monumental stroke of luck. Ordinary individuals scarcely have the opportunity to even glimpse such a figure. His invitation was made possible only through the assistance of his grandfather, yet even that came at no small cost. He had never envisioned a day when he could engage in such extensive dialogue with this esteemed master, and it was all thanks to Jiang Chen. If he could maintain this connection, he might be fortunate enough to receive assistance in cultivating a beast, which would truly elevate him to new heights. Jiang Chen, Uncle Huang owes you a favor. Chapter 66. Beast Breeders from All Corners. On Sanchan Island, due to Huang Tianming hosting Professor Liu, the responsibility of welcoming the Beast Breeders fell upon Han Haiyang. He stood at the entrance with a broad smile, ushering a Beast Breeder inside. Moments later, he complained with a furrowed brow. Really, how could the commander assign this task to me? I'd rather be out cleansing the beasts in the secret realm than play host. I am certainly not cut out for this. Little Hao, eavesdropping nearby, gasped in surprise and nervously scanned the surroundings, before whispering, "Commander, please refrain from speaking so freely. It would be unwise for others to overhear. What is so terrible about it? We are the ones in charge. We can afford to be a bit assertive." Han Haiyang retorted, then continued, "Do you think Jiang Chen's beasts will pass the selection? The commander has been rather tight-lipped about it. It may be challenging for Xiaoqing this time. The commander has invited only the most skilled, and if he were using the Abyssal King Crocodile, he might have a chance. Alas, the cost of such a creature is prohibitively high, something the commander cannot bear." Han sighed, lamenting the commander's lack of diligence over the years, as military funding had scarcely increased. But Jiang Chen is still young. He will have plenty of opportunities in the future. Let this serve as a learning experience. As the two conversed, Cheng Huiyang, a senior beast breeder from the Xian breeding base, entered with a man and a woman. "Old Han, what are you two discussing so animatedly?" he inquired. "Oh, Huiyang, you're here. Nothing particularly special," Han waved dismissively. "By the way, did you bring any formidable beasts this time? The entire army is quite eager for it," he added. The Songhai army comprises 531 personnel, with a third of their beasts cultivated by the Xian breeding base. So their relationship was amicable. Cheng Huiyang smiled confidently. "Let us keep the suspense for the selection. However, rest assured, this time will surely dazzle you. Allow me to introduce two friends. This is Elder Yu Yuntao and his granddaughter, Sun Jinxian. They have brought a remarkable beast." Han responded eagerly. Yu Yuntao was a well-known breeder in Jiang City, having placed in the top 10 of a breeding competition over 20 years ago. Recently, he had retreated to mentor successors. Huang Tianming's ability to invite him was unexpected. Just then, a discordant voice broke through from outside. "Elder Yu, it has been years since we last met. And yet you still wield your prowess, coming here to compete with us juniors." The crowd's expressions narrowed as they turned toward the entrance. The speaker was a middle-aged man clad in a crimson robe, with eyebrows raised, exuding a harsh demeanor, accompanied by a young man. Cheng Huiyang's brows furrowed at the sight. "Sima Zhao, how dare you show your face in Jiang City?" The latter replied with a smirk. "Do not harbor such malice. It is a universal truth that people rise to greater heights, while water flows downward. I see you've been stagnant for years. Merely a breeder at a breeding base in the Great Xia, whereas I have established my own research institute in the Great Eagle. Old Han, I believe we have no significant grievances. Why not join me? I can guarantee you a position as deputy director." Han Huiyang's expression darkened as he glared at Sima Zhao. "I will not serve as anyone's lackey." This man was once part of the Xian base, but had chosen to remain abroad during a study trip, absconding with years of research on the Yushui wolf. If they weren't on Songhai's turf, Han would have been tempted to end Sima Zhao right then and there. Sima Zhao chuckled, unfazed. "Your words remain as harsh as ever. However, I have no desire to quarrel. I need to take my son to the selection." Han Huiyang froze, glancing at the young man in a suit beside Sima Zhao, blonde-haired and blue-eyed. He hadn't realized that this was Sima Zhao's son. "Your son is participating in the selection? Does he have the qualifications?" Sima Zhao, with a hint of mockery, replied. "My son is a distinguished student at the National University of the Great Eagle and recently clinched first place in the Young Breeder competition. He is now an exchange student at Jiang University, a citizen of the Great Xia. Tell me, does he not qualify?" Han Huiyang regarded him with surprise. So this young foreigner had joined the Great Xia? What was his true intention? Was he struggling abroad, or did he plan to follow in his father's footsteps? Despite his doubts, he acknowledged that the young man was indeed eligible under current regulations, at least until the various leagues stirred unrest. "Well, since we are all here for the assessment, let us not linger at the entrance. We must hurry inside as the sign-in period is about to close," Han Haiyang suggested. "All right, Elder Yu, please," he added, recognizing the implication in Han Haiyang's words. He too felt it unseemly to continue arguing, and thus gestured respectfully toward the venue. At that moment, Sima Zhao's son caught sight of Sun Jinxian standing beside Yu Yuntao. Instantly captivated, he thought her a vision of beauty. Clad in a cheongsam and heels, with her gray hair elegantly tied back with a pin, she embodied a blend of classical and avant-garde styles. Harmoniously, without a hint of discord, she was far more striking than any student at Jiang University. His gaze followed her, eyes sharp like a wolf tracking its prey. "A fascinating woman," he mused. Sima Zhao, noticing his son's interest, cautioned, "Xiao Hui, do not pursue that woman. She is not like those you encountered at Jiang University. She is Yu Yuntao's granddaughter, and I have heard she has recently taken over the Jiang High Beast Academy. Such a strong woman is not someone you can toy with. However, Sima Hui, with a smirk, dismissed his father's warning. Conquering such a woman would be a true accomplishment. He straightened his tie and strode through the entrance, bolstered by unwavering confidence in the beasts he had brought. No matter how formidable a woman may be, at the end of the day, she is still just a woman. Those from Jiang University are merely viewed as the pride of ordinary folk. Yet, upon discovering his identity, would they not come to him? As time ticked away, the commencement of the selection drew nearer, with the venue bustling with people clustered in groups of 3 or 5. In Jiang City, there are only a handful of renowned breeders, and they are all familiar with each other. After an extensive search, Sima Hui finally spotted the silhouette of Sun Jinxian. At that moment, she was standing alongside another woman, who was also a stunning beauty. His eyes brightened instantly, feeling fortunate for his good luck today. He picked up a glass of red wine from the bar and made his way towards the two women. Huang Tianming anxiously stood beside LV Guodong, feeling somewhat helpless. That brat chose to arrive late at such a crucial moment. He immediately turned to those around him and said, quickly, call Jiang Chen and ask when he will arrive. Understood. With that, Huang Tianming's bodyguard stealthily moved to a shadowy corner and dialed Jiang Chen's number. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of ringing echoed through the venue, causing everyone to pause momentarily. Who would have thought that someone would forget to silence their phone in such a setting? They all turned in unison towards the entrance. What they saw was a young man standing there. Chapter 67. The selection begins. All eyes on the dueling armored locust. Everyone gazed towards the entrance. The young man wore a simple black shirt that accentuated his tall and slender figure. With a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose and a faint smile gracing his lips, he exuded a youthful charm that was palpable. Anyone who laid eyes on him would undoubtedly exclaim, a jade-like figure amidst the crowd, a gentleman unmatched in the world. Sun Jinxian was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the youth at the doorway, disbelief etched on her face. Jiang Chen had come. During this time, she had contemplated and ultimately decided to establish a breeding academy at the Shanghai Beast Master Academy next semester. After all, breeding and beast mastery are akin to two legs. One cannot run swiftly if one is underdeveloped. To this end, she had made a special trip to Rongqing to invite her reclusive grandfather out of seclusion. Her presence at the Shanghai Army's beast selection was meant to announce his return. As for Jiang Chen, she only knew that he had passed the breeder certification. She had not paid much attention to other details. Beside her, Wang Kiki was already filled with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the reactions of the crowd when Lei Yufeng Dai made its grand appearance. Upon noticing Jiang Chen's arrival, Huang Tianming immediately approached him, irritation evident in his voice. Brat, do you know what day it is today? You chose to arrive just in time. Why are you dressed so handsomely? Are you walking the runway? Here, you are surrounded by your seniors, and you are the last to arrive. Your teacher is also present. He silently added to himself. Isn't it a bit excessive to bring so many beasts? Loading them onto the vehicle took a bit of time. Since Jiang Chen was participating, he had to showcase all the advantages of Lei Yufeng Dai. What did he care about how many beasts others brought? The most noteworthy aspect of Lei Yufeng Dai was its skill in the domain, Thunderwing Resonance. If he didn't exhibit it, wouldn't that be a loss? Next time, pay attention, find a seat, as the selection is about to commence. With that, he returned backstage. Others regarded Jiang Chen with astonishment at his looks, but curiosity about his identity lingered. Who is this kid? He appears even younger than my grandson, yet he is a breeder? I'm not sure, but he seems to have some connection with Huang Junju. Old chum, aren't you familiar with the Shanghai Army? Cheng Huiyang looked at Jiang Chen, somewhat speechless. I've told you all repeatedly to stay informed and not to isolate yourselves in research on beast evolution. This young man is the one who recently bred the Abyssal King Crocodile. Oh, the Abyssal King Crocodile was bred by this young fellow? An elderly man was taken aback. He had heard that someone had successfully bred the Abyssal King Crocodile, but he had been busy with a major order, helping others breed beasts in seclusion. Are you familiar with him? Is there a chance for an introduction? Cheng Huiyang shook his head, unbeknownst to Jiang Chen. Others were speculating about him as he walked directly to Sun Jinxian and Wang Kiki. What took you so long? Did you oversleep? Wang Kiki inquired. Do you really think I'm that unreliable? Jiang Chen shot her a glance and casually picked up a piece of cake from the table. He had woken up early to pack and hadn't even had breakfast. After such a long journey, he was famished. Sima Hui noticed Jiang Chen and frowned, his expression darkening. Who is this kid? How come he is so familiar with these two beauties? Just then, Huang Haiyang, accompanied by an elder, ascended the stage and proclaimed, Welcome, esteemed breeders who have traveled from afar. Let us keep it brief. I will now announce the assessment rules. This selection will be judged by myself and Professor LV beside me. We will score based on beast quality, beast strength, and military adaptability, each worth 10 points. For a total of 30 points. I hope everyone can showcase their finest state. The contestant who secures first place will not only receive an order from the Songhai Army, but will also gain access to the Songhai Army's warehouse. You may select 3 items of golden grade spiritual materials, beast techniques, or even beast cubs. At this announcement, everyone was taken aback, their eyes widening as they gazed at the elder behind Huang Tianming. They had not anticipated that he would be invited. He was a significant figure, known for his boldness. Anxiety began to creep in. What if their beasts were criticized as subpar? If word got out, would they still be able to sell them? Jiang Chen was equally startled, his chewing halting abruptly. Oh, old master. He looked at the stage, realizing that LV Guodong was currently glaring at him with an intimidating expression. This was disastrous. Among his teachers, he was undoubtedly the most formidable, breeding primarily aggressive beasts with minimal defenses. He had graduated and returned home while LV Guodong was away at school. One could only imagine his fury upon returning. Had he known that LV Guodong would be a judge, he wouldn't have come today. Huang Tianming had already promised an order to the Qingshan breeding base. Jiang Chen, why are you sweating? Are you feeling unwell? Wang Kiki asked. Noticing the beads of sweat on his forehead, Jiang Chen managed a wry smile and replied, how about you go up and speak a few words? After all, you know the basic information about Lei Yufeng Dai. How could that work? I now represent the Jiang City Breeding Association. How could I go up there on your behalf? She pointed to the badge on her chest. Jiang Chen then turned to Sun Jinxian. Senior, would you like to go? Sun Jinxian, unsure of the current situation, pointed at herself and asked, you want me to go? Do I look like I understand breeding? Jiang Chen sighed. It seemed there was no escaping this. At that moment, Huang Tianming assisted old LV down from the stage and took a seat on the sofa. A young woman took over the stage. The Songhai Army Beast selection officially begins. Now, let us welcome the first team of breeders participating in the selection. The Cheng Huiyang team from the Ziyun breeding base. They will present a brand new beast, known as the Dueling Armored Locust. Please welcome. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's interest was piqued, and his fear began to dissipate. A new beast, how intriguing. Chapter 68. The Scoring of the Dueling Armored Locust. All present were captivated by the host's words. What do breeders cherish most? Isn't that the new beast? Under the eager gaze of the crowd, Cheng Huiyang ascended the stage with his team. A group of 5 pushed a spirit confinement box that stood as tall as a person. Cheng Huiyang stood at the forefront of the line, offering a slight bow to the audience below. Good day, Professor Liu, Commander Huang, and esteemed colleagues present. The spectators below regarded him with murmurs of curiosity, exhibiting great interest in the beast contained within the confinement box. Jiang Chen, what do you think this fighting armor locust is an evolved form of? Wang Kiki inquired. Jiang Chen, holding a cup of tea, took a delicate sip before responding. Given the name of this beast, it appears to be a locust-type creature. The most common locust in Jiangnan is likely the greenback locust. However, they are of the grass element and lack a strong desire to battle. Thus, it must be the flying leg locust. It possesses both fighting and insect attributes and exhibits commendable combat capabilities, though regrettably, it has no prior evolutionary forms. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the onlookers regarded him with newfound respect. To deduce so much from merely the name of a beast indeed indicated his profound knowledge. So confident. What will you do if you guess wrong later? At that moment, a discordant voice pierced through. Jiang Chen turned to find a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man holding a glass of red wine, provocatively gazing at him. Who is this fool? How did they allow someone from another alliance into the Songhai Army selection? Aren't they afraid of having an infiltrator? Yet, judging by the man's foolish demeanor, he seemed unlikely to survive even 3 episodes of a drama, let alone in reality. I merely stated an opinion. Feel free to disregard it, Jiang Chen retorted, disinterested in conversing with a fool, lest he be mistaken for one himself. On the stage, Cheng Huiyang had completed his preparations. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, several soldiers from the Songhai Army, leading the tidal wolf, stood on either side of the stage. Should the beast go berserk, they would be ready to intervene. Once all was in readiness, Cheng Huiyang gestured to those behind him. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the iron bars of the confinement box fell, sending up a cloud of dust. As the smoke cleared, Jiang Chen observed with keen interest. Before him lay a massive, black-green locust, half-crouched on the ground. Its body was covered with thick, sharp spines, and its powerful thighs were strikingly prominent. Its wings fluttered gently, producing a crisp and bright sound. Witnessing its majestic stance stirred the hearts of many beast trainers below, who hastily took out paper and pens to calculate its data. Jiang Chen discreetly activated his all-knowing eye, his pupils transforming into a striking blue. Name, Fighting Armor Locust. Attributes, Fighting, Insect. Qualification, High Silver Rank. Quality, Rare. Level, Awakening Tier 6. Skills. Close Combat. Intermediate utilizes the entirety of its strength to relentlessly attack enemies, with immense power. Leap. Beginner leverages its powerful thighs to leap high into the air. Harden. Beginner concentrates energy on its body armor, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. Lock On. Beginner heightens focus to accurately target enemies. Exclusive trait. Indestructible. Possesses an exceptionally resilient shell that can autonomously repair minor damages after each attack. It absorbs a portion of the impact, temporarily boosting its defense. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. This beast possessed intriguing qualities. It was essentially a template for a heavily armored warrior, with commendable offensive power paired with an exclusive innate talent that could continually enhance its defense. It was undoubtedly reminiscent of Olaf. Surely, this exclusive trait was a key selling point of the Ziyun breeding base, as Jiang Chen had anticipated. The next moment saw Cheng Huiyang summon a water spirit turtle, issuing commands without hesitation. Water spirit turtle, water cannon. A torrent of water shot forth towards the fighting armor locust, its formidable force sending the creature flying. All present were momentarily stunned. What was the meaning of this? Even if the fighting armor locust encountered issues, such punitive measures were hardly acceptable. Cheng Huiyang's water spirit turtle held some renown in the Jiang city. Although it was a defensive beast, it was still a leader in rank. To unleash such an attack on a beast of the awakening stage was sheer folly. How could it possibly withstand such an onslaught? Yet, the next moment, every beast trainer present, save for Jiang Chen, widened their eyes in astonishment. The fighting armor locust's enormous body shimmered with a red glow as it shakily rose, its eyes ablaze with combat fervor. Just then, Cheng Huiyang's voice rang out. Behold our Ziyun base's meticulously cultivated beast, based on the flying leg locust. It possesses extraordinary combat and defensive capabilities. The red glow you just witnessed is its exclusive trait, Indestructible, which allows it to absorb a portion of the energy from incoming attacks, enhancing its defense. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in astonishment. Jiang Chen had indeed guessed correctly, but wasn't this trait a bit too overpowering? As the crowd remained in shock, an elderly voice broke through, incisively questioning, what is the maximum level of attack your beast can endure? The speaker was none other than Professor Lu Guodong. Cheng Huiyang appeared to have anticipated this inquiry, responding without hesitation. In reply, Professor Lu, according to the tests conducted at our breeding base, it can withstand 3 water cannon strikes from the water spirit turtle at most, and it can endure a bit of elemental opposition as well. Lu Guodong nodded thoughtfully. Quite impressive. To withstand 2 or 3 attacks from a beast 2 whole tiers above its level is commendable indeed. In most military engagements, they typically face beasts of equal rank, while the beast kings are handled by higher-ups in the army. Subsequently, Cheng Huiyang shared additional foundational information about the fighting armor locust before bowing to the audience below. That concludes all information regarding the fighting armor locust. I invite all to cast your votes. Lu Guodong nodded and conferred briefly with Huang Tianming beside him before speaking. A silver high-rank beast in the military's second-tier evolution is already commendable. I assign it a score of 9. In terms of beast strength, the attack power is average. Speed is somewhat lacking, but the defense is remarkable. Thus, I give it a score of 7. However, regarding its suitability for military deployment, I sensed a hint of ferocity upon receiving an attack. Although it was fleeting, such tendencies can lead to a rampage on the battlefield. So I can only assign it a score of 7. In total, that brings the score to 23 points. Congratulations. Thank you, esteemed judges. Cheng Huiyang replied with a slight bow, his expression inscrutable as he walked off the stage. Once the proceedings on stage were concluded, the next participant was introduced. Now, we invite Sima Hui from Jiang University, who presents a beast of water and dark dual attributes, the Devil Manta Ray. Chapter 69, Fusion Evolution, Devil Manta Ray. As Cheng Huiyang's score was revealed, a ripple of astonishment coursed through the audience. 23 points? The fighting armor locust from the Ziyun breeding base only received a score of 23? Was the scoring this stringent this time? While this score might seem respectable, it was merely average for a typical beast trainer. Cheng Huiyang had been the one who secured a bid at the last beast auction. The recent performance has notably declined. It appears that the rumors circulating are indeed accurate. During this Legion competition, the Jiang city is resolutely determined to pursue results, prioritizing quality over connections. This thought brings a certain sense of relief to my heart. They have unveiled their most formidable beasts, and there is a genuine opportunity to contend for this coveted position. At that moment, Sima Hui strode towards the stage, exuding a confident smile. As he passed by Jiang Chen's table, he cast a provocative glance, rendering Jiang Chen speechless. This foreigner must have indulged too much in brainless novels, he thought. He turned to his companions and jested. Your allure is truly remarkable. Even this little foreigner is utterly enchanted. mistaking me for a rival merely by standing beside you. This is sheer misfortune, and you must compensate me for it. Sun Jinshuan's eyes glinted dangerously as she replied, compensation can be arranged, but I heard you've borrowed quite a sum from the school. Haven to you? Perhaps you should repay that first. Jiang Chen was taken aback by her response. Senior, that's rather unkind. Wang Kiki, intrigued, interjected, Jiang Chen, are you quite broke lately? Have you really borrowed money? Would you like me to help you pay it back? No, Jiang Chen clarified, aware of her misunderstanding. I had promised to teach at senior's school, and currently, I am nurturing beasts. I needed some spiritual material, which just so happens to be available at Jianghai Academy. So I advanced a bit. At that moment, applause erupted from the stage. Sima Hui clapped his hands to capture the attention of everyone present, then spoke, greetings, esteemed seniors. I am Sima Hui from the Sima family, 24 years old. The beast I present today is the one that led me to victory in the Great Eagle Alliance's young breeder competition, the Devil Manta Ray. Upon hearing his words, the onlookers exchanged peculiar glances toward Cheng Huiyang. The events surrounding Sima Zhao and the Ziyun breeding base were hardly a secret. The previous incident where Ziyun reported Sima Zhao, resulting in the revocation of his breeder's license, had stirred quite a commotion in Jiang City. It was unexpected for Sima Zhao to bring his son today. If Sima Zhao were indeed to triumph over Ziyun, it would be rather intriguing. Everyone observed the stage with keen interest, eagerly anticipating the appearance of this beast. Jiang Chen was also intrigued. A beast that could win the Great Eagle Alliance's young breeder competition? Fascinating. He had never traveled abroad. And the papers published online merely reported outcomes without detailing methodologies. The authenticity of such claims remained shrouded in mystery. Thus, he was curious to witness the state of beast breeding beyond the Great Xia. Seizing this opportunity to observe was quite fortuitous. Sima Hui stood on the stage, opening the confinement box to reveal a massive aquarium before the audience. Within lay a grotesque, disc-shaped giant ray, its appearance repulsive, covered in unsightly bumps reminiscent of a toad. Its elongated tail bore a straight, venomous spine, and it was currently in the midst of feeding. This is my Devil Manta Ray. Sima Hui suddenly raised his voice. It is a golden initial tier quality beast, bred from the fusion of a deep-water manta ray and a pustular toad. The crowd gasped in astonishment at the mention of a golden tier beast. Jiang Chen regarded Sima Hui with a tinge of surprise. At 24, possessing a golden tier beast was no small feat. Fusion evolution was indeed rare. Unlike the symbiotic evolution of the mist-hidden laurel tree from the Qingshan breeding base, which remained as one of the two beasts pre-evolution, fusion evolution depended on advanced technology to amalgamate the energies of two beasts, resulting in a completely new entity. However, Jiang Chen held no particular interest in this method of evolution. The Devil Manta Ray, possessing both water and dark attributes, was a formidable predator of the deep waters. Moreover, it harbored potent venom. I once observed it easily incapacitate a great white shark in its company. He continued to extol the formidable qualities of the Devil Manta Ray, but Jiang Chen found it rather tiresome. Although this beast was of golden tier quality and entirely novel, the effort required to breed such a creature hardly seemed worthwhile. If such beasts could secure victories in competitions, they truly did not warrant much regard. Both the deep-water manta ray and the pustular toad were not commonly found beasts, making them challenging to acquire. Furthermore, the majority of beasts resulting from fusion evolution lacked reproductive capabilities, which was a significant drawback for breeders. This indicated that they could not produce offspring, posing a considerable disadvantage. Nonetheless, the combat prowess and adaptability of the Devil Manta Ray were well aligned with the naval forces, and it exhibited no apparent flaws. It was a quintessential golden initial tier beast. The scoring, however, would ultimately depend on the deliberations of Professors Liu and Huang. Moments later, they awarded scores of 10 and 8 for beast quality and strength, respectively. A legion's beast quality could not be too low, nor excessively high. Golden initial tier was just right. In terms of adaptability, due to the Devil Manta Ray, they assigned a score of 7. The total score of 25 surpassed that of Ziyun. Upon witnessing this result, a smirk of triumph appeared on Sima Zhao's face, and he provocatively glanced at Cheng Huiyang. Cheng Huiyang, I wonder if you regret expelling me from Jiang City now. My son will reclaim everything I have lost. Cheng Huiyang clenched his fists tightly, fully aware of how Sima Zhao would promote his son after today. The Ziyun breeding base would serve as a stepping stone for both father and son. After the scores were announced, Sima Hui descended the stage and made his way directly to Jiang Chen's table, sporting a self-assured grin. Senior son, I've heard from my father that you are the principal of a prestigious academy. I hope to have the opportunity to collaborate with you in the future. After all, he was a graduate of the Great Eagle National University, coupled with a graduate degree from Jiang University and various accolades from competitions. Such credentials might not hold much weight among the top 4, but should suffice for a teaching position in the 12 academies. However, in the next moment, his smile froze. No need, the breeding academy isn't that grand just yet. With your qualifications, you should seek a better opportunity. Moreover, I've already hired someone. She cast a glance at Jiang Chen as she spoke. Sima Zhao frowned at her response, but chose not to press the issue. Pursuing women should not be done too hastily. In that case, I won't insist. Should you have any queries in the future, feel free to seek my assistance. I would be more than willing to help. With that, he turned and left. Chapter 70. Jiang Chen takes the stage, the shock brought by the thunderwing phoenix butterfly. Once Sima Hui departed, Sun Jinxian downed her glass of white liquor and slammed it onto the table. Jiang Chen stared in astonishment. Senior, surely this is excessive. He seems to be targeting me. Sun Jinxian turned to Jiang Chen. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she spoke. Jiang Chen, do you think you can defeat him? Huh. That brat looks at me as if I am his prey. If this were at school, I would have taught him a lesson long ago. But this is in the territory of the Songhai army, so I can only rely on you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's lips twitched. He knew Sun Jinxian was right. He had been fortunate enough to witness her prowess back in school. The memory of that scene was etched in his mind. However, before he could respond, Sun Jinxian interrupted. If you can win against him, I'll give you a 50% discount on the points you've advanced from school. Jiang Chen's eyes instantly brightened at this proposition. A 50% discount? That meant he could borrow points for another 6 months. This was wonderful, especially since he needed more resources for Xiaoqing's evolution. No problem. I'll definitely win. And if I manage to secure first place, I'll waive all your fees. Sun Jinxian declared boldly. Yet, this was not mere bravado. Jiang Chen understood that she was a genius, well known at the Magic Capital Academy. However, he had only recently begun to delve into the study of beast evolution. While defeating Sima Hui was a possibility, besting his grandfather was an entirely different challenge. It's a deal. Xiaotian, prepare the ink. Jiang Chen called out to Huang Xiaotian behind him. Having undergone gentle training, Huang Xiaotian had taken on a somewhat diligent demeanor. All right, big brother, he replied, placing the paper and ink before Jiang Chen. Senior, please draft a simple guarantee, Jiang Chen said. Sun Jinxian smiled at Jiang Chen's confident demeanor and replied. It seems you are quite self-assured. Without confidence, would I dare to teach at Zhanghai Academy? Jiang Chen replied with a grin. I eagerly anticipate the beast you'll bring. Sun Jinxian remarked, promptly signing her name on the document. Wang Kiki observed the wager between the two with a mix of resignation. Jiang Chen was becoming increasingly audacious. It was practically a certainty that Lei Yufengdi would triumph over that ugly fish. Yet, she refrained from exposing the truth. After all, she would soon join Qingshan. And additional research funds would certainly be beneficial. Meanwhile, the beast selection continued, but nothing showcased the same brilliance as the battle armor giant locust or the devil manta ray. Most scores hovered around 20, indicating the stringent nature of this assessment. As time passed, the countdown reached the third-to-last contestant. This participant hailed from a newly established breeding base, Ghost, which had rapidly ascended in rankings over a mere 5 years to occupy the 5th position in the city and was poised to break into the top 3 following this year's breeder conference. It was rumored that Ghost was backed by one of the 10 major breeding bases in Daxia, the gate of the underworld. They presented a beast entirely enveloped in ghostly blue flames, known as the Ghost Fire Skeleton. A dual-attribute ghost beast, it was exceedingly rare in Jiang City, ultimately scoring 27 points. However, it lost some points in adaptability and beast quality. Its appearance sparked fervent discussions among the attendees. Ghost attribute beasts were synonymous with mystery. With only 72 known types throughout Daxia, and the Ghost Fire Skeleton was not among them. This was a groundbreaking discovery. Such a beast could indeed achieve commendable results at the breeder conference. What intrigued Jiang Chen most was its unique ability, Bonefire. Any attack on an enemy would inflict a burning effect, gradually sapping their vitality. Coupled with the elusive nature of ghost attribute beasts, it was a perfect match. Unfortunately, the public in Daxia was not particularly receptive to ghost attribute beasts. Otherwise, this creature would be ideal for novice beast masters. Following Ghost, it was Sun Jinxuan's grandfather. A well-established breeder, he presented a beast that was not particularly special, a known Iron Eater. However, when he unveiled the skills of the Iron Eater, Jiang Chen was taken aback. Hidden Gold. An advanced skill not recorded in Daxia's skill compendium, it was a newly developed technique by Yu Yuntao himself. An Iron Eater with this skill could store various rare metals within itself and unleash them during combat. Jiang Chen felt a pang of envy. This skill was perfectly suited for Xiaoqing. He envisioned it as an ultimate output, and with Hidden Gold as a foundational skill, perhaps he could evolve it into Hidden Thunder. Imagine unleashing a torrent of electricity in an instant. It would be far more ferocious than any metal attribute. He needed to find an opportunity to replicate it. With this skill, Yu Yuntao achieved a score comparable to Sima Hui's. The individuals from Ghost let out a collective sigh of relief in their eyes. Yu Yuntao was the most noteworthy contender here. The others were merely fillers. Now that his score had been revealed, they could finally breathe easy. Next, a young breeder was called forth, the youngest intermediate breeder at just 18 years old. Please welcome Jiang Chen from the Qingshan breeding base. Upon hearing his name, Jiang Chen adjusted his attire slightly and stood up. Good luck. Wang Kiki cheered him on. Don't worry, he replied, stepping onto the stage under the gaze of the crowd. With Huang Xiaoyan's assistance, the confinement box containing the Lei Yufengdi was brought onto the platform. The audience stared at Jiang Chen, and although they were aware of his age, seeing him in person was still hard to believe. So this is old Zhang's grandson. I never imagined we would compete against him after a lifetime of rivalry, an elder remarked with a hint of nostalgia. I wonder what beast this young lad has brought with him. Regardless of what beast he has, his presence here alone signifies his prowess. Let us not forget he is only 18. Sima Hui also looked astonished, observing Jiang Chen on stage. He could tell Jiang Chen was young, but he never expected him to be this youthful and already an intermediate breeder. A thought crossed his mind. Could it be that this boy had some sort of backing? Below the stage, Lu Guodong straightened slightly upon seeing Jiang Chen take the stage, casting a meaningful glance his way. Kid, you've fallen into my hands now. Jiang Chen could only smile wryly at this, feeling an overwhelming sense of déjà vu akin to a graduation defense. Greetings, esteemed seniors. I, Jiang Chen, am honored to compete alongside you today. The beast I present is a brand new breed cultivated at the Qingshan breeding base, the thunder attribute Lei Yufengdi. Though Jiang Chen's voice was not loud, it was clear enough for every breeder present to hear. They momentarily fell silent, processing his words. Then, a collective gasp echoed through the room. A thunder attribute beast. How is that possible? In the Jiangnan region, where rain and water were abundant, thunderstorms were a rarity. Thus, thunder attribute beasts were exceedingly scarce here, their rarity comparable to the ghostly Ghostfire skeleton presented earlier. Only one breeding base, named Thunderfire, was known to cultivate such creatures, though its reputation was largely superficial. The creatures they cultivated, known as Pipigu, predominantly belong to the ordinary type and are notoriously challenging to teach thunder-type skills. The electricity they emit is scarcely more potent than that of a lighter. Fortunately, Pipigu possesses a certain charm, and many parents choose to keep one at home to accompany their children as they grow. Otherwise, it would have long since gone out of business. On stage, did this young man truly cultivate a thunder-type beast? Or was it merely another creature, akin to the Pipigu, merely masquerading as a thunder-type? Every beast tamer present was left pondering this question in their hearts. Observing the audience, Jiang Chen could easily discern their thoughts without needing to guess. He had encountered such skepticism often. Hence, he understood that to earn others' trust, one must rely on one's own prowess. He nodded at Huang Xiaoyan, signaling him to open the confinement box. As the door swung open, a stunningly beautiful and graceful butterfly emerged from the cage. It was aware that this moment was its time to shine. With a flap of its wings, it soared toward the audience below. Song Haijun, standing nearby, assumed something had gone awry and immediately became alert. The Lei Yufeng Dai glided over the heads of everyone present, captivating their attention. Apart from a few seasoned beast tamers who had come merely to broaden their horizons, the rest were the elite beast tamers of Jiang City, possessing discerning eyes. They continuously assessed the information presented by the Lei Yufeng Dai. Its physique, impeccable. Its luster, flawless. Its body proportions, perfect. From the attributes displayed by this beast, they could find no fault. It was an exceptionally cultivated creature. Curiosity arose among all regarding its forthcoming performance. Could it be the first true thunder-type beast of Jiang City? Jiang Chen watched the Lei Yufeng Dai circle the stage, internally applauding its capabilities. Truly, it was a testament to my cultivation skills. It knows how to present itself. Next, Jiang Chen instructed the staff to retrieve a power meter from below the stage. I believe you all have formed a preliminary impression of the Lei Yufeng Dai, so I shall forego unnecessary elaboration and proceed directly to the demonstration. The customary preamble before showcasing skills had grown tiresome, and he assumed the audience shared his sentiments. A swift resolution would be far preferable. Lei Yufeng Dai, discharge electricity. Jiang Chen chose not to unleash a grand move at the outset. This was what one might call a gradual approach. The electric discharge was a skill he had only recently taught it, and it was merely at the introductory level. Unable to replicate a high-powered thunder-type skill, he had to explore alternative avenues. The Lei Yufeng Dai soared in the air, gathering energy as a beam of yellow lightning shot forth, striking the power meter with a resounding boom. Boom. 3,645. Everyone fixated on the data displayed on the power meter. Taken aback, the meter could only provide an approximate measurement. In a comparable scenario, a level 8 awakened beast utilizing an entry-level skill could yield figures of 1,000 or 2,000. While Thunder-type skills might possess slightly higher potency, it shouldn't be nearly double. Even the well-versed Lu Guodong found himself impressed by the Lei Yufeng Dai's performance and turned to speak to Mu Chen's master beside him, saying, "Ji Hui, I told you your junior brother resembles me the most. Those old-timers wouldn't have taught him anything. Look at this beast's attacking power." Rong Zhihui chuckled awkwardly at this remark, thinking of his junior brother's other instructors. His master's comments were enough. He dared not add more. His junior brother had indeed grown, and this Lei Yufeng Dai bore a semblance to the muscular thunder duck cultivated by his master. Although Lu Guodong felt pleased internally, he refrained from showing it before Jiang Chen. Once Jiang Chen concluded his demonstration, he inquired, "This Lei Yufeng Dai is indeed distinctive, but does it possess any other thunder-type skills to showcase? And if I am not mistaken, your beast has likely undergone 2 evolutions. Could you disclose its original form?" Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Truly, he was no ordinary instructor. He could discern at a glance that the Lei Yufeng Dai was a second evolution beast. However, he had no intention of concealing its evolutionary path. "Professor Lu, the Lei Yufeng Dai's initial stage was actually the Bian Can." Upon hearing this, the entire audience fell silent, particularly the 4th elder of the Jiang City Beast Tamer Association, who widened her eyes in disbelief. She had initially speculated that this beast might be the thunder butterfly once deemed a failure by the entire association. Yet, due to their stark differences in appearance, she had dismissed the thought. However, upon learning that the Lei Yufeng Dai had originally been a Bian Can, she was utterly flabbergasted. Jiang Chen had genuinely improved upon that evolutionary scheme, and it was even stronger than what had initially been produced. The Bian Can, a creature that shared the infamous title of Shame of Beast Tamers alongside the Ling Ling Mouse, had now unveiled a new golden tier evolutionary form. One could only imagine how sensational the news would become once it spread. Jiang Chen's breeding base would undoubtedly flourish. Considering his youth and appearance, he might instantly be elevated to the pinnacle of the breeding community. After all, humans are visual creatures. Typically, beast tamers are middle-aged or older, and the sudden appearance of a handsome young man would surely capture attention. As the crowd marveled at this recent revelation, Jiang Chen's voice resonated once more. "As for the other skills, please direct your gaze outside." The audience turned their attention to the window, where Huang Xiaodian stood, having opened it. The Lei Yufeng Dai soared out, making its way to the open space above Sanshan Island, unleashing a bolt of lightning into the sky. What followed was a stunning spectacle. Over 50 Lei Yufeng Dais emerged from the surrounding foliage, joining their leader in a mesmerizing aerial display. The grandeur of the scene left everyone awestruck. As they flapped their wings, electric serpents began to weave between the Lei Yufeng Dais, accompanied by the sound of thunder. Lu Guodong, feeling a surge of excitement, rushed to the window, prompting Rong Zhihui to hurriedly follow. Standing at the window, he murmured, "Is this a domain technique?" The moment those words escaped his lips, everyone was left dumbfounded. A domain technique? How could that be possible? All were beast tamers, and due to their bond with their beasts, their senses had been heightened. Even if Professor Lu spoke in a hushed tone, they could hear him. What exactly was a domain technique? It could be the determining factor in the strength of an army. While such beasts might not excel in one-on-one combat, if they were numerous, they could even challenge higher tiers, effectively bolstering an army's strength invisibly. Currently, Jiang City was economically prosperous, yet the strength of its beasts was not much different from that of a second or third-tier city. Even the mightiest Song Haijun boasted no squad capable of comprehending a domain technique. Upon hearing this news, their hearts raced with anticipation, akin to ants crawling beneath their skin, yearning to uncover the extraordinary qualities of this Lei Yufeng Dai. Yet, the window space was occupied by Professor Lu, and they dared not approach. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences, as the Magic City Academy could very well expel everyone present. With a smile playing on the corners of his mouth, Jiang Chen gazed down at the breeding instructors below, each of them tiptoeing and stretching their necks in anticipation. He nodded in satisfaction. This was the scene he had envisioned. Mere words held no weight. Such a grand move as the Thunderwing Resonance had to be executed in person to truly evoke awe. After observing for a moment, he felt the time was ripe and signaled to Huang Xiaodian, who stood by the window. The latter instantly understood and promptly relayed the message to Xiao Yu, who was present in the arena. In the next heartbeat, a massive stone erupted, a skill unleashed by the earth-shattering rhinoceros. The ground trembled as the explosion echoed, igniting a fervor among the Thunderwing butterflies. Bolts of lightning flickered, stirring the clouds above. In an instant, the entirety of Sand Mountain Island was shrouded in ominous clouds, with the rumbling thunder intermingling with the sound of flapping wings, causing a painful thrum in the ears of those present. Yet, the onlookers remained transfixed. Utterly astonished by the spectacle unfolding before them, Jiang Chen included. He was aware that the combined power of so many Thunderwing butterflies employing the Thunderwing resonance would be formidable. Hence he had refrained from testing it himself. The Qingshan base was his private property, and he was loath to risk it. But now, a pang of regret washed over him. Would he be liable for damages if Sand Mountain Island were to be cleaved in two? Before he could dwell on it further, a bolt of lightning descended from the clouds, severing a large tree in half with a resounding crack. Thunder roared. The entire flock of Thunderwing butterflies erupted in excitement as arcs of electricity danced, and the thunderous sound reverberated within the vicinity of the Thunderwing butterflies. It was as if the heavens themselves had unleashed their fury. The bolts of lightning even incinerated the island's power supply, plunging the entire area into darkness, illuminated only by the sporadic flashes of light, revealing the incredulous expressions of the crowd. At that moment, Huang Xiaotian stealthily approached Jiang Chen, uncertainty lacing his voice. "Big brother, is Xiao Gu all right?" he asked. "He should be fine. He has experience," Jiang Chen replied. "But do you think we should run? We can't flee. I'm still under surveillance for bail. If I run, it would be another offense, and I'd truly end up in jail." Jiang Chen's lips twitched at this. Resignedly turning his gaze out the window, he knew that escape was not an option. They had no boat. The display of the Thunderwing butterflies lasted merely 2 minutes. Their level being low, they could only execute such an advanced skill due to their sheer numbers. Had it been a single butterfly, it likely would have only flapped its wings a few times before succumbing. As the storm subsided, they settled upon the trees of Sand Mountain Island, feasting on the sap to replenish their energy. The spectators stood in stunned silence, gazing at the aftermath. The once verdant grassland was now a desolate expanse of charred earth, devoid of even a single blade of grass. In areas that had been struck repeatedly, massive craters had formed, rendering the terrain akin to the surface of the moon, unlikely to yield any further crops. An eerie silence enveloped the venue as the breeding instructors exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting clarity, momentarily at a loss for words. Such was the terror of a domain skill. No wonder the Eagle Alliance's air force was formidable. With such a skill, it would be astonishing if they were not. After a brief interlude, their focus returned to the young man on stage. They understood that after today, he would attain fame, not the kind that Jiang Chen had garnered previously for cultivating the Abyssal Emperor Crocodile, which had only circulated within Jiang City and had been suppressed by Huang Tianming. This time would be different. Once the core competition concluded, he would achieve provincial renown. Such a reputation could not easily be concealed. Lu Guodong approached Jiang Chen, this time without a hint of circumspection. "Xiao Chen, is this truly the domain skill you developed after graduation?" Jiang Chen nodded, aware that he had genuinely astonished the old man. "Excellent. I have long asserted that you are suited for the path of offensive beast cultivation. Those old geezers insisted on arguing with me. Tell me, can you teach the Thunderwing resonance skill?" Lu Guodong gazed at Jiang Chen with hope. The ability to impart a skill versus having it naturally learned are two distinct concepts. If Jiang Chen could teach the Thunderwing resonance, it would signify that he had thoroughly mastered it and could rapidly train a cadre of beasts capable of employing such a skill. With this, he could even qualify for an advanced breeding instructor certificate, showcasing the immense value of a domain skill. "Yes," Jiang Chen replied. "Even if I cannot teach it, there's still the innate talent for beast taming. It's merely a matter of a few days of weakness." "Splendid. Xiao Chen, you've made great strides," Lu Guodong remarked, appraising Jiang Chen with satisfaction. He then turned to Rong Zhihui, standing nearby. "Look at your junior disciple. Just months after graduation, he has developed a domain skill. When you return, focus intently on your studies. Don't emerge until you've cultivated a platinum-level beast. At this rate, his breeding instructor rank may soon surpass yours. You've been graduated for years and have made no progress." Rong Zhihui blinked in surprise, taken aback by the sudden shift of focus onto him. "Indeed, love can swiftly fade. Master, spare me some face. I too am a teacher of disciples." "What of it? Even if your disciple has taken a disciple, I am still your master." As he observed the irate old man, Jiang Chen cast an encouraging glance towards Rong Zhihui. "Thank you, senior brother, for sharing the burden. The matter of his unauthorized graduation should have been buried by now." The other breeding instructors looked on, mouths agape, as the trio conversed on stage. Jiang Chen was actually Professor Lu's disciple. Wasn't he? It said that Professor Lu had ceased taking disciples over a decade ago. Was this the privilege of a genius? The expressions of the breeding instructors from the association dimmed instantaneously. They had initially contemplated seizing the patent for the Thunderwing butterfly under the name of the breeding association, thinking Jiang Chen was merely a child who could afford to take a few losses while young. The value of the Thunderwing butterfly warranted such risks. But now, that notion had evaporated entirely. They could not afford to offend Professor Lu, who evidently held Jiang Chen in high esteem. If they dared to encroach upon his disciples' interests, it would be their undoing. After all, the Jiang City Breeding Association was merely a local entity. At this juncture, Huang Tianming returned to the arena after confirming there were no casualties. He addressed Lu Guodong, saying, "Professor Lu, perhaps you should announce the scores. The selection has taken quite some time, and everyone is weary." Lu Guodong nodded and stood on stage, addressing the crowd with a resonant voice. "You have all witnessed the prowess of the Thunderwing Butterfly. I hereby announce that the final score for the Thunderwing Butterfly is 30 points. Chapter 73, The Adulation of the Crowd. Full marks. When the judges declared the result, the entire assembly of breeding instructors stood frozen, as if a pause button had been pressed, enveloped in a profound silence. They had anticipated that the Thunderwing Butterfly's score would surpass that of the Wraithfire Skeleton, but full marks. This was not merely a surpassing. It signified that the Songhai army found no fault with this beast at all. Jiang Chen had undoubtedly triumphed in this selection. Sima Hui fixated his gaze upon Jiang Chen on the stage, his eyes brimming with envy as he muttered in a daze, "Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. How old is he? How could he possibly devise a beast taming technique of gold rank on his own? He must have cheated. He certainly cheated." Once a prodigy in the Great Eagle Alliance, upon returning to the Great Xia with his father, his status as a graduate of the National University of the Great Eagle afforded him considerable privileges at Jiang University. Scholarships practically fell into his lap. Yet now, he found himself outdone by an 18-year-old boy. How could he reconcile this? Just as he teetered on the brink of losing control, Sima Zhao abruptly reached out and forcefully covered his mouth. "Silence. Are you mad? Do you even comprehend what you are saying?" Sima Zhao's voice was laced with fury, his eyes glaring intensely at his son. Standing on the stage was Lu Guodong. To question his student? Especially now, when he was still reveling in the surprise brought by his pupil. Causing trouble for Jiang Chen would be tantamount to courting disaster. Jiang Chen, of course, was aware of the commotion below the stage, but he remained unfazed. They were merely a bunch of insignificant clowns. Besides, isn't there an old adage? A talent unenvied is a mediocrity. Unhappy? Then swallow it. If you have the ability, win it back next time. At that moment, what occupied his thoughts was the promise of gold-ranked materials from the Songhai army, which presented tangible benefits. The rest was merely a fleeting title, providing only momentary satisfaction. He offered a slight bow to the audience, then elegantly turned and strode off the stage. As soon as he descended, he was immediately encircled by breeders from the nurturing bases, eager to discuss the information regarding the Thunderwing Phoenix Butterfly in hopes of establishing a collaboration. Jiang Chen welcomed them all, engaging in conversation with an ease that belied his 18 years. He exchanged contacts with each of them. These individuals represented the oldest breeding bases in Jiang City, controlling over 3/5 of the beast taming market there. Forming good relations with them would be immensely beneficial for him. There would always be opportunities to utilize their connections. He had long heard Huang Junju mention that his nephew was a genius breeder. Today, seeing him in person, the reputation was indeed well-deserved. A resonant voice emerged from the crowd as Cheng Huiyang smiled and squeezed through, approaching Jiang Chen enthusiastically. He carefully retrieved a small, exquisite box from his pocket, opening it to reveal a string of deep blue pearls, radiant yet understated, fashioned into a bracelet. "As a gesture of goodwill for our first meeting, consider this a congratulatory gift from your uncle." Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon the pearl bracelet, and his pupils involuntarily constricted. The Cold Moon Pearl. This treasure possessed properties akin to the misty osmanthus tree from the Qingshan breeding base, capable of gathering natural energy, nourishing both spirit and vitality. Its greatest advantage, however, lay in its portability. It was exceedingly rare, valued at no less than 100,000. To present such a precious gift upon their initial encounter? What was Cheng Huiyang truly scheming? Their relationship was hardly close enough to warrant such generosity. Jiang Chen's mind raced, yet his expression remained composed as he smiled gently. Pushing the box back, "Uncle Cheng, you are too generous. This Cold Moon Pearl is indeed precious, but I cannot accept a gift without merit. You should keep it." Cheng Huiyang's smile did not waver, his resolve unwavering as he firmly returned the box to Jiang Chen's hands. Once a gift is given, it cannot be retracted. You need not worry. I assure you, this carries no ulterior motives, merely my personal gratitude. He lowered his voice, adding, "To be candid, your achievement in securing first place has been an immense help to me." He was acutely aware that Sima Zhao had returned to the country with intentions of avenging the grudge held against the Ziyun base for expelling him from Jiang City. Had it not been for Jiang Chen's emergence with the Thunderwing Phoenix Butterfly, the news of Sima Hui's triumph would have been widely broadcasted, undoubtedly tarnishing the Ziyun's image. However, the situation had drastically changed. He understood the media's tendencies all too well. The upcoming headlines would undoubtedly be dominated by Jiang, Chen's remarkable achievement. Even if Sima Zhao sought to push the narrative of the Ziyun's defeat, it would only cost a little more for the media to suppress that information. Yet, Jiang Chen remained blissfully unaware of the intricate animosities between Cheng Huiyang and Sima Zhao, intent on politely declining once more. At that moment, two familiar figures gracefully navigated through the throng and approached him. "Accept it, Jiang Chen. It's perfectly fine," Sun Jinxian chimed in, her voice clear and bright. Wang Kiki nodded in agreement beside her. Upon hearing Sun Jinxuan's words, Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, his gaze sweeping over their faces. Though he was unsure of the reasons, in some sense, they were akin to allies. There was no need to undermine his own interests. "Then I shall graciously accept Uncle Cheng's thoughtful gesture." Cheng Huiyang's smile broadened, his gaze flitting between Jiang Chen and the two remarkable young women by his side. Laden with meaning, he recognized these two girls, both of whom held some influence. Indeed, a genius knows how to navigate the paths to success at such a young age. It was a pity he lacked Jiang Chen's looks in his youth. Otherwise, he would not have taken until now to become a senior breeder. With Sun Jinxian and Wang Kiki's timely intervention, Jiang Chen finally managed to extricate himself. Returning to his seat, he eagerly grabbed the cup of water on the table and gulped down the tea within. "How does it feel to be in such high demand?" Wang Kiki asked with a smile. "It feels nice, but I prefer it to be occasional. Too much is overwhelming," Jiang Chen exhaled. "Today, the reputation of the Thunderwing Phoenix butterfly has certainly been established. Once this meeting concludes, the Shanghai army will place orders with us. The current Thunderwing Phoenix butterflies cannot be sold. I need them for breeding stock. After you return, focus on acquiring as many rare quality chameleon silkworms as possible from the market. Buy as many as you can. If it becomes too much, you can enlist when wants help." Jiang Chen had no doubt that once the news spread after today, the price of chameleon silkworms would undoubtedly surge. Businessmen are always driven by profit. This principle remains unchanged through the ages. He had to seize the opportunity. "I understand." Wang Kiki nodded. Their conversation left Sun Jinxian in a state of confusion, prompting her to ask, "Are you two working together now?" At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly had an idea and spoke up. "Senior, do you want to join a project? I've just initiated a research topic on the Thunderwing Phoenix butterfly. Aren't you planning to establish a breeding academy in the new semester? If you invest a bit, I could label the research project under the Shanghai Beast Taming Academy's name." Sun Jinxian felt a stir of interest at his proposal, but she didn't respond immediately. "I'll discuss it when I return and give you an answer later. Take your time, but do keep in mind that opportunities are fleeting," Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Just then, Huang Tianming's speech reached its conclusion. "Everyone has had a long day. We have prepared food for you in the dining hall. Please enjoy." With that, he stepped off the stage and beckoned to Jiang Chen. A table is adorned with a sumptuous array of delectable dishes that arouse one's appetite. Sitting at the head of the table, Lu Guodong patted the seat beside him and spoke up. "Jiang Chen, it has been far too long since the two of us had a proper conversation." Jiang Chen, upon hearing this, offered a wry smile and reluctantly approached. He understood that there was no escaping this encounter. Taking his seat, he picked up a wine vessel and poured a modest amount. "All right, let us converse for as long as we desire today, though this cup is all you may drink." Lu Guodong looked at the wine vessel with a hint of disdain, recalling the days when he would indulge from a jug. However, recognizing the wisdom of Jiang Chen's intentions, he refrained from further comment. After a few rounds of toasting, Lu Guodong suddenly placed his hand on Jiang Chen's shoulder and inquired, "What were you thinking, graduating so abruptly? Do you find our humble research positions beneath you?" Jiang Chen paused, his actions halted. The inevitable had come to pass. "You know my background, master. If I do not return to the Qingshan breeding base, it will cease to exist. This is a legacy from my grandfather." This was merely the first reason. He withheld the second. The Beast Manual was his greatest secret, an existence akin to a cheat for a breeder. Even though Lu Guodong had been his mentor, Jiang Chen would not divulge this truth. Sighing, Lu Guodong replied, "It is indeed difficult for me to reproach you. You are exceptionally talented. Managing to research the Thunder Feather Phoenix butterfly in such an environment, that is commendable. Now, summon your contracted beast for me to see." Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, unsure of his mentor's sudden interest in Little Qing. Nevertheless, he complied. As one of the top 20 breeders in the entire alliance, Lu Guodong possessed an exceptional eye, perfect for providing Jiang Chen with guidance. After a dazzling burst of blue light, Little Qing materialized before them. Upon appearing, it swiftly crawled from Jiang Chen's lap to his shoulder, casting a discontented glance at him. "I've been confined in the beast space all day for the Shanghai army selection. I haven't had a moment to train." The onlookers were astonished at the sight of the silver-scaled serpent draped across Jiang Chen. Huang Tianming, the only one aware of Jiang Chen's contracted beast, exclaimed, "Xiao Chen, did you not contract the leaf-green serpent? What is this?" The creature before them, covered in shimmering white scales, certainly did not resemble a leaf-green serpent. Lu Guodong squinted at the impressive serpent and asked, "Do you intend for the leaf-green serpent to transform into a dragon?" At this revelation, everyone fell silent, staring at Jiang Chen in disbelief. In the realm of beast tamers, dragons epitomize power. Any beast with dragon blood is inherently formidable. However, the difficulty of cultivating such beasts is exceedingly high, and few dare to take on the challenge. At this stage, Rong Zhihui certainly would not risk it, as it could mean years of experimental failure. "Are you serious, little junior brother?" He was astonished by the determination of his junior to guide his initial beast down an untraveled path. While theoretically, all scaled beasts possess a potential for transformation, how many can truly achieve it? "Yes, master, big brother, I have made my decision, and little Qing shares this desire. I wish to attempt it, and I feel success is imminent." Instead of rebuking Jiang Chen, Lu Guodong encouraged him, saying, "Your leaf-green serpent is already showing signs of transformation, and it seems to have awakened a thunder attribute. If you continue its cultivation, the chance of it transforming into a dragon is quite substantial. In a few days, I will speak with the elder at the dragon nest to procure a couple of notes for you to study diligently." Jiang Chen's heart soared at this news. The dragon nest is renowned for cultivating dragon-type beasts. With their notes, little Qing's chances of transformation would significantly increase. Little Qing regarded Lu Guodong with satisfaction, pondering how to repay him once it achieved dragonhood. However, Lu Guodong's next words quickly dampened its enthusiasm. "Though your leaf-green serpent has commendable foundational data, its energy level is still too low, only having awakened to the 5th tier. While I have not studied the evolution of dragon attribute beasts, I know that none capable of transforming from the awakened stage into a dragon have done so below the 9th tier. Your choice to exchange for the Thunder Pearl was astute, but it is insufficient. Since you have secured first place in the selection, you may select 3 pieces of golden-grade spiritual materials from the Songhai Army's repository. Recently, the Songhai Army eliminated a dragon attribute sea serpent in the distant ocean. You might consider that." Jiang Chen nodded, as this was indeed his intention. "Xiao Chun, since you have resolved to inherit the family breeding base, I shall refrain from further admonitions. However, remember this, whether as a beast tamer or a breeder, one ultimately relies on their own beasts. The reason no one dares to provoke me is not only because I am a breeder, but also because I am a top-tier master beast tamer. Personal strength is paramount." This statement was directed not only to Jiang Chen, but also to Rong Zhihui and his apprentice. "I understand, master. After the selection concludes, I plan to head to Chun City," Jiang Chen replied. "To seek out Zhao Yifan? The Serpent Temple does have some research on thunder attribute serpents. You should learn well." Lu Guodong then shifted the conversation abruptly. "But you ought to return within 2 weeks." Jiang Chen paused, asking, "What is it? Is something happening in 2 weeks?" "You should be aware that an unopened secret realm in Jiang City is set to open soon." "Yes?" Jiang Chen nodded, having learned of this previously. "Related to the Red Serpent's search. Recently, through the efforts of a top-tier master, we have made some progress in locating it. My visit to Jiang City is indeed due to this secret realm. Based on my investigations, it is likely that this realm was formed from the beast space left behind by a renowned general of ancient Dongwu after his demise. We are currently seeking its precise location. If you return in 2 weeks, I can secure you a spot within." Jiang Chen's heart raced at the revelation. Indeed, it is beneficial to be associated with powerful individuals. The first taste of a newly discovered secret realm is often the most rewarding. Without Lu Guodong, even with Huang Tianming's presence, such an opportunity would not have come his way. "I understand. I shall return on time." "Thank you, master." With that, Jiang Chen downed his cup of wine in one go. Rong Zhihui, witnessing this, nudged him with his elbow, while Mu Chun, who had been dining nearby, softly remarked, "What are you waiting for? Pour some wine for your little master uncle." "Oh." Mu Chun snapped back to attention, picking up the wine pot and filling the vessel to the brim. Jiang Chen quipped, "Do I seem like someone with an impressive tolerance for alcohol?" Chapter 75, The Songhai Army's Repository. The next day, sunlight streamed through the window, casting warmth upon Jiang Chen's face. He furrowed his brow, slowly awakening. His right hand instinctively groped for his phone on the bed, but after several attempts, he found nothing. Struggling to sit upright, a sudden headache assailed him, and he paused to gather himself. As he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, memories of the previous night flooded back into his mind. Yesterday, that rascal Mu Chun, upon noticing his wine glass was empty, promptly refilled it. Throughout the night, he lost count of how many cups he consumed. Fortunately, he has now formed a contract with a beast. Otherwise, he might not have awakened today. Jiang Chen rose from his bed after a brief grooming and stepped out of his room, only to find a guard from the Songhai Army standing resolutely at the door. "Master Jiang, you are awake," the guard remarked. Jiang Chen nodded and inquired, What about Commander Huang and Professor Liu? They have already departed for the outer sea in search of the secret realm. However, they instructed me to inform you that you may select 3 spiritual items from the Songhai Army's warehouse using this token. As he spoke, the guard produced a deep blue token from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen weighed it in his hand. It felt quite substantial. Thank you, he replied, and without further ado, he boarded the vessel prepared by Huang Tianming and departed from Sand Mountain Island. The Songhai Army's base was not nearby, and reaching it would take some time. On the way, Jiang Chen called Wenwan and asked her to book 2 tickets for tomorrow's trip to Chun City. According to his teacher, the secret realm would open in just 2 weeks, leaving him with little time. 2 hours later, Jiang Chen arrived at the Songhai Army's base, greeted by the familiar tiger statue. Just as he alighted from the vehicle, he encountered Luo Wei returning from letting his Shuiyuan horse roam. Jiang Chen, you've arrived. Senior brother. Have you just returned? Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Indeed, what else would a cow horse do but let the horse run? Luo Wei's expression turned somewhat peculiar as he added with a wry smile. I've heard quite a bit about you during this time. In just over 2 months. You've already caught up to me. Just luck, Jiang Chen humbly responded. Luo Wei's lips twitched at that. Luck? He mused, wishing he had such fortune. Since graduation, he had only managed to uncover a hint of golden tier beast mastery, whereas Jiang Chen had only recently contracted the Yi Qing snake and was already surpassing those seasoned breeders in the Songhai Army selection process. Most people might not grasp the significance of this, but as a breeder, he understood the immense difficulty involved. It was a testament to both talent and relentless effort. Faced with Jiang Chen, he could not even conjure feelings of jealousy. Stop comforting your senior brother. You came here today to select spiritual items, right? Commander Huang has already given the instructions. Follow me. Thank you, senior brother. Jiang Chen nodded and followed closely behind him. Moments later, they arrived at the entrance of a hemispherical building. 6 soldiers holding tidal hounds stood guard, likely new recruits assigned to this task. Jiang Chen approached and presented the token. After verifying his identity, the soldiers granted him entry. As Jiang Chen stepped inside, one soldier whispered, "Is this the victorious breeder? He looks quite young." The squad leader replied, "He is only 18. Such youth." The soldier was momentarily taken aback, then his face lit with hopeful anticipation. Squad leader, do you think if we establish a good rapport with him, there might be a chance for us to receive a new beast once it's cultivated? The squad leader glanced at him and said, You haven't even learned to stand at attention properly and are already dreaming of contracting that beast. First, learn how to be a soldier. The new beast masters for that batch would be the elite of the Songhai Army. Once you've cultivated the tidal hounds to evolution, perhaps then you'll have a chance. As Jiang Chen entered the warehouse, he was astounded by the vastness of the interior. He had not anticipated it to be so immense. Spanning 5 stories, each layer lined with spiritual items of the same tier. Without hesitation, he ascended to the 3rd floor, where the golden tier spiritual items were displayed. Jiang Chen immediately began searching for the name of the sea dragon on the computer. Name, spiked sea dragon blood. Tier gold. Description, the blood of a beast that commands 9th tier beasts, possessing a trace of dragon lineage. Consuming it can enhance a beast's constitution and a modicum of dragon potential. Name, spiked sea dragon pearl. Tier gold. Description, a dragon pearl that leads 9th tier dragon beasts, infused with powerful spiritual energy. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen clicked on the exchange. There was no room for doubt. He had already decided to acquire these 2 spiritual materials before his arrival. Regrettably, the sea dragon crystal core did not belong to the golden tier materials. Otherwise, he would have wished to acquire it as well. Upon completing his order, a robotic beast emerged from a concealed door, its body encased in rusted armor. It moved with an unusual gait as it traversed the 3rd floor. This was a type of beast discovered in ancient ruins of the secret realm, subsequently cultivated and researched by human breeders, resulting in the creation of this artificial mechanical beast, Iron Man V2. Name, Iron Man V2. Attribute, mechanical. Qualification, bronze mid-tier. Level, awakening tier 3. Skills, hydraulic heavy fist. Beginner, a charged strike with a chance to repel enemies. Electromagnetic gun. Beginner emits electromagnetic waves capable of paralyzing opponents from an electric ring on its right hand. Exclusive traits, modular armament. The right arm can switch between 2 modes. Mode 1. Rotating chainsaw, melee continuous cutting with an armor-piercing effect. Mode 2. Pulse cannon. Ranged fires low-energy beams with a range of 50 meters, capable of charging. It was a rather intriguing beast, especially with its exclusive traits, allowing for numerous creative applications. Unfortunately, the machinery cores necessary for creating artificial beasts could only be found in ancient ruins, with very few circulating in the world. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would have considered raising one at the breeding base as his assistant. Your spiritual materials. Iron Man V2 approached Jiang Chen, its voice emanating a synthetic tone. Thank you. Jiang Chen accepted the materials from its grasp. He then selected a plantable thundercloud grass, which had no special attributes other than its ability to grow continuously as long as there was ample spiritual energy, much like pasture grass. Jiang Chen intended to establish the first industrial park at the Qingshan breeding base, focusing on thunder attributes. Currently, there were not many spiritual plants of the thunder attribute on the mountain, making the thundercloud grass a suitable temporary substitute. It could also serve as food for the versatile silkworms, enhancing their thunder potential. After exchanging for the spiritual materials, Jiang Chen departed from the Songhai army and returned home to prepare for his trip to Chun City the following day. Chapter 76. Journey to Chun City the next day. Before dawn, Jiang Chen rose at the insistence of his alarm. When one had purchased tickets for the 9 a.m. flight, and since Jiang City lacked an airport, he had to sacrifice some sleep to travel to the Magic City. Yawning and bleary-eyed, Jiang Chen sat at the dining table, leisurely enjoying the breakfast prepared by Wenwan. Once he finished, Xiaoyu was already waiting outside with the beast cart. After boarding, Jiang Chen turned to Wenwan and said, Sister Wen, once I leave, the Qingshan breeding base will be in your hands. Wang Kiki will likely be coming frequently during this time. Please record her access. Also, keep an eye on the thundercloud grass I planted on the mountaintop. Don't let the versatile silkworms munch on it. Rest assured, young master, I have committed everything to memory. Once Jiang Chen orchestrated all the arrangements, it felt as though he had expended his last vestige of strength. He settled into the beast cart, narrowing his eyes, and promptly succumbed to slumber. Young master, we have arrived. Although the earth-splitting rhinoceros is a defensive beast, it exhibits commendable speed, resembling a heavily armored tank as it traverses the terrain, reaching its destination in just over an hour. Awakening to Xiaoyu's voice, Jiang Chen stirred languidly, stretching his somewhat weary bones. Despite the imposing nature of the cart, its comfort level could scarcely be praised. Once he amasses wealth, Jiang Chen is determined to procure a beast specifically for pulling carts. Pushing open the cart door, he found the airport in the Magic City bustling with activity. Every individual was impeccably dressed in suits, clutching briefcases that bespoke their elite status. Jiang Chen sighed, realizing that irrespective of the locale, the plight of the working class remained unchanged. After Xiaoyu made the necessary arrangements, the duo hurried towards the airport entrance. The Magic City airport is vast, and without promptness, they risked missing their flight. An hour later, Jiang Chen and Xiaoyu, under the guidance of a flight attendant, completed security checks and finally stepped into the lounge. This privilege was afforded to Jiang Chen due to his status as a mid-level beast caretaker, allowing him access through a special channel. Mr. Jiang, your flight will commence boarding in 1 hour. You may wait here comfortably, and I will come to escort you when it's time to board, the attendant informed him. Thank you. You're welcome, she replied with a charming smile before turning away. Once she vanished, Jiang Chen glanced at the small note in his palm with a hint of exasperation, tearing it to shreds and discarding it into a nearby trash bin. Xiaogu, how many times has this been in recent days? He inquired. Xiaoyu, maintaining his usual composure, replied, Young master, you will grow accustomed to it. Being a mid-level beast caretaker and not one of those middle-aged, greasy men, Jiang Chen held a status that made him a prime candidate for marriage among the scions of prominent families. However, he had yet to encounter such prospects. And once he reached the metropolis, this phenomenon would only intensify. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's lips twitched as he donned an eye mask, choosing to dismiss such thoughts. With the time available for reflection, he deemed it more prudent to catch up on sleep. Passengers of flight B7135 to Chunqing, boarding has commenced. Please proceed to gate A13 for registration, a voice announced over the intercom. At that moment, the earlier flight attendant reappeared. Hello, Mr. Jiang, please follow me. Extending her hand, she gestured towards the exit. Through the exclusive passage, a colossal aircraft approximately 40 meters in length materialized before Jiang Chen's eyes. Its pristine white exterior and wings, resembling those of a soaring eagle, shimmered with a faint azure aura. It was also a beast. Name, Cloudboat Songlu. Attribute, mechanical wind. Quality, rare. Level, Commander level 9. Skills, smooth flight. Beginner gradually ascends, mitigating the sense of weightlessness experienced by passengers. High-altitude cruise. Beginner maintains stable flight, utilizing its massive size to withstand adverse weather conditions. Storm engine. Advanced activates the supercharged wind core, generating a vortex around the aircraft, dramatically increasing speed, leaving wind trails that enhance allies' velocity. Wind blade salvo. Intermediate. The wing arrays simultaneously release hundreds of wind blades, creating a fan-shaped cutting wave that inflicts significant wind damage in the designated area. Wind Spirit Guardian. Advanced deploys 9 small wind spirit drones, each possessing bronze-tier combat capability, capable of autonomously attacking foes or providing shields to allies. Exclusive trait, Sky Sovereign, automatically activates a sky domain to protect itself while flying at altitudes of 10,000 meters. Gazing at this passenger aircraft, Jiang Chen could not help but admire the profound heritage of Eastern Airlines. They truly invest significantly in a world dominated by beast tamers. The skies have become the realm of flying beasts. Had it been the aircraft of his previous life, several would have surely plummeted daily. Jiang Chen, accompanied by Xiaoyu, boarded the plane, inhaling deeply as a wave of nervousness washed over him. This marked his inaugural flight, and he was uncertain of what to expect. Moments later, the cloud boat Songlu ascended gracefully. Unlike ordinary planes, it could ascend and descend vertically. Remarkably, Jiang Chen experienced no sensation of weightlessness or discomfort whatsoever. Perhaps this was the reason behind its selection as a passenger aircraft. The cloud boat Songlu soared through the skies without encountering any perils. Even the occasional beast would retreat in fear of its imposing form. Time passed, and an announcement echoed through the cabin. Dear passengers, your flight will arrive at Chongqing Airport in 10 minutes. Please fasten your seatbelts and stow your trays. Jiang Chen, roused from his meditation, found that the assistance of the cold moon pearl had notably enhanced his meditative experience. Stretching, he gazed out the window, where a verdant city gradually came into focus, Chongqing Airport. Upon disembarking, an intoxicating floral fragrance enveloped him, alleviating much of his fatigue. Indeed, it was the famed City of Flowers. If he were to bring the Fairy of Dew with him, she would likely be so enamored that she wouldn't wish to return. Following the throng, Jiang Chen exited Chongqing Airport. At the crossroads, Xiaoyu refrained from summoning a beast, opting instead to hail a taxi. Hello, Master, to the Crazy Snake Dojo. As they settled into the vehicle, the driver, ever eager, struck up a conversation. Are you two here to seek an apprenticeship with Master Lu? Jiang Chen responded with a smile. Indeed, I have heard that Master Zhao of the Crazy Snake Dojo possesses extensive knowledge of lightning attribute beasts. So I wish to learn from him. Having never visited Chongqing before, his understanding of the Crazy Snake Dojo was limited to information gleaned online. The driver, being a local, surely had more insights to share. Then you must exercise caution. Master Lu is notoriously strict. To become his apprentice, not only must you pay a fee, but you must also pass an examination. An examination? Jiang Chen inquired, intrigued. The driver chuckled. To be honest, you are the fourth individual I've driven this summer who wishes to seek an apprenticeship. Oh, Jiang Chen's interest piqued as he probed further. Do you know how many of them passed? Not a single one.